Chapter 1 Itachi, Night 8 or Gollum. The spirits enter the throat, and the spicy sensation extends from the lower abdomen to the lung. A warm current makes the cold in winter no longer lingering. Hiccup. The boy let out a long sigh of relief and leaned comfortably on the stone behind him. Closely, it's not a standard Shota template, and the long hair look particularly elegant, but the scars on the face look a bit destructive to the beauty. But according to the words of the teenager, the scars of men will add wildness and charm. Aside from a clean martial arts uniform and a saber attached to the side, only the presence of the wine gourd was abrupt. From the young man's point of view, taking a sip during the winter practice period is the greatest enjoyment in this world. Bajian, children can't drink. Beside the boy, a cute boy who should not be mature at this age frowned and stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to stop the other party's behavior, but finally gave up. The nasolabial lines on his face moved lightly, and he finally sighed. His name is Uchiha Itachi, and he is 5 years old. The boy next to him was a friend he met when he was practicing shuriken half a year ago. Night 8 or this should be what your mother told you. Gollum. After glancing at this magical young man, Ye Bajian took a sip of his own. Unfortunately, I didn't. Unfortunately, I don't have one. This is very free and easy to say, except for a little regret. There is no sadness. Itachi had an apologetic look on his face, as if he wanted to apologize. After all, in his opinion, orphans are sad, especially in such an age. Don't make that look. Ye Bajian calmly patted Itachi on the shoulder. It's not bad for someone like me. At least it won't be like you sigh and frown every day, thinking about things you don't need to think about, and then take a bite of the meaning of life. Aren't you tired? Sorrow. Sigh. Itachi was a little embarrassed. Indeed, after practicing today, he sighed more than usual. Reason. Village and Uchiha. After thinking for a while, the nasolabial creases sighed again. Come on, have a drink too. Appropriately numb your nerves and let your brain rest. Trust me, this is the only way to save you from sighing. When the wine gourd was thrown over, Itachi looked at the other party with serious eyes in shock. He has already said that children cannot drink, and according to his character, even if he grows up, he will not drink this stuff casually. But when faced with the wine handed over by a friend, if you refuse, I am afraid there will be a little gap between the so-called friend. Will this gap affect my friendship with Bajian? After all, aside from Shisui, Hachiken is the only friend who can look up to him and speak his heart. The young Itachi brain was running wildly. Just from the wine handed over, Itachi thought of so many questions. Your greatest weakness is overthinking. As expected of him, just looking at Itachi's twinkling eye, Bajian knew what the other party was worried about. Shaking his head, Bajian was about to take back the wine gourd, but a tender little hand placed it on his arm, and immediately took the wine gourd. Really drink. Bajian's eyes widened, completely unexpected that Itachi would actually hold the wine gourd and shove it into his small mouth. Gollum tilde. With a big mouthful of strong urgotu into his stomach, Itachi's expression changed from calm to firm, then firm to doubt, and finally from doubt to panic in just 3 seconds. The shoulders trembled violently, and Itachi stretched out his finger to the wine gourd in horror. Yes, pure urgotu that is more than 10 times stronger than what Konoha calls sake. Ye Bajian happily took the wine gourd and exclaimed, as a traveler, I am naturally not used to drinking sake from the island country. That stuff is no different from a drink, and this kind of authentic urgotu was just right for his appetite. Of course, I am afraid that this kind of alcohol is really not acceptable to people in this world. The angry voice made Itachi stand up instantly and run forward. He was going to get some water to drink before he actually spewed the grand fireball. What the hell is this? Just thinking about the smell in the wine gourd made Itachi panic. It's not that he hasn't secretly tasted his father's wine, and it's not of the same level at all. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's back in the rush, Ye Bajian calmed down instead, raised his brows as if he had made a decision, and took a deep breath. Hello. Out an angry roar, and the snow-covered training ground seemed to stand still. Itachi Kai Yuhi's face was attracted by the roar, and he wanted to see what his friend who was desperately trying to maintain friendship was going to do. The little snowflake fell on his hot face and melted instantly, and the young man with nasolabial creases suddenly heard something. Nice to meet you. My name is Ye Bajian, a man destined to be at the top. Reaching out his hand to shake the opponent in the air, the young man disappeared into the training ground with the saber in one hand and the wine gourd in the other. Really, friend? The hot Itachi gasped, finally nodded and opened his mouth hoarsely. My name is Uchiha Itachi. Please advise. Chapter 2 The King of Flat Cut. Zaraki Kenpachi. Mitarashi, in island culture, represents the hand-washing place next to the shrine. Mitarashi only at the hand-washing place next to the shrine. Of course, there are no shrines in Konoha, but the surnames of the Mitarashi clan have been passed down. Speaking, the Uchiha family has one, but it has nothing to do with the Mitarashi family. And in this generation, after the so-called Mitarashi clan experienced the Third Ninja War, there is only one person left who still carries the blood of the Mitarashi clan. Anko, a girl 5 years older than Yabakan, just graduated from the ninja school. Woo! Just as he stepped into the yard, a shadowy figure swooped to Ye Bajian's side. After staring blankly at Ye Bajian for a long time and sniffing the smell with his nose, Enko made sure of one thing: the younger brother who was picked up by her when she was a child drank it again. His waist, and extending his finger, Enko pointed angrily at Ye Bajian as if he wanted to say something. Shish, I just told someone today that no one cares about my drinking. Glancing at Enko calmly, Bajian said, looking calm. His heart is still very warm. After all, Enko is his only relative. The feeling of being preached by a loved one should be interesting, right? Sword thought so. It's just a pity that he figured it out wrong. The indifferent Enko didn't care about drinking at all, but angrily pointed to the forehead guard on his forehead, and there was a wine gourd that shook his 8 swords to the bottom. I agreed to celebrate my graduation, and then we had a drink together at night, but you drank it all alone. Do you still have my sister in your heart? Who pulled you big with shit and pee? Where is the conscience? So, are you angry that drinking doesn't take you? The corners of Bajian's mouth wit. And, are you sure that a piece of shit and a pee will pull me big? Want a fate? Does the 8 swords who crossed over need someone else to do this kind of thing? Others are embarrassed. He really doesn't have that fate. Too lazy to pay attention to Enko. After throwing her a full bottle of wine gourd, Bajian returned to his room on his own. At this moment, stroking the saber neck to him, a transparent template appeared in front of him. Host: Ye Bajian. World: Hokage Ninja. Unlock the King of Flat Slash Template. Zuragi Kenpachi. Unlock percentage 2.8%. Template progress reaches 5%. The first flat cut blessing feature will be unlocked. The King of Flat Cut template reaches 10% to unlock the neck character template. Flat cut point 50 point, which can be used to exchange system mall item or exchange template progress. Daily mission: swing the sword 1000 times. Reward 0.1% template progress completed. As a traveler, he naturally has his own golden finger, and the super sacred King of Flat Chopping system is the direct means to help Ye Bajian become powerful, and it is also the existence of the King of Flat Chopping system which makes him very confident to say to Itachi that he is destined to reach the peak. The King of Flat Cut, no bells and whistles, simple and rude, is to cut, and Ye Bajian is very lucky. The first character ability to be unlocked is the famous King of Flat Chopping in the world of death, Zaraki Kenpachi. Bleach World is fought with Reiatsu, using Zanpakudo's abilities to overwhelm the enemy, but Zaraki Kenpachi is different. He only has one move from start to finish, that is Flat Cut. Even Shikai and Bankai increase the power of Flat Cut. The King of Flat Cut through and through. This is the case with the King of Flat Cut system. The daily tasks seem to be very simple, but after all, he is still young, and it took a long time to get used to this kind of high-intensity training. From the beginning, I was tired and couldn't move, but now I'm just a little tired. This middle, he has experienced a lot and has grown a lot. 2.8% strength of Zergi Janba. That is a famous fighting lunatic in the world of Death God. Once he enters the fighting state, the terrifying combat power that erupts should not be underestimated. The daily task will be upgraded every other state, and the effect is not known for the time being. He has never encountered a sudden task before. According to the system, a sudden task will reward flat cut point, and every 1000 points of cut points can be directly exchanged for 1% of the template progress, or can be exchanged for Rin in the system mall, a dazzling array of items. For example, Urguotu of Bajian is exchanged from the system mall. There is everything in it, even the Rinnegan of this world, but the price is not what he can accept. For the time being, the easiest way to improve your strength is to complete tasks every day, and Bajian also enjoys the feeling of improving every day through training. This is a dangerous world. Don't get carried away when Konoha is so peaceful. The darkness hidden in the sun is the most terrifying thing. Shaking his head, Bajian fell asleep. Slashing thousands of times in a row was not a small burden for him at the age of 4 or 5. The next morning, a new day arrived. Opened his eyes and looked at Anko, who was completely wrapping himself beside him, feeling helpless. How many years? She's used to it. I guess I went to the wrong room after drinking too much last night. Stinky brother, accompany me to meet the guide Jonin, Anko said, feeling pushed away. Your guide Jonin, Orochimaru. Third chapter, Ninja Scientist with Napil. Itachi, you are so outrageous. The same morning, in the Uchiha clan's land, in the courtyard of the Patriarch, the atmosphere is obviously not so harmonious. Itachi knelt on the ground without saying a word, accepting a lesson from his father, but the stubbornness on his little face showed that he thought he was doing the right thing, even if it is the blame of the parent, because the word friend can be carried down. After drinking that wine, he and Bajian are true friends, but he obviously underestimated the strength of Urguotu, and when he came back, he wanted to secretly find a sip of water, but he fell asleep in the living room. Just sleep until now. The wine is very strong, but the taste makes Itachi have some aftertaste. Nothing else. After his father brought him back from the battlefield, he hadn't slept so well for a long time. That's really cool. It's such a happy time when you don't think about anything. Sleep is so peaceful. Don't wake up thinking about the meaning of life. I don't even think about why my father father's eyes flickered when he looked at the village. Even, I couldn't hear what those people outside said about the Uchiha family, and these he couldn't explain to his father. The only thing to do is to bear the blame of his father. However, drinking this kind of thing, it is better to do less in the future. Itachi knew this. Okay, that's all for now. I have other things to do with you today. Looking at the silent sun, the anger on Fugaku's face gradually disappeared. The wife next to her is still pregnant, so there is no need to blame her son, who is very competitive, in front of her. Ninja school is about to start a new round of enrollment, and I have already registered you. Remember, outside, you're representing Uchiha, representing a clan. Patted Itachi on the shoulder hard. Fugaku said, yes, father, I see. Itachi nodded. The confusion in his eyes flashed away. I see. Do I really understand? I guess so. Why does a clan only think about a clan, not a whole? He doesn't understand. Uchiha, isn't it the Uchiha of Konoha? In a training ground in Konoha, one sword after another, repeated the action of slashing and seemed to be venting frantically at the stake. But judging from the frenetic look on his face, he enjoyed the mechanical slashing. Daily quests have been refreshed, and today's daily task let Bajian very surprised. Flat cut 2000 times. Mission reward 0.2% template progress. After finishing, he will use Master Zeraki sword to 80% of the strength. Of course, this master is very different from playing. After all, his age is here, and the strength that he can really exert is probably extremely limited. Therefore, it is necessary to exercise one's will and body with this kind of chopping. In Bajian's view, daily tasks are no longer a task, but a necessary condition and process for growth. Rao is so. His rank, among the children of the same level, there is no rival at all. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible at the same age. So, why do you have to let me accompany you? Hachikan asked Anko, who was sitting on a rock with his chin up and looking at him. There is no doubt that Anko's teacher was Orochimaru, a well-deserved scientist in the ninja world, a man who yearns for immortality and loves to study ninjutsu. The value of Orochimaru goes without saying. After Naruto became Hokage in the later period, Konoha's changes can be seen. Technology. The trains are out. It's outrageous. You're stupid. Lord Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sani. I'll bring you here. If someone takes a fancy to you and points you to two moves, maybe you can even take it with you. Anko flipped through Byakugan. This time, the four tails jumped out of her, and she really cared about her younger brother, Orochimaru. There are not many chances to get his guidance. However, as Anko expected, the ecstasy of his younger brother did not appear, and he did the task calmly. Draw a knife, chop, cut a knife, repeat an action over and over. There was no fluctuation in being guided by the so-called Daituan. Joke. Is Orochimaru's ninjutsu important to him? 8 swords with golden fingers do not need anyone's guidance. He is the king of flat cut. No need for bells and whistles. As for chakra and spiritual pressure, there are also physical problems. After unlocking 5% of the Zengmu Janba template, the flat cutting feature enabled by the system will give the answer. This is what the system wizard told him. In short, he doesn't need any teacher. No one in this world deserves to teach him. Just keep hacking. He will get stronger and stronger. It's that simple. Good nature. Suddenly, a cold voice with strong interest appeared. Bajian's hand holding the knife paused lightly, and then continued to slash repeatedly. Behind him, Orochimaru was standing there. Apparently, he had been here for a while, but he just didn't come out. Very nice kid. The tongue stretched out, licking it deliberately to make people nauseated. Uncle Snake's eyes were wild and dangerous, and he commented on Ye Bajian who was slashing. Chapter 4 Terrible Way of Training. The timing of Orochimaru's defection is unclear, but at least not now, but not far. Mitarashi Anko is a year younger than Kurenai Yuhi. After Anko graduated, he became Orochimaru's apprentice and received Orochimaru's teaching. In the same year, it became Orochimaru researched up and learned a lot. Even received Orochimaru's bell. That was the beginning of Anko's nightmare. Soon after, Orochimaru defected and used the forbidden technique to brutally erase Anko's memory. Orochimaru at this moment has embarked on a road of no return. Human experiments have also begun. It seems that after failing to compete for Hokage, Orochimaru started the latest research, and he has no shortage of resources behind Danzo's support. Yes, this terrifying, cold-looking man once wanted to be Hokage too. It is estimated that based on this alone, Naruto can jump out and point at Orochimaru's nose and shout, "I forgive you, just come clean." But this has little to do with Ye Bajian. However, Anko's spell is a little troublesome. That stuff isn't a good thing. Even as long as there is a curse mark, Orochimaru can be forcibly resurrected. Very top. Big. Orochimaru-sama. Anko swallowed, seeming nervous. After all, not everyone can become Orochimaru's disciple. She also didn't know why the 3 generations arranged this way. Orochimaru seemed to lose interest after watching Anko for a day. In Orochimaru's creed, being a guide Jonin is just a waste of time. But he had to accept this arrangement, at least to give the 3 generations an illusion that he was busy so that he could conduct human experiments with peace of mind. As for Anko's spell in the original book, it was just an accident. Even Orochimaru himself never thought that Anko would survive. The first survivor of the curse of the sky. Probably this is the value of Anko. Woot. After stopping the slashing movement, Ye Bajian took a deep breath, and his eyes finally met Orochimaru's eye. The four looked at each other, and in the end, no sparks erupted. In the eyes of the other party, Bajian saw a little interest. Come on, Anko. Licking his lips playfully, Orochimaru turned to leave. It's a pity. After all, Orochimaru-sama didn't like his younger brother. Anko sighed. The purpose of bringing his brother with him was still unfulfilled. She is a little dull. Couldn't see the meaning in Orochimaru's eye. First time we met. According to Orochimaru's personality who liked to play with other people's mind, this is just the beginning. For example, after Orochimaru left, a small white snake squatted in the corner of the big tree next to him. If Orochimaru is really eyeing someone, he will be the first to observe. He is not as blatant as he was at the beginning of the story. This was also the decision Orochimaru made after observing the 8 swords for a while. It seems to be an ordinary slab, but every knife is unbelievably stable, and there seems to be no regularity in the randomness, but it made people feel that at the moment of the slap, his knife is aimed at any angle. This is not a means that a teenager can have at his age. So, he was curious. Looking back, Ye Bajian was too lazy to care. Just watch it if you want. Just don't be scared for a while. There are many ways to chop, and the system never insisted on letting him repeat a method. The hack just now was just a warm-up. After all, repeating a single action of slashing and slashing will inevitably be boring even if Bacon's mind is mature. He doesn't mind if other elements are added in the process of slashing. Now, he is waiting. Woot. A figure fell beside Bajian. Uchiha Itachi, who slept so well last night. It's a bit late. Bajian raised his eyebrows. Sorry, Bajian, Itachi said embarrassedly. The conversation with my father took a lot of time. On the way here, I pondered for a while about the so-called clan and Konoha, the meaning of their existence, so I came too late. It's late because my father told me something about the ninja school. Ignoring what was criticized, Itachi directly referred to the ninja school. After winter, the season for the recovery of all things arrived, and it is also the time for the enrollment of the ninja school. Uchiha Fugaku has signed up for his genius son. Ninja school. Ye Bajian was done. Ninja school, a magical place founded by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, the place where all Konoha ninja first practice. You can learn the basics of some ninjas, but the biggest role is to use for brainwashing. Shaking his head, Ye Bajian is not very cold to that place, but as the kid that Konoha was making up, I had to go through the motion. Let's get started. Without going to the ninja school, Ye Bajian's eyes gradually sharpened, and he walked into the field step by step. At this moment, he was completely in a state with a knife. The fierce temperament on his body, combined with the scar on his face, made Itachi feel a strong sense of oppression. Nodding his head, Itachi took a deep breath, took out 10 shuriken from the package and pinched it tightly. 1, 2, 3, woot woot. Suddenly, 10 shuriken swiftly shot from Itachi's hands towards Ye Bajian. Active attack. At this moment, the little white snake that emerged from behind the tree was obviously stunned, but what is even more shocking is obviously still behind. Waving his arm, the man with the fierce fighting intent on his face shouted with a knife. Ding ding ding. All the shuriken that were shot at him were directly chopped up by him. The most incredible thing was that 10 shurikens were shot at Uchiha Itachi again. What are you doing? Do you play ball? The little snake opened his mouth in horror. But obviously, the two people's cultivation is not over yet. Itachi projected the shuriken again and hit the first 10 shuriken in the air. Ding ding ding. Between the lightning and flint, the shuriken turned again and shot at Ye Bajian. The real cultivation has just begun, and the white snake, already stunned. Is this their terrifying cultivation method? Bullshit. Still confident he couldn't accept it. On the first day of the new book, I asked the big guys to take care of it, and ask for the evaluation of flower. Chapter 5. Itachi. Jianzang, I can't do it anymore. Ding ding ding. When the two of them began to practice, only the sound of shuriken colliding could be heard in the training ground. That white snake, from the shock at the beginning, to the confusion, to the calm and finally numbness, left. No one knows what he experienced in the middle. These two 5-year-old children had too much impact on him and someone. Come to think of it, what was he doing when he was 5 years old? Read a book. Should be. Then he joined the ninja school and was taught carefully by 3 generations after graduation. He was almost 10 years old at the time. Although he graduated early, in front of these two people, he did not dare to call himself a genius. Are they really 5 years old? At Orochimaru's base, Anko was looking at the ninjutsu manual given by his teacher with relish, and Snake, suspicious of life, fell into autism when he looked at the book in front of him. He took out a pen and finally wrote 2 names on the piece of paper in front of him. Uchiha Itachi, Knight 8 Sword. After writing, Orochimaru suddenly became confused. The people of the Uchiha clan are good at shuriken and can smash back the flying shuriken. This is normal. Even the Uchiha people who did not turn on Sharingan are very talented in this regard. But what is Ye Bajian? Judging from his appearance, it is obviously not the first time that Uchiha Itachi has had such a terrifying practice. Even clearly has the upper hand. Why? Just a civilian. Frowning, Orochimaru couldn't figure it out. Jianzhang, I can't do it anymore. Half an hour later, an unimaginable voice came from the training ground. Of course, there was no such popular hand-pushing incident in the scene, but in terms of result, it was similar to the hand-pushing incident. It's a sport carried out by two people, and one of them is still alive and kicking, and the other is absurd. That's not going to work. Ding ding ding. He slashed the shuriken in front of him again and flew out, but this time, the shuriken did not fly towards Uchiha Itachi but all hit the bullseye drawn on the tree trunk next to him. Accuracy is too strong. You're so fake. Frowning, Ye Bajian supported the limb, panting Itachi to the stone next to him to rest. Is it virtual? Itachi was speechless, and Yuhi turned to Byakugan with a face. Compared with the Eight Sword, he is indeed imaginary. At least others are still full of energy, but I can't. There was no way. As he became more and more tired, he could no longer see the flying shuriken, and the shuriken that was shot would also lose its alignment, and it would be meaningless to continue. And the man in front of him was a real monster. He knew this when they first met. At Konoha, Hachiken was the first 5-year-old to slash thousands of times in a row. He can be sure of this. Forced to rest, taking out the wine gourd, Bajian sighed, and then handed it to Itachi habitually. After yesterday's drinking incident, Itachi was moved, but he didn't have the courage to pick up the wine gourd. My father just warned me in the morning, but now he naturally dare not. The atmosphere gradually became silent. Itachi didn't have the strength to speak, and Bajian was thinking about something. The white snake has disappeared, and even if it is, Bajian will not care. It's Itachi's body. Frowning, Bajian looked at Itachi. In the original book, this tragic young man finally gave his brother a wave and died. But even if he doesn't let Sasuke kill him, he won't live long. He was seriously ill and couldn't last long. But what kind of disease, or what kind of terminal illness, is not described in the original work? The sequelae of murdering father and mother, suffering from a dark phobia. Ye Bajian didn't know either. What is certain is that if it is really necessary at that time, he will find a way. He has no medical skill, but the system mall has everything. Just to see if it really comes to the crux, whether this kid still regards him as his original self and his simple friend. As for the meaning of these words, Itachi does not understand now. As Itachi and Oni said, people can only see themselves before they die. Weasel. With a flick of the saber in his hand, Bajian suddenly smiled. What the matter? Itachi blinked, a little doubt on his cute little face. If you encounter something in the future, you can't solve the problem, or it's a fork in the road, you can ask me. Pause. Thinking of the tragedy of this man, the Eight Swords sighed slightly. If you consider me a friend. Before Itachi died, he saw himself clearly. After being reincarnation by impure world, I found that it was a wrong decision to say that everything was on my own shoulder. Even Naruto who escaped with this theory. But in life, there is no regret medicine. Well, you continue to rest. My body won't allow me to sit here and be lazy. 2000 hack today. Without saying anything to Itachi, Bajian continued his practice. And Itachi, who was sitting on the stone and watching the back of Eight Sword, was obviously stunned. If you treat me as a friend, what does Jianzhang mean? What does he know? I know. Suddenly, Itachi bit Kiba and looked at the wine gourd next to Bajian that fell on the stone. Is it possible? No solution anymore. Trembling and picking up the wine gourd, Itachi let out a long sigh. Gollum. Delivered on Friday on the first day. Ask for a wave of data. Are you there, reader? Your presence determines whether this book sees tomorrow's sun. If you leave your valuable comments in the comment area, it would be nice to feed a flower. Chapter 6. The budding emotion. That touch of throbbing. He didn't do anything to you, did he? After a day of practice, Yabajian returned to his home with Anko. Although a little tired, but after breaking through 1000 slashes and reaching 2000 times, his whole person has sublimated a lot. Every breakthrough is a kind of baptism for oneself. Bajian enjoys this process. Before returning home, he fell on the bed to rest, washed his body carefully, and happened to meet Anko who came home from Orochimaru. Calmly put on Kabuto crotch pant. Bajian asked. The girl's face was slightly Yuhi. Her eyes wept around, and finally she took it back from Bajian. After all, living in the same home, this is not the first time I have experienced such a scene, but it getting older. Women in this world are notoriously precocious. Example, Hinata fell in love with Naruto when he was 3 years old. Thinking about it, although something is wrong, this is the beauty of the second dimension. Anko is no exception. Now her girlish heart is overflowing, and it is the most beautiful age in her life. And the figure, in the early stage of the entire Hokage world, is also ranked high, especially at a young age. He knows how to decorate his wildness with silk sock. This kind of comprehension alone cannot be compared by ordinary people. As for the fact that Bo Ren Chuan became a fat woman, it can be adjusted and controlled, so there is no need to worry. When you say him, you mean teacher Orochimaru. A while, Anko asked suspiciously suspiciously. Hey, he's my teacher, okay. Do you dare to think healthier? Saying that, the girl turned to Byakugan. Bajian didn't explain anything, just calmly walked to Anko's eye, gently brushed his hair away with his hand, then jumped on the girl's thigh and stretched his neck to look over. What is he going to do? Shall I resist? Or resist a little and give in? Anko's face became more Yuhi's like a freshly baked ball, but she obviously misunderstood something. Stroking the neck of the fair-skinned pink Yuhi, Bajian left her sister's arms after not finding anything unusual. A little too nervous. Taking a breath, Bajian turned and walked to his room. Naturally he was checking the spell seal. The evil force that changed Anko's life. The magical power that turns lively girls into autistic on. This time, he obviously won't let the tragedy repeat itself. Anko's life is very strange. In the early stage, she was the sturdy chief examiner, but she was beaten by Orochimaru. Later, she was just a tool to bring Orochimaru back to life. Kind of disgusting. Ye Bajian could not accept it. Changes are accumulated slowly. Orochimaru defected to Konoha without Anko, which hit her hard. Night, and just before Bajian was about to enter his room, Anko suddenly shouted. This time, she didn't shout the word brother arrogantly, and ordered something in the tone of an order like a sister. One night alone. Slowly bricking. Bajian's eyes are calm. Accompany me. Go eat balls. Okay. After the scene just now, Anko suddenly became a little shy and overwhelmed. Even the tone of asking Bajian to accompany her to eat meatballs contained a little request. Few seconds later, just when Anko was a little disappointed, the boy nodded and gave her a positive answer. Good. Konoha's meatball shop. This is an amazing place. From time to time, some well-known characters will enjoy it after their task. Just like now. Pushing open the store door and walking in, Bajian saw several familiar figures. The first thing that caught the eye was a watermelon-headed man in a bright green sports suit. The future might guy, who will be famous all over the world with one kick, will never leave his youth. The inside, Kurenai Yuhi was getting a headache from Sarutobi Asuma in front of her. After she saw Anko, she hurried over as if she saw a savior. Looking around, Bajian withdrew his gaze. He has no interest in seeing all the tricks. Finding a place to sit down, Bajian rubbed his sore shoulder. There were a few less ones with Anko, and they didn't appear here. Example, the innocent girl of Nohara Rin, Anbu ninja who fell into autism and is working as a bodyguard for the 4th generation Hokage wife Uzumaki Kushina, copying the ninja Hatakeirijiriki. Speaking of which, Minato is a bit too much. He hoped to break through the haze in Kakashi's heart through the emergence of new light. But, are you really good at doing this? How sweet is it to let a person who has a dead father and a dead companion come to see your family? Isn't it too much? Sighing slightly, Bajian looked outside. The seasons in the Hokage world are very strange. It's already past New Year's Matsuri, and it's clearly the time of spring, but it's still snowing. It is estimated that at this time, Kakashi is still squatting at the window of the 4th generation, acting as a bodyguard for Kushina. However, when he said Kushina, there was a gleam in Heiken's eye. The QB, 9 tails, upheaval is near. This troubled Konoha. Shaking his head, there was a hint of mockery at the corner of Bajian's mouth. As for who is mocking, no one here knows. It was because Anko and Kurenai Yuhi were sitting beside Hachiken, and the opposite of him was Asuma who was following him. This sarcasm caught his attention. What does he mean? Asuma's face ang. Well, now, Gaga will be late but never absent. The 6th update on the first day came out in the middle of the night, but the little author has a heart to die when he sees only 6 evaluation votes. This book, does no one really read it? Readers, give a monthly evaluation ticket. Chapter 7 You choke on Anko. With some smoky smoke, there is also a hint of dissatisfaction. Eyes met Sarutobi Asuma. After glancing at the no smoking notice board specially hung by the owner of the meatball shop on the wall, Bajian suddenly smiled. Is this Hokage's son? Sarutobi Asuma. In the anime, it makes a general impression, but is often caught out by a bearded man who cook old right. And what Kenpachi left the deepest impression on him was the scene where he left the little widow to die gracefully, which is indeed a bit ridiculous. Looking at Sarutobi Asuma's resume, he rebelliously left Konoha when he was young and became one of the guardian ninjas. He was very compelled to regard the daimyo as the jade in the mouth of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only when he was about to die, he thought of Kurenai Yuhi, who continued the incense for him, and realized that the so-called child is a precious jade. However, judging from the scene where he is smoking in a ball store, he is still a younger brother now. His death, the atmosphere of the original anime is very touching. But, after growing up, Bajian suddenly began to feel unfamiliar with this character. Same as the son of Hokage, he and Naruto are not even a star apart. And as a man, he didn't give his woman any status until he died, and made him get pregnant out of wedlock. A failure in every way. Son of Hokage, how funny. Ha ha ha. It makes sense to ban smoking in public places. Anko and Kurenai Yuhi, obviously a little uncomfortable with the smell of this shoddy tobacco, coughed one or two with a slow look. People with at least some common sense should put out their cigarettes and apologize at this time. But Sarutobi Asuma apparently has no such idea. On the contrary, he felt that he was smoking like his old father, and he took a big mouthful again. He has always wanted to be recognized by his father, but he did not learn something from Sarutobi, the third-generation Hokage, such as the 5-line Grandmaster in ninjutsu. Instead, learn to understand the posture of smoking. Sometimes it's cool for men to smoke, but sometimes the behavior causes resentment. Ridiculous son of Hokage. When Asuma was about to spit out the big puff of smoke, Bajian suddenly looked at each other with a calm smile. Either put out the cigarette or leave mellow in front of me. Swish, the saber went straight through the table, and Bajian's face showed a little grimness. You choke on Anko. You choke on Anko. And Anko. Hard to imagine what Anko's life was like before he picked up the 8 sword. From strangers to true relative, Bajian has long regarded Anko as the most important part of the world, someone who needs to be protected. Anko is the softest place in Heiken's heart. At the very least, she gave Bajian a warm home. Family. After daily practice, there is a place where you can rest and sleep in peace. Little devil, what are you talking about? Asuma, who was holding a mouthful of cigarette, finally spoke, but when he spoke, the thick light blue gas rushed directly to Bajian's face. Swish, ray of cold light flashed, and Asuma only felt a slight chill on his cheek. The beard he had worked so hard to leave behind, along with the cigarette he was smoking, was cut in half. Immediately afterward, his chin was suddenly pinched and forced to open his mouth. Clack, the unextinguished cigarette flashed a spark in the air, mixed with the disgusting-looking stubble all into his mouth. Gaba, his tilde. The chin is closed, and the sound of the cigarette being extinguished is clearly audible. Boom. The last kick kicked the opponent out of the meatball shop, and the full set of 8 swords was completely completed. There is no sloppiness. Even if the other party is the son of Hokage, there is no hesitation. From the moment Asuma chokes on Anko, his outcome is already doomed. Sitting on the chair again, he calmly picked up the meatball, and then poured chili oil into the horrified eyes of the spectators in the meatball shop, filling his stomach in one bite. Others don't know. Anyway, might guy not far away has been stunned. Sweet tooth touched chili. Is that stuff really edible? Or is this kid trying to suppress the horror of the Hokage's son? Yes, Sarutobi Asuma, the son of Hokage. Night. Anko didn't know what to say. He just hugged Hachiken's arm move. Although this arm is still very young, but it is completely worth relying on. A strange light shone in the jewel-like eyes of Kurenai Yuhi next to him. Just looking at this kid's aura, it seems that no matter who you are, whoever moves me must pay the price. Very nice little man. But the next second, the beautiful atmosphere was suddenly destroyed. I saw Bajian hand the dessert ball covered with chili oil to Anko's mouth. Is this for me? Anko's face was horrified. Favorite meatball with the most hated pepper. Is this still edible? In order to avoid my arm not being able to wrap around your bucket weight in the future, please eat it. Eating meatballs a day will be limited to less than 10 in the future. That's right. Just after she came to the meatball shop, she has already been bored into 10 string. Obviously, the culprit who turned the girl into a bloated ant has been found. When Anko held the ball and stuffed it into his mouth tremblingly, Hachiken stood up and looked at the owner of the ball store. 5 Hoshimaru-san, pack and take away. Of course, this is not for Anko. It was a gift for the only friend of the 8 swords besides their relative. Think carefully after all. The unlucky kid who liked dessert, but suffered for a lifetime. I beg Wawa. Wawa's strength must be added today. Thank little author. Chapter 8. Can you come as a friend? Is it delicious? As I said, in winter, the sun brings a little warmth, and the cool air in the morning also brings a sense of penetrating comfort. Still the same place, the unknown training ground where the boy and Itachi met. The lunch box has been opened, and the 5 Hoshimaru inside are missing a bun. After swallowing that sweet tooth, the young Itachi's face was full of yuhi, and the shy-looking Bajian didn't know what to say. After all, he is still a child. After taking a sip of wine, Bajian threw a knife and started training in no hurry. The king of flat chopping, Zengmu Janba, has reached a progress of 3%, and the so-called flat chopping feature will be activated at 2%. Ye Bajian is looking forward to this time. The QB 9 Tails Rebellion will come on October 10, the day Naruto was born. Sasuke was about 3 months older than Naruto and was born in July. Now that the winter has not completely passed, he still has half a year to improve himself to ensure that he will not be scratched to death by the irascible QB 9 Tails during the QB 9 Tails Chaos. QB 9 Tails Chaos in the original book didn't affect Anko, but that doesn't mean that his presence won't have a side effect, and it doesn't mean that it won't affect him for sure. So, at least you have to protect yourself a little bit. However, the so-called self-protection does not mean that he must have the strength to confront QB 9 Tails. It's about being able to face the collapse houses when QB 9 Tails swept the village and destroyed building. That's all. Very real self-preservation, but also very ironic. But when disaster strikes, that's the only luxury the weak have. Bajian is not weak, he just needs time. Lot will happen in Konoha this half year. Orochimaru's defection, and Jiraiya also left the village in the name of chasing Orochimaru. A must-go cutscene routine in ninja school. Anko could be inscribed with a spell at any time, etc. These things are the motivation for Bajian to improve himself. Bajian, I heard that you hit Lord Hokage's son. After a moment of silence, Itachi put down the ball. A look of worry appeared on his face. So fast. Asuma would not spread such a shameful thing to reason. Others won't say much because of the identity of the other party. How did the weasel know? The Uchiha family worked as Konoha guard. Yesterday, Sarutobi Asuma was kicked out of the meatball shop, which happened to be seen by the patrol. Kicking Hokage's son. Itachi looked at his friend with emotion. In his opinion, Bajian is not the kind of person who shoots against his companions at will. If he does, there must be his reason. What made him curious was that the guards saw it, but they didn't step forward to question or even bother. Why is that? He was still worried about this matter before, and even wanted to take the initiative to find his father and ask to let Bajian go. But in fact, the guard patrols are in charge. What is the meaning of the existence of the patrol team? Doesn't have a clear position on what kind of existence Uchiha is in the village, and Uchiha. He doesn't understand. Bajian understand. The reason is simple. Asuma's identity. The Uchiha clan. They had just experienced the Third Ninja War, and they didn't even get any reward from Konoha. What did they feel in their heart? The Uchiha family also experienced a war of blood and fire, and paid a heavy price for Konoha. Then, why treat us differently? What will be the consequences of patrolling the village with this mentality? After they saw the son of 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen being kicked out of a meatball shop by a child, should they gloat at the misfortune or intervene in dealing with the child who made the son of Hokage humiliating? The answer is definitely the former. From this point, the 8 swords meld a little. That is the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha, and the buds have begun to spread. Is it about to start? The Kyubi 9 Tails rebellion was the last straw that broke Uchiha. Uchiha was suspected again by the high-level officials, and even the clan land was relocated to the family. The conflict will expand again. Without explaining anything to Itachi, Bajian understood that he would figure this out by himself in the future, and then make a choice. If they are still friends, then Bajian chose to stand on his side. Practice. Standing up, Bajian walked into the arena with the knife in hand. No matter when, strength will not betray oneself. The light of the sword disappeared, and the collision between the shuriken and the saber turned into a beautiful symphony, and a small white snake came out of the tree hole not far away again, showing curious eye. Cultivation time always passes quickly. Yesterday's 2000 hack, after the upgraded version of the daily task was completed, has become a daily task, which means that from today, the daily task has been changed. 2000 times of hacking and slashing. Bajian enjoys. Jianzhang, you are such a monster. Finally, when the sun was about to set, Itachi slumped on the stone panting heavily. 8 swords also stopped moving. Itachi was shocked by the physical changes of the 8 sword. 2000 slashes yesterday. The man's entire body was shaking, and today, he has been able to make his body no longer uncontrollable due to lack of strength. Monster. Probably. Breathing calmly, Bajian replied. Have a rest. Itachi suddenly paused and spoke again. Sword. Tomorrow is my mother's birthday. Can you come as my friend? Ask for flowers and a monthly pat. It was too much to be motionless, and the little author cried. Chapter 9. Qualified father. Failed patriarch. The Uchiha family. A well-deserved Konoha luxury family. This family is a little too proud, and it also bears the glory that looked ridiculous. Until now, they are still living in the Sengoku period. Their Uchiha clan has swept the ninja world, and only Senju can fight against them in the world. Therefore, people of this family rarely have excessive communication with other ethnic groups or even civilians. From the perspective of Bajian, the Uchiha family is more suitable to be called the Uchiha Autonomous Region. There are special ethnic groups in the Konoha, but every once in a while, there is a special case of the Uchiha clan. A special case of full sun. This exception drives them to bond with people outside the group. Uchiha Obito in front, Uchiha Shisui, and Itachi, who has been slightly changed. Standing at the door of the Uchiha clan, Bajian looked at the people living in their own little world with expressionless faces. He will come only because Itachi is alone, and his word. Sometimes the word friend is not a word. After getting along for a long time, in addition to the strength of rapid growth together, there are also fetters and friendship between the two. Itachi is lonely, and until Shisui does not return from the border between the land of water and the land of fire, the only person he can talk to is Hachiken. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Uchiha tribe is very good. People coming and going are making preparations for the birthday of the patriarch wife. Of course, in this world, a woman's birthday isn't particularly fanciful. Fugaku did this because of the child in Uchiha Mikoto's belly. It's not too much to celebrate. Itachi didn't keep 8 swords waiting for too long. After learning that he was coming, Itachi has come to the door of the clan to greet his friend. This is true friend. Knight 8 sword. Aside from the grievances of the ethnic group, people who can communicate with each other. Shisui, it can be said that Itachi's life mentor is more appropriate. The later Itachi Itachi is more like a continuation of Shisui. Shisui gave Itachi his eyes and asked Itachi to protect the village while protecting Uchiha. In the end, the Uchiha family was destroyed, under the intolerance of Konoha and the calculations of some conspirators. I'm sorry, I'm a little late because I'm receiving guests at home. A habitual apology, which was an instinctive courtesy of the young Itachi. Hachiken didn't say anything, and followed Itachi to the interior of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Uchiha has not yet migrated to the periphery of Konoha. Just walking in the Uchiha clan, Bajian had an idea that came to his mind involuntarily. Looking around here, as if the entire Uchiha was surrounded by Konoha, and there was even an illusion of being swallowed. Shaking his head, Bajian was too lazy to think about these questions. Uchiha's problem, Konoha's problem, what to do with him, live, make a few friends, and confidants of Yuhiyan. This is enough. There is only so much he wants. If this bad village can't tolerate even that, then sorry, Konoha doesn't need to exist. Crossing a few streets, the two came to the home of the Uchiha clan chief. The guest lost interest after glancing at Bajian. Just a kid. Although a friend of the patriarch's son, he is not Uchiha, and there is no need to chat. Contrary, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto's eyes stayed on Haken for a long time. One with the brilliance of motherly love, covering his slightly bulging belly with one hand, the other with a resolute face and an admiring look of the old father. Eyes crossed with Uchiha Fugaku, and Hachiken nodded politely. Uchiha Fugaku, a person with 8 swords, will not judge casually. Hard to describe. He was very qualified as a father, but failed as a patriarch. Indulge his son to kill himself and his family, but it is for the sake of 2 children. As a father, he tried his best, but sorry for the family. Until his death, he did not find the only way to survive in the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. I really want to see my brother sooner. Looking at his mother's belly, Itachi had Brokan's unique obsession in his eye. Even if Sasuke wasn't born yet, he was sure that what was in his mother's womb must be his younger brother. Rather than saying that this is the traditional Brokan attribute of the Uchiha family, it is better to say that it is the impact of the new life brought by the birth of the relative, so that Itachi can find the value and meaning of existence. The party began. The atmosphere began to warm up gradually. The guest walked up to the patriarch and said some flattering words, while Makoto, the pregnant woman, laughed with him. She is clearly a pregnant woman, and she should pay more attention to rest during this period, but she has been accompanying her for the sake of her husband's fate. As a wife, she does her duty. Turn, holding up the wine glass and pulling Itachi, he came to Fugaku and Makoto. Happy birthday, aunt. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Bajian drank the wine glass in his hand and turned away. Your friend, mature with ease. Looking at the back of the kid, Fugaku seemed to say with some emotion, it has a lot of character. It's Itachi's friend after all. Makoto had a maternal glow on his face. Outside the yard, Itachi, with a habitual apology on his face, found Hachiken, who was staring at the cherry tree branches in a daze. The snow had melted overnight. The seedlings on the cherry tree represent new life. Go back, I'll wait for you here. It's not good to be with my son on my mother's birthday. Shaking his head, Bajian drew his saber. I just can't stand the atmosphere. Take a step forward, chop, and continue. After Itachi left, a young figure suddenly showed a small face from behind a tree not far away. Iconic big eye, cute little face. Her name is Uchiha Izumi, a girl next door who sneaked out with her father to celebrate the birthday of the patriarch wife. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 10. The King of Flat Cutting. The characteristic one of cutting people. Still 2,000 slashes. The young man tirelessly started his own cultivation under the cherry tree. His cultivation method is never limited by location. Cut until he can cut the world upside down. Have the power to truly set yourself free and unrestricted. And the girl with her small head exposed looked at the man curiously. From the doubt at the beginning to the shock later, the girl's eyes gradually changed. In the sunshine of early spring, the figure of the boy wielding a knife and the sight of the girl peeking together form a strange picture. The fly in the ointment is that the cherry trees are still in bud at the moment, and I can't see the scene of the cherry blossoms flying. After a while, Bajian stopped and sat under the cherry tree, grabbed the wine gourd and held it to the girl. Have a bite. Soon as he said it, Bajian felt that something was not right and shook his head quickly. I am sorry. I'm used to it. You really can't drink this stuff. What does this guy say? Uchiha Izumi approached Hachiken curiously. You're not from the Uchiha clan, are you? She knew all the children of the Uchiha clan, but Bajian was an unfamiliar face. 8 swords of the night. The young man took a sip of wine and introduced himself casually. After slightly jumping his head and glancing at the girl, a hint of clarity appeared in his eye. Uchiha Izumi, a sad girl, said she was sad but a little happier than those Uchiha people who were killed. At least in Itachi true biography, Itachi's Tsukuyomi let her experience a complete life. A life with the people you love. But that's just the original bridge. The real history is a sadness that cannot be concealed, full of cruelty. She was still shouting Itachi's name before being killed by Obito. And now, the girl in front of her will soon become her classmate. Whether she is a passerby or will there be a staggering of fate, Bajian is not clear. Everything goes with the flow. Raised his head. Itachi in the distance has already rushed over. Bajian glanced at the daily quest and stood up. Progress 897-2000. The practice is not over yet. Next is the real start. But the way he and Itachi cultivated is not suitable for this cherry blossom tree. Otherwise, I am afraid that the spring equinox will not see the cherry blossoms blooming this year. Eight Swords also thought of the time to see the scene of the cherry blossoms flying. Watching Heiken and Itachi leave, Uchiha Izumi shook his head. What a strange person. Time passes day by day. The atmosphere in Konoha village suddenly became eerie. From the mouths of the villagers, I often hear about the disappearance of the children of so-and-so. And from Enko's mouth, Eight Swords also confirmed one thing. Orochimaru became more and more frantic. According to Bajian's calculation, his reincarnation has reached the most critical time. This means that he is about to defect. And Enko will also become more and more dangerous, becoming the first experiment of the Curse of the Sky. Konoha Training Ground, 1997, 1998, 1999, 2000. Ding! The daily task is completed, and the progress of your King of Flat Chopping template will increase by 0.2%. Ding! Congrats to the host. The progress of your first King of Flat Slashing template has reached 5%, and the King of Flat Slashing feature has been activated. Are you starting to draw randomly? The sweaty figure was panting heavily. Itachi, who was beside him, was exhausted and had to work hard to speak. Jian sang, "Are you dying?" A face full of helplessness, with a little shock. Itachi doesn't know what to say anymore, and he doesn't know how to remind his good friend to pay attention to his body. Today's Jianzhang seems to be going crazy. Since arriving at the training ground in the early morning, he has not stopped swinging the knife. He has been following the rhythm because of suffering, and his already tired hands have lost consciousness. I have a reason to be stronger. After a sigh of relief, Bajian's voice was low. A person can only see himself before he dies, but what he sees clearly mean, in my opinion, how weak he really is. I am so weak that I can only sigh that I can't change anything. And me, that day will not come, because I will never die. The Orochimaru defection is imminent, as is the QB, Nine Tails Rebellion. 5% template power of Zengmu will bring a qualitative change to his strength. Extract. Ding! Congratulations to the host for extracting the characteristic. Strengthen. Chakra Blade. Chakra Blade. Bajian frowned and looked over curiously. Chakra Blade, one of the powerful slashing features. The host can control the change of chakra attributes at will, and attach it to the weapon to attack. Note, the host has the highest chakra attribute change interest. With the same chakra attribute chain, no one can surpass the host. A very strong flat cutting feature. The introduction to chakra blades is not difficult to understand. The meaning is obvious. Starting from today, his knife can add various chakra attributes to it to attack at will. For example, Futon, Wind Style, Resenshuriken, in his case, will become Futon, Wind Style, Flat Cut. And the following annotation also emphasizes that the same chakra attribute changes. His level cut priority is superior to everything. For example, the same applies to Resenshuriken. His is stronger than the other. This is to strengthen the blade of chakra. Outrageously strong. With all the light in his eyes, he felt a low roar from the chakra 8 swords in his body. Immediately afterward, a fast-moving knife flashed at the rockery in the training ground in front of him. Well, 10, nah. If flowers and evaluation tickets have been added, as long as they are added, no matter how many, they will be in chapter 3 before the evening. Reader, where are you? Add more. Add more. Chapter 11, When the Beast Meets Another Beast. You've been a little blatant recently. The dark root bait, Shimura Danzo, known as the king of Konoha Pot, frowned at the man in front of him. What the hell are you going to do? With a haze in his eyes, Danzo asked again. To say that the experiment of studying Hashirama cells and transplanting them into their own body has been completed, but the other party's demand for experimental subject has become greater, and even if it is to cultivate ninjas who can control Mokuden wood style, such a big project has been completed. A is an example. However, until now, Orochimaru is still researching day after day. In his dark laboratory, the screams made his scalp tingle even when he heard it. I want to live longer. Sticking out his disgusting tongue, Orochimaru had a wild smile on his face. Reincarnation is about to be completed. He knew he would leave sooner or later, but before leaving, he had to speed up the ninjutsu he had created for longevity, to live. From the Second Ninja World War and the Battle of Yamato Hanzo, and later led the Konoha Ninja Army to defend Kikyo Mountain to the death. He has done so much for Konoha, but he got nothing. People's respect. That thing fades over time and doesn't have any substantial effect. On the way to the war, he saw too many deaths. From the death of his parents on the mission, to the lesser ninjas by his side on Kikyo Mountain. The meaning of life is to live to live. Only by living long can he study all kinds of ninjutsu and do what he liked to do. Only the longer he lives, the stronger he will become. In short, he has realized it. Understand your own life motto. Only alive there is out. output. I won't be staying in Konoha for too long, and the teacher should have noticed when the experiment is done. After recovering from his thought, Orochimaru's expression gradually calmed down. I'll let you know when I find a suitable place. By the way, I want a person's information. All the information. Material. Konoha. Besides Uchiha Itachi, is there anyone else you are interested in? Danzo frowned. Who? Ye Bajian, the kid who was adopted by my lovely apprentice. The night is dark and windy. A figure from the Mitarashi family came to the training ground again during the day wearing a black cloak. After training in the daytime, after wielding that sword, his physical strength finally reached the peak, and he collapsed from exhaustion. In the end, Itachi dragged him home with a tired body. After all, he was only 5 years old. Relying on the chakra extracted from the body, as well as physical strength, it is not bad to be able to successfully achieve additional characteristics when exhausted. But he wasn't sure how powerful that knife was. I just vaguely remember that the rockery collapsed in two. After a sleep, his physical strength has recovered, and Bajian eagerly wants to know the effective lethality of the characteristic. This is important. In Konoha, it's not like you can use your moves as you like. Always beware of people watching you in the dark. Hokage, which uses a crystal ball to watch the female suit, is fine. Therefore, during the daytime, it is the last time to use the characteristic test attack power. Not to hide one's hand. It was to catch everyone off guard when he needed to show his combat effectiveness. Playing as a pig and eating a tiger. No, he just didn't want to cause trouble. Although the fourth generation of Hokage Namikaze Minato is still in power, the third generation of Hokage did not choose to go home to retire, but instead sat in the Hokage office. One village, two Hokages make decisions together. The purpose is clear to the individual. The three generations have not been laid off. Even promoting Namikaze Minato to become the fourth generation Hokage is a helpless move. Because of the Third Ninja War, the loss to Konoha was too great, so under the pressure of Danzo, he stepped down. The only thing that can be resigned is the name, and the power is still in his hand. And Bajian, who is in the developmental stage, does not want to be watched by the high-level Konoha too early. Landing lightly on the training ground, looking at the collapsed rockery, Bajian stretched out his hand and stroked the extremely smooth incision on it, and finally revealed a smile. In that night, he used the change of the chakra attribute of the wind, which increased the effect of the chakra blade cutting to the apex. The lethality is very good. The sharpness of this kind of cutting is completely unstoppable by ordinary weapon. As he grows older, the lack of physical strength and chakra will also be compensated, and the effect of his flat cutting characteristic will be infinitely magnified. Nodding with satisfaction, Bajian stood up. The lethality of characteristics he already knew Akatsuki. He also has a general understanding of his own combat power. As the king of flat chopping, how his combat power, who inherited the Zengi Kenpachi template, depends on whether he is willing to fight with death. Only in real battles can he show his true strength. From the world of death, the power of evil spirit. After cleaning up the traces on the ground, Bajian was about to leave when suddenly a cold breath made him turn his head and hold the knife in his hand. Dark, wild, evil. There is only one man in Konoha village with such a temperament. Orochimaru. It very perceptive. When the figure slowly walked out from behind the tree, Bajian's pupils shrank slightly. It's not perception. When a beast encounters another beast, it will perceive it. This kid's judgment of himself is very vivid. Oh, I added 3 flowers. Okay, I sent them first. Chapter 12. Get the secrets of your body. Nighttime is also quite suitable for wild beast hunting. Very relaxed, he walked to Bajian. For the first time, Orochimaru seriously looked at this little-known kid. There is no Kekkei Genkai, no ethnic group, war orphans left over from the Third Ninja War, except for the ferocity that he showed when he was a child with the older child who bullied you, and almost bit off the man's neck. The tongue moved up and down his lip, and the curious look in Orochimaru's eyes deepened. But such an ordinary kid, at the age of 5, can even change the chakra attribute that most Master Jonin can't control. Also, that steady and outrageous swordsmanship. This, why? Holding his shoulder, Orochimaru's tone was full of admiration. Yes. Crouching in the laboratory, Orochimaru looked surprised when he read all the materials on 8 swords. Neither the father nor the mother, nor the ancestors above the father and mother, have any answer to the so-called Kekkei Genkai race. 3 generations on, they were all Konoha civilians. Parents are also little Chunin. In the Third Ninja War, Chunin and Genin meant that they were just ordinary cannon fodder. A child who is a cannon fodder shouldn't have an ordinary life and become a passerby. Right. Blood is everything. This is Orochimaru's research. All of them are civilian. He has been obsessed with research and wants to sublimate his bloodline. Reincarnation is not the result of research. Uchiha Itachi was also his first prey. It's night, and while the third generation is not peeping with a crystal ball, you should go and catch more children as experimental subject. Not here. With Orochimaru's movement, Hachiken also calmed down with his arms folded. Even, it directly exposed Orochimaru as human experiment. Confidence comes from strength. 5% of the full body Zaraki sword sword. Bajian has never fully demonstrated it, but the evil spirit is the evil spirit. The roaring demon is fearless in the slaughter, inheriting his power. As long as he dared, 5% can forcibly leave something on Orochimaru. He firmly believed that Orochimaru did not dare to fight in Konoha because he made himself uncomfortable and exposed his human experiments in advance. So Orochimaru came here to test himself at best. That being the case, what is there to be afraid of in Bajian? And Orochimaru appeared here and didn't do it directly. You know a lot. His pupils shrank for a while, and a fierce murderous aura emerged from his body. At this moment, Orochimaru became completely serious, but his seriousness returned to playfulness after only 1 second. Then what he said just now, what a commoner with a blood-stained race can't do. So, Bajian-kun, I'd love to know your secret. As for what you said about the knight being suitable for abducting test item, I think the best test item for the time being is you. The shadow snake hand. Swish. He stretched out his hand and threw it towards Ye Bajian, and a few ferocious pythons flew out of Orochimaru's cuff with Hiba's claws. Shadow snake hand. Cold. Orochimaru's signature exploratory attack. But this move did not pose any threat to Bajian. As always, it was no different from the sword wielding that Itachi was training. With just one sword, the sharp cold light directly cut off the giant snake head. Put away the children's toys, Mr. Snake. Orochimaru in front of him calmly. Hachima threw the saber in his hand. Facing Orochimaru, he did not panic at all. Especially when he got to the back, he became less panicked. It is best for Orochimaru to reincarnate a few more times. At that time, he is more confident to randomly crush the opponent. The reason is simple. His knight. It's not just as simple as a flat cut. Who is Zaragi Kenpachi? Gote 13th Division, Battle Division Captain. It's the God of Death. The God of Death has countless ways to target the soul, among which blasting is the most common slap. That is, at this moment in the hands of Bajian, it has transformed into the blade of Zanpakuto. That's right, he who unlocked 5% of Zanpakuto's strength, the novice saber given by the system, has also become a basic Zanpakuto. Even Zaraki Kenpachi cannot avoid Benkai's Grim Reaper in the early stage, which is also Grim Reaper. Zanpakuto, the God of Death, is the most effective way to target the soul. The temptation is not over yet. Reaching out of thin air, a small sharp sword fell into Orochimaru's hand. This is the Konoha training ground. Too much movement will attract the attention of the ninja, which Orochimaru knows very well. Compared with Bajian, he didn't want to show his fault now and let the higher-ups notice him. So using knife technique is the best option. By the way, he wants to see how strong the swordsmanship of this young man is. Ding ding. Figures staggered briefly, and a battle that was not evenly matched began. Couldn't shoot with all his strength, but Orochimaru had the confidence to suppress the opponent, grab him, and then take him to his laboratory to study the secret of the kid body in front of him. Fail. Never thought. Kid, I'm Orochimaru. I'm eyeing you. You are my prey. As Bajian said, when two beasts meet, it is bound to cause a battle. Okay, my god, I really didn't add a single flower. The author of The Little Man is still adding more. Now, here comes the second chapter of Jiagen, the 12th chapter of the first day. Signing in is done. Is there no reader to squeak? Chapter 13 8 Sword-kun, are you interested in being missing nin? The moonlight in early spring is not so bright. The newly melted snow exudes a cold atmosphere at night due to the change in temperature difference. Inside the Konoha training ground, the training equipment on display has been smashed by the roll, and the big tree with the car target has also been cut off several times. On both sides of the rough old tree pole, two figures face each other in the air. Two shadows were reflected on the ground under the moonlight, one big and one small. It looks extremely abrupt, but the masters of the two shadows have the same temperament. Wild, Knight 8 sword, and Orochimaru, holding a pheasant sword. Orochimaru's face was nothing but admiration. Unparalleled knife skill. Although there is only one attack method, it is extremely effective. Orochimaru is the only one who can wield the sword to such a degree. Hatake Sakumo, the man known as the Konoha White Fang, his strength can bring Hokage half-league. A few years ago, Konoha White Fang was already dead, sprayed to death by troll. And now, the little devil in front of him reminded Orochimaru of that man again. The knife skills are superb, but different. White Fang's knife is a killer knife. The little devil's knife in front of him is wild and unruly. Sometimes it is free and easy like the wind, and sometimes it destroys everything like thunder and lightning. But what Orochimaru saw from Ye Bajian was the indomitable sternness and momentum. Slashes infinitely until death without leaving wounds on the back. It's strange. Obviously a kid, so troublesome. Looking at the moon, I roughly calculated the time. Orochimaru sighed slightly. To be honest, he is not good at swordsmanship, although I have studied with Senior White Fang for a while. But his body, more suitable for releasing ninjutsu, is destined not to be too strong. Right now, although he is confident that he can quickly catch the opponent with all his strength, he will definitely disturb Konoha's barrier. Reincarnation is still in the final stage, and some important information has not been transferred in the base in time. It is not rational to alarm the senior management, so there is only one option left. But obviously giving up is only temporary, and the existence of Ye Bajian has aroused great interest in him. The stronger the potential of the other party's outbreak, the greater his interest. Even, he suddenly had an idea. I admit, Bajian-kun, I underestimated you. A deep breath. The murderous aura on Orochimaru disappeared instantly, but instead revealed a wicked smile, and took back the grass pheasant sword. Sword-kun, a polite honorific. When Orochimaru admires a person, it will not hide this appreciation. Just as he stares at a person, he will tell you generously that I have eyes on your body. This is Orochimaru, who does not hide his ambitions and is not afraid that others will know his ambition. In his eyes, there is only scientific research. But Bajian-kun, my interest in you has grown a lot. The unconcealed greed disappeared, and Orochimaru stretched out his hand. Then, may I ask you a question? Is your excellency interested in being a missing nin? Come with me and leave this false village. This is an unreasonable question, but that's what he asked, and he was eager to get the answer from Bajian's mouth. Aren't you afraid I'm going to tell Hokage that you're going to be sentenced to the village? Bajian asked with a sneer. You won't, because your body hides no less secrets than I do. Orochimaru smiled, a smile full of sarcasm. Everyone sees that this village is full of warmth and sunshine, but he has understood too many things after spending so many years in Konoha. If the higher up, even Danzo, knew about the hidden strength of Bajian, this kid's life would be a mess in the future. This is for sure. Konoha, never need to fight beyond your control. How is it? When you leave this village, you will find a wider sky and how narrow your vision was before. Bajian-kun, are you interested in being a missing nin? Orochimaru is inviting again. Missing nin? Betrayed who? Konoha. Bajian laughed out loud. This village has nothing to do with me, and my short-term asylum is just a humble and extravagant request for my parents' death. This village is never worthy of my belief, so why betray it? Mr. Snake, shouldn't you be proud of being a missing nin? And is it really a betrayal to leave Konoha to pursue your dream? If you want to betray and become a missing nin, just do it. Please destroy it, or be destroyed by it. Wouldn't you be proud to be a missing nin? Please destroy it, or be destroyed by it. It is Konoha. What kind of vision made this child ask such a question? Orochimaru suddenly calmed down. Betray the village, or be betrayed by the village. Missing nin means a lot, but the so-called betrayal cannot be summed up in 3 or 2 sentences. Is it really betrayal to leave the village to pursue one's own dream? He was silent. Orochimaru, who had always been proud of his knowledge, suddenly felt a little dull. Before that, he was still thankful that the plan to defect was completed. But now, the boy's word caused him to be briefly confused. The things he had always valued were so worthless. Turning his hands behind his back, Orochimaru wanted to go back to his laboratory and calm down. But when he turned around, Ye Bajian's voice came again. Maybe I'll come to you when I can't stay in this village any longer. Is this his answer? The light in Orochimaru's eyes flickered. Don't worry, that day will come. People like you will never be trapped by a mere Konoha, and your wildness doesn't fit here. However, Kenpachi-kun, with sharp eyes, Orochimaru turned around in an instant, revealing a hideous face, staring fiercely at Bajian, and staring at these few words actually disturbed his mind. When the time comes, please be careful with me, because I can't help but want to kill you. Phew, the 3rd chapter plus update is complete. Thank you for your support of the Little Author's book. Thank you. The 13 chapters on the first day are completed. I hope you can continue to support the Little Author. Thank you very much. Chapter 14 Danzo. We still have a chance. In the training ground shrouded in darkness, only Bajian was left. Orochimaru is gone. What is certain is that, through today's conversation and preliminary probing, Orochimaru has thoroughly developed an interest in him. But Ye Bajian is not afraid. His strength is growing every day. Give him time and the so-called threat will cease to exist. And today's tough dialogue with Orochimaru is very necessary in Heiken's view. On the one hand, it may seem like a hassle to draw Orochimaru's attention to himself, but it won't be long before Orochimaru leaves Konoha. On the other hand, he doesn't appear to be okay to report things about himself to the top of Konoha. It's more like a potential agreement with each other. In the future, the 8 swords will go to Orochimaru to have a good chat, and of course, only then will decide who is the real prey. Did you go to him? Root base. Orochimaru's laboratory entrance. Danzo was clearly trying to get something out of Orochimaru's mouth, so he waited here early. There are very few little devils in Konoha who can be asked for information by Orochimaru. As the leader of the root, Danzo clearly cares about this kind of thing. He wanted to know what was different about that kid named Ye Bajian. Just an interesting kid. Mr. Snake has returned to normal, his animal eyes staring at Danzo coldly. Boring person. There is ambition, but no power to match ambition. That's what he said about Danzo, especially now that he sees this more clearly. Please come back. I don't want to be disturbed in my experiment. Danzo clearly didn't expect Orochimaru to be so cold. Of course something happened. A deep breath. Danzo looked serious. Recently, you should be more calm. Sarutobi and the 4th generation have begun to investigate the disappearance of the child. Again this question. Orochimaru Orochimaru stared at Danzo, a question he never wanted to explain a second time. What about the investigation? He will leave sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. The experiment had come to an end, and he had no reason to stop. At most half a year, there will be changes in Konoha, and you still have a chance. Danzo looked solemn and pointed to the sky. Isn't that position what you've always expected? This is an opportunity. That location. Orochimaru suddenly laughed. The smile was full of ridicule and disdain for the root leader in front of him. Isn't that position what you've always expected? Neck suddenly extended, and then wrapped directly around Danzo's neck. Orochimaru's eyes were inhuman, and even had a trace of murderous intent. Danzo, do you think Orochimaru, will be a puppet in the confrontation between you and the teacher like Minato? Orochimaru was far smarter than Danzo thought. The moment Danzo spoke, he knew what the other party was planning. An accident. The accident that determines that position. Danzo still feels like he hasn't given up on that position to this day. Yes, after the third ninja war, his voice to become Hokage is no lower than Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi chose the better controlled Namikaze Minato, and his ideal of being Hokage was over at that moment. Sorry, I'm no longer interested in Hokage. The position you want is not as good as an experiment report in my opinion. Letting go of Danzo, Orochimaru walked into his laboratory alone, and the moment he stepped in, he suddenly bowed his body again, turning his head 360 degrees to look at the dazed Danzo. But if it is to destroy it, I am very interested. Winter is completely over. The spring sun is extraordinarily warm. Sword's life became regular. Day after day practice, sweating with Itachi on the training ground. On this day, Itachi appeared outside Midarashi's house early in the morning and waited. After the 8 swords in the martial arts uniform came out, he hurriedly walked over to the other party and took out something similar to a pad. The ninja school start today, and my father has already helped us with the admission procedure. With a warm smile on his face, Itachi avoided some sensitive issues this time. Let my father help us make it a one-time take. After all, Bajian is an orphan. His older sister Enko looked a little dumbfounded. These things he will do better and more appropriate. Are you going to school? After receiving the admission letter, Hachiken fell into deep thought. Orochimaru didn't reveal anything about his strength as he expected, so he wasn't noticed by the higher up. But with Itachi entering school and graduating from ninja school in just 1 year, Konoha was a direct hit. At that time, the high-level people should pay attention to the person who is closer to Itachi. A year. It seems that is enough. Putting away the notice, Hachiken nodded at Itachi, and the two of them walked towards the ninja school. His Zanpakuto. Bajian's body trembled slightly. Not fear, but the excitement of eagerness to fight. Since it is noticed, it is inevitable. Then, let the ground under your feet tremble because of him. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 15. Not Hokage's Hokage. 3 generations of adult. The information about the missing children and the investigation report are all here. Konoha Hokage building. The whole village serves as a place of authority. Blonde-haired Namikaze Minato sorted the papers and pushed them aside. His eyes wandered, and there was a hint of helplessness in Minato's eye. A Hokage death. It is for 2 people. This kind of Hokage seems to be a little different from what he expected. And these documents. As a Hokage, he has no way of calling the shot. Although according to those clues, it is obvious that a person can be identified. But that person is not something he can move. Ridiculous. As Hokage, the decision rests with the previous generation. As that's so. At the content above, the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a slightly sad expression on his face. Unconsciously, he picked up the pipe next to him and lit it, and a heavy cigarette was sprayed into the office. Minato frowned slightly and moved his body slightly to the side. But the power brought by the big smoking gun cannot be avoided in this small office. Second-hand smoke is far more harmful than first-hand smoke. But what can he say? Kushina is still pregnant. Every day before going home, Minato spends an hour purifying alone outside before entering the house. Although I really want to cough hard and then tell the 3 generations from the side not to smoke in public, it is disrespectful to others. But in the end, he didn't be. Because since the last time he got news that it was the son of the 3rd generation who was kicked out for smoking in public, he thought that the 3rd generation would understand a little bit about how disapproving his behavior was. But after repeatedly mentioning this matter, the 3 generations did not take it seriously. From the time he became the 4th generation of Hokage to the present, he understood too many things. This Hokage, when not going well, Namikaze Minato is a little envious of the child who did something to Sarutobi Asuma. Night 8 or just because of this incident, he remembered the other party's name. Like him, he was exposed to second-hand smoke. The difference is that the child was not restrained and did what he wanted to do but was afraid to do. Express your dissatisfaction with action. Ye Bajian dared to shoot directly in the face of second-hand smoke, but he couldn't. Let's put this matter aside for a while. If there is no real evidence that can be finalized, don't make a fool of yourself. Those documents into a drawer next to him. Sarutobi locked the drawer naturally and slowly raised raised his head to look at Minato. Speaking of which, today is the opening day of the ninja school. Just now, the face with a sad face appeared a little relieved, and the speed of change made Minato seem a little numb. The old man is the honorary headmaster of the Konoha ninja school, so I should go check it out at this time. Standing up, Sandai took another heavy puff of cigarettes and looked at Minato. Let go, young Tame, as the information of the excellent next generation of Hokage master is necessary. It's also where you're going to learn. It's the preachy tone again. Although he was used to it, Minato always felt a little awkward. For example, he accidentally heard that the 3 generations of Hokage-sama changed some content in the ninja school textbook. However, it's good to go out and get some air. Since becoming Hokage, there have been few opportunities to leave the office to escape secondhand smoke. Namikaze Minato followed Sandai and left the smoky office, and the moment he stepped out, his pace sped up significantly and stood in front of Sandai Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perhaps this is his last stubbornness in front of outsiders. He is the Hokage of Konoha. To Minato's action, quietly left the office. Konoha Ninja School, the place where each ninja first practiced. At the beginning of the new year, the children came to this magical place accompanied by their parents. Unlike many children, under the swing at the gate of the school, the 2 teenagers attracted widespread attention. One of the faces has an age-inappropriate depth and maturity, and under the nasolabial folds is the iconic Chota face. The other has sharp, unruly eyes on his body, a saber pierced around his waist, and a dark martial arts uniform, which are not very impactful. Former Uchiha Itachi. Many children have heard his name countless times from their parent. Young genius, the son of the head of the Uchiha clan, even went to war with his father to witness the cruelty of war. Excellent is outrageous, but no matter from which point of view, the outstanding young man at this time was centered on a saber boy next to him, and would smile at the saber boy from time to time. It seems that his existence can give Itachi a lot of peace of mind. And Uchiha Itachi. This is the first day of admission. Busy teachers are recording material, while parents are earnestly exhorting children to pay attention. Suddenly became commotion. Hachiken and Itachi also followed people's gazes. 2 figures appeared at the end of the street. Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ye Bajian murmured, tilting his head to look at Itachi. Let go, the Lord is here. Well, it's the end of the month. The little author dares to ask for a monthly pass. One is fine, at least give the author a reason to add more. Chapter 16 Itachi. I'm sorry Hokage-sama, but I'm not the strongest freshman. Young people are the hope of the future. The older generation should trust and guard them. The sacrifice of the older generation is not meaningless, but will inspire young people to become the pillars of the future. These are the words of the will of fire in the heart of the old man. To put them all together as the words written by the old man. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow the new leaves to sprout. True will of fire. Hokage on their first day of school. Its reputation is to guide the growth direction of the new generation. Chatter as always, but below, the children who clearly didn't know the meaning of it listened with gusto. Only Itachi, who was beside Bajian, was a little confused. Gently tugging on Bajian's sleeve, Itachi leaned into the other's ear and whispered, Yi, didn't you tell me yesterday that if you put Kaden, fire style, in the woods this season, the village will also follow burnt down? This was yesterday, when he excitedly told Bajian that he had learned Grand Fireball from his father and wanted to show it in front of his friend. What the other said. Unfortunately, Grand Fireball was never released. Yes, the will of fire is such a sick sentence, but the 3 generations have spread their own poems everywhere. A fire in the woods does not illuminate the village, it burns the whole village down. Very good insight. Bajian patted Itachi on the shoulder with relief. There are some problems with the metaphor, but the truth is that since it is a metaphor, let's make a bold guess. Comparing Konoha to a forest, what is the source of the flame? Source of flame. Weasel's eyes narrowed. Yes, the Uchiha clan, the iconic fire clan. If it's the Uchiha clan that burns the Konoha, guess what happens next? With a mysterious smile, Hachiken's words left the deepest impression in Itachi's heart. Burns Konoha comes from Uchiha. Young Itachi obviously did not understand the deeper meaning. His eyes were confused again. At this age, he often thinks about problems from the perspective of Hokage, and suddenly he can't accept such a foreshadowing. Village, Konoha, father's eye, villagers, opinion on Uchiha. Bajian did not continue to say anything. Itachi's life is full of tragedy, and those tragedies cannot be changed casually. Bajian didn't know what the seeds he left in Itachi's heart would bring. At least what Haken wants to change is the seriousness of the Uchiha family and Konoha in Itachi's heart. What happened to make Bajian say such thing? Itachi clenched his fists and suddenly felt a little frightened. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll stand behind you. Leaving a sentence that filled Itachi with doubt, Hachiken leaned against the tree and closed his eye. For him, instead of listening to the nonsense of 3 generations, it is better to immerse himself in refining chakra. The chakra refining technique was exchanged by him from the system mall, and it is an upgraded updated version of the ordinary refining technique. During the refining process, it can basically not consume the original energy of the cells so as not to hurt the root. This alone has made Bajian's foundation higher than other peers. Like him, the refining technique used by Itachi is also this one. After all, Bajian makes an assumption that it still needs to be verified whether the serious illness of Itachi in the later period comes from cell depletion. It's just a refining technique, making Itachi not so virtual. It's just a gift to his friend. No big deal. However, it may be that the state of the two is too different from the other freshmen. The three generations on the stage suddenly frowned and swept their eye. Looking at it, the three generations suddenly thought of something. Hihi, are the talented youngsters of the Uchiha clan also enrolled in this group? Suddenly, he waved to Itachi kindly, and the three generations' eyes were full of kindness. Come on, stand beside me. What is the third generation going to do? Minato, who was standing beside him, frowned. He was very clear about the relationship between the Uchiha family and Konoha. Although it was okay on the surface, it was only on the surface. The reality is full of contradiction, especially the three generations of Hokage. He can never have a good impression of Uchiha's talented boy. Then what's the point of him calling the other party up? Minato wondered. Itachi also do not understand, but Hokage-sama's words are orders in Konoha. Although the third generation has abdicated, Itachi is not those children who can't understand the real situation. Nodding, Itachi walked to the stage and stood beside Sandai. I often hear Fugaku mention that he has a son who made him extremely proud. Patting Itachi's head, the third generation said gently, at the age of 3, he followed his father to the battlefield. After returning, his strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and he has even become proficient with the master shuriken. In the eyes of the old man, the ninja school will be filled with your deeds in the next few years. As the most potential and even the strongest freshman known as a genius. What do you think of the will of fire that the old man just mentioned? Kill it. Don't underestimate the jealousy that the children of Konoha village feel after complimenting Hokage. Uchiha was not so harmonious with the villagers, and Uchiha's genius boy will be jealous because of Hokage's praise. This is the power of a politician. Just 3 or 2 words. The current Itachi, obviously unable to see this meaning, accepted Hokage's praise with a face like Yuhi. But there is a layer of card counting in the third generation that made a mistake. He said the wrong thing. The shy Itachi scratched his head, and then his little head shook violently. Thank for the compliment, Mitsuyo-sama, but sorry, Lord Hokage. With him around, Itachi never thought he would be the strongest freshman. He, thank you for the monthly ticket that hurts the big guy. Gone. I have a reason to add more today. Chapter 17 Ye Bajian, please give me more advice. There is him. Itachi never thought he would be the strongest freshman. In one sentence, it revealed someone's position in Itachi's heart. All the freshmen and teachers present were amazed. Who is he talking about? Uchiha Itachi, who was talked about by everyone before he entered the school, who was a genius boy by Uchiha, would actually admire a person so much. Follow Uchiha Itachi as gaze. A wild young man leaning against a tree and stroking a saber, holding a wine gourd and trying to pour it into his mouth, caught everyone's attention. Out of place, but with a unique aura. He stood there, so different, with the arrogance that this age does not have. Probably, people should have noticed him long ago, but now, that attention has turned into amazement. Can really be affirmed by Uchiha. Who is he? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and looked at Namikaze Minato next to him. Itachi's answer disrupted his rhythm and plan. The killing effect has completely disappeared. Even, he lost the opportunity to teach Minato, such as teaching Minato to Uchiha's way of checks and balances. Ye Bajian, I mentioned it to you before, had a conflict with your son Asuma because Asuma choked on his older sister, Mitarashi Anko, smoking in a meatball shop. Partnering Hokage with Sarutobi Hiruzen for so long, he understands what Sandaime-sama means when he sees himself. He wanted to know the origin of that young man, but he clearly told the other side many times. It was him. Sarutobi turned to look at Ye Bajian. He looked at the boy again, and the boy also looked at him. The 4 eyes were facing each other, and there was no spark as expected, and they just staggered and retracted their gazes. Speaking of Asuma, his son, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Asuma has left Konoha. Left after an argument with myself. Said to go to find the real Jade. The answer is clearly in Konoha. What is he looking for? How can the real Jade be outside? In the end, he still did not understand himself, nor did he see the meaning of Jade. This kid. Night 8 sword. Get Uchiha Itachi sure child. Plan was disrupted, and Sarutobi suddenly lost interest. But the civilian ninja who can surpass Uchiha's talent is worth noting. Patting Itachi's head, Sarutobi showed a hypocritical smile again. As expected of you, you are really humble. Overall, he didn't get anything either. The moment he saw Itachi, Sarutobi seemed familiar. Itachi has a low profile that is different from other Uchiha clan. That kind of sunshine made Sarutobi think of a person. A man who is also from the Uchiha family, but who is willing to merge with Konoha. Uchiha Kagami and his descendants descendant, Uchiha Shisui. This discovery is important to Sarutobi. One last glance at Itachi, and the corner of his eyes included the big tree the boy was standing on. Ye Bajian with a wine gourd. I don't know how to say you. Hokage's word, no, from Konoha's honorary headmaster, were over. Itachi and Hachiken were undoubtedly assigned to the elite class. Sitting in the corner of the classroom, Hachiken stretched out his index finger and placed it on Itachi's forehead. The sudden pain made Itachi feel a little aggrieved, and he always felt that this trick should not be the skill of Master Bajianing. But he did. The action is difficult to standard. Swords shook his head. What can he say? After all the calculation, I didn't expect that it was Itachi who gave him the idea of a high-level executive. To blame will not. Itachi, this unfortunate child, has his own considerations before doing anything. Since he has his own reason. And what is the reason? Bajian can also guess. Help your friends as much as you can. Let your friends enter the high-level line of sight, and have been favored by Hokage since then, and become the backbone of the village. This is where Itachi can help Hachiken. Thinking about it like this, he did it naturally. Uchiha Itachi is such a person, and now Hachiken is his ultimate friend, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. Swords are so strong in his heart. After practicing together for a long time, he understood what kind of person Bajian was. Bajian once told him, since you can only do one thing, make it the pinnacle. With such a belief, Itachi doesn't think he can surpass him. After several discussions with Bajian, Itachi also knows how strong the opponent. With him around, he would naturally not become the strongest freshman. To tell the truth, let Lord Hokage notice his friend, and even get Hokage's appreciation in the future, and make progress. Itachi's idea is so simple and simple. Now he doesn't understand how tolerant the so-called Konoha premature attention will bring unnecessary trouble. Bajian didn't say anything to blame, nor is it necessary. If it was just because of Itachi's word, the 3 generations ordered Anbu to give himself a demonic illusion torture, then he's just as powerful as a Hokage. So don't worry too much. Looking around, the students were making boring self-introduction. This is the rule of the Konoha ninja school. Finally at Bajian, the eyes of the students gathered again. They were also curious about the name of the 8 swords. Slowly standing up, in front of the class teacher Yamazaki Ryuji, Bajian picked up the wine gourd and sullenly sighed, and then showed that wild smile again. Ye Bajian, please advise. Well, thanks for the 200 VIP-point reward. Thank you very much. More must be arranged to understand. Thank to the author. Chapter 18. A sudden sword-wielding girl. The brief self-introduction session is over. The name Ye Bajian is destined to be remembered by all students. Surpassed the man who was chosen as the strongest freshman by Hokage-sama. In other words, that man has been acquiesced as the first freshman. Dissatisfied, there are many people. On the contrary, Bajian saw many familiar figures in this elite class. Inuzuka Kiba's older sister, the future beauty veterinarian Inuzuka Hana, and the Purple Phantom, the girl who also loved to use sword, Azuki Yugao. 6 Seedling Moonlight Hayate. In addition, I saw Uchiha Izumi, the younger sister of Kazlan, who I met long after celebrating Uchiha Makoto's birthday. The above are the students that Sword can remember. Withdrew his eyes and lay on the table. He couldn't hear a word of the teacher's teaching, especially when Bajian saw the first few words in the textbook. He couldn't hold back his laughter. Ancestor Hokage, Volume 1. The strongest Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. What is this? Weakly closed the textbook. Bajian gave himself a slap in the face. Sarutobi, you really have this thing written into the textbook. No wonder in the early days of the Hokage world, Konoha has been circulating rumors that the 3rd generation is the strongest Hokage. Shaking his head, the title is this. Bajian has completely lost interest in watching it. He became a student of the ninja school, but it was just a passing scene. When he gets the ninja forehead, it will all end. As for Sarutobi, there is no doubt that everything written in the textbook is positive. Example, the leader lost the purpose of the 2nd generation of Hokage and won the 2nd Ninja War. For another example, the 3rd Ninja World War, due to his active scheduling, allowed Konoha to win again under the multi-party battles of the 4 major ninja villages. Coupled with his rule, Konoha is at EPUB. These are also things that the villagers can see, but each item is not worth digging into. The 2nd Ninja World War, Konoha only got a superficial victory. He paid the price of the entire Senju clan, and he did not win Hanzo of the Salamander, but he couldn't help a Megakure village. Not to mention the 3rd Ninja War. If it weren't for the rise of Yellow Flag, coupled with Orochimaru's deadly carrying the Kikyoyama defense line, Konoha, I'm afraid it's already cold. His 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. You know, whether it was the 2nd Ninja War or the 3rd, Sarutobi was just sitting on Konoha's desk smoking a cigarette. Ever learned about Onoki from Iwagakure village, who is still galloping on the battlefield at a young age? As a shadow, hide behind people. He enjoys Konoha's ninjas fight less and less. Of course, Bajian will not unilaterally belittle a person. The presence of Sarutobi stabilizes Konoha Konoha, and it does, but it's nowhere near the point where Konoha is going to be the strongest. However, he did protect Konoha with his life in the end. When the filming of this title, Contradictory Politician, this is Sarutobi guarding the Konoha and limiting the power beyond his control, limiting its growth. Probably if these contents appeared in textbook, then Ye Bajian would still be happy to read them. Sadly, that will never happen. Losing the desire to learn, Bajian lay on the table and started a new practice. Refine chakra. There are not many courses on the first day of the freshman. After a simple adjustment to the process, it is already afternoon. The afternoon sun always has a desire to drive people to sleep, but Hachiken and Itachi came to the training ground. How does it feel to be a student? After suffocating for a sip of wine, Bajian spit out the strong smell of alcohol on Itachi's face, and then asked with a smile, "It's boring. I don't feel like I have gained much from practicing with you on the training ground." Shaking his head, Itachi gave the answer that Bajian expected. "Well, use that trick tomorrow. It's a waste of time at school." Eight Swords nodded. "Understood. If you don't understand it, it must sound a bit confusing." After all, that was the only way of dialogue between Hachiken and Itachi. That trick, naturally shadow clone. Although the two of them don't have much chakra, they won't be able to exert much combat power with shadow clone, but it's enough to deal with Chunin as class teacher. As long as you don't do it, it won't lead. Itachi is a genius. This trick, he is indeed a master. This is the case in the original book. A few days after school started, he began to use shadow clone to learn, and went to the training ground to practice. Slowly stroking his zanpakuto, Bajian suddenly frowned and looked at the big tree not far behind him. There, a delicate purple shoe was exposed. Has it been discovered? The girl with the knife bit her lip and stood up. Long purple hair and stubborn eye. Azuki Yugao. Stunning girl. Is something wrong? Hachiken put down zanpakuto and asked calmly, "Your sword is not a decoration, is it?" Taking a deep breath, the sword-wielding girl asked her own question. In the second dimension, knives and swords are collectively referred to as sword. Just like White Fang, some people call him unparalleled swordsmanship, while others say it is swordsmanship. It's the same reason, but the name is different. Is there a problem? Facing the girl's question, Bajian chuckled lightly and shook his knife. He thought that no one would trouble him too quickly because of Itachi's words before he was really familiar with it. Obviously, he was wrong. "My name is Azuki Yugao. Please enlighten me." Swish. The long sword was drawn, and the girl challenged with her own sword. She has to prove herself. ... The fifth is delivered. More will be added later. Ask for a ticket for Chapter 19. When holding the knife, he transformed into a bee. The atmosphere is a little weird. The spring breeze was blowing, bringing with it the only cool air left in Udong. The girl suddenly couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't bear the calm gaze of the young man with the wine gourd. He couldn't bear it either. The schadenfreude expression of the young man with decrees next to him. What is he gloating about? Also, why is Ye Bajian so calm? Is it because she's a woman that she doesn't care about her own challenges? She has practiced swordsmanship since childhood. No matter how hard or tired she is, she insists on her dream, vowing to become a master of the Konoha swordsmanship. Although he is young, he has been able to play the Konoha style of swordsmanship well. Even if the other party is Uchiha Itachi, she dares to speak up and challenge. In fact, this is also the purpose of her coming here, but the challenger has changed. The strongest newborn Uchiha Itachi set is also a sword. Based on this alone, she has to find her strength as a sword wielder from the challenge, and also wants to see if her effort from childhood to adulthood are of any use. Itachi naturally gloated. Challenge the eighth sword, please. As far as he knows, in this age group, there is only one person who shows swordsmanship so vividly. That is the eighth sword. He had heard of Azuki Yugao, a girl who inherited the Konoha style of swordsmanship, and was also very hardworking since childhood. These, sourced from the information that his father had given him in the morning, might become his rivals at school, but she is by no means an opponent of the eighth sword. Okay, I accept your challenge. After a long time, the depressing atmosphere disappeared, and Bajian nodded slowly and closed his eyes. Zanpakuto with one hand, hilt, blade, knife, mansion, out of the sheath, unpretentious. But at this moment, Azuki Yugao's expression changed drastically. The young man slowly opened his eyes. She seemed to have seen a rebellious beast, fierce and fierce. It is different from the free and easy before holding the knife. He stroked the scabbard with his hand, and he had already entered the state. That is a realm that only those who use sword can understand. What he has in his hand is not a knife. Instead, sharp claws extend from the fingertip. Is this my opponent? I'm actually challenging such a person. Even if it is the father, he does not have such a terrible temperament. Who is he? Who is he? Sweat appeared on his forehead, but Azuki Yugao didn't have the courage to wipe it. He stood there motionless, as if he had lost the strength to resist. Uninteresting. Shaking his head, Bajian withdrew his aura and looked at Itachi. Cultivation. You really are. She's a girl anyway. Throwing the shuriken, Itachi said in tears, "Be gentle with girl. This is what my mother told me. Don't say you don't have a mother and don't know. I'm telling you now. Besides, it's common sense." Yes. Are you so cruel to girl? Although Bajian didn't make a move. This blow was more profound than actually defeating the opponent. That is a means of completely imprinting one's own image on the other's soul. Real suppression. At this moment, Itachi looked at Bajian like a straight man of steel who only knew how to practice sword. This kid knows shit. Bajian shook his head and smashed the opponent's shuriken back lightly. Hands on or not, the gap is there. If Azuki Yugao can get out of today's blow, her realm in the future will definitely improve a lot. This is for her good. Of course, there is also the possibility that the other party can't bear it and will never recover. But the 8 swords are still here, and so is Azuki Yugao. All she needed was a word of encouragement when she was desperate. All 8 swords know everything. The practice begins. Azuki Yugao still stood there in a daze, maintaining the action of asking for advice. The boy and Itachi have already started their own cultivation. I don't know how long it took, but the girl who stood still suddenly trembled. It seemed that she was awakened by the cold air, or the crazy beast in her fantasy rushed towards her. At this moment she finally woke up, but the scene in front of her made her even more decadent. Unparalleled shuriken collision style. Whether it was Uchiha Itachi or Yaba sword, when the two of them sweated and threw shuriken at each other in a terrifying way, the scene was brought into view. She finally understood how far apart she was from them. It's ridiculous that she is actually challenging such a person. Weakly leaned against the tree. She has forgotten the purpose of her coming here. Confused in her heart, she stared straight at the sword in her hand, her eyes dull. Time seems to have passed for a long time. When a hand was put in front of her, Azuki Yugao's eyelashes moved lightly and he slowly raised his head. The weather is not very warm now. A girl who has been standing here for so long is afraid she will get sick. The boy's hands are not big, but he looked very secure. So, I'm just going to relax with Itachi today. Come on, let's go take a bath and go to the cold together. I'm in for a treat. As he said that, he grabbed the girl's hand and walked towards the exit of the training ground under Itachi's dazed eye. Plus the first chapter is delivered. Well, I'm bored when I'm idle. The little author will go to code another chapter. Gone. Thank you readers for the flower. Thank you. Chapter 20 Sword Zang. Pay attention to the 3 band. Come on, I invite you to take a bath. OMG. How did he say this to a girl? Weasel was stunned. He was completely stunned. After a long time, he sighed. Maybe this is the 8 sword. His friend. The so-called 3 forbidden ninjas are basically useless in the eyes of Baji. Money, wine, women. Seems to have committed everything except the money. Weakly following behind Bajian, Itachi just stared straight at Bajian's back. He wondered, was his friend really going to do this? Let's take a bubble bath together to ward off the cold. There is nothing wrong with such words between men and men, or between women and women. If it is a man and a woman, this, as expected of you. When Bajian took Azuki Yugao's little hand and really came to the Konoha soup pool, he couldn't help showing his thumb. He came. He really came. Come and invite the girls to take a bath. Fortunately, not those pools that allow shared bathing, but it seems that this is the kind where you can choose a private room. Hard to do. With a solemn expression, Itachi's arm rested heavily on Bajian's shoulder. Jian sang, this is not right. The 3 bands of ninjas. 3 band. You can't go on like this. As a friend, Itachi felt the need to remind him of 8 sword. If you are addicted to the 3 forbidden ninjas, the consequences could be disastrous. Konoha has precedent, as his mother Uchiha Makoto drew an analogy. Lord Jiraiya and Lord Tsunade. I could have become a better ninja, but after the 3 band, I always felt a little weird. Looking at Itachi silently, Bajian was a little distressed. How could he describe his age? The kidney function he should have is still limited, and how can he describe that he was just kindly afraid that the girl would catch a cold before sending her over to take a bath? Let go of me. It seemed that he was uncomfortable with Itachi's eye, and Azuki Yugao tried to shake off Bajian's hand with a face, but the strength on it was not something she could resist. No, I can only remind you in a low voice. The feeling of being held is the first time, but she is a thin-skinned little girl, and she is really shameless to be led into the Wen Izumi field. He finally broke free from Bajian's palm, and just as he lifted the canvas on the Wen Izumi field that blocked the view outside, Azuki Yugao turned around with a very serious look in his eye. I swear, next time, I will never fail to draw my sword in front of you. Swish. The girl took small steps and entered the soup pool, and Itachi standing outside the door was even more shocked. The girl's eyes were firmer than before. Is this the means of the 8 sword? He clearly told Bajian that his actions were cruel to a girl, but in the end, he thought too much. You always think too much. Shaking their heads and pulling Itachi's clothes, the two walked into the Wen Izumi field. A bath after practice will always make people relax involuntarily. There seems to be some discord in Izumi. Jian sang, please let go. Jian sang, not there. Jian sang, there's so much nonsense. It's your turn to rub me. Quote. It's hard to imagine what the man who was later honored as the Itachi god went through in the bathhouse. Only Lu Renjia, who was passing by chance, saw the empty eyes of the man and Yuhi's disrespectful face after he came out of it. Heaven and earth conscience. The Uchiha clan has their own Wen Izumi field inside the clan, and this kind of overly kind bathing method he has never experienced for the first time. It's all like this. Compared to Itachi, Hachiken is a little too comfortable. Leaning on the reclining chair next to him, Bajian took a sip of wine and felt comfortable. It was as if the fatigue brought on by the practice had all disappeared. Jian sang, I haven't been home since school. I'm afraid my mother will. After wiping it clean, Itachi scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Although, I would like to continue to stay with Bajian for a while. Although he also knew that when he was with Bajian, it was very easy and he didn't need to think about anything. But he must go home. Understood. Let go. Nodding his head, Bajian didn't say much, just patted Itachi on the shoulder. The strength of the opponent's shoulders is limited, but in the future, it will carry a lot of things that don't belong to him, and Bajian has decided to grab some of them and fight them. Probably this is the friend. Weasel is home. After a short rest, Bajian closed his eye, and the next second, a fictional image centered on him appeared in his mind. One energy wave after another poured into, that is, the energy from everyone's soul. When the Zergi Kenpachi template reaches 5% progress, it means that the 8 swords have taken a step closer to the god of death, and death is most sensitive to soul fluctuation. This sense of inspiration is the unique perception mode of the 8 swords in the Hokage world. Still soaking. Woman. Opening his eyes suddenly, Bajian let out a sigh, and just as he was about to leave, he raised his eyebrows, and the figure disappeared instantly. At this time, outside the female suit, across the layer of wooden boards that blocked the beautiful scenery, a white-haired man with premature aging was sneaking forward. Just when he was about to successfully reach that weak gap, a discordant voice suddenly appeared. In my mind, people who can be called heroes don't do such things. What do you say, Mr. Huang, who is in the gambling and drug industry? The white-haired man followed the voice. A teenager wrapped in kabuto, crotch and carrying a wine gourd appeared in front of him. To be honest, I don't like the name Mr. Huang. After a brief period of astonishment, the bold man stood up, revealing his resolute face. One of Konoha Sani, Hero Jiraiya. Chapter 21. Damn, have you been played? When, writers or, it's not ashamed to say this, but it's definitely not a reason for peeping, especially when what he wrote is a small h-text. Bajian stood up for only one reason. Azuki Yugao is still taking a bath. Well, Jiraiya, who traverses the major club, does not need such a low-end method. After Ye Bajian stood in front of him, he also seemed to lose interest. In the rest area next to Konoha Izumi, 2 figures, one big and one small, are sitting on it. The wine gourd in front of him in front of Jiraiya. Bajian looked at the man earnestly with his shoulders folded. A very handsome man. The man who personally put an end to his heroic story. You long Angelica see, the sea does not welcome me Jiraiya. It was a tearful and heart-wrenching life. For Konoha, he's done ultimate. It is a pity that the full stop of Jiraiya hero story is not very satisfactory. Just like the upcoming QB, Nine Tails Rebellion, he was not in the village by accident, and he always felt that something was missing. You're not old enough to drink wine gourd. Jiraiya smelled it and her eyes lit up, and it'll this kind of strong and outrageous wine. Jiraiya, who is inspired to visit major club, has a lot of insight into wine. Just by smelling it, she understands that this thing is not ordinary. Aitor did not be. He is not the kind of person who is good at words, and more often he prefers to express his thoughts with action. And Jiraiya also began to remain silent after taking a sip of her guotu. After all, Yahagi is not Uzumaki Naruto. There's nothing to talk about with a kid who catches himself peeping. But Jiraiya is obviously not the kind of person who can adapt to quietness and enjoy alcohol washing in the dark. Heroes like liveliness. Having a drink with Yuhi's bright face, he suddenly thought of the little Yuhi in the clubhouse he had made an appointment with early. The wine is good. Looking at your boy is also a man of temperament. Money and so on are a bit cliche. Take a look at the latest work that hasn't been published yet. Jiraiya, who was eager to communicate with Xiao Yuhi in depth, left a book and turned away. Intimate Paradise. He picked it up and glanced at it, and Bajian calmly put it into Kabuto's loincloth. It was Jiraiya's stuff after all, and he wanted to see how it was different from the H-book he remembered. Why can it be popular in the whole ninja world? Even Hatake Kakashi is obsessed. Standing up, the spiritual pressure fluctuations in his mind were gradually approaching. Bajian showed a calm smile and walked to the entrance of the female suit, standing still and waiting. 3 seconds later, the cute girl with purple hair lifted the curtain and walked out, but it seemed that the comfort brought by the bath made her a little tired, and with her eyes closed and yawning, she slammed her head into someone's arm. Open your eyes, look at each other, and run away like a frightened deer. It him. He didn't even leave yet. Bath towel. Azuki Yugao's small face was slightly Yuhi. Clack. Very unfortunate. Because of the girl's collision, the intimacy paradise hidden in the Kabuto stall accidentally fell out. The confused girl lowered her head and looked over. When she saw the style of the bold woman on the cover, she was completely stunned. He actually liked reading book like this. The impression of the cold and warm man and the strong swordsman in the impression is a harbinger of collapse at this moment. Aitor's was as calm as ever. He bent down and picked up the intimacy paradise, then reached out and patted Azuki Azuki Yugao's small face as if testing the temperature and put the hand that touched Azuki Yugao's face on his forehead to test it. Okay, no fever. Come on, I'll take you home. Weird. This is what Azuki Yugao is thinking at this moment. Strange indeed. At night she actually agreed to a man with that kind of book in his arms to send her home. However, after catching the moonlight, the side face of the boy next to him could be clearly seen. The discordant scar on it also crashed into her heart. I want to know everything about him. Stiffly followed the 8 swords and walked forward. Suddenly, the footstep stopped, and a trace of confusion suddenly appeared on the young man's face. Turning his head, Bajian took a sigh of relief and looked at Azuki Yugao. Where is your home? Hateful. Have you been played? When? I was played for a day today. Still unable to resist. At this moment, the girl shed tears of remorse. Regret your weakness. Just because he was too weak, he was played. I don't know where my house is. Why are you still walking forward? At first, because she was thinking about things. She didn't care about the changes in the surrounding scenery, but now this is where she is. She is almost walking to the forest of death. You wait for me. The indignant girl finally left a cruel word, and then ran away in a hurry. She swears that she will remember this humiliating day. The first time he was struck by swordsmanship, his body was completely broken. It was the first time I was invited by a man to take a bath together. Are you going to ask me to sleep with you next time? Boring. 8 Swords shook his head. When he said that, he really wanted to send Azuki Yugao home. It is night after all. During this time, Konoha really should have carved a few street signs saying it's dead at night. Please be careful about Orochimaru. Yes, Orochimaru is grabbing the subject. Otherwise, do you think he was so kind to send the girl home? Sarah, I didn't expect that someone like you would be interested in women. Some people just can't resist talking. At the moment when Bajian sighed, Mr. Snake with a sack on his shoulder landed beside him. In the dead of night, please watch out for Orochimaru. Ask for flowers and tickets. Chapter 22. Sorry, this power, you don't understand. It seems that since the last conversation, Orochimaru has never treated the boy in front of him as in him. This conclusion can be drawn from the analysis of the tone of his speech. Of course, this did not mean that Orochimaru put Yabajian in a position equal to his own. He doesn't deserve it. At least he doesn't deserve it now. Orochimaru, the 8 swords at this moment are just amazing swordsmanship, and there are mysterious teenagers everywhere. Aren't you tired after following me for a long time? Bajian yawned and leaned against the tree calmly. No one can escape his perception. It was derived from Reiatsu fluctuation, a completely different energy from the ninja's breath and chakra. He is the god of death. He felt Orochimaru's Reiatsu fluctuations as early as when he left Uizumi. As expected of you, Bajian-kun. Without hesitating his admiring gaze, Orochimaru put down the sack on his shoulder, and the surprise in his eyes flashed away. If it was said that he was discovered by Bajian before, it can be said that he was careless and did not deliberately hide his breath too much. But now, he is working, in order not to reincarnate the end of the search for the right experiment. Once in the working state, he can turn into a cold-blooded snake and avoid all perception. This is how he survived. Whether it's chakra or breath, it's perfectly hidden. This is Konoha after all. His teacher is still strong, and Konoha's perception unit is not for nothing. In addition, there are a lot of test items that he has been looking for recently, so even Orochimaru has to work carefully. But even so, he was still discovered by the young man in front of him. Just an ordinary kid. Why? You can go beyond your comprehension time and time again. As far as he knows, the only person in the entire ninja world who has this kind of perception is the Kagura mind of the Uzumaki family, the legendary perception. Unfortunately, that clan has been wiped out. The young man in front of him had black hair and could never be an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, and his information is very clear, and there are no good ninjas in his ancestors. Bajian-kun, properly hide your egg. This will help your growth. Shaking his head, Orochimaru thought of the original intention of showing up to find each other. Someone has noticed you. Voice became deeper, and Orochimaru kindly reminded him. This time it was Bajian's turn to be strange. It seems that people like Orochimaru will never take the initiative to remind others of their situation. But he did say it. It's not like him. Don't get me wrong, Bajian-kun. Seeing the puzzled look in the eyes of the young man in front of him, Orochimaru smiled slightly and his eyes turned hideous. I've been watching a fit guy, all the time. That's your friend Uchiha Itachi, and your appearance broke my plan. I seem to see someone more suitable than Itachi. The fly in the ointment is that your eyes don't belong to Uchiha, but since you came into my field of vision, the kind of out-of-the-ordinary behavior that you've shown is very appealing to me. Which one is more suitable for you or Itachi makes me tangled, so I don't want a problem with the appliance until I figure out who's a better fit. Itachi has the Uchiha family as a backer, but you don't. So, be careful, this Konoha is darker than you see. From Orochimaru. But this reminder is really straightforward enough. In short, I have a crush on you, but whether you are qualified or not, I am still watching. You can't go wrong until the observation is clear. Hope you are careful. 8 Swords kids laugh. He got it. It seems that because of his existence, Orochimaru's attention has been diverted from Itachi. There's even a cultured container feel to it. Sasuke who defected to Konoha. My own container. I don't want others to touch it. Why is he looking at himself? Is it unusual to behave over and over again? Such a pity. His wishful thinking was somewhat wrong. Orochimaru. Bajian smiled lightly on his face. Thank you so much, but whether it's the third Hokage or Danzo who noticed me, I have nothing to do with me. It's you. Konoha's night patrol is about 100 meters away. Are you sure you won't be suspected of carrying that thing? Pointing to the distance, 8 swords already sense the reiatsu of the patrol. It does seem to be this time. Orochimaru, who is familiar with Konoha's defense, nodded, and the curiosity in his eyes became stronger. Hachima-kun, can you tell me how this perception is achieved? Beyond your comprehension perception ability. Even if the breath and chakra are not leaked, they can still clearly detect the disturbance. Byakugan. No, his eyes are the iconic black pupil. The Uzumaki clan. Neither. What the hell is that? Bajian's body made him long for it. Orochimaru is full of curiosity. Sorry, this power. You don't understand. He picked up the wine gourd and took a sip, giving Orochimaru a very seductive look, and the boy jumped up and disappeared into the training ground. Not long after, a patrol arrived as scheduled. Orochimaru, who was hiding behind the tree, came out. There was a crazy smile on his face. In this world, there is no power that I can't understand. I am Orochimaru. Bajian-kun, you are more worthy of study than Itachi. Ask for a ticket. Give me some. Chapter 23. Another Uchiha that returned. The spring sun is getting warmer, but the hidden undercurrent surging made the atmosphere of the whole village a little depressed. For example, the children who are still disappearing one after another. Also often heard that the guards of the Uchiha clan arrested so-and-so innocent passers-by. Are passers-by really innocent? Why would the guards arrest people if they did nothing wrong? What the villagers see and hear is only what others want them to hear and spread. That's all. Contradictions and conflict will slowly expand in a repressed atmosphere. It has been a week since the opening of the ninja school. The students have adjusted to their new life. As Hachiken and Itachi expected, their lessons with Shadow Clone went quite smoothly. During the day, we sweat like rain in the training ground as usual. At night, I sit and chat with Itachi under the stars. By the way, I go to Wen Izumi to promote friendship. Bajian's life has become extraordinarily regular. The only difference is his strength is steadily growing every day. The first template of the King of Flat Chopping, the complete Saraki Kenpachi unlocking progress from the world of the God of Death, has reached 7%. 3% progress left to accept the next template. The next activation of the flat cut feature will come when the second template reaches 5%. 8 swords are looking forward to this. The flat cutting feature is not unique. The daily tasks have not changed much. With 2,000 slashes a day, Bajian has completely adapted to this training method. Orochimaru didn't take seriously what Orochimaru said last time about peeping at the 8 sword. The days go on. Uchiha tribe. In the cherry blossom forest outside the patriarch house, several figures were sitting around a round table. The spring equinox is the best time to enjoy the cherry blossom. I vaguely remember that when I came last time, these cherry blossoms were still in bud, but now they have fully bloomed. Such a scene was something Bajian had never seen in his previous life. Cherry blossoms are beautiful. Leaning under the tree and drinking a sip of ergotu comfortably, it is a different kind of enjoyment. I don't know why, but your friend gives me a very free and easy feeling. Several people were sitting at the round table. The boy who spoke looked a little unfamiliar. Has the nose of a boy from the Uchiha clan, and he wears a dark high-necked short-sleeved top, triangular protective gear, pants of the same color, leggings, and a small dagger on his back. His name is Uchiha Shisui. Heart like Shisui, but his personality doesn't match his name at all. Uchiha family boy who is still alive and full of sunshine to this day. At this time, he had just returned from the battlefield. Speaking of the battlefield, his shot would not necessarily hurt anyone. Just one look. Shisui, who made out at the border of Kurigakure village, give up his mission. His demonic illusion is strong to a certain extent. Itachi didn't say anything. The kind of temperament that Bajian carried was something he couldn't learn, but that didn't stop him from introducing his best friend to his mentor. 2 Uchihas, a boy with a foreign surname. Of course, there were 2 quiet girls beside them, Uchiha Izumi and Izuki Yugao. The same reason that Bajian came here. Izuki Yugao was invited by Izumi to come to the Uchiha family to enjoy the cherry blossom. Yugao is somewhat restrained. After all, this was the first time she came to Uchiha's clan. With Izumi for so long, she has some doubt. Uchiha family that the outside world said was arrogant and rude, she didn't see it here. Does this kind of rumor sound a little imprudent to directly deny a family based on someone's arrogance? She does not know. Quietly watching Sakura drinking tea, and watching the boy under Sakura from the corner of his eye. Now she has a little more satisfaction in her heart. Have a drink. Stretching, Bajian sat beside Shisui, and handed his wine gourd with some admiration in his eye. Uchiha Shisui, cheerful lad. Descendants of Uchiha Uchiha Kagami, the strongest Kotoamatsukami, known as the strongest demonic illusion, that, looking at the wine gourd in front of him, Shisui's mouth twitched. After all the calculation, he didn't expect this Itachi to hang on his mouth. The first sentence between his best friend and himself was this: "Drink it, Shisui." Itachi patted Shisui on the shoulder with a look of strong affirmation and encouragement. He was inconvenient to say something. He understands that Bajian is the kind of man who shows his attitude with his action. The wine handed over represents love. If you drink it today, you even know each other. To make an invitation again in the future is to acknowledge your existence. Very simple and rude people. Even the same character as his move, the same straight up and down. Silence for a few seconds. Shisui smiled, took the wine gourd, raised his neck and sighed hard. There is no doubt that Erguotu's strong degree of scorching made his throat fire. "I heard that your swordsmanship is good." Putting down the wine gourd and gasping for breath, Shisui stared straight at Bajian. The swordsmanship that Itachi admired. He would love to see it. "Come on, make a gesture." Then Jujin. Shisui took out a small knife and walked under the cherry tree. Tweet beating the table, don't give a single one, crying. Chapter 24. I long for a worthy opponent. Shisui senpai really is. Uchiha Izumi sighed slightly when he saw Shisui's high fighting spirit. In her opinion, this kind of behavior is completely bullying. That's right, although Yabajian is a man recognized by Itachi, a week has passed, and the students in their class have not found anything special about that boy. As always, fell asleep in class. Although the first round of the entrance examination has not yet been conducted, no one is optimistic about him. Lazy behavior in class is not recognized by teachers and peers. The tail of the crane is no doubt, and Shisui senpai is already a hero who came back from the battlefield. The hero of the Uchiha clan. In this capacity to challenge a child who has just entered goal. Isn't this bullying? Izumi, what you're looking at is still too shallow. Azuki Yugao shook his head. Not to mention, if it's just a sword fight, I think Ye's chances of winning are very good. Are you brainwashed? Izumi tugged at Azuki Yugao's cuff with a question mark on his face. Hey, did you have other thoughts after being invited to take a shower? Upon hearing this, Azuki Yugao was shocked and quickly covered Izumi's small mouth. How did you know about this kind of thing? Hehe, we slept in the same bed last night. Izumi sneered and ripped off the jade hand covering his mouth. I said, Yugao, it's okay to grab my quilt while you're sleeping, and you can say that guy's name at least 100 times. What else do you say next time I ask you to take a bath and return your favor? I think you're just a yes, because there is no class today, and Azuki Yugao has been invited to the Uchiha family's clan to enjoy the cherry blossom. Izumi simply took Azuki Yugao back to his home last night. Maybe that Azuki Yugao was a little stimulated by the 8 swords last time, and she still remembers the scene until now. It is normal behavior to dream about a dream, but the sleep talk was overheard by Izumi. Obviously it became not so normal. I said everything. Yugao's small face communicated with Yuhi. If it wasn't for the purple hair covering her ears, she would have completely exposed her already shameless demeanor. Tis, I won't say anything else. Some can't be said, but I have a problem. Izumi pouted, and the little girl had a strong curiosity in her eyes. Yugao, the boy. You know, what the difference? That what you know? God, what I know. Azuki Yugao was completely dizzy. How she should explain it was a misunderstanding. It's really just a matter of simply taking a bath together, but it's not about taking a bath together. And you're talking like I've seen everything. Don't underestimate the precociousness of girls in this world. A good feeling is only a momentary thing. Or maybe it was just a curiosity, and it went out of control from then on. 2 example. Hinata Sakura, a guardian who has watched Naruto's back silently for many years, and is the only guardian who dares to stand up to protect the other side in a desperate situation. A full-time dog-licking dog who is okay with Naruto and okay with Sasuke, and finally got the love he wanted. They all succeeded. However, the girly heart of 8 trigrams does not seem to have much to do with the 2 opponents on the field. The 8 swords holding the sword have completely entered the stage. At this moment, the person in front of him is the famous Shisui. Although it is only a confrontation on swordsmanship, but Shisui is the real powerhouse who has returned from the battlefield. Knife for several years. At this moment, the excitement suddenly erupted. The body is shaking. It's not fear, but the fighting intent and excitement hidden in the wild heart. The fighting spirit is surging. Raising his hand, he threw the wine gourd to Itachi, who was at the table not far behind. Ye Bajian took the hilt. I long for a worthy opponent. Roar. No heart-rending roar. But Shisui looked at the boy in front of him, as if he had heard the roar from his heart. In his heart, there lives a beast. I actually look forward to Jian-seng's full strength. Catching the wine gourd of 8 swords, Itachi's chest heaved up and down. For a long time, he has cultivated and grown together with Bajian as a sparring partner. But from the beginning to the end, he did not see where the apex of that person was. That's an insurmountable goal. As for that day, Bajian fainted after smashing the rockery. Itachi didn't think that was the power of Bajian. After his judgment, it seems that the body's chakra is exhausted. How strong is he? As a friend, Itachi wanted to know that too. I want to surpass the 8 swords and get his affirmation and recognition. That the real friend. Swish. The sword intent was vertical and horizontal, and the beast waved the sharp blade in its hand, which was more like a sharp claw extending from the palm. The seemingly ordinary flat cut gave Shisui a great sense of oppression. This is a man who is truly obsessed with kendo. Instant, Shisui understood what Itachi had told him before. In terms of kendo, no one will be able to surpass him in the future. I believe that the name Ye Bajian will go down in history. Clang tilde. The sound of golden iron chirping came. The wind picked up and the cherry blossoms flapped. 2 girls who were addicted to 8 trigrams turned their heads. At that moment, the figure of the young man slashing with a knife was imprinted in his heart. They seemed to be drunk. Woo meow tilde. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 25. Be sure to maintain your friendship with him. Sorry, because it's a little late to deal with things in the clan. Not far from the cherry blossom forest, a rude man walked up to his wife and looked softly at the belly that was gradually protruding. As the patriarch, in his capacity, there is no need to say such apologies to his wife. But today's day is different. In the morning, I have already agreed to watch the cherry blossoms together. Usually at this time, his wife would only lean on his shoulder weakly. It's just that she is obviously different today. He was staring blankly at the cherry blossom forest. Her gaze, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils shrank suddenly, and 3 orangutan Yuhi's tomo slowly emerged. In the cherry blossom forest, 2 figures seemed to be dancing, and the staggered figures sometimes affect the cherry blossoms falling in the wind. If you don't turn on Sharingan, you will even be unable to keep up with their movement. Uchiha Shisui. The instant Shisui of teenage fame. Who is the other? That is Itachi's friend. Ye Bajian turned out to be him. How is this kind of swordsmanship possible? Shisui to such an extent with swordsmanship. How old is he? You know, that's Uchiha's instant Shisui. Astonished, shocked. After more than 10 seconds, he finally came out of that emotion. 3 tomo slowly disappeared in the pupil. At this moment, he seemed to see something. That is the potential of that young man. A unique power. Itachi made a good friend. Smile on his face. Fugaku suddenly said these words. Makoto next to him also recovered from the shock and nodded as he should. From her point of view, it's a good thing that such a good boy is Itachi's friend. But Fugaku's idea is fundamentally different from Makoto's. Friendship cultivated from childhood are the strongest. What Fugaku saw was that in the future, a terrifying swordsman comparable to White Fang was on the side of the Uchiha clan. He looked further. At dusk, cherry blossoms danced. The small discussion had already ended, and after spending a whole day relaxing in the Uchiha clan, Bajian and Azuki Yugao were sent to the outside of the Uchiha clan's clan by Itachi and a few others. Aren't you going to take a bath? It's true that I drank a lot today, and Bajian himself was a little drunk. With Shisui has really improved Bajian a lot. That's a fighting technique. This kind of thing can only be accumulated after a lot of battle. This invaluable fighting skill comes in handy when the flat-cut template of the 8 swords has grown steadily. The battle is unwinnable, because this is just an ordinary sparring. It is just a sparring that allows the two to understand each other better. Shisui also felt it from the battle. If he really wanted to find out where the apex of the 8 swords was, he had to really fight. His knife is also a murder knife. Sorry, Bajian. Itachi shook his head embarrassedly. Just now, my father asked me to inform me that I was going to go there. Let's do it another day. Talk about taking a bath. Azuki Yugao, who was beside Bajian, suddenly twitched, and then carefully glanced at Uchiha Izumi, who was winking at him. She really think crooked again. Azuki Yugao's small face Wei Yuhi. Hey, make sure to send our Miss Yugao home safely. Izumi was much more generous than Yugao, so he naturally patted Bajian on the shoulder and ordered. It was already night, and it was the boy's duty to escort the girl home. Nodded calmly, pulled Yugao's small hand and turned to leave. The gesture of holding hands was extremely natural and skillful, as if it should have been done. As he moved forward, he seemed to be talking again. Looking at the back of the two, Uchiha Izumi pricked up his ear, and finally, with her unremitting effort, he heard a few words. Let go. I heard that there are very few people in Izumi today. Let us go soak for a while. Well, sure enough. Azumi's breathing was short, as if she had discovered the scene of the raid. Come on. Ancestral Hall. The sacred place of the Matsuri ancestors of the Uchiha clan. It seems that every time there is something important, Fugaku will meet each other here, which is a little solemn. Looking at the spiritual seat in the shrine with his hands behind his back, Fugaku said calmly. Itachi, who was behind him, hummed and knelt on the ground. He had great respect for his father as the patriarch, at least this time. In his opinion, there is no doubt that the father can lead the Uchiha family to prosperity. Your friend is very nice. Fugaku is a guy who doesn't like to talk nonsense. Turn around and go straight to the point. The swordsmanship showdown under the cherry tree. He could see it clearly. Jianzhang, you have been praised by your father. Itachi showed a relieved smile. Obviously, he was very happy that Bajian could be praised by his stern father. It's like being praised as yourself. Then, for the Uchiha clan. Itachi, be sure to maintain your friendship with him. Fugaku's conversation changed, and Itachi was suddenly stunned. What did your father say? The young Itachi was a little surprised. Father, my friendship with Ye and my family. You are listening, Fugaku said lightly. He deserved. I asked not this, father. Itachi smiled bitterly, but did not continue to refute. After all, he mean the friendship between two people is never mixed with the feelings of a family. Regardless of whether there is a clan, Bajian is still his friend. But if this kind of purpose is mixed in, this here friendship has been tarnished. Father, what are you thinking? Itachi stared at the back, and his eyes finally fell on the standing stone tablet. Well, ask for a ticket. The 5th update is completed, and the update will be sent later. Chapter 26. The gap between you and him is like a gulf. Under the moon, two figures walk slowly down the streets of Konoha. A man and a woman, with different minds. Gust of breeze hit, and Izuki Yugao, who had just soaked in when Izumi, trembled slightly, and seemed to feel a little chill. The boy next to him didn't say anything, and didn't mean to ask. The cape that Itachi gave him when he left the Uchiha clan directly from his shoulder, and then wrapped it lightly around Izuki Yugao's body. Without expressing unnecessary nonsense, they took the girl's shoulders into his arm, and the two continued to walk down the street. Very warm. This is the first time I feel so reliable. The girl, who didn't know how to refuse, looked at all this ignorantly. It seems so natural. It was as if he should have leaned against each other's arms to keep warm. Izuki Yugao's home is located in an ordinary residential area of Konoha. However, each generation of their family belongs to the backbone of Konoha, inheriting the Konoha style of swordsmanship. In this generation, only Yugao is a girl, but her strength did not disappoint her old father. Walking through the last street ahead is the girl's home. Stopping, Bajian's eyes looked over, and the next moment he raised his brows slightly. A thin figure was squatting and waiting there. 8 swords know this man. 6 Seedling Moonlight Hayate. There is some connection with Izuki Yugao in the original work. When he saw the appearance of Bajian and Izuki Yugao at the moment, a very abnormal tight yuhi appeared on his pale face. Breathing has also become rapid. Obviously, the sight in front of him stimulated him, who was not very healthy since he was a child. Moonlight Hayate, the dragon role in the original work. The strength is only in the special Jonin. Died on the eve of Konoha's collapse plan. Just glanced at him, and Bajian lost interest and looked back. Care of himself, he took Izuki Yugao to the door of her house. Watching the girl walk in, Bajian turned around and left without looking at Moonlight Hayate again. As early as the moment he stepped into the bathhouse with Izuki Yugao, Moonlight Hayate was already a loser. For losers, there is no mercy, and no deliberate indifference. If the other party is still a man, at this moment he will probably block his way and want to challenge. But he wasn't after all. He watched Bajian leave the alley in a silent state, but the indifference that the man left him made his heart struggle extremely. Moonlight Hayate looked at the door of Izuki Yugao's house that suddenly loosened. Slowly opening it, the girl inside was holding the cloak with an apologetic face. She walked in so fast just now that she forgot that she was still wearing someone else's clothes. But when he came out, he didn't see Bajian, and he wanted to take a look at him. The somewhat disappointed Yugao sighed and looked at Hayate, the Moonlight, with questioning eye. Why? After struggling to utter 3 words, Moonlight Hayate seemed a little excited. What? Why? Izuki Yugao has some doubt. You will choose him, a trash who only knows how to sleep in class. You should know. It seems that in the eyes of Moonlight Hayate, Izuki Yugao has long been fond of himself, but now everything is different. The shocking question made Izuki Yugao's expression instantly indifferent. Shut up. Interrupting the other party's word, the girl touched the cloak in her arm. Remember, the gap between you and him is like a gulf. He's not something you can slander either. Also, please don't block my door and pester me when I come back. Although he doesn't say it, I understand that he will be unhappy if he sees that door. Izuki Yugao returned to his home. What Hayate said to Moonlight was more like what he said to himself. At the moment when he put on his cape, she has already made up her mind. In this life, she will try her best to catch up with the 8 sword. Phew. Familiar training ground. I have been admiring the cherry blossoms during the day, and the practice of Bajian is obviously not completed. The daily task will be refreshed after the early morning. If it is not completed, Bajian will probably not sleep well. 0.2% progress bar. Although not many, but each time is a very real improvement. With Shisui has gained a lot of new hacking skills, and he needs to make some more accurate classification and application of these skills. Although it is an ordinary hack, it still has skill. The extra movement when swinging the knife will make the attack a little slower, and the short gap will also be caught by the master to preemptively attack. This is what Bajian realized today. Instant Shisui, the strength is outrageous. He obviously wouldn't use his full strength in the fight against Bajian. At least he didn't even use the Shunshu technique. It still far. If it is just template power, he is indeed very strong, but his age is here, and his combat power is also restricted. The evil spirit of the world of death, Kenpachi Zakiji's power is was extremely violent and wild. It was a Bankai after that, so violent that his own body could not control it, and the terrifying power that would tear his body apart. Taking a deep breath, Bajian began to practice, and just as he swung the knife, a green shadow fell from the sky. 9997, 9998, 9999. Simple and unpretentious fell off the stage. The man in the green tights was not depressed, and waved his arms fiercely, looking very excited. Failed 10,000 handstand jump, 2,000 side kicks instead. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Bajian shook his head. He even suspected that this fellow failed deliberately, and then added training items to himself. Might guy, if he came, the night would not be so boring. Swish. The hacking continued. Under the moonlight, the two figures started a strange training in the training ground. A willow tree that was madly kicking with his feet was gasping for breath. The other waved the knife, as if the master had a certain rhythm and was tireless. Boom. Swish. The practice symphony sounded. The night has come completely. ... Plus more delivered. Thank you readers for your flowers and tickets. Chapter 27. What is he? Chapter 27. What is he? Crash. The river rushes. It is impossible to verify the source of this river named Nanhi, but it has witnessed a lot. There is something hidden in the ninja world. Quietly leaning on the edge of the river, Bajian gently threw a stone into the river. Not because you want to lose it, simply because the two founders of Konoha, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, like him, had drifted against the river a few decades ago. Even, they are still urinating inside than in the past, and it will be farther to see who is squatting. Another new day. There were two more figures beside Nanhi River. His, patting Itachi on the shoulder, Itachi and Ye finally came to this familiar river. He felt a little emotional for a while. A famous river in the original Two Uchihas also begins completely here. The end result is always regrettable. Shisui jumped down, leaving only Mangekyo with Hoto Amatsukami demonic illusion. However, his ideal was not realized after all. Uchiha and Konoha, Itachi can only choose one. If there is no appearance of the Eighth Sword, it is estimated that the story will still develop like the original. But now Hachiken is standing here, next to his friend Uchiha Itachi. Two Uchihas in Nangagawa is destined to have one more person. And what will happen to the Uchiha family? And what will Itachi do? Bajian has the power to change everything, but this time is too early. After all, the QB, Nine Tails chaos has not happened yet, so the Konoha executives have not yet cast the blame for the control of QB, Nine Tails, on Uchiha. There is no reason to deal with the Uchiha clan in a big way. Uchiha, still located in the center of the village, is normal except for the increasingly fierce friction with the village. What? Itachi was a little puzzled. After looking at the 8 swords that had untied his belt, he knew it, and quickly turned his head away without daring to look at it. The shy teenager as always, or after watching it, will have an emotion called envy of his friend's kidney function. Crash. Doing the same thing as Senju Hashirama and Madara, Heiken didn't feel anything special. He never thought of surpassing a person by learning from other people's movement, because when you think about surpassing a person, you have already lost. Ye Bajian is Ye Bajian. Even if it is beyond, it is someone else to surpass him. Itachi was accustomed to Bajian's special action, and he slapped it when he slapped. It's no big deal, but it's impossible for him to learn Bajian's appearance and have a hot bath. He is the eldest young master of the Uchiha clan, and he still has such qualities. Shisui, who had just dived into the river to fish, had a head emerge from the water. His face turned green, and the color was very similar to his Susanoo. This fish is not edible. Throwing away the poor fish, Shisui sighed and swam back to shore. Came out for a picnic today. It's not that he is very busy. After all, he has just returned from the battlefield, and Danzo has not arranged other tasks for the time being. Invite your friends to relax in the wild and enjoy a peaceful time. This is Shisui, as great as happiness. You know 8 sword. I have a mission. That watching you. I'm guessing that Lord Danzo meant to suck you into the root. Shaking his wet hair, Shisui sat down beside Hachiken and said, just back in Konoha, Danzo really has no other assignment scheduled, but there is only one point, and that is to observe this young man named Ye Bajian in secret. Think with your butt to know what the purpose of the observation is. As a friend, there is no need to hide this kind of thing from Bajian. If you succeed, you will be a colleague in the future. If you fail, you will know about it sooner or later. So Shisui said it. From the beginning, when Orochimaru asked Danzo for information on the 8 sword, he had noticed this unusual boy. Danzo has a pervert's desire for control for such a high potential child, absorbed into the root. However, the so-called absorption is a bit unpleasant, that is, force binding. The brand on the root is engraved, and the seal on the bottom is called the technique of rooting out the tongue and vortex. From now on, I will abandon my feeling. Not all root members can be as free and easy as Shisui. What is he? Calmly crushing the stone that was about to be thrown into Nanhi River in his hand, Bajian's tone was cold and scary. Shisui was already stunned, and hurriedly put his index finger on his lip to signal Bajian to keep silent. As a member of the root, he too understands the extent of the root control over the village. If these words flow into Lord Danzo's ears. Trouble is coming. What did you say? You were too careless. A wry smile. Shisui sighed. It seemed that Danzo-sama's idea was going to fail. Bajian has no interest in the route. Of course, he and Yangguan didn't know the consequences of rejecting the invitation of the route. Fortunately, the current Danzo only instructed Shisui to observe the 8 sword, and it has not yet reached the point of that showdown. Itachi blinked next to him, but he didn't hear anything else. But it seemed, Jian sang, why do you have such a big opinion on that guy named Danzo? The young Itachi seemed to be a little confused. Don't worry, you will have a greater opinion of him in the future. Hachiken chuckled lightly, and placed his index finger on Itachi's forehead. Let Itachi, the Uchiha clan, monitor Uchiha. It's odd that the opinion can be small. Well, practice with me. Since it's inevitable to be noticed, let's play big. Night. Hack. There was a gleam in Bajian's eye. Itachi, graduate with me in 3 days. E8. I don't know why I added more. Gone. Chapter 28. The time of comfort is over. Bajian, in fact, we haven't leaked the thing about using shadow clone in class, so there's no need to be so anxious. Right. The weekend off is over. Today is the second week of classes for the new students at Ninja School. At the end of school last Friday, Ryuji Yamazaki, the teacher of the elite class, said that there will be an entrance exam starting in the second week. In addition to some basic theory, there is also the master level of the 3-body technique to analyze the talents of these children. Of course, shuriken and actual combat exercises will also begin. Early in the morning, he came to the school gate and waited. Itachi looked at the calm Jianzang and asked his question in confusion. Yes, Shadow Clone goes to school. They go to the training ground to practice, and it seems like it will go on for a while. At least they can train in comfort until Shadow Clone leave. Don't underestimate Konoha, and don't underestimate Hokage. 8 Swords raised his head lightly and looked at the location of the Hokage building. In it, how the 2 Hokages decided Konoha developed, he doesn't know. But Orochimaru once mentioned that someone has noticed himself, so it is not certain whether the 3 generations of telescope techniques have found the problem, and there is no need to guess. Plus what Shisui said yesterday, that Danzo intentionally got him into the route kind of thing. He has his own plan. The time of ease has passed. Rubbing Itachi's hair, Hachiken sighed. Starting this year, the village will be a mess. You mean? Itachi's understanding is not bad, and he instantly understood what the words of the 8 swords meant. And most importantly, I don't want to be a kid who hasn't tasted blood when disaster strikes. Step by step to the closed school gate, Bajian took a deep breath. The 8th inner gate, the 9th school gate, open. Boom. With the power of the evil spirit and a roar, the school gate in front of him was kicked to pieces in an instant. Weasel was stunned, smashing the door of the school. Is this also a way of catharsis for the 8 sword? Don't ask. It's handsome if you ask, and you have to make a fuss before graduation. Clapping his hand, Bajian breathed a sigh of relief. Looking away, Itachi didn't know what to say. It seemed that this man always did what he wanted to do, and he always had his own reason. Also, what was the disaster mentioned by the 8 swords earlier? Ninja school, elite class time has come. However, the children were discussing a lot, and the topics of discussion were not without today's entrance examination and the question of who broke the school's gate. Itachi sat quietly beside Bajian and waited silently. All the 8 swords have their own arrangement. He just needs to follow behind. The difference is that in the past, he and Bajian were both waiting on the training ground, but today they sat in the chair honestly, without the nervousness of skipping classes. A figure suddenly approached. Itachi looked around, and saw the purple-haired girl approaching Jianzang. I'll give you the clothes back. Holding the cloak with a slight fragrance, Azuki Yugao's face was slightly Yuhi. Wash it clean. This cloak always feels a little familiar. Glancing at the vaguely visible Uchiha emblem on the cape, Itachi suddenly realized, wasn't that the night that I was afraid that Bajian would catch a cold when he came home at night, and personally approved it on him? How did it get to Azuki Yugao? And listening to the meaning of her word, it is obvious that she has been watched. 8 swords and Yugao, it looked like a good match. But why did I feel a little uncomfortable all of a sudden? Probably, it was the clothes I gave to Jianzang. With a snort, Itachi was not thinking about those strange questions. Taking the cape that was handed over, the special fragrance on it made Bajian a little puzzled. This is not the case with Konoha laundry detergent. Always feels similar to the smell on Azuki Yugao. Shaking his head, he said thank you Bajian for continuing to close his eyes and rest. The purple-haired girl seemed a little disappointed, sighed and came to the vacant seat next to her. Hey, have you completely fallen? However, my best friend Uchiha Izumi started to wink at her again. Can't stand it. The girl gave the other party a shy glance, but at the moment when she wanted to deny it, she suddenly nodded dazedly. Did she admit it? Izumi opened his mouth, but in the end did not continue to tease. Yes, she has admitted it, so how can she joke about it? Ha ha. With a strong cough, Chunin Yamazaki Ryuji, the instructor of the elite class, walked into the classroom, and the atmosphere in the class quieted down the next moment. Obviously, after a week, this stern and outrageous teacher is the nightmare of all freshmen. Everyone come with me and prepare for the entrance exam. Looking around with satisfaction, and finally set his his eyes on Uchiha Itachi and Ye Bajian. Yamazaki Ryuji looks solemn. Two teenagers. Hokage-sama, the boy who specially told him. On the surface, one is very active and serious in class, and the other is sleeping in addition to sleeping. Worlds apart. Well, I got up a little late. Sorry for the late update. Ask for flower. Chapter 29. What did you just say? Please say it again. For a week, it's unclear who has the talent to be a good ninja, but Yamazaki Ryuji, who is the head teacher, probably knows what his attitude towards learning is. On the playground of the Konoha Ninja School, the student formed a group, and Yamazaki Ryuji, in the middle, glanced at the roster in his hand and narrowed his eye. After a week of study, everyone must have understood the basics of how to become a good ninja. As for today's quiz, I will record it in detail and send the results of each classmate to Mr. Hokage. In other words, Hokage-sama has been keeping a close eye on the performance of your classmate. This will affect your future. After a pause, Yamazaki Ryuji stretched out his hand. The test is divided into two parts: the basics and the actual combat. The so-called basics include subjects such as ninja common sense, emergency measures, etc. In actual combat, it is divided into shuriken throwing and group confrontation. Below, the children listened attentively, and Ryuji Yamazaki, Chunen's instructor, spoke in great detail. But off the field, a sick boy slowly stood up and interrupted Yamazaki Ryuji's thought. One step, two steps. He finally walked in front of Ye Bajian. I'm going to challenge you. In an instant, all the eyes around him gathered. Challenges like this always attract attention, especially when challenges are given on such occasion. Will the result of the battle be written into the file by Yamazaki Ryuji sensei and sent to Hokage-sama? There was something wrong with the atmosphere. Yamazaki Ryuji frowned and looked over. Moonlight Hayate challenges the 8 swords of the night. Although it disrupted the rhythm a bit, he didn't say anything to interrupt. Ye Bajian is also the observation target given by Hokage-sama. In fact, his idea was to divide Uchiha Itachi and Ye Bajian together in the group confrontation, and then the combat effectiveness of the two will be reflected in detail. But Moonlight Hayate, according to rumor, there are two Dun in the Moonlight clan who inherit the Konoha style of swordsmanship. I'm going to challenge you. Staring seriously at Ye Bajian's calm face, Moonlight Hayate spoke again. Every night these days, he would think of the last words Azuki Yugao had said to him, and the face that the man ignored that day. It was a torture from the bottom of my heart. Finally, he made up his mind. Let Yugao see who is the trash with her action, and let her understand how bad her vision is. Inadvertently, Moonlight Hayate glanced at Azuki Yugao not far away, but the mockery on the girl's face made him very sad. Challenges are all out there. The surrounding students looked at the two with curious eyes. Ye Bajian, how would he deal with the one who only knew how to sleep in class? Everyone is looking forward to it. At this moment, they found it interesting to play Chan Oil in the elite class. Suddenly, the boy moved, leisurely took a step forward, and then took a sip of the wine gourd that made the classmates envy. Yes, envy indeed. I envy Ye Bajian's life. The only bad young man who dared to drink in front of the head teacher. Are you going to fight? Moonlight Hayate was short of breath. It's time to make a name for yourself. Pity. Bajian didn't even look at him from beginning to end. After putting down the wine gourd, Bajian looked at Itachi next to him. Itachi nodded understandingly. Next, the two walked to the field in front of all their classmates. Swish swish. Hand seal with both hands. Boom boom. 2 puffs of white smoke flashed past, and next to Bajian, a clone that was exactly the same as Itachi on the opposite side appeared, and Itachi also appeared a vivid 8 sword. This is and transformation technique. Yamazaki Ryuji on the field opened his mouth wide with disbelief written all over his face. Hand seal speed that is even a little unclear. The perfect combination of transformation technique and clone technique. Are the two in front of you really your own student? Even him, hand seal can't be so fast. Whizzing. Before Yamazaki Ryuji could return to his senses, Hachiken and Itachi on the field moved again, and they took out the shuriken hanging around their waists and quickly shot at each other. Boom. 1 second before the shuriken hit, the figure that was dodging quickly and the half of the wood left in place showed all the students what a perfect substitute technique is. 3-body technique. Perfect level. Are they really students? And what puzzled them the most was that if a Uchiha Itachi alone could do this, they would still accept it. After all, the Uchiha family, who came from a famous family, came to the school and were known as a gifted boy. Could Ye Bajian, the 10-10 sleeping, be able to do this? Why? The children who didn't understand the reason turned to Yuhi. There is only one thought in mind. Cannot accept. However, the next moment the two's actions were even more incredible. I saw Itachi began to retreat quickly, and the 8 sword standing on the spot slowly pulled out Zanpakuto straddling his waist. That's not even wearing decorations to pretend. A real knight. What is he going to do? In the distance, Itachi stood still, grabbed a total of 10 shuriken with both hands, and then took a deep breath and shot Ye Bajian in front of all the teachers and students. Woot woot. The sound of the shuriken passing through the air made the children's scalp tingle. No matter the angle or strength, it is perfect. What is he going to do? Is it not going to kill? The students looked at Yabagi and Itachi in horror. Swing a knife. Hack. Ding ding ding. Accompanied by the sound of gold and iron symphony, all the shuriken were shot and flew out. The tricky attack from that angle actually did not have the slightest effect on Ye Bajian. Even more terrifying, looking in the direction from which the shot flew out, the shuriken with 3 points on the inner ring of the target used for training that was originally empty is his masterpiece. Silent. The performance is officially over. Suddenly frowned while carrying Zanpakuto, looking at the seedling who stood in front of him at first. Sarah, what did you just say? Can you say it again? It seems like I have a cold, and the headache is splitting. I don't know if I can add more update today. The original 5 is not left. Please rest assured. Chapter 30. You misunderstood. We are not interested in entrance exam. Just one look. The chill full of ferocity made Moonlight Hayate slump to the ground weakly after just uttering a single word. The gap between you and him is like a gulf. This is a comment from the simple girl Izuki Yugao, and at this moment he could clearly see the insurmountable gap. I was going to challenge him. Are you crazy? Moonlight Hayate lowered his head. He has even lost the courage to look at each other. Completely defeated. Maybe the word trash in my mouth that day was to describe myself. There was silence in the playground, and the students looked at Uchiha Itachi and Yabakin who were standing in the middle, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Are they monsters? After only 1 week of admission, he is proficient in the Master S3 body technique. The shuriken throwing is even more amazing. Weasel lost it well. Yebazord was more perfect, and the strength and accuracy of rebounding the shuriken were even more astonishing. Is that human being? It's hard to imagine how stressful it would be to be classmates with them. The children of the commoners are sighing. They are also commoners, and they are not worthy to carry shoes for Ye Bajian. And Inuzuka, who once swore to his father that he would not weaken the name of the Inuzuka clan, gave a wry smile and was a little lost. Today, the excitement they receive is simply too great. Has the challenger fallen? Hachiken shook his head, completely ignoring Moonlight Hayate, and turned his head to meet Yamazaki Ryuji's gaze. Deliberate performance? Not really. In Bajian's view, taking out the normal state of training with Itachi in normal times is not even a high profile. After all, pretending to be forceful in front of a group of children will make you appear to have little self-restraint. Nor will Bajian be given any Bajian, and doing all this has a purpose that belongs to the 8 sword. Ahem. Mr. Ryuji Yamazaki seemed a little embarrassed. He wanted to take Moonlight Hayate's challenge to see Ye Bajian's strength, but he now understands that from the very beginning, Moonlight Hayate challenged Bajian and the latter didn't take it seriously. It can even be described as ignoring. Ignore the last resistance of a weak, poor bastard. But testing continued. Judging from the performance of Yabajian and Itachi, the following things have nothing to do with them. After all, this world only recognizes the strong. I declare, Uchiha Itachi, 8 swords of the night, passed the test. Taking a deep breath, General Yamazaki Ryuji just recorded the information of Bidu, and then announced the result. What surprised him was that Yabajian and Uchiha Itachi did not have any excitement but walked in front of him with indifferent faces. Ye Bajian was in front, and Itachi followed behind. Clack. Opening the wine gourd, the knife-wielding boy took a sip of wine and opened his mouth while holding his shoulder. Sorry, Yamazaki-sensei. At Sha and Itachi, we have no interest in the so-called test result. What are they going to do? Yamazaki Ryuji frowned. The moment he was stared at by Ye Bajian, he suddenly had the illusion that he was about to be challenged. What do you mean? As the head teacher, you have to be tough at this time. Otherwise, this class, I am afraid that he will not be able to continue to take it. Graduate early. Please, Yamazaki-sensei, inform Hokage-sama. I, Yakud, and Uchiha Itachi hereby apply for early graduation and become a ninja. He grabbed the shy Itachi by his side, and Bajian's low voice was beyond doubt. Because the ninja school has nothing to teach us. Ninja school. There is nothing left to teach us. Listen, is this what people say? The children were bewildered. Brother, you have just entered school for a week. Okay. Although I would like to protest, but judging from the performances of these 2 monsters just now, it seems that what they said also makes sense. At least in the basic 3 body technique and shuriken throwing, the school really couldn't teach them anything. Is he going to graduate early? Behind the boy and Itachi, a certain girl who was staring at his back suddenly trembled. Hey, if you don't hurry now, I'm afraid you won't be able to say what you want to say in the future. Izumi next to him suddenly tugged at the purple-haired girl's sleeve as a reminder. Becoming a ninja means a lot of danger, and away from school, they see less and less time. Teacher, please bring me. Apply for early graduation with me. The last of his courage, Izuki Yugao ran to Bajian's side, then grabbed Bajian's arm tightly. I think, together with Bajian-kun, become a ninja and face the danger in the future. Until beyond the 8 sword-kun. From the spectator behind to become one of the protagonists, how much courage the girl needs to muster to face all this. 8 sword stared at Izuki Yugao blankly. To be honest, he didn't expect it at all. But become a ninja. Team up with yourself to face danger. It was still too early for her. Slow down. down. Forget it this time, Aitor said. Is that really the case? The girl's face was full of disappointment. Clack stretched out his index finger and lightly tapped on Azuki Yugao's forehead, and the teenager showed a smile. Next time, when you graduate, I'll pick you up. Hello, Jianzhang. Isn't that something that only worked for me? Itachi raised his eyebrows and snorted. Ask for ticket. Chapter 31 Granted to graduate. Two of Konoha's geniuses. What a messy little fellow. Konoha, inside the Hokage building. Looking at the information and documents on the table, Namikaze Minato rubbed his temples with a struggling face, looking a little irritable. 3 generations of Hokage are not there, so he rarely has it, so he can make up his own mind. Looking at the desk, the 2 data cards application for early graduation. Uchiha Ferret from the Uchiha clan. The other one was Ye Bajian, whom he had been paying attention to early on. Just like him, a boy from a commoner background, but the other party's talent is stronger than his own. From Ye Bajian, he saw something that he did not possess. That unyielding spirit. At least the other party dares to fight. Therefore, Minato actually has his own considerations for the growth of Yabajian. When the other party graduates successfully, he even has an idea of accepting apprentices, receive disciples and teach them carefully. Let him fulfill his unfulfilled dream. That's probably what Minato had in mind, but he never expected Ye Bajian to play so big that he wanted to graduate early, together with the genius boy of the Uchiha clan. How to do this? Mushu was sure to destroy Lin Feng. He didn't think that if he graduated from the ninja school, the other party would have enough ability to protect himself. Turning the pen in his hand, Minato's mind started racing. I don't know how long it took. When Minato noticed that the door to Hokage's office seemed to be pushed open, he instantly wrote a few large characters on the application with a pen. According to the report of the director Chunin Yamazaki Ryuji, Yabajian was given to Uchiha Itachi to graduate early. From now on, become a ninja. Closing the pen, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Since this was Ye Bajian's own choice, he chose to trust the other party. Agreeing to the graduation application is probably the only thing you can do. I heard that the ninja school has 2 incredible little guys. Smoking a big cigarette, Sarutobi walked into the office with a smile, and as soon as he approached, he saw the 2 applications that had been approved for graduation on the table. Mouth and looking at Minato, Sarutobi didn't speak any further. Just now, he chatted with Danzo. There is no doubt that his old friend has taken a fancy to these 2 people. Unfortunately, Minato's attitude has already been revealed. Now that he wants someone, he can't hold this old face down. Yeah, 2 nice little fellows. It even broke Kakashi's record for early graduation. I am sure they will be good ninjas in Konoha. With a sunny nod, Minato was relieved. Excellent ninja in Konoha. These words he bit to death. The next day, a piece of news has completely spread in Konoha. Just 1 week before the opening season of ninja school, the 2 teenagers completed all their studies like a rocket and have already applied for an early graduation application. One of them, Uchiha Itachi, a genius boy from the Uchiha clan. The other is the little-known Ye Bajian, but now, he is a well-deserved genius. Their strength has been collectively affirmed by this elite class of ninja school. Not sure. If they continue to stay in the class, one can imagine how much pressure they will have as classmates. Even more unexpected is that the response speed given by the senior management of Konoha is unexpectedly fast. Namikaze Minato, in the name of the 4th generation Hokage, officially announced that the 2 will be allowed to apply for early graduation, and they will officially become ninjas from today. 3 days later, they will be met at the Hokage office, where the Konoha ninja forehead will be granted. Really graduated early. In just 1 week of school, I accomplished what other kid could do in years. The news spread like wildfire. No need for cans to spread. The whole Konoha boiled. This is exciting news. Konoha has been silent for too long. Konoha, who has not yet come out of the 3rd Ninja War, needs this kind of news to wash away the grief caused by the war. I knew that a person like you would never stay too long in the kind of place where children play their home. Sila. As an unknown liquid was poured into the test tube, Orochimaru in the dark laboratory stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, seemingly not surprised by the news of Hachiken's graduation. Let me see. Hachiken-kun, you and Itachi-kun are unusual. Walking towards the terrified subject, Orochimaru had a grim expression on his face. No matter how the outside world views this matter, it has nothing to do with Bajian. There is no need to go to ninja school anymore. He had to do was wait 3 days, then head to the Hokage building to get his forehead guard. As for whether there will be arrangements for guiding Jonin, Bajian doesn't care. Because of his existence, the terrifying progress of Naka Itachi, who spent a year in school before graduating early in the original novel, has been advanced again. But some things can't be solved after graduation. I vaguely remember that Itachi performed the sea-level mission for the first time, and after returning, he was the only one left. Sharingan is also turned on. Yes, Obito did it. The reputation is to help him find his own heir. So it doesn't matter whether you do tasks after graduation or enter Anbu. Anbu. Atords will go on as always. In the future, he will use his method to exercise himself and let him grow up thoroughly, until it has the power to change everything. At the training ground, the two figures were entangled again. Slash, hack, never stop, ... Ask for flower. Chapter 32. Come, have a drink. You kid graduated silently. They've been able to endure it. My wings are hardened, and I won't accept the discipline of my sister. In the early morning of the next day, Fu did not get up early to go to the training ground to practice. Bajian looked at the girl squatting on the head of his bed with a bit of pain. Anko, his titular sister, Bajian's most important relative. Recently, she and her best friend Kurenai Yuhi went on a mission outside the village. It is estimated that he just came back and heard the news that Bajian had graduated, and he couldn't accept it for a while. On the one hand, it was hit. On the other hand, I'm afraid I don't know how to express my pride. So in the morning, he was stuck at the head of Bajian's bed. Glancing at it lightly, Anko wearing a veil has a unique charm. Through some oddly angled gap, it seemed that something with Anko's name was thriving. Yuhi of Anko. Anko, S. Bean. Anko, S. Anko. What can I say? As expected of you. Boldness is comparable to Tsunadihai. If feeling strained, the girl jumped off the bed with a Yuhi expression on her face. But in order to maintain her image as a sister, she hurriedly pinched her waist and continued to scold. Oh, I didn't think that when I brought you back then, my stupid brother could surpass my sister so quickly. My stupid brother. This always sounded a little familiar. Bajian sat up from the bed in an instant, and even wondered if he had been studying the chakra blade a little late last night, and he was still sleeping. Of course, if Anko said something stupid brother, please hate her, etc., Hachiken would be more convinced of this point of view. Well, it's my brother after all. Eyes softened suddenly, and the strong Anko's voice carried a different kind of doting. My father and my mother went early. If they were here, they would be as proud as my sister now. Right. From the most overrated freshman to the record-breaking genius who graduated the fastest, if your father and mother are here, you will definitely be celebrated. Anko shook his head. Although my elder sister can't do the same as my father and mother, do something to encourage you at this time. Although my elder sister is a little incompetent, she has to celebrate my proud younger brother no matter what. Sister doesn't have many friends, but she has tried her best to have them come over to celebrate for you, although I don't know how many you can come. I don't know what to say. Anko's eyes suddenly turned to Yuhi. I just want to tell you that you are not alone when you want to share the joy. You're not alone. People like Anko who are not good at words rambled a lot, and finally gave up beating around the bush. Yes, she just wanted to tell Bajian that you are not alone. You have a sister to celebrate with you. What she wanted to say most was to tell Bajian that although he had never enjoyed fatherly and motherly love, as a sister she would try to fill this vacant relationship. That was the only thing she could do for Bajian. I understand. There is no need to say much at this time. A warm hug is enough. The atmosphere is cozy. After an unknown amount of time, Anko suddenly jumped up with embarrassment on his face. Others don't know. Yuhi will definitely come, and I said he's going to cook. Can you eat what you make? The corners of Bajian's mouth went, raising his brows and revealing a wisp of smile. The young man patted his elder sister on the shoulder. Here comes the one who can cook. A sneeze. Outside Midarashi's house, Itachi, who had just raised his hand to knock on the door, sneezed fiercely. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Frowning, Itachi's hand in the air has not been knocked down. What the matter, Itachi? And Shisui behind him asked curiously. It always feels like something is wrong. A few minutes later, when Itachi looked at the stove that was much taller than him, he finally understood where the hunch came from. Let me cook. Itachi looked at the egg and Nishi Yuhiki next to him, lost in thought. Jian-sang seems to have said once before that a good man can go to the hall and go to the kitchen. No way. Try it. Kaden, fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Boom. What going on over there in the kitchen? In the living room, Shisui, who was chatting with Anko and Hachiken, asked suspiciously. Calm down. Bajian waved his hands and didn't care, but he remembered it very clearly. There is a very clear picture in the original book. Itachi knows how to cook. As for today's unexpected celebration, it's all about the final relaxation of the chaos that will come. This is Anko's mind. That alone would allow him to stay by her side quietly. Let's have a showdown. Kakashi. Boom. With the sound of the door smashing, two figures appeared in the courtyard of Midarashi's house. Following his gaze, the doubts on Bajian's face flashed away. Hatake Kakashi. Did he really come? Can Anko's invitation alone convince Kakashi to come to his own celebration? You know, Kakashi is going through the darkest period right now. Also squeezed in with Kakashi is Might Guy. Compared with Kakashi, Might Guy and Eight Swords are very familiar. The end. There is a helpless Kurenai Yuhi. They were alive, except for the head of the Hyuga clan. Basically all came. It kind of interesting. With a slight smile, Hachiken picked up the wine gourd on the table and took a sip, and then threw it toward Kakashi. Just when the other party was a little confused, Bajian patted his chest boldly. Come on, have a drink. ... The fifth is delivered. There is no way to add more update today. It's very uncomfortable comfortable to catch a cold, and hard writing will inevitably affect the quality, so there are only 5 updates. Thank you readers for the flowers and ticket. Wait for the little author to get better and repay more. Thank you. Chapter 33 When Tasting Blood. Just when Kakashi received Hachiken's wine gourd, Shisui, who was sitting next to him, was suddenly stunned. Once upon a time, Bajian also said such words to himself. Drink a sip. This is Ye Bajian's unique way of saying hello. According to Itachi, only those who are affirmed by 8 swords and have enough interest will be invited like this. Shisui was a little proud for a while when Itachi explained to him. Proud to be affirmed. Yes, look at a few people in the house. Kurenai Yuhi, Mitarashi Anko, Uchiha, S-Elf and Itachi, as well as Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. No matter how you look at it, it always feels a little strange for everyone to be in the same room together. If it weren't for a mission or a special event, these people would never enter the same shot. And the implication of them is Ye Bajian. Holding the wine gourd in a daze, Kakashi fell into silent wine. Perhaps even today, he is still not old enough to drink. Born in 33, Konoha has not yet turned 15, but he was so tired that he wanted to drink for a long time, get drunk and have a good rest, or he could just fall asleep to death. That was the greatest enjoyment for him. Originally received Anko's invitation, Kakashi was not prepared to come. After all, a person like him has long wanted to avoid interacting with others, and he does not want to deliberately form some kind of bond, because except for Minato-sensei, everyone who had a bond with him was already dead. Rin, Obito, it was the pain in his heart forever. But in the end he still came to the Mitarashi house, not all because of what the 4th generation had just said to him. To a greater extent, I want to see what kind of people break their own record. 1. He was also a genius. Letting out a breath, Kakashi picked up the wine gourd and took a sip. The spicy feeling made his whole body rise instantly. The numbness of alcohol turned out to be so comfortable. Good. At Kakashi, Hachiken gave a satisfied smile. Hatake Kakashi, it's worth getting him a drink yourself. The party has already started. After Itachi began to orderly prepare carefully prepared dishes from the kitchen, the atmosphere had risen to a certain level. For Bajian, today is a day to enjoy Anko's heart. Again, it was his last indulgence. Becoming a ninja means that his life will become hectic in the future. After all, this is the world of ninjas, and the main theme of ninjas, as always, is killing. Kakashi, who had left the yard of Mitarashi's house, walked alone on the streets of Konoha. Stopping suddenly, he stretched out his hand to cover the forehead guard that was slanting on his forehead, and the eyes that were blocked by the forehead were aching. Looking at the memorial garden next to him, Kakashi sighed and walked in. Obito, Rin, putting down the white flowers in his hand. Kakashi's voice was low. The memory suddenly returned to that scene. Obito, who was crushed by the stone, gave him his eyes as a gift from Jonin. The heaviest gift in my life. That Sharingan. Forehead straight. Yuhi's 3 hooks are the tears that have long since converged into a small stream. Uncontrollable tears. I don't know why, but when I see them, I always think of you. I even want to take the initiative to come over. Well, it's too funny for someone like me to have this kind of thought. The forehead was put down again, and Kakashi murmured, if it was Yahachi and Itachi, the ending would be different from ours. But the new life that the teacher has received doesn't seem to do anything to wash away the darkness in my heart. The teacher's child. It won't be long before. I really envy him. Born in such an age. Obito, maybe we were born later. Closing his mouth, Kakashi let out another long sigh. The tears in his eyes gradually stopped, and when he turned around again, there was a cat face mask on his face. He is Anbu's ninja. The current task is to guard the pregnant Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Column Force and guard the wife of the 4th Hokage. Swish, the figure disappeared, and there was nothing in front of the memorial tablet except the white flowers swaying in the wind. But a few seconds later, a figure slowly walked out from the grass behind. With a wave of one hand, the small flower placed in front of the memorial tablet was instantly smashed into pieces. The person who came was wearing a mask, so he couldn't see the specific expression. But no matter how you look at standing in front of your own grave, your mood will not be so good. Ye Bajian, Itachi, the teacher's child, the 3rd Tomo of Yuhi, the gorilla in the one-eyed mask, was bloodshot. In hell. The space was filled with strange fluctuation, and his figure disappeared in front of the memorial tablet. Only the white petals and the little tears left on the ground told outsiders that a disaster was approaching. 3 days later, the news of Konoha's 2 talents graduating early gradually settled down. In Hokage's office, there were 2 more young figures. Knight 8 Sword, Uchiha Itachi. Looking at the 2 little guys, there was a hint of relief on Minato's face. There is no doubt that Konoha is a village that has been through the vicissitudes of life, but fortunately, it is such a village that one talent after another has emerged, guarding the treasures left by the ancestors. Shaking the heavy forehead in the handshake, looked at Minato in front of him, and the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who was sitting next to him muttered, the time to taste blood has finally come. Ask for flowers, ask for ticket. Chapter 34 Temporary Squad. Sea level mission. Actually, Actually, my original intention was to incorporate him and Itachi into Kakashi's Anbu. Unfortunately, inside Hokage's office, Namikaze Minato sighed with a wry smile, and Namikaze Minato looked at the documents that had been prepared. Has the child come out yet? The third generation lit the bong and said with regret on his face, that kid naturally meant Kakashi. To be honest, he admires each other very much, and if it wasn't for his father, the kid would eventually become Konoha's mainstay Jinchuriki column. Yeah, the purpose of arranging him to go to Midarashi's house before is to let him get in touch with Yahagi and Itachi. Looking at the photo with Obito, Kakashi, and Rin on the table, Minato's face was confused. There is no doubt that he trusts Kakashi immensely. He even handed over the job of being a bodyguard to his wife, but it seems that he still hasn't come out of that incident. Maybe, when his child is born, he will change. For the kind of person who lives in grief in the past, the arrival of new life should make him feel warm. Look at it first. After all, they are too young to join Anbu for them. 3 generations shook his head. Anbu with root. Konoha 2 Special Department. Once he was in charge of Anbu. The root is managed by his old partner Shimura Danzo. People at the root are all cultivated from urination, and even obliterate their feelings. The method is more cruel than Anbu. The most obvious example is Yamato, the Mokuden wood-style teenager who was transferred from his root to Anbu. But Anbu, all carefully selected elite ninjas, is fundamentally different from the root. After the death of Hatake Sakumo, the current root has been replaced by a batch of fresh blood, directly under the command of Namikaze Minato. After all, there are some differences between graduating from a ninja school and becoming a really good ninja. It's good to practice in a temporary team, but do you really think it's not good to let Orochimaru take them to study first? Putting down the cigarette bag, Sandai suddenly asked. Yes, this proposal he spoke to Minato yesterday, but it was rejected by the other party. Orochimaru, how dare you say? I'm afraid that it's a brain hemorrhage before I agree. He glanced helplessly at the small locked drawer in front of the chair next to him. It contains the most detailed reports on the disappearance of people in the village. He had read the document, and the culprit of everything was teacher Orochimaru. Send Uchiha Itachi and Ye Bajian, the 2 most outstanding juniors from the village, to Orochimaru. 3 generations can't figure it out. He still think Orochimaru teacher was the old Leng-kun who loved the village. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Sandai also understood that what he said was completely meaningless. Orochimaru awe. With a long sigh, the man's eyes appeared in Sandai's mind. What kind of look is that? Ambitious and vicious. It's almost there at last. Jien sang, I hate war. The Hokage building and headed to the training ground. Aitor glanced at Itachi's face. When he heard this moment, the nasolabial lines on the boy's face were about to turn into tear trough. The so-called tear trough is a sign that tears flow out and wash away. A person like him can only cry openly on rainy days in the future. You've been a little sentimental lately. A finger, a pain in the forehead. Itachi closed his mouth unconsciously. Have you started yet? Your cranky life. Byakugan. Hachiken grabbed Itachi by the collar, his eyes fixed on him. No matter what happens, please remember that you have me by your side. Swish. Itachi. The young man took a sigh of relief and stretched his weight. Let go. Hokage didn't say it. There are other members of the temporary team at the number 8 training ground. Hokage. It seems that Jien Sang never calls Lord Hokage. After finishing his clothes, Itachi walked forward behind Hachiken. Training ground number 8, similar to other Konoha training ground, has nothing particularly strange about it. When the two came to the field, several figures in front of them came into view. A teenager with long dark brown hair and Konoha's genin brow guard on his head. Next to him, there was a short-haired man with a pockmarked face. Are they future teammates? It doesn't look like it's going to be so good. What, just 2 little devils? The brown-haired man holding his shoulders frowned, rather unhappy about being treated as a nanny. Forget it. After all, it's a C-level mission. There are more opportunities for 2 people. Besides, these 2 are also geniuses who can graduate early from the ninja school. The pockmarked man was smoothing things out, but from the tone of voice, it seemed to be a bit yin and yang. Che, wait, how can they help? I really don't know what Lord Hokage thinks. If Qingfeng was injured and had to recuperate in the hospital, who would use them? The brown-haired man said disdainfully. Hey, 2 brat, listen up. Tomorrow we will perform a C-level mission to escort an important person. Remember to hide behind us, not to be scared. Swish, boom, knife light flash. The brown-haired boy, who was still arrogant, just now discovered in horror that the big tree next to him had been divided into 2. Whether it's trash or kid, I don't want to hear these words a second time. With a grin, Bajian was a little dull. A few tricks, not even the qualifications to make him angry. Leave Itachi. Today's practice hasn't been completed yet. Seeing the backs of the 2 leaving, the pockmarked man swallowed. OMG, what kind of monster is this? Suddenly thinking of something, he hurriedly pulled his neck and shouted, hey, tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, we will gather at the entrance of the village. And Bajian, who was far away, didn't seem to hear it, and didn't turn his head. Only Itachi next to him heard Jianzhang muttering in his mouth, no matter what kind of world world. Only strong strength is the most effective way to be recognized by others. Only if you are strong can you protect what you want to protect. From beginning to end, I just want to use my strength to appreciate this beautiful ninja world. Sword Zhang, as expected of you. Nodding deeply, Itachi's eyes brightened. The story of Jianzhang has only just begun. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 35. Refresh daily task that never stop. Anko. It was about to fall into the night, and in Sen Leng's room, Orochimaru suddenly stopped the female apprentice who was about to leave. Orochimaru, teacher. Anko looked curious. She has definitely learned a lot since following this famous teacher, but with it comes a lot of weird questions. For example, what is your teacher busy with every day? And in those rooms that you have never entered, why are there always green? She does not know, but dare not ask. After watching Anko for a long time, Orochimaru finally shook his head. It's okay. Say hello to Yi-kun for me. Just now, he suddenly remembered that in addition to not reincarnating, another huge breakthrough in research. Curse mark. A strange energy, refined in the test object he just got. The child named Shigego. Then mix your own cells into it, and this is the complete body of the curse. Just stopped Anko, presumably wanting to do an experiment before leaving. Ordinary people can't stand the intensity of the curse mark, but that didn't stop him from experimenting with ordinary people. The moment Anko turned his head, Orochimaru suddenly thought of something. The person in front of him was his ordinary apprentice, but she also has something different from ordinary people. Mitarashi Anko. She has an enviable younger brother, Yabajian, with Anko's body. If something goes wrong, Yabajian will hate himself, and maybe he will just give up his life in Konoha to seek revenge on him. Just now, he planned this way, but on second thought, the boy's wild eyes that day made him wake up instantly. This is her sister. Although I am not afraid, it will be very troublesome after all. And Ye Bajian has clearly said that he will come to him in the future. It is obviously not necessary to stimulate the other party on this basis. Use your own eyes to see where the child can go. This is your purpose. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei. Anko nodded, somewhat inexplicably. Also, you won't be here anymore. After speaking, Orochimaru turned to organize his data, which means that whatever question Anko is asking, he will no longer answer. Will you no longer use it? Out of the room, the confusion in Anko's eyes deepened. She had a hunch that something big was about to happen. 1997, 1998, 1999, Twitch, 2000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task 2000 times of swinging the knife and rewarding the king of flat cutting template Zengmu Janba, unlocking progress of 0.2%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement continuous slashing, and the daily task was successfully upgraded. From now on, the daily quest will be renamed Never Stop, and the quest rewards will increase according to the number of daily Nightwing appeared. Upgrades for daily task. Zanpakudo. Bajian summoned the system panel and looked over. Host Ye Bajian. World Hokage Ninja. Unlocking of slashing template Zuragi Kenpachi. Unlock percentage 7.6. The king of flat cut template reaches 10% to unlock the neck character template. The neck template awakening. The second template progress reaches 5%. Flat cut point 195 can be exchanged for template progress or shop item. Chakra volume 30. Genin level. Physical fitness 80. Slightly stronger. Reiatsu unknown. Active trait Chakra blade. Daily quest slash 2000 times completed. Daily quest new Never Stop. Knife 1000 times to unlock 0.1% of all unlock template. Unicom polish. Knife 2000 times. The chakra reserve increases by 0.1. Unicom polish. Knife 4000 times. The physical fitness coefficient increases by 0.1. Unicom polish. Knife 6000 times, representing the energy of the soul, and the Reiatsu is slightly strengthened. Unicom polish. Knife 8000 times to unlock 0.2% of all unlock template. Unicom polish. Knife 10,000 times. The chakra reserve increases by 0.2. Unicom polish. Never stop. Just like the name of the daily task, as long as he keeps swinging the knife, his strength will continue to increase. Chakra, spiritual pressure, and physical fitness, the most critical template progress. This is an improvement in all aspects, but these three kinds of energies do not conflict in Bajian's body. Chakra, derived from body cells, as well as spiritual energy. The stronger the physical quality, the more chakras attracted. Reiatsu, derived from the energy of the soul, is the fundamental energy of the god of death. The three do not conflict, and even complement each other. When the three energies break through some kind of bondage and combine in the future, Bajian believes that he will become a strong and terrifying monster. But there is only one point. Bajian has some doubt. Why does Reiatsu show unknown? Yes, in addition to Reiatsu, he can see the concrete value of his body data, which is an accurate estimate of his own strength. However, the Reiatsu as displayed on the system panel is unknown. Master host, this is related to your template unlocking progress. This value will only be accurately detected after the Zengmu Janba template is completely unlocked. Is that so? Bajian nodded and took a deep breath. The moon hangs high in the sky, and Itachi has already gone home to rest and prepare for the next day's mission. 2,000 times a day due to the upgrade. That is to say, swish the knife and never stop. With Zanpakuto pulled out of Ichi, the fire in the heart of the boy under the moon burned again. Well, ask for flower. Chapter 36 Roaring Devil. Sea-level task. Task in which the person performing the task may be injured. The work may be mainly based on the invitation of other countries to participate in war, escort, conduct investigation, capture or slay beasts, send confidential document, etc. The remuneration is 32,000 to 100,000 tael during sea-level missions, so it's relatively easy. At the entrance of Konoha village, when Yabaken and Itachi arrived, the group had been waiting for a long time. In addition to the brown-haired man and the pockmarked man who wanted to give Bajian's horsepower yesterday afternoon, there was also a squinting old man in fancy clothes, a distant relative of a high-ranking noble in the kingdom of Tang. Well, a distant relative of an aristocrat, living a nourishing life several times easier and richer than a ninja. This time, he came to the land of fire to have fun. Now that the fun is over, it's time for him to go back. The task of Bajian and others is to send him smoothly to the territory of Tang dynasty. Well, too little devil, how does Hokage do things? The old man in Wafu looked unhappy, as if the arrival of Ye Bajian and Itachi made him feel unreliable. This is what Konoha is now. A foreign rubbish can make a judgment on Hokage. 8 swords near. This disrespect, or treating ninjas as they should be, is a traditional problem left over from history. I don't know when it started, but in the eyes of these people, ninjas have become just objects that can be used. Give money, work. If you don't do it well, you will be punished. Is this a ninja? In the final analysis, this attitude probably started from the establishment of ninja sect. Distribute the precious chakra to others at will, and finally let everyone have the qualification to refine the chakra. This is not inheritance, it is the main culprit contributing to the rise in war death. When Konoha's first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was in charge of the village, Konoha's humility made people look down on the village. The 5 shadows will bow and salute at the meeting. If it wasn't for the strong opposition of the second generation, he even planned to give the tailed beast to other ninja villages in vain. What a boldness this is. Shaking his head, Bajian didn't even bother to pay attention to the other party, and walked in front of the team. The escort mission officially began. On the way forward, the old man of Tang Jiguo and the other 2 genins kept their eyes on the boy walking in front. The reason is very simple. All the way, he has been waving the strange knife in his hand. Jian sang, isn't today's training over? Beside Bajian, Itachi asked strangely. Today, he and Jianzang went directly from the training ground to Konoha village. He woke up early and sweated with Hachiken on the training ground. Cultivation is over. Itachi, there is no end to this kind of cultivation. Shaking his head, Bajian exhaled a little. His daily tasks have been upgraded, and every swing of the knife is an accumulation that never stops. As expected of you. Sword sang. Nodding, Itachi's hands also began to move. In order to save the shuriken, it was impossible for him to throw as recklessly as he did on the training ground. This time was the right time to practice hand seal speed. Looking at Itachi, Bajian finally swallowed what he wanted to say. That's right, he wanted to tell Itachi that only honest people will continue hand seal in the later stage. Isn't that thing called a clap of hand? After thinking about it, he gave up. At least it's not a bad thing to practice hand seal speed now. Grabbed the wine gourd and took a sip while waving Zanpakuto, while his eyes glanced casually at the woods beside him. He still came. Even under his own influence, Itachi graduated a year early, but he still did not escape his fate. Have you been noticed? After the group walked past, a masked figure appeared under the shadow. Obviously, they have been targeted. As for the reason, I am afraid that apart from Obito's curiosity, there is also what Kakashi said in front of the memorial tablet. When you see them, you always think of yourself. Ridiculous. Destroying other people's beliefs is like collapsing his own belief. This is what Obito does. The game has just begun. Woot woot. The team moved on, but when they were about to pass through a dense jungle, a dozen or so heavily armed warriors suddenly blocked their way. Enemy attack. For a moment, the atmosphere of the team briefly stagnated. The pock-marked man, who had recovered his senses, quickly grabbed Huu and held it in his hand, and then shouted to the front, come back and protect Nani-sama. Yeah, it turned out his name was Nani. Itachi did not move at all. He had already drawn his shuriken and was ready to attack at any time, but Bajian took a step forward in the opposite direction. Sure enough, I'm afraid I've been scared and stupid. In the end, I still don't know how to cooperate, and I don't listen to orders. The brown-haired man said angrily. Killers have no extra bullshit. When Bajian took a step forward, a figure had already rushed in front of him. Knife light flash, and Yin Yuhi's blood dripped onto the ground. Jian sang. Behind the boy, Itachi looked worriedly at the long sword that Bajian grabbed with one hand. Strength, it's almost meaningless. Raising his head suddenly, the samurai with the sword suddenly saw something unusual in the boy's eye. Fierce and wild. PFF. Immediately afterward, There was a colicky pain in his chest, and an ordinary knife had pierced through him. That's what pain feels like. The feeling of real fighting. At this moment, the bestiality of the roaring evil ghost from the world of the god of death completely merged with the 8 swords of the night. He is the god of death. Come on, let's fight. Blood spilled on his face, and Itachi saw the face that was gradually distorted by excitement. The young man in front of him was both familiar and unfamiliar, but there is no doubt that he is Jianzhang. Following the boy's footstep, Itachi rushed up. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 37. Kill them. When the morning sound was mixed with the pleasure of the long knife entering the stomach, the narrow road has turned into purgatory on earth. The evil spirit roared and climbed out of hell, mercilessly harvesting people's lives. Thump. The last samurai fell, and Ye Bajian's body was already covered with blood. Look out over the entire battlefield. The terrified faces of a dozen corpses before they died, and the gorilla Yuhi all over the floor was shocking. The 2 genins who had been protecting Lord Nani behind him vomited violently on the weed pile beside him. They are only the first time to perform a sea-level mission. Dead people. I was still thinking about how far away they would be, but this is like a picture of hell, so they can't bear it at all. Call. Let out a suffocating breath. Bajian leaned against the big tree next to him. Reach out the hand that grabbed the blade before, then grab the wine gourd and pour the alcohol on it to sanitize the work. Tear off the bandage, and just about to wrap it, a hand next to him grabbed the jaw. Looking at the knife in his hand, Itachi frowned. Jian-sang, based on what I know about you, you can completely avoid a minion of this level before slashing at you with a knife. You can even kill him before he attacks you, but why do you have to pick it up by hand? Itachi doesn't understand. He only knows this knife. Jian-sang has no reason to be hit at all. Itachi, I am a person. Shaking his head, the killing intent in Bajian's eyes has disappeared. Of course he is human, and this is my first murder. The first kill. Things I ignore. Itachi's body trembled when he regained his senses. Like Bajian, it was his first time to kill someone. Whether panic and fear will come, I don't know. But before experiencing that emotion, letting pain replace that feeling worked well. At least I killed them all soberly. Erguotu was sullen, and Bajian had a mocking expression on his face. Only when killing people did he realize that when he read novels in his previous life, the protagonist's understatement can overcome the discomfort, which is completely nonsense. Especially the first kill. Just seeing Itachi bandaging his hand trembling next to him, Bajian understood what kind of psychology it was. But from today, that sentiment will be gone. It blood honed in will. As a ninja, when performing a mission, not killing means being killed. Shaking his bandaged hand, the slightest pain made Bajian fully understand what kind of world he was in. Hokage ninja. Hidden under the blood is the truth of the strong feeding the weak. Even Naruto, who is wearing the aura of the protagonist, knows that if he chooses to escape when he fails to defeat the opponent, it will have no effect at all. This is the real world, and the man next to him, no matter from that angle, there is no blood at all. Jian-sang. At this time, Itachi had completely understood Jian-sang's word, paralyzed his nerves with pain, and then came over from the pain to understand fear more deeply, and then overcome fear. I was also worried about Jian-sang's comfort, and then rushed over without any scruple. Am I conquering my fear? Itachi didn't know. He only knew the extremely angry feeling in his heart when the enemy's knife flashed at Jian-sang. No one can hurt my friend. No one can do it. Eyes stinging, Itachi shook his head. It's a pity that in the end, the level was still not passed in one breath. His Sharingan is still silent. Hey, the one named Erlang Kusanagi and Jingtai Maru, it's better to hide behind me on the next escort way, or you will die. Zanpakuto, Baji and Yao Yao shouted at the 2 dragon sets that were vomiting outrageous, then stood up and strode forward. The 8 swords of the faint soul fluctuations in the consciousness are very clearly perceived. He didn't know whether this sudden assassination had anything to do with the soul fluctuation, but what was certain was that the man would not let himself and others go smoothly on the next journey. Itachi's first C-rank mission has a story. That pair of gorillas Yuhi, Sharingan full of greed, will also be fully unfolded. Damn, this is clearly what I said to them before. Now it was sent back with the same tone. Jiro Kusanagi gave a wry smile and looked at his hawk-faced companion. What else can they say? I am afraid that if it wasn't for Yabajian and Uchiha Itachi being suddenly incorporated into the squad, they would have been wiped out by this assassination alone. Mention that their guide, Jonin, was absent, or that their companions were missing, so they failed. This is a manifestation of insufficient hard power, and perhaps they are not worthy of being ninjas. Not every team has the same treatment as Konoha Xiaoqiang in the future, especially in this era. Konoha has just experienced the serious loss of the Third Ninja War, and there are many orphan teams like this. The team moved on. Everything seemed to calm down. The breeze blew, and a masked man suddenly appeared and stared blankly at the corpse on the ground. One shot kill. I underestimate them, but now, it's not so easy to deal with. The space urged. The masked man slowly disappeared, and he reappeared, but on the only road not far in front of the escort team. The ground around him slowly drilled out a few strange human beings with white bodies. Kill them. Yes. The 5th update is delivered. It is already already the end of the month and the monthly ticket is about to be refreshed. Can you vote for one for the little author? A monthly pass plus more will be delivered soon, as promised. Chapter 38 Joint Ninjutsu, Unparalleled Tacit Understanding. The Third Ninja World War was not completely over. Kumogakure village are still stationed on the border between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire. They are waiting for their time. Wait for a change in Konoha. And where did the news of the change come from? It's worth looking into. As if Danzo knew in advance that something was going to happen. The war did not subside. It also became extremely dangerous to perform tasks outside the village. When Ye Bajian and his party stopped moving forward again, the killing seemed to start again. No, I just suffered an assassination. Looking at the aggressive and masked ninjas in front of him, Mr. Nani was completely panicked. He didn't expect to get into such a big trouble this time. After careful calculation, given his status in Tangjiguo, no one would send ninjas to kill him. As for other country, there is not much intersection with a noble like him. Why do ninjas appear? Jiro Kusanagi and Jingtai Maru looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eye. Just despair. If there is still a chance of survival in the previous battle, there is absolutely no way for them to win now. Judging from the mask he was wearing, he could already guess that it was an Anbu ninja from a certain village. Looking around, a full 20 ninjas have surrounded them. 20 to 4. Also protect a drag. How to fight this kind of battle? Jenin, a rookie who just graduated less than a year ago. The world is so scary. Jian sang. Itachi looked dignified, and Kanai held it tightly in his hand and looked at the man next to him. There is no doubt that Jianzhang is his backbone at the moment of crisis. Just like Jianzhang once said, with him there, don't panic. The strength is between Jenin and Chunin, but the tricky part is yet to come. After glancing around, Bajian took a deep breath and made a calm analysis. After the first murder, he no longer had the panic he had before. From the chaotic soul fluctuations from these people, Bajian understood who was behind the mask. White Zetsu. Thousands of years ago, the product of infinite Tsukuyomi, a weapon that Kagaya made to fight Otsutsuki. Obito finally got his shot. The reason for the shot, Bajian is not clear. Maybe because his name is Uchiha Obito. There is no need to know why. Original book, Obito shot at the young Itachi for no reason, leaving only a good name to help the other party gain power. Understand that only hatred is a necessary condition for Uchiha's evolution, and also boldly told Itachi in the name of Madara that he killed his younger brother and used his younger brother's eyes in order to gain power. Funny clown. Obito, who doesn't understand Madara at all, understand. Madara only let Obito know what she wanted him to know. Although the troublesome person has not come out yet, the trouble at hand should be dealt with. Slowly draw out Zanpakuto, and chakra instantly covers, with the light blue chakra becoming extremely sharp. At this moment, he turned into a wind that came and went without a trace. Do you remember the training session the other day? A slight lick, the sound of breaking through the air from the eight-sword Zanpakuto made Itachi nodded fiercely. Understood. After spitting out 2 words, facing the approaching enemy, Itachi's hands began to quickly hand seal. Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin, Kaden, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Itachi's little face was chilled by the light of the fire, and at the same time, the knife with the wind attribute chakra nature transformation also slashed forward fiercely. The strong cutting and absorption changed the shape of Itachi's grand fireball. The next second, a majestic burning long knife flashed from top to bottom. Combined ninjutsu. Only 2 people who have a tacit understanding to a certain extent can use it together. Whether it is the amount of chakra or the timing of swinging the knife, it must be perfectly controlled, otherwise it will fail. The wind fuels the fire, and because the 8 swords chakra nature transformation is the highest priority in the Hokage world, Grand Fireball has become a flaming sword. What kind of trick is this? The 2 dragon sets behind Jenin were completely stunned. Even Obito, who was hiding, opened his mouth wide. Combining ninjutsu, it can still be used like this. Boom! The fire knife smashed to the ground, and several enemies in front were smashed straight ahead before they had time to dodge. And when the fire knife cut into their skin, the fear that came from the heart completely exploded. The flame that can cut the body, cut the wound, but the inside of the wound is burned again by the flame. The lethality is strong to a certain extent. Grand Fireball, an ordinary C-rank ninjutsu, exerted the power of a rank or even above. These 2 little devils, Sharingan in the mask on his face squinted slightly, and Obito's breathing stopped briefly. No wonder Kakashi said that when he saw the 2 of them, he always thought of the previous Minato class. This kind of tacit understanding alone cannot be compared by ordinary people. Knife smashed down, but the battle has only just begun, and Itachi rushed towards the ninjas transformed by White Zetsu. However, as Bajian guessed, the strength of these ninjas was not that strong. Under his chakra blade and Itachi's supplementary knife, they all fell down after a while. Jian sang is so strong. Looking at the corpses around, and thinking of the flaming knife before, Itachi's little face was a little proud. Quite capable. But just when Itachi wanted to say something, a man with a mask suddenly appeared. Frowning, Itachi unconsciously stood in front of Bajian and subconsciously unconsciously protected the opponent with his body. Jianzhang said that the tricky part is still to come, and the person in front of him should be the troublesome object, the guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Who are you? Indeed, it is impossible for the powerful of a land of soup to attract so many ninjas. In this way, the identity of the other party is also questionable. Who is he? Looking at Bajian and Itachi, the masked man suddenly crooked his neck, and then said something in a very gloomy tone. My name, Uchiha Madara. The air froze for a while, immediately after, PFF. But when he said these words, the young man couldn't hold back his laughter for a while. See it. Obito said he was Uchiha Madara. Thank for the big monthly pass, plus more delivery. Ask for a ticket. In addition, some readers said that they were friends with people who killed their fathers and killed their mothers, and were poisoned to death. What do you say? It was because I felt very bitter that I wanted to change, and I wanted to make up for my regret. It was even said that the poisonous little author had nothing to say. Chapter 39. Are you also worthy of the name Uchiha Madara? Little devil, what are you laughing at? With an indifferent killing intent in his eye, Obito under the mask looked a little annoyed. What is he laughing at? Even Itachi was a little overwhelmed by Hachiken's smile. He didn't know how difficult the tough enemy in front of him was. But what is the reason for laughing in this situation? You said you were Uchiha Madara. Bajian shook his head, suddenly feeling a little dull. Holding the bottle and taking a sip, he lightly patted Itachi on the shoulder. Come on, tell him who Uchiha Madara is. Who is Uchiha Madara? When he heard this sentence, Obito snorted coldly and clearly misunderstood. It seems that it is useless for him to reveal Madara's name in front of a group of little ghosts. Those who have not experienced that era simply do not understand what the four words Uchiha Madara mean. Unexpectedly, Itachi started the story in front of him. Uchiha Madara, the head of the Uchiha clan during the Sengoku period, joining with the Senju clan to bring down the troubled world, one of the founders of Konoha. Itachi said calmly, finally defected to Konoha, fought with the original Hokage in the Valley of the End, and was killed by Senju Hashirama. I didn't expect anyone to remember me. Obito gave a cooperating deep smile. It seems that at this moment, he is the veritable Uchiha Madara who is being told. Shish. And Bajian stretched out his index finger and let out a soft hiss to break the opponent's illusion. This is the Uchiha Madara he knows. Would you like to hear what I know? For example, Madara didn't actually die in the Valley of the End. Another example, he has been making some seemingly stupid plans for peace. What does this kid know? Obito looked at Ye Bajian coldly. At this moment, his killing intent had reached its peak. The Uchiha Madara in my mind would never wear a mask and shout that he is Uchiha Madara. There's no need for someone like that to do things on tiptoe if you're really Uchiha Madara. Up Zanpakuto, Hachiken pointed at Obito. Put down the mask and show me. Drop the mask and show me. The boy's loud voice made Obito tremble with anger. For the first time, he was demolished under the name Madara, and the person who demolished the platform is still the kid. Just an arrogant brat. He must die. Not that he exposed his Uchiha Madara name, but because of what he knew, Obito was a little creepy. This is no ordinary kid. Without unnecessary nonsense, Obito's body dashed straight towards Yabajian. The Eye of the Moon plan is an absolutely secret matter. Even Nagato and the others didn't know the real content of the Moon Eye's plan, and what he knew in front of him made him have to take action. Come yet. Sword took a deep breath and squeezed Zanpakuto tightly. Enrage Obito. It's not to pretend to be coercive. In fact, there is no one around to witness him pretending to be coercive. It was Obito who pretended to be a force under the name of Uchiha Madara, which made him very uncomfortable. Especially such an unprovoked attack is enough to show how mad Obito has become. He asked himself, he didn't provoke the other party, but the attack still came. In addition to the counterattack, Bajian also confirmed one thing. All know, most of Obito's abilities come from his Kamui. It is a time-space ninjutsu that can completely avoid damage. Before being attacked, it hides its body in Kamui space to avoid damage. Headache ability wanted to test was whether his attack could cause damage to Obito, the master space ninjutsu. This point is very important. If he succeeds, Obito will be especially afraid of him in the future. If he fails, the person in front of him will intensify his design. You also deserve to be called Uchiha Madara. Zanpakuto pointed at Obito far away, and Bajian suddenly let out a roar. Swish. What the use of talking more? Only fighting is the best way to understand each other's ability. Watching Obito only revealed the killing intent on a Sharingan. The most incomprehensible thing for Bajian is that it was you who attacked me, and now you are still angry. What the point? Sword pressure. Just like the name of the move. Zaraki Kenpachi's most effective attack method, crushing others with soul power. With the golden light flashing towards Obito from top to bottom, a devastating light, the Jinchuriki column, descended from the sky. Although it is a tentative attack, the lethality caused by Reiatsu, which is more mysterious than chakra, is extremely terrifying. Enemy is Obito, and Ye Bajian has no intention of holding back. Unlike Orochimaru, this is someone who really wants to kill himself. The ground shook suddenly, and the sword smashed into the ground, leaving a trace several meters deep. However, Obito's forward body did not stop for half a minute, and it seemed that he did not receive any damage. Space ninjutsu is really tricky. His eyes. Bajian rushed up to Obito's head and slashed flatly. As expected, Zanpakuto swiped Obito's head and touched nothingness. Obito, who flew past Bajian's head, had a successful smile in his eyes, and one hand was already close to the back of Bajian's heart. Die, kid. Die in this false world. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 40. The figure standing in front of him. The blooming Tomo. Sharingan. Known as the Eye of the Soul. In the evolution of Sharingan, there will always be pain. Therefore, the people of the Uchiha clan are known as the Evil Clan. This name was originally left by the second generation of Konoha Hokage Senju Tobirama, the evil family. But if you think about it from another angle, isn't this pair of eyes because of the unforgettable pain when you lost your dearest love? Experience the pain, master the strength. This is the Uchiha family, and the pupil art awakened by the evolution of Sharingan to a certain extent often take care of the mind of the owner of the eye. Just like the ability of Obito in front of him, he denies this world, does not admit that this world is real. He wants to create another world. So Hitomi Kamui appeared. Itachi, who is not far behind the Eighth Sword, has no desire to ponder the origin and function of the Eye of Spiritual Portrayal. When he saw the masked man stretch his hand to the back of Bajian, he instinctively felt that his eyes began to hurt. His heart was shaking violently. Jian sang. A loud roar from behind made Obito and Bajian stunned, but the fight continued. When Obito's hand was about to succeed, the boy's body suddenly tilted, and the line of the sword in his hand instantly changed and slashed behind him. This kid. Flash of anger flashed in his eye, and Obito turned on his body again, making the attack of the Eighth Sword fail. Turning, glaring at Uchiha Itachi, Obito took a deep breath. It seems that he is someone you hold dear. Undoubtedly, he credited the screaming Itachi for Hachiken's reaction and counterattack. As a senior of the Uchiha clan, let me help you. Let you see how ridiculous this family is. The battle begins again. At this moment, Obito got serious. Although a bit ridiculous, he describes himself as Uchiha Madara, but he has to take a little devil seriously. But he didn't want to really touch the terrifying knife light just now. Figure shuttle. The sword-wielding boy seemed to have entered the rhythm, and the Eighth Sword, who had really entered the fighting state, let out a roar like an evil spirit. Zanpakuto in his hand shook everything around him every time he swiped. At this moment, what is wrapped around his knife is not the familiar chakra, but a heart-pounding power. Soul energy called Reiatsu. Sword sang. His eyes sting, but Itachi couldn't take care of that much anymore, and the shuriken in his hand was ready to fire the 8 swords at any time. He knew that he couldn't help rashly at this time, otherwise it would disrupt the rhythm of the person who was fighting. Teammate is not a fight. The reason is this. A little bit more. The track. We have to see it clearly. The battle continued. The difference was that Itachi had red eyes on the sideline, and a line of blood and tears gathered together and slowly flowed down. He is seeing a certain pattern. And on the field, sticking to his belief, the boy kept swinging the knife. He even had the illusion that this battle was a practice. Yes, he was swinging the knife all the time. The more he swings the knife, the stronger he will be. A simple flat cut made Uchiha Obito no chance to strike at all. Often the moment when he was about to make a move to become a real body, the boy would catch that point by coincidence and counterattack. Obito, dismissing this timing as entirely coincidental, because Kamui's existence is only known to him. At least now, he has not felt Kakashi use the pupil of the other eye. So, Kamui's so-called weakness could never be seen by a kid. But this deadlock was broken by a cry the next moment. Jian sang. Although I don't know how he can do this unbridled incarnation of his body, if I'm not wrong, the source of all this power is his eye. Mangekyo Sharingan is one level closer than Tomo Sharingan, the third. I haven't found the law for the time being, but what is certain is that when he really wants to launch an attack, he must be converted into an entity. So, taking a deep breath, Itachi calmed down. Just grab this and you can attack him. Even in extremely disadvantaged situation, he can still judge the situation calmly and give the most direct analysis. This is Uchiha Itachi, a innate fighting talent, a well-deserved genius. Uchiha's little devil. Obito in battle is the fleeting surprise. Not long after the battle started, the opponent had already figured out how to attack him effectively. Genius. There is also a tacit understanding between the two. A flash. Obito seemed to think of the scene when he and Kakashi went to rescue Rin perfectly. Seeing them is like seeing who you were. Thinking of Kakashi's words in front of my memorial tablet again. An emotion called anger made Obito's figure instantly accelerate, holding kunai in his hand, and stab the boy in front of him fiercely. The so-called friendship, the so-called fetters do not exist. This world is full of falsehood, and only destruction is the only way to save the world. Puff. The voice of bitterness is clearly audible. Uchiha boy that Obito expected in front of his eyes did not appear. A not-so-tall figure stood in front of him, and his kunai was tightly pinched by the opponent's hand. Sword sang. Tears of blood continued to flow. When two mysterious Tomo appeared in Itachi's pupil, the boy's voice followed. When attacked, it transforms into an entity. That's how it should be. The low voice did not know sorrow or joy. Itachi, the chance is good. He turned his head and gave the other party a smile, and Bajian waved the knife with one hand. Seize the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The golden light flashed again. Swish, a howl. The arm that pierced Kunai flew into the sky. Uchiha Madara, his hand is broken. Chapter 41. There's something wrong with his knife. Uchiha Madara, broken arm. Itachi looked at the still shaking hand on the ground in shock. What made people creepy is the skin color on the arm that is different from that of human being. It was a miserable white skin, and the scream just now made people chill. Unlike Uchiha Madara's low voice before, it was an extremely harsh wailing. What are you yelling about? Back! Obito under the mask looked cold. The source of the voice just now was the other half of his body, which was also the white Zetsu composed of this mask. His name is Alfie. Obito, let go. The weak Afe had no idea of joking or laughing. He only spit out 4 words and then lost his movement weakly. Hurry up. Obito frowned. The arm was severed, but it didn't affect him much. He was confident and continued to fight. These two little devils were still not his opponent. After all, that arm doesn't belong to him at all. Even though he experienced human grief, he was only a teenage boy the same age as Kakashi. Competitive. No, he really wanted to kill the two who were looking in a mirror in front of him. Like Kakashi sees the duo, he also has a sense of deja vu, the kind of disgusting thought that always made him fall into memory, and he tried so hard to deny the cutoff. But Ju's words made him have to temporarily give up the idea in his heart. Taking a deep breath, his body began to slowly fade away. Yahachi sword, Uchiha Itachi. Looking forward to seeing you next time. The figure flashed, and the next moment, he appeared in the dark cave. The mask slowly opened, and the weak Afe fell to the ground like a pool of mud. It's just that the arm has been cut off. How can you still feel pain with this kind of thing? Glancing at the broken body, Obito asked coldly. You don't understand. Afe leaned on the ground limply and said weakly. The slash on the body just now is completely different from the pain of that cut. Except for the pain that should exist, I only feel that the whole person. How can I describe it? Afe, who was originally lacking in IQ, rubbed his temples in distress. It's the kind of person who is clearly in his own body, but there is something that drags his own body out of the body. At that moment, I felt as if I was forcibly taken out of my body. Something, yes, soul. My soul is touched. Is the soul held out of the body? Obito looked solemn. Are you sure? That feeling. I knew you didn't believe it. Afe shook his head, randomly summoned another white Zetsu experiment from the ground, and then attached his arm in front of Obito. At this point in the past, the injured arm should have recovered, but now it is still drooping under his arm, as if he has lost consciousness. Although I don't want to say that, I can be sure that the soul of my arm has been severed. There's something wrong with his knife. Soul is cut off. At this moment, Obito was completely stunned. A sword that can cut off the soul. Afe has no reason to lie to himself. That is the opponent's knife. There must be a problem. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on his back. If that kid didn't cut off Afe who merged with him to fight, but his own word. How will it end? He had already lost half of his body. This dilapidated body was repaired with white Zetsu and first-generation cells. If he lost control of an arm, weird kid, it can even attack the soul. Knight 8 sword. Not only is his strength amazing, but he also knows about the Eye of the Moon. Will his existence threaten the plan? In an instant, a series of questions all surfaced in his mind. A little devil. It gave me such a headache. Obito looked at Faye on the ground. Watch him. Don't show any flaws. Knives, of course, are problematic, but the only person in this world who knows the mystery of that sword is Ye Bajian. But the knife in his hand seemed ordinary in the hands of others, and it didn't even burst out with the spiritual pressure that Zanpakuto should have. So the problem is not the knife, but the one who uses the knife. I am the god of death. On the small road leading to the land of Su, Bajian was drinking wine. Itachi next to him is still seriously bandaging the wound on his palm. The war had just passed, but God did not let them go. It seemed that in order to wash away the blood on the way, it also started to rain lightly. Distant, the two genins looked confused, and it was estimated that after this mission, their beliefs as ninjas had completely collapsed. I will also fully understand how dangerous it is to be a ninja. Just a C-level mission. If the strength is not good, they will be killed at any time. Itachi, your eye. The palm has been bandaged, and although he was injured twice in a row today, Bajian has completely adapted to the pain. Instead, it's a weasel. The 8 swords of fresh blood coming out of his tear trough can also be guessed. Well, Sharingan. Itachi was a little melancholy, and a little sad. It is different from ordinary people getting power. He would consider why this power came, and what accompanied it when it came. Pat. With his fingers on his forehead, Itachi groaned in pain. Hey, you're still alive. I'm still alive too. Remember, your eyes were opened for me. Standing up and carrying the knife forward, only the back was left in Itachi's eye. Remember, your eyes are opened for me. Confusion has disappeared. Instead, there is only firmness. Compared with Jianzhang, I'm way way too far behind. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 42 Konoha. Cause and effect. Defection. The escort mission continued. But one thing is for sure. Obito probably won't be back anytime soon. With the knife in the hands of a sword. But he understood that this time Obito didn't use his full strength. As Madara's heir, Obito's strength is not bad. But this time, because of negligence, Bajian found a flaw in his attack. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to cut off the opponent's arm so easily. The most precious thing about a person is being able to see themselves clearly. Bajian understands that he has a system, and as long as he wields the knife for a long time, it is certain that he will become stronger, until it is so strong that the world can no longer stop itself. But there is a process for this to become stronger, and he needs time. And the battle with Obito made him sober a lot. This time Obito suffered because he didn't understand his ability, and next time it won't be so easy. The ninja world never lacks the strong. If he wants to change the pattern and change his destiny, he must work harder. Fortunately, the upgrade of the daily task of the King of Ping Chopping has given Bajian a direction to work hard. Never stop swinging the knife. Glancing at the system panel, the progress of the King of Flat Cut Kenpachi template made him a little relieved. Swing a knife. If you can only do one thing, make it the best. At night, when Bajian continued to escort the mission, in the Konoha Hokage building, several figures suddenly appeared in the office. Lord Hokage, according to all the clues, and the information of a total of 60 missing children, the direction they are pointing. Anbu ninja wears a mask, and his voice is a little shocking. Recently, the number of missing Konoha children has increased again, even to the point where families with children are in danger, and the clues are all stuck in one place after all. Completely exposed, the two Hokages in the room fell silent for a while. Minato didn't speak, and now was not the time for him to express his opinion. Because that person is the apprentice of 3 generations of adults, he had enough reason to remain silent on the matter. Desperate to test Orochimaru, and finally can't hide. But the time of exposure seems to be a little earlier. Orochimaru's defection in the original book was after the Kyuubi Nine Tails Rebellion, when 3 generations came to power again, and Orochimaru completely lost the chance to become Hokage. And now, it's a few months earlier. It is estimated that even if it is 8 sword, it will be a bit surprising to get this news. The reason for the advance is actually related to the 8 sword. Because of his existence, Orochimaru did not plant a spell on Enko, nor took Enko to his laboratories at various locations to observe Enko's physical condition and reaction after the spell was planted. Instead, he devoted himself to studying his reincarnation. But his research is often accompanied by the death of experimental subjects and the increase in the number of experimental subjects, so it made sense to expose the human experiment in advance. 3rd generation really not know about Orochimaru's research. Then why was he not so surprised when he saw the green Mokuten wood-style boy Yamato? It's not that I don't know, it's just been tolerated. This is the 3rd generation, and his character is like that. Like tolerating Danzo, he is tolerant of his apprentices. Early defection is not a butterfly effect, but a causal relationship, because the existence of the 8 swords has indeed changed something. Defection, however, has become a foregone conclusion. Orochimaru, I should have thought. Lighting the smoking gun, the 3 generations stood up with a wry smile. After all, he is my apprentice. Leave this to me, Minato. Should be. Minato nodded, never getting up to deal with the subject. 3 generations of adults always have their own consideration. Maybe it for the village, but one person's indulgence is not the best way. Sighing, watching the backs of the 3 generations and the Anbu leaving, his young face was full of fatigue. It finally done. In the dark laboratory, Orochimaru stared contentedly at the scroll in front of him. It records everything about the reincarnation of the dead. He opened his mouth and shoved the scroll into his stomach without disdain. He finally felt relieved. And just as he was doing all this last night, the movement of the door behind him made him turn around. In an instant, wild eyes made all Anbu ninjas take a few steps back. Sarutobi, teacher. Alas, the next morning, the 3rd day of Bajian leaving the village, Konoha, Midarashi's living room, another sigh came. Kurenai Yuhi, who was sitting on the sofa reading a magazine, was helpless. Hey, I said don't go too far. Your brother is just on a mission. Yuhi, who couldn't stand it, protested. From the time Bajian left the village until now, this has been a sigh of relief. And the worried look on your face. Do you wish that something happened to your brother? Enko, who is always lively and active and keep stuffing balls into his mouth. That's a C-level mission. You'll meet the enemy. Enko said excitedly. Nonsense. Your family will not encounter enemies when you do tasks. Right. Why are they paying you? I said, your younger brother is already a ninja, and it will be inevitable to fight people like this in the future. Do you have to worry so much every time? Kurenai Yuhi was a little helpless. Damn, he's not yet 6 years old, and no matter how old he is, he's my younger brother. For example, if your younger brother is AC rank on his first mission, wouldn't you be worried? Enko glanced proudly at Yuhi, then pouted. Ah, sorry, I forgot that you don't have a brother. I got you. I have a younger brother. showing off to me all the time. Kurenai Yuhi went straight to Byakugan. Yes, since Enko's younger brother appeared, she suddenly had a sense of superiority in front of her that she never had before. Then brother, I'm not really an opponent, but this time, when your younger brother comes back, the old lady can just recognize a younger brother. After all, Ye Bajian is not Enko's younger brother. While the two girls were chatting, several figures suddenly opened the door of Mitarashi's house and walked in. Anbu does business. Mitarashi, Anko, come with us. At this moment, Yuhi and Anko, senseless, ask for flour. Chapter 43. Is this Konoha? In the land of fire, the path leading to Konoha, the corpses that came in have disappeared. I don't know if it was eaten by a passing wild dog, or taken away by someone who deliberately concealed traces. The squad is moving forward. Was completely different from when they came was that the two genins had completely lost their fighting spirit. To be sure, they no longer want to be ninjas in this life. Not everyone's heart is as strong as the protagonist, and they cannot panic when encountering enemy. Not everyone can pierce their palms with kunai like Naruto and stimulate themselves with pain after realizing that they are timid. Lord Nani has been sent to the land of Su. After giving the money, I continued to live a smart life, and I didn't even say thank you when I left. The reason is that Bajian raised the level of the quest from C level to B level, and the reward that needs to be given has fully doubled. If you give more money, the other party is naturally unhappy. Eight Swords did not attribute Obito's attack to Itachi. Since he encountered a ninja during the mission, he must upgrade the mission level and give the money, otherwise he wouldn't mind killing Nani to get it himself. After resting for a while in Unokuni, Hachiken led the team back to Konoha. On his hand, there is an additional bracelet carved with agate stone. It was a small gift for Enko with Enko's name engraved on it. In addition to the agate bracelet, he also had a string of pearl necklaces hanging around his neck. Did he forget Azuki Yugao's small object? Jien sang, "You are too messy." But even though he was not attacked again on the way back, Itachi was still a little emotional. Slightly tilted his head to look at Bajian, who was lying on his back, snoring like thunder. Itachi sighed. Really messy enough. Uchiha Madara that day, Heiken became even more insane. Along the way, he never stopped swinging the knife, especially the sharp eye. All passers-by were frightened when they saw it, and they were deeply afraid that the knife was aimed at them. Do you feel vigilant after encountering a strong enemy? Itachi sighed. Now, he was finally exhausted. Falling down on Itachi's back. Although this back is not flat and firm, Bajian can finally sleep soundly. But the feeling of carrying a sword sang, not bad either. The way back was much smoother than the way out. When approaching Konoha, it was already sunset, and Itachi looked at the two genin who rushed into the village in relief, and finally shook his head and said nothing. Perception of how to deal with enemy. There is also the strength of being the foundation of ninjas. It has been shown that they and themselves and Jianzhang are not people on the same road. Itachi has heard from the two whisperings that they don't want to continue to be ninjas. When encountering setback, what I think about is not how to overcome it, but how to escape. Such a person does not deserve to be a ninja. Carrying Jianzhang on his back, Itachi walked towards Mitarashi's house step by step. Although a little tired along the way, he has not completed his mission. Send Jianzhang home. But the moment he pushed open the courtyard door, Itachi instinctively felt a little strain. Eight Sword, Itachi, waiting for them. It is not Kensang's sister Mitarashi Anko, but Kurenai Yuhi. Too late for Kurenai Yuhi to whisper, "Don't let her disturb Jianzhang's sleep." The girl in front of her continued to speak in a panic. Anko was taken away by Anbu's men in the morning and has not returned yet. Anko was taken away. What happened? Itachi was stunned and didn't know what to say. The next second, his back suddenly lightened. Looking back suddenly, he saw that Jianzhang, whom he respected, had pulled out that magical knife and walked out of the courtyard step by step. Without any hesitation, Itachi turned around and caught up with the back. The knife has been unsheathed. What is Jianzhang going to do? Go back. Itachi, walking on the street, ignoring the shocked gazes of the teenagers around him, Bajian said to Itachi with a blank expression. Why? Itachi squeezed his fist. What I'm going to do? Uchiha better not get involved. When he stopped, the murderous aura in Bajian's eyes flashed away. I represent myself, Ye Bajian's friend. It has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. Itachi shook his head fiercely. Jien sang, have you forgotten what you told me? You make me remember everything. I'm not alone, and so are you. Is that so? Hachiken smiled and was obviously moved, and then slashed Itachi unconscious with an understatement. Send him home. Head to look at Kurenai Yuhi, who was following in the corner. Bajian slammed Zanpakuto in his hand. Ninjas are out on a mission. When I got home, I found that my sister had been taken away. Then, what are the so-called ninjas guarding? Is this Konoha? It's funny enough. In an instant, the killing intent was rampant. The surrounding melon eaters were frightened and retreated. Central area of Konoha step by step with the knife in his hand. There is Anbu, Aspe, ... Ask for a ticket. The fifth is delivered, plus more words. Ahem, a ticket is good. Chapter 44. That his sister. What is he going to do? Kurenai Yuhi bit Kiba and helped Itachi, who was down by the street. In the end, Eight Sword did not bring Itachi. From the beginning to the end, he was not a person who would cheat on his friend. When Itachi said those words just now, this decision will not change. Take the people of the Uchiha family to smash Anbu and make a scene. Do not make joke. From the tense relationship between the Uchiha family and Konoha, let alone Fugaku's headache because of Itachi's intervention. Even if he wants to help, there is no way. It's muddy water. What the final outcome will be, Ye Bajian does not know. No matter how it ends, Anko, no one can touch it. What if the fish die and the net is broken? That's his sister. The aura opened, and the devastating Reiatsu made the people watching the opera involuntarily retreat to both sides, and no one dared to stop him. The little boy looked at the world like an evil spirit, inheriting the strength of Kenpachi Zaragi, and at the same time, the boy master devoured the animal nature of Kenpachi. Only blood can suppress the animal nature. Lord Hokage. Meanwhile, inside the Konoha Hokage building, the young Yamanaka Inoichi came to the office and got down on one knee. Minato nodded and motioned for the other person to get up and speak, and the three generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him are just standing by the window in a daze. As for the reason for the daze, Namikaze Minato was a little dumbfounded. Orochimaru actually ran away. In front of his mentor, he ran away after killing a lot of Anbu ninjas. Rather than running away, it would be better to say that things are coming, and the three generations of adults suddenly relented and let the other party go. He will always be so soft-hearted, but after letting it go, you will regret it again. What is he regretting? Minato shook his head. Mitarashi Anko has already said what he knows. According to Anbu's interrogation process, next, please instruct Lord Hokage whether to use special means. Yamanaka Inoichi's voice gradually became smaller. About Anbu's interrogation process. This kind of thing is invisible. Using demonic illusion to torture, it is reasonable to treat the hostile ninja village, but the plane is a bit cruel to his own people. From then on, neurasthenia and mental strength are affected. Severe cerebral palsy. It's cerebral palsy. It mainly depends on the method. If you use this method of interrogation on your own people, you still have to report, otherwise, he really can't do it. Whatever the process should be, ask about Orochimaru's hidden stronghold. And just when he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned around and said, also, list Orochimaru as a Konoha class missing nin, and dispatch a chasing ninja from now on. Follow the process. Minato was stunned for a moment, then opened his mouth to say something suddenly, but was interrupted by the sound of the window next to him being open. If you're chasing ninjas, I'll go. Looking up, a bold white-haired man Junji was squatting there with a solemn expression by the office window. Jiraiya, one of the Sani, same as the apprentice of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the teacher of Namikaze Minato. At this moment, the three generations of master and apprentice are gathered together. Jiraiya, the words of chasing ninjas. Sarutobi frowned. Obviously he didn't want Jiraiya to go after Orochimaru because he knew his apprentice well. The so-called pursuit of Orochimaru was probably just a reason to leave Konoha. But at the moment Konoha, not many people can use it. Konoha if Jiraiya all leaves the village. Teacher, I understand what you're talking about, but it must be me who pursues Orochimaru. Jiraiya shook her head and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. She seemed to have something to say, but she suddenly caught Minato's exhausted face. In the end, the words he wanted to say turned into a sigh and jumped out of the window, out of everyone's sight. After Tsunadiheim of Senju's house, Konoha Sani all left the village at this moment. It's a little bit earlier than the original, but it doesn't make any difference. Even in the original book, neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru appeared in this year's EPUB Ninetales upheaval when disaster struck. Only Minato and Sandai are guarding the village. Where were the so-called heroes at that moment? No one knows. Minato's eyes were a little lonely. He was very grateful to teacher Jiraiya, but when the teacher was leaving, he couldn't even say a thoughtful word. So tired. Watching Yamanaka Inoichi turn and leave, Minato suddenly felt exhausted. This Hokage, this village, it was the first time I felt so powerless. The room fell silent again, and the two Hokages weren't talking to each other. After a few minutes, the silence was not broken until an Anbu ninja hurried over. 3 generations of adult, 4 generations of adult. Yabajian, who just returned from a mission outside the village, rushed into Anbu with a knife. Rushed into Anbu. At this moment, Minato finally remembered what he had just forgotten about. Yes, is about to be tortured by demonic illusion and enjoys Anbu's interrogation process, but his sister. Come on. Instant, Minato rushed out of the office. He had to stop him before he got into trouble. That the boy he valued. Well, plus it will be delivered, but still want to write. Now, a flower. That's it. Chapter 45. Go to NM Prisoner. Anbu Powerhouse. Idlers are not allowed to enter. So-called Anbu, the full name of the Assassination Tactic Special Forces, is a secret organization formed by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama. By Hokage, dealing with some shady affairs and guarding Konoha. When Bajian kicked over 2 guards as an intruder, Anbu member who was lying on the ground ground, adjusted the mask on his face, and then said righteously, "Anbu powerhouse, idlers are not allowed to enter. Funny village. I'm here to find someone. Mitarashi Anko, where he's being held." With a slight leap, Bajian came to the man on the ground and kicked him on the chest. The cold Zanpakudo pressed against the opponent's neck. The young man's face did not show any panic of breaking into Anbu, but became extremely calm. Since it's messed up, there is no reason to look ahead. Hands up. Fall down. A tingling sound of scalp tingling. Zanpakudo inserted the back of the opponent's hand. Anbu of this period has just been reorganized. The direct leader is the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato. So the so-called guard ninja of Anbu, the strength is only in Chunin. Such strength does not pose any threat to Ye Bajian. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Anko, where is it? Stepping on the opponent's body, Bajian turned the sharp blade in his hand. The pain of the palm being cut made the ninja's body suffer greatly. As Bajian said, he didn't want to embarrass the other party, but if the kid insists he doesn't talk, he doesn't mind killing him and asking another guy. After all, within a second, Anko could suffer more than the man under his feet. Without the news he wants, his anger will become limitless. Anbu found Anko, and the reason can be understood after a little analysis of Bajian, coupled with the discussions of the surrounding villagers when he came. He had already determined Anbu's purpose. Orochimaru. He even defected early. This was beyond his expectation. He was too lazy to think about the reason, but Anbu wanted to get Orochimaru's news from Anko's mouth, and treated Anko in that extraordinary way, which was something in the original book. Bajian leaves the village on a mission, but his sister is captured. This is a kind of anger from the heart. Cell 5. At the moment of hazy consciousness, the young Anbu ninja saw the knife raised high, and in order to survive, he finally said the location. Because in his opinion, this does not seem to belong to the secret of the village. There's no reason to die for this. When you die, everything is really gone. What he couldn't figure out was why the young man in front of him could come all the way here with such a strong murderous aura. This is Konoha. Is he going to go on a killing spree in Konoha? Cell 5. He let go of the man under his feet, sensed the soul fluctuations that were getting closer and closer in the distance, and Bajian rushed into the Anbu base with a cold snort. There are many blockers, but when the evil spirit really entered the fighting state, no one could stop him. Mention that Hatake Kakashi is acting as a bodyguard for Uzumaki Kushina. Even if he is there, Ye Bajian is not afraid. Anko, it's possible you're suffering. For this alone, he would rather rush in front of her in a way of injury for injury. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The door of the number 5 prison cell was kicked open angrily, and the scene inside finally relaxed Bajian's tense nerves a little. Anko sat there, heavily handcuffed. Morino Ibiki, who was still very young and did not even have a scar on his face, was questioning something. Who are you? Seeing the 8 sword, Morino Ibiki instinctively panicked. He didn't despise each other just because they were small. Because his knife was tickling Yin Yuhi's blood on the ground, coupled with the demon-like aura on his body, panic was a normal emotion. Brother. Anko was stunned for a moment, looking at the young man in front of her with some strangeness, but when the strangeness flashed by, when she noticed the blood flowing, she wanted to break free from the chair like crazy and stand up. What did you do to my brother? He doesn't even know about Orochimaru. This woman is my first impression that I am being bullied. Bajian walked up to him with a smirk, and broke the iron cuffs on her wrist. Let go, sister, let go home. Holding Anko up, Hachiken finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the state of the other party, it is obvious that he has not been tortured by demonic illusion. He came just in time. Stop. Suddenly there was a sound behind him, and Ibiki took out Kuu and stared at Hachiken and Anko. She's a prisoner. Swish, swish. 2 sword flashes flash. Morino Ibiki only felt a chill on his face, and then stepped back in horror. Those 2 knives. He did not see the trajectory of the cuts at all. Go to the NM prisoner. Carrying Zanpakudo, the boy and Anko stepped out, facing the faint light outside the passage. Holding his brother's warm hand, Anko also understood that the blood did not belong to the 8 sword. He came to take him home. Everything is left to my brother. Ask for a ticket. Plus the second chapter is delivered. Chapter 46 is a 4th generation Hokage. I trust you. How is it? At this moment, the entrance to the Anbu base. The ninjas who arrived after hearing the news have already surrounded it. There is only one way out, and you have to go through it if you want to leave. The situation inside is unknown, and waiting here is a good decision. Namikaze Minato raised the ninja who had been trampled on the ground by the 8 swords at first, and asked with a worried expression on his face. I don't know. He just asked me where Mitarashi Anko is. Anbu ninja said with some embarrassment. As Anbu, Lord Hokage's direct department, was defeated by a child. Looking at the wound on his hand, he still has some lingering fears until now. Is that really the case? Minato gave a wry smile and sighed. Orochimaru was let go on purpose, and in the end he had to ask the ninjas in his village where he was hiding. Even want to use unconventional means. If I could describe it in 2 words, it would be outrageous. He knew the boy Ye Bajian. He also mentioned each other more than once in front of the 3 generations of adults. Even before Sarutobi Asuma choked on Enko with a puff of cigarette, he dared to stand up and kick him out of the meatball shop. So if someone took his sister, how could he possibly tolerate such behavior? Looking around, the entire entrance has been blocked. The third generation stared intently at the passage, while Anbu's ninja had pulled out the kunai to prepare for the fight. Does this matter need to be so big? Compared to Orochimaru, Heiken, who wanted to save her sister and didn't want her to suffer, turned into a sinner. Is this really appropriate? 3 generations of adults standing up and returning to Sarutobi. Minato's face was tangled and gloomy. Wait for him to come out. Sarutobi shook his head and didn't want to say more. The departure of Orochimaru and Jiraiya made him a little upset. The anxious wait began. Anbu's ninjas didn't dare to let out a sigh of relief, and the 2 Hokages also fell silent. I don't know how long it took. The 2 figures leaned against each other and walked out of the passage. At this moment, everyone's eyes swept towards them. Tick. On Zanpakuto, a drop of blood slowly flowed to the ground, and Namikaze Minato sighed coldly when he swept the blood. Sure enough, is it too late? When did Enko see this kind of battle? She was startled and instinctively wanted to hide behind Bajian, but she just bit Kiba to protect her brother. Lord Hokage, don't be afraid. Shaking his head, strong arms wrapped her around her again, and the boy thrust Zanpakuto into the ground with a mockery on his face. He wanted to see what the Konoha bastards would do with themselves. Ye Bajian privately release prisoners and slaughter their companion. You, what are you to blame? However, the person who spoke made Bajian a little stunned. Aside the crowd, Mr. Danzo, who was in sympathy with Orochimaru, was long overdue, and on his face, with unpretentious anger, it seems that he is extremely angry with Bajian's behavior. You're saying it again. Who's the culprit? The terrifying murderous aura spread instantly. All the wildness of Zaragi Kenpachi came to this little boy. Everyone present was shocked. Why does this little boy possess such a terrifying murderous aura? They had no doubt that if Shimura Danzo treated Mitarashi Enko with the title of a prisoner, the teenager would shoot directly, ignore the consequences and do whatever it takes. Grab Konoha's forehead with one hand. The blue veins on the small palm were exposed. Minato's shoulders twitched. He seemed to understand what the other party was going to do. Knight, let me say something. He believed that if he did not beat Ye Bajian would pinch the forehead to smash in anger, and then the fish would die and the net would be broken. But the people present were all Konoha elite, and there was only one result. That is Ye Bajian, the boy he admires so much. The boy who didn't need to suffer this innocent disaster will surely die. At least that's his understanding. People from Anbu, the purpose of taking Enko is just to cooperate with the investigation. Like you, Enko is a part of Konoha and she has that obligation. After all, she was Orochimaru's disciple before, and now Orochimaru has defected after killing the Anbu ninja. You should understand that it's okay to cooperate with the investigation. There was sunshine on Minato's face, trying to use words to calm Hachiken. Sister, do you know about Orochimaru? Looking around, everyone who should be there is there, and Bajian turns his head to look at Enko. I don't know. I've said everything I can, and I can guarantee it's the truth. Enko stretched out his hand and said solemnly, Hehe, you guarantee? What guarantee do you use? 2 Hokages didn't beat, but Danzo started to attack. He came, of course, with his purpose. As early as when Orochimaru asked for this boy's information, he became curious about Yabajian. Now that Orochimaru is gone, the only thing he wants to do is to arrest the boy and study the unusualness of him. Finally, for him, nothing said by someone who has not been tortured by demonic illusion can be considered a true confession. You fart. Confession. Prisoner. Swords was already furious to the extreme. Who made Enko's disciple of Orochimaru? Do you think she is rare? Orochimaru ran away. Why don't you go after Orochimaru and torture her instead? Who taught Orochimaru to TM? Why didn't you recruit him for a confession? Why don't you torture those ninjas who failed to capture Orochimaru? Maybe they let Orochimaru go on purpose. In a word, the whole place fell silent. Who taught Orochimaru? Slowly, everyone's eyes were focused on an old man present. 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He thought he could avoid this embarrassing status by not speaking. Unfortunately, he was wrong. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Sarutobi sighed and didn't know what to say. Yes, of closeness, he and Orochimaru are probably closer. And this could be too hard. Simply heartfelt. Let Orochimaru go on purpose. Lord Hokage, Anbu inside is just injured, not dead. At this moment, an Anbu ninja approached Minato and reported the situation in a low voice. Just hurt. There is a turnaround. His eyes lit up, and Minato suddenly took a step forward. I believe in Enko, and I believe in Yabajian. Everyone, go back first. I swear in the name of the 4th generation Hokage, I will give you an account of this matter. Coming to Heiken, Minato stretched out his hand and placed it on Heiken's head. Give him a sunny smile. I believe in you, so put away your hostility and leave the rest to me. Well, the 8th is delivered. Added 3 chapters today. Fingers are already sore. As usual to ask for ticket. Chapter 48 Shadow's name. How to say, is it the little sun? Hachiken lightly patted Minato's hand on his head aside. To be honest, when he came out, he had already prepared for the word. Take Enko into a riot and leave the village. Although it was a little earlier than planned, I had already shared with Orochimaru that he would be looking for him in the future. It's not difficult to leave Konoha with his full power. It wasn't that he looked down on Konoha, it was that the power of death was not understood in this world. Even before leaving, he left a very deep impression on the village. But thinking about it carefully, with his current age and the progress of the template unlocking, there are still people outside who can threaten him. Those things in 8 swords don't matter. Challenge yourself step by step in the face of threat, and then grow. The never-ending battle is the most fanatical thing about himself, who has inherited everything Kenpachi has. Just what about Enko? Can she survive those days? There is also Itachi, who is close to him. If he does, Itachi is the first to be excluded by Konoha, and Uchiha behind him. Heart blood can boil, but there are some things to consider. Hold on. When his strength can withstand all challenges, anyone who block him will no longer be a threat. It's not that the 8 swords are afraid. There is no fear of this word in his dictionary. Rather, at this moment, it is not that no one in the so-called Konoha senior rank has stood up to speak for themselves. Is Namikaze Minato, Destiny Child Father? Maybe one day you will feel that because of your unintentional act of kindness, you will be able to live to watch your son grow. I agree with your graduation application, Yi. The hand was slapped off, and Minato was a little embarrassed. After becoming Hokage, this was the first time he had encountered such a difficult junior. No way. Saying this sentence is also reminding Bajian. The meaning is obvious. If you can successfully graduate, then I will help you. So now, give me a face, and let him handle it here. Understood. Nodded, then pulled Enko to stand calmly aside. He wanted to see how little son handled this mess. 4th generation. Do you want to let a person who shoots a companion escape punishment with a few words of your own? I believe in you. You can win the respect of Bajian, but not everyone can accept this result. Danzo, who finally waited for an opportunity and wanted to throw the 8 sword to the root for labor reform. Sanctions are not for one's own people, but for the enemy. Turning around, Minato's face was serious. I believe Enko doesn't know about Orochimaru, and what he said just now makes sense. Since he is wasting time on his own people, it is better to send more people to hunt down Orochimaru. Own people. These are 3 words that Minato has mentioned many times. First, this matter is not that complicated. It's just a child who sees his sister being arrested and get dizzy with anger. It's understandable. If Kushina is innocently implicated, I will do the same. Not to mention that he didn't complain to him. Anbu's ninja strike to the death, which shows he has a sense. Second, before Yi and Uchiha Itachi went on the mission, I had already decided to take them into Anbu after this mission was completed. Since the decision has been made, he is a member of Anbu. This matter is Anbu at best. It's just an internal problem that arises inside the face of the older generation of Konoha. Minato's voice is neither humble nor arrogant, but anyone could hear that he had completely stood on Ye Bajian's side. Why? Danzo's eyes burned. Just because Anbu is the assassination unit directly under Hokage, and only obeys Hokage, and I, Konoha's 4th generation Hokage, a veritable Hokage. At this moment, Minato suddenly became tough, uncharacteristically different from the servile Hokage one, but told others in an unquestionable tone. He is Konoha's 4th Hokage, the real Hokage. What Hokage said was an order. It's that tone again. His fist tightly. Danzo's heart was beating violently, and his eyes shifted from Minato to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once upon a time, he also said the same. Danzo, I am Hokage. I do this. Do you have any opinion on the 3rd generation? For some reason, when he said those words before, he suddenly felt a lot more relief. Present. Turned around. Minato looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked. The 3 generations were stunned. Minato just asked him for his opinion. Instead of asking yourself what to do as before. There are opinions that can be raised, but I will not necessarily accept them. More and more like a real Hokage. Faint sigh. Sarutobi shook his head. In the final analysis, it was because of him. If he hadn't softened his heart and let Orochimaru go, it probably wouldn't have happened. Therefore, he has no say in this matter and has been silent. Your Hokage, make it your own. But being asked this way, he felt a little uncomfortable, and shook his head. Sarutobi turned away with his old body hunched over. Orochimaru's defection hit him too hard. It's all gone. Send the wounded to the medical department. Night. Take a day off. Come to the Hokage office tomorrow morning. Dust settled. Minato smiled warmly at Hachiken again and walked away. Hokage cloak behind the little son. The words of the 4th generation of Hokage were imprinted into Bajian's mind. He's worthy of the Hokage name. Well, I feel a little uncomfortable today, and the update is a little slow. Ask for flowers and tickets as usual. Chapter 48 Jianzhang. I can't be happy here. Nightfall. Konoha regained that calm atmosphere. Walking on the street, the night wind in the spring is particularly comfortable. Along the way, neither Bajian nor Enko spoke. Only the 10 fingers that were tightly intertwined were explaining something to the calm atmosphere. In fact, they don't have to pour out some words of concern to each other. It can be said, but it is not necessary. Each other's hearts already know Akatsuki. It was an inescapable emotion. At the door of Midarashi's house, looking from a distance, the thin girl is still waiting for news. Konoha need fate. Therefore, no matter how stupid a person is, it is impossible to slap their own fate, publicize what happened at the entrance of Anbu, and then wantonly criticize Bajian for this kind of behavior. Maybe Danzo had such a plan, but he was warned by Minato in disguise that he would not act in a short time, because starting today, Bajian has officially become a part of Anbu. The Anbu directly under Hokage is fundamentally different from the root. In a sense, the root is actually Danzo's private soldier. The name is to cultivate more excellent Anbu ninjas, but in fact, the talents sent to Anbu from the root, except for Yamato, there is no one else. The existence of such an organization that does not help Konoha in the slightest is full of irrationality. Sarutobi Hiruzen can indulge the existence of such an organization, but the other Hokage may not buy it. Minato is still young, and if he is given enough time, that should change. If Danzo is smart enough, he can't lower his presence and hide in the dark to do something he liked to do. Too bad he's so stupid. As the leader of an unreasonable organization, he jumped out again and again to count his presence. Simply stupid behavior. Don't forget that Orochimaru, who defected, was nominally a member of the root. You guys are back. The two figures approached. Kurenai Yuhi finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Bajian rushed to the Anbu base with a knife, her anxiety never diminished. Fortunately, they are all back. It worries you. Anko was a little embarrassed. You shouldn't have eaten. Go eat balls. I'll treat you. You go. I'm a little tired. Bajian shook his head. He was indeed a little tired. When he came back from the escort mission, he kept winging the knife, and it was Itachi who carried him back home later, and he rushed to Anbu as soon as he came back, which was a little bit more physical. Don't look at how strong he is, but her body is less than 6 years old. I really envy you for having a younger brother. You don't even know how crazy he is when he hears the news. Looking at the back of Bajian walking into the house, Kurenai Yuhi seemed to think of something, and a pink Yuhi color suddenly appeared on his face. Is my brother excellent? Yuhi and Anko, these two best friends, have no secret from each other. Sometimes with just one look, you can understand what the other person is thinking. This time, though, Kurenai Yuhi was obviously a little puzzled by Anko's question. Excellence is natural. It didn't take long for Ye Bajian to enter everyone's field of vision, but everything related to him seems unusual. Break the ninja school graduation record, and the first time the mission was sea level, and came back safe and sound. I heard that the mission has been changed to B level. The most shocking thing is that he actually brought Anko out of Anbu. He really succeeded. Yuhi didn't know what happened to his best friend in Anbu, but it was not easy to hear about being taken away by Anbu for interrogation. But no matter what, she was afraid that she would never be able to forget the figure who rushed out with the knife in hand without hesitation. There is no woman who does not appreciate such a man, nor is there any woman who does not expect this scene. If there is someone you can work so hard for yourself, maybe you can also let yourself feel what is moving, that kind of emotion. Any ideas? Came to the meatball store. Fortunately, the store was not closed yet. Sitting in a chair, Anko suddenly said something out of bounds. What do you mean? Yuhi's hand holding the ball shook slightly. It means literally. Anko blinked. My best friend, don't you want to kiss and kiss? How old is he? How dare you be forced to mature a little early? Good guy, this is where you start to sell your brother. Kurenai Yuhi went straight to Byakugan. It's not that you won't grow up, and to be precise, you're not much older than my brother. Just look at your airport and you'll know it's really slow. Anko shook his tender corn in disdain. In this regard, she had enough confidence to despise her high girlfriend, so she extended her hand while the owner of the meatball shop went out to sort out the cart. Why? Where are you touching? Relax. And just when Anko was promoting his younger brother in the Midarashi's house in the room of Yabajian, seeing the boy sitting in the chair and looking straight at him, Bajian yawned. I'm really relieved that Jianzhang is back, but not happy. Holding his shoulders, Itachi looked like an abandoned grudge in the dark, but after someone tapped his forehead fiercely, that resentment disappeared instantly. Next time, Itachi, there will be a day that will bring you down on Konoha. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 49. Give you the only refuge. Film. The title of the supreme leader of a village. Hokage of Konoha, a person who deserves to be respected in the village, and only those who have strong strength and have been widely recognized are worthy of this title. Sometimes, as a Hokage, I also feel helpless and more tired. Standing inside the Hokage office, the figures of Hachiken and Itachi were not tall, but Minato felt a different kind of pressure. It is completely different from the pressure of dealing with the enemy, which is bred and grown by helplessness. Two geniuses, but it gave me a headache. Hokage office today is a little less smoky. The third generation said that he was unwell and planned to rest for a while. After Orochimaru's defection and Minato's transition to toughen up in the name of Hokage, Sarutobi also sees a lot of things. There is a faint feeling that the village is really handed over to Minato to manage. It's an air volume that Minato Minato admired, not being carried away by anger. It's a ninja who is Konoha, and he is clearly out on a mission for the village, but his relatives are suspected. This feeling made me pick up the knife. Putting down the appointment letter in his hand, Bajian explained to himself lightly. The above is the final verdict given by the 4th generation Hokage about the Anbu incident yesterday. That's right, he is on the side of Bajian. But even so, he couldn't show this favoritism deliberately. He is Hokage, but Konoha, not his own Konoha. If nothing else, this ruling must be approved by the 2 major advisors before the final decision will take effect, subject to the shadow of the consultant. Konoha has always been like this. Itachi nodded sympathetically for Hachiken's correction. Indeed, when he heard that Anko was taken away, he was also a little confused. Clearly they work hard for the mission, but the target you want to protect is gone, and that feeling will make people collapse. You child, you are still too stubborn. Minato sighed. Stubborn? I just think I see the essence of things. Any disappointment is accumulated little by little. This is the first time. Because of your existence, I can ignore it for a while, but next time, someone will not necessarily stand by my side and say believe me. At that time, the accumulated disappointment also broke out. What will I do? Whether to destroy and rebuild, or leave and choose myself, I don't know yet. He's always been like this. Speaking straight and straight. Disappointment is cumulative. There's nothing wrong with that. Konoha didn't treat him badly except this one. So, when Anbu was making trouble, he didn't embarrass the ninjas who block him. Whenever the anger towards this village in his heart grows a little bit, those people will die, and yesterday's ending will change. Konoha's mistake was institutional. That's a question left over from history, but Bajian still admires the young Hokage in front of him. Although he has not been a Hokage for a long time, he has learned to think from other people's perspective. This kind of thinking is rare. Forget it. Minato shook his head, and he knew that talking to the other person would give him a headache. However, that sunny smile on his face again. Minato walked to Itachi and Hachiken step by step, holding a head with one hand. He seemed to like this kind of action and said his thought from his heart. Itachi, become my disciple. Maybe my teacher is incompetent, but with this level of identity, you will have a lot less trouble, and your new identities in Anbu make perfect sense. Maybe my teacher is not qualified. Speaking of this, Minato had a wry smile on his face. Known as Yellow Flash, he always takes a step slower every time he appears in front of his disciple. If he were faster, Rin and Obito. Shaking his head, Minato's eyes were sincere. Kakashi will give you a new identity, although the short-term task will be a bit boring, but this is also one of the ways to hide you. After this time, I will give you new tasks. Tutor Namikaze Minato. Bajian was stunned for a moment, and at that moment, he suddenly wanted to say something. You can teach me. When he met Minato's sincere eyes, Hachiken fell silent. He really wanted to help himself. Although he didn't know what to do, he had done his best to protect him. Compared with the 8th Sword, Itachi was only a lot more surprised. Hokage took the Uchiha clan as his own disciple. Although the one named Uchiha Obito was from the same family in the past, Minato at that time was not Hokage after all. With this level of identity, he still accepts himself. This Hokage, does he want to use his own actions to change the relationship between the Uchiha family and the village? For a moment, it was just this thought. Itachi has recognized the existence of Minato, the Hokage. This is the real Hokage. How far will you go? What kind of changes does it bring to Konoha? Before, I ignored my disciples and was always entangled in tasks, but now I have plenty of time to watch you. Itachi, there's not much the teacher can give you, but these are the greatest protection for you. Staring at the 2 young figures walking out of Hokage's office, Minato's eyes were full of anticipation. If Jiraiya Sensei were there, would they be defined as pioneers in changing the ninja world? The legendary son of prophecy. Is that you? Beglower. Gone. Terrible headache. Chapter 50. Yi and Xiao. Anbu Bigri. The things that Hokage considers must not be put on just 2 people. His point of view is to start from the whole village. As a disciple sent to Anbu, this kind of shelter is already Minato's best effort. Bajian understands this very well, but when he left the Hokage building, he was a little emotional. The bond of fate is finally determined. Minato never knows how much his kindness will be rewarded. He's a good Hokage. Hachiken. Itachi glanced back at Konoha's Hokage building. To be honest, this was the first time he felt very cordial here. At least there is one more person who really cares about him. Namikaze Minato. He and Jianzhang's teacher. The word teacher. At first, he only felt a bit appropriate for Shisui and Hachiken. Shisui is a mentor in life, and Jianzhang is a close friend. A good Hokage indeed, but not a good father and a good husband. Hachiken shrugged and added, maybe everyone's approach to their lover is different, and the position in their hearts is also different. When he became Hokage, everything he did was selflessly revolving around the village. It's not that he wants to ignore the existence of his wife, but that he really has no time. The tragic pain that happened in the original book was not what he wanted to see. For Konoha, only the infant child was left. I vaguely remember Minato telling Sandai when he was dying, take care of his children. Ha, 8 Sword smiled. Naruto's childhood. Let's compare it with Sarutobi Konohamaru. One is the young master. One is a fox. Minato, as a father, watched his son's growth from the perspective of a bystander. Would he clench his fist angrily like a normal father? Maybe the third generation did their best. After all, he gave Naruto a place to live and eat. That is not the treatment of the son of a hero. Jien sang, what are you laughing at? Pulling on the sleeves of Bajian, Itachi had a puzzled expression on his face. Nothing, go and report. Shaking his head, Bajian strode forward. Now that he didn't refute Minato's acceptance of himself as a disciple, everything had changed. All the way, ignoring the pointing of the people around Akatsuki who didn't know anything about Akatsuki, the two came to the entrance of Anbu. This time, no one will stop Bajian. Whether it's courage or strength, and his identity at this moment, those obstacles no longer exist. Although you have become Minato-sensei's disciple, in theory, the three of us are of the same sect, but during the mission, I will call you by code name. Afternoon, the two people who received their mat in Anbu came to the place where they met with the team member, outside a house, on the second floor rooftop. If the 8 Swords remember correctly, this is the 4th generation Hokage, and the home of the teacher Namikaze Minato that he just recognized. Yes, Kakashi is still carrying out the task of protecting other people's wives at this moment. Did not meet each other in Anbu yesterday. And what Minato said, reducing the presence of 8 Swords in a short period of time, let people gradually forget what he did. So the reason why the task may be relatively boring has also been found. Protect Hokage's wife with Kakashi. What a bad thing. Leaning against the wall, Bajian tore off the mask and sullen Erguotu, then threw the wine gourd to Kakashi. This is his way of saying hello. But now I'm on a mission. During the mission, everything is mission-oriented. Drinking alcohol is obviously disrespectful to the mission, but people who don't know how to value their companions are not even scumbags. The profound words of the deceased friend suddenly echoed in his mind. After taking off half of the mask, Kakashi took a sip of Erguotu. The burning sensation made him realize that he was alive, and there are 2 more apprentices. I don't have a deliberate code name. The original Kuroyuki has been forgotten, because the hair color and ninjutsu will always be recognized, so it's okay to call me by my name during the mission. Throwing the wine gourd back into Hachiken's hand, Kakashi covered his face again. But you guys are still well hidden, so the code name is also very important. Code name. Bajian looked up at the gloomy sky. The unknown bird that flew by reminded him of an animal. Owl. The vicious bird also refers to a cruel ancient criminal law. It seems to fit me well. How about you? Turning his head, Kakashi looked at Uchiha Itachi. Me. Itachi suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, thought about the information he had left in Anbu before, and finally squeezed a word out of his throat. Nay. Bajian was stunned for a moment, and then he gave Itachi a head scratch. True that Anbu's code name is mostly defined by animals, but that's not always the case. But what do you mean by choosing a knight? Ye owl. Got it. Nodded. The purity of Erguotu made Kakashi feel a little high, leaning against the wall and shaking his head. To be honest, when he saw these 2 people, he wanted to refuse. After all, in his cognition, being his companion would be accompanied by bad luck, dying in front of him one by one. This was Minato-sensei's order, and he didn't have any chance to resist. As for what Minato-sensei is going to do, Kakashi also understands. To use new members, especially those who are as close as the Minato class, to join in to clear the darkness in your heart. But it's not that easy to forget something. Swish. The piercing blade vanished in a flash, and Kakashi tilted his head. Do not forget to practice even when performing tasks. This guy is somewhat similar to Guy. Companion. I guess so. Ask for flower. Well, chapter 51. The second template calls for the power of instinct. Orochimaru's defection will not cause much psychological fluctuations for ordinary people in Konoha. In particular, the reason for the other party's defection was after the human experiment was discovered. The original respect for Konoha's hero, Lenkun Orochimaru, who won the 2nd and 3rd ninja war for Konoha, has all disappeared. Instead, it turned into disgust. This is the unwritten rule of Ninja Village. But whoever defected, it must be the problem of the ninja itself. With Konoha, storms always have. The defection of Orochimaru and the departure of Jiraiya did not leave any special mark for this peaceful village. Spring has come completely, and the warmth is moisturizing the earth. People enjoyed a brief peace without war, and after the 3 generations returned home to self-isolation, Minato was completely busy. Those things that could only be handled by 3 generations in the past made him a little overwhelmed. He also discovered for the first time that there were so many problems in this warm village. The contradictions between the major family, the peeping of the hostile ninja village at the border, and the daily work of the ninjas. On him, a shadow's accusation has been completely shouldered. Being busy means less time to spend with your wife. However, compared to the original, Kushina's life is not so boring. Konoha, home to 4 generations of Hokage. Looking at the 2 people who were sitting in the living room, Little Pepper laughed and took took out the dark dish she recently researched. The poor chicken wings in a pan were laid out there. It's hard to imagine how she could use such delicious ingredients to produce even color. Just looking at it, Sharingan under the Itachi mask has been forced out, and it seems that he is facing a big enemy. I'm going to train with Jianzhang. Quickly stood up and rushed out of the balcony. Itachi's forehead involuntarily oozes cold sweat, and he quietly glanced back at Kakashi-senpai, who was trembling all over. He was a little gloating. There are 2 more people in the task of protecting the 4th generation wife, which means that even if they are careful, they will be discovered by the 4th generation wives who are orphans of the Uzumaki family. Simply, Minato waived the rules when doing tasks, making an exception to allow the 3-person team to accompany his wife at close range. This is also a way of compensation for Kushina, but it hurt a few people. During pregnancy, Kushina didn't think about other things. That is, the ability of dark cooking has risen to a certain level. It is impossible to eat. Trembling all over, Itachi turned to look at Jianzhang, who was stunned on the roof, with some doubt. Are you resting? Should not be. Even when performing tasks, Jianzhang still maintains the strength of his sword swing. This kind of laziness never happened. He didn't know that the 8 swords at this time were receiving the baptism from the evolution of the King of Flat Cutting template. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swinging the knife 8,000 times, and getting 0.2% of the unlocking progress of all the King of Flat template. Ding! Congrats to the host, the King of Flat Cut. The progress of unlocking the first template is 10%, and the second template permission has been opened. Do you want to extract it immediately? After the daily tasks were changed, the 8 swords were used for swinging the sword whenever they had time. At Konoha, he always felt bound. That kind of restraint comes from the weakness of his own strength. Perhaps he has far surpassed his peers, but the huge room for improvement has left him unsatisfied in the slightest. He has to become stronger, so strong that no one can influence him, strong enough to do whatever you want. And Ye's escort mission gave him enough time to practice frantically, because he knew that at least the current Uzumaki Kushina is safe enough. The due date is still very early, and Obito will not appear. High-intensity training means all-round improvement. The never-ending daily tasks have allowed him to complete a small transformation. Whether it is chakra, physique, or spiritual pressure, it is increasing exaggeratedly every day. And now, after his hard work, the Zengeki Kenpachi template has reached 10%. Extract. Without explaining anything to Itachi, who was looking at him from a distance, Hachiken's low voice was a little excited. Who will be the next king of slashing? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second king of flat cutting template from the world of death, the power of instinct Shubai. In his mind, an invisible beam of light was invading all over the body, laughing loudly again and again, wantonly destroying the nerves of Bajian. But in an instant, his dirty mental power devoured it, digested it, and finally turned it into his own power. From the power of instinct, swish, a powerful spiritual pressure rose into the sky. Immediately after that, the ordinary Zanpakuto in his hand swelled up instantly, and strange patterns spread all over the blade. At the end of the blade, a few dark chains were only wrapped around Bajian's arm. False white. The power of the void comes from the body of the protagonist of the world of death, Kurosaki Ichigo. It is also the real Zanyu. Call on the power of instinct. Feeling the destructive power all over his body, Bajian Idol's other hand suddenly covered his forehead and laughed wildly. So it is. There is also a beast living in my heart. Fight. Endless fight. With fierce eyes, Bajian's eyes inadvertently looked at Itachi next to him. For a moment, the enormous pressure made Itachi feel a little breathless. Jian sang. What happened to him? What a look this is. The only thing that is certain is that he is stronger again. ... Flowers and evaluation votes are basically not added today. There is no monthly pass. Damn, is it cold? When crying. The 5th update has been delivered. Plus only 1 ticket. Please. Chapter 52. Be honest. Kurama. Zaraki Kenpachi unlock progress 10%. Master ability. Sword press. Basic slash. Void unlocking progress 0%. Master ability. Fighting instinct. The king of flat slashing feature 1. Chakra blade. The virtual white template unlock 5%, which will unlock the second feature. Feeling the power in his body, Bajian took a deep breath. A different power than death. This power is more violent. The essence of Kurosaki Ichigo's mother was corroded by the body, and it is the second Zanyu. Waved Zanpakuto lightly and brought it to him, and Bajian's eyes were a little upset. This is his night. Because of the change of Reiatsu and the emergence of the second template, it has also evolved. The weird lines are tightly wrapped around the chains of the arm. It is full of wildness similar to Heiken's own character. Unlike Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanyu in the world of Shinigami, this sword gives people a heavier feeling, especially when grasping on the hilt of the sword. The feeling of blood connection made Bajian swing the sword more freely. At this moment, he has reason to believe that as long as his strength continues to improve, he can even unlock his own Zanpakuto ability. Shaking his head, he put the knife on his shoulder, and the turbulent fighting spirit slowly disappeared. The power of instinct is mysterious. Only in battle can you further explore. In addition to the surprise of Bajian with the arrival of the second template, the overall small improvement brought by the 10% progress of the first template also made Bajian very satisfied. 10% unlock, that's a watershed boost. Although his move is still flat cut, the destructive power that can be exerted is no longer comparable to before. Jian sang, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with you in my life. Eight Swords had calmed down, and Itachi jumped to his side with a wry smile on his face. It too stressful. Sharingan turned on. He could catch up with Bajian a little bit, but it turns out he was wrong. Judging from Jianzhang's oppressive knife, his strength has already improved by leaps and bounds. Jianzhang's strongest attack method is his sword. The change of the sword also means that Jianzhang's own strength increases, which Itachi is sure. But he never asked where Jianzhang's sword came from, nor how he learned that terrifying slap. Everyone has their own secret, and he can have no reservations about Jianzhang, but he doesn't force Bajian to talk about him, because Itachi understood that Bajian wanted to tell him, so he just said that. No need to ask more. Just like when he came back from outside the village that day, he wanted to follow the other party into Anbu, but he was put to sleep. He was a little angry at first, thinking he had been abandoned, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that Jianzhang did this for his own good. He is not only a friend of Jianzhang, but also the son of the head of the Uchiha clan. Even if he helps out as a friend, he will be used by the Uchiha clan to have opinions on the village, and this is also one of the reasons why Itachi has become more and more respected and worshipped by Bajian. Don't doubt yourself. Don't think too much. This power is not only my own. To be honest, I am very grateful for your hard work as my sparring partner for so long. Patting Itachi on the head, Hachiken showed a warm smile that only a friend would show. Yes, how many rainy days. The tired and exhausted teenager still accompanies him, so that the knife he swings out is not so boring. This said, not knowing what to think, Itachi Shaliani Yuhi just wanted to change the topic quickly. My lady is ready to cook. Do you want to eat? Kushina's right. Hachiken sighed, pulling Itachi and jumping into the room from the balcony. Sitting on the sofa, Kakashi was frowning, looking at the mysterious food. The sturdy man has already leaned over, grabbed the chicken wing and took a bite. Crunchy, but no chicken flavor. There is something that can be compared to Anko's dark cooking. Eight Swords' eyes are full of light. From childhood to adulthood, in addition to the sharpness of his knife, with Anko's unremitting effort, he has also created a stomach that is not bad for King Kong. He doesn't think he can't digest this dark chicken wing. Beside him, Kushina's eyes lit up when he saw Bajian move his mouth, as if he had discovered a new experimental subject. Just as she was about to say something to encourage the other party to eat it all, her expression suddenly burst into pain. The slightly bulging belly is pregnant with new life, but at the same time, the evil forces that exist there are beginning to restless. From the time of pregnancy to childbirth, there are dangers every day. That is the fate of the human Jinchuriki. Column 4. The loosening of the seal gave the tailed beast trapped in the seal of 8 trigrams an opportunity. One of the reasons Minato sent guards to Kushina was to beware of this happening. Kakashi frowned upon seeing this, stood up and was ready to go to Hokage's office to rescue soldiers. A figure suddenly rushed in front of Kushina. The figure is not tall, but this moment is full of reliability. Fingers flicked to Kushina's stomach, and Hachiken's pupils slowly contracted into needle-like shape like beads. Be honest. QB, 9-tailed. The low roar shook the whole room, and it was replaced by Kushina's painful expression, which disappeared without a trace in an instant. This young man, her eyes widened, her motherly face full of disbelief. A word, QB, 9-tails, is shaking. Let's eat. Ignoring the strange gaze, Bajian took a bite of the charred chicken wing, as if nothing had anything to do with him. Is this the newly acquired power of Jianzhang? Itachi took a deep breath and finally released his clenched fist. Jianzhang said that it was not his own power. Well, it's my credit too. Plus more delivered. My head really hurts a lot today, and if I add more, there will only be one more. Thank you for your votes and flower. Thank to the author. Chapter 53 Familiar Teaching and Testing. Familiar scene. What you said is true. Night. The 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato came home tired after a busy day. Hachiken and Itachi have already left. For the QB 9-tails Jinchuriki column force is carried out during the day, and there is no need to squat at the window at night, but Kakashi is still conscientiously hiding outside to protect the mistress. When he got home and heard what his wife said, Minato was stunned. Why are you lying? You should be aware of something with your perception. Kushina gave Minato a dissatisfied look. With the speciality of QB 9-tails chakra, even if it was only a little loose, his man had already noticed it and rushed back quickly. But in fact this nasty guy didn't come home. Sorry, Kushina, I thought it was you who repressed QB 9-tails. Want to come back directly with Horaishin, but there's just too much work at hand. Minato's face was full of guilt. It wasn't that he didn't care about his wife, and it wasn't that he didn't want to come back, but after QB 9-tails chakra disappeared, he was entangled with the work at hand. Of course, if QB 9-tails chakra keep leaking, he will naturally rush home to check the situation. But Kushina just said that today QB 9-tails was quiet because of a word from his disciple. Real or fake? that Kyubi, nine-tailed, known as the strongest-tailed beast full of hatred and evil. Will you be shivering with fright because of Bajian's word? Kushina has no reason to deceive himself with such a thing, which means that Yabajian has the ability to suppress tailed beast. His secret. Minato was a little emotional, but it good for him. He was even a little fortunate to have Bajian as a member of Kushina's escort team. This Anbu's mission was to eliminate the high-level attention to the Eight Sword, but it was arranged casually, and it could also properly hone the opponent's Jinsheng. But even this kind of task can show his extraordinariness. Don't tell the public about this. Touching the new life in his belly, Minato said softly. And what do you think of the knife? Confidentiality is a must. If outsiders know that a child has the power to make Kyubi, nine-tails fear, I am afraid that those at the top will be even more afraid. At that time, I guess I can't protect him. Well, how do you say? Kushina touched his chin. When I was cultivating, I looked like a madman, but I was surprisingly reliable. It seems that strangers are not allowed to enter, but if I get to know him, it will give people a very warm feeling. The perception of the Uzumaki family, in addition to being sensitive to chakra, can also see some essence. On Bajian, Kushina can only see the as that's oh. Nodding, Minato's eyes softened. He thought that Kushina would label Yi a rebellious teenager. It seems that he is still incompetent as a teacher. The warm sun shines on the earth again. The spring is about to pass, and the early summer breeze blows on the cheek, making it extra soft. This season, even pregnant women want to get out and move around. Make Bajian puzzled as that Kushina brought a few people to the training ground of Konoha No. 7. Looking at the stake in front of him, Kakashi turned his head away with a pain in his heart. Hidden under the mask is endless grief. Familiar scenes from the past kept flashing through my mind. The laughter of the two companions also stimulated his nerve. Why come here? Kakashi shook his head violently. Are you in love with the scene? An arm was placed on Kakashi's shoulder. The familiar wine gourd was handed to Kakashi, and he turned his head to Kakashi to see his junior brother. The other party seems to know himself very well. He knew exactly what he needed even at this time. Taking the wine gourd, he squatted under the tree and raised his head. Although Erguodu's wine was strong, it couldn't numb his nerves. Drink less, and remember to cooperate with my attack later. Wine gourd. Hachiken patted Kakashi on the shoulder. With your attack. What the meaning? Kakashi's eyes were full of confusion. Teacher. Mother. Ha! What are we doing here? Even if this identity has been completely imprinted on them, Itachi has an uncomfortable feeling every time he calls his wife. Wait, you'll know in a while. Kushina is not under any pressure. She just came out for a walk, and by the way, she watched how her husband educated his apprentices. Time passed slowly, and when a golden figure fell on the field, the eyes of several people looked over. Sorry, didn't expect the morning meeting to take so long. Namikaze Minato scratched his head and was a little embarrassed. It was obvious that he asked his wife to bring 3 children over earlier, but he was late in the end. Seeing this scene, Hachiken has reason to believe that the tradition of Kakashi being late in the future is inherited from Minato. Well, the 3 of you, front of the 8 swords and the others. Minato's eyes suddenly became serious. Kakashi doesn't need to say more. It's Hachiken and Itachi. As a teacher, I don't know enough about your strength. Without knowing it, if the new Minato class goes out on a mission, I'm afraid they'll be in a hurry. So today, as a teacher, I will do my duty to know you well enough. Jingle bell. A string of bells appeared in Minato's hand. Use your skills and take the bell. What a familiar scene. What a familiar exam school. The people around were not Obito and Rin. Kakashi let out a long sigh. The taste of the 5-flavor bottle in his heart was somewhat indescribable. Just change the person. What will the result be? Vaguely, he seemed to find that he had some expectation. Ask for flour. Chapter 54. A hit with his knife would really kill him. Namikaze Minato, an unfortunate character in the original. There is no special Kekkei Genkei, nor are they born into the occult family, but it is such a commoner who has achieved many things that the bloodstained clan could not do. With his own efforts and his good fighting talent, he has been recognized by everyone, step by step from the bottom to become the respected Hokage. There is no doubt that he is a strong man. Although he is standing there looking at you with a sunny smile, he will also feel an invisible pressure. He is a veritable cage-level powerhouse. Even if it wasn't the 4th Ninja World War, the real yellow flash that could be opened instantly when Sage Mode was turned on, but he was still very difficult to deal with in front of him. The art of Hiraishin, Rasengan, the over and over move can be developed by him to the limit. Come to fight. Konoha No. 7 training ground. The new Minato class has been completely formed. 3 teenagers are pitted against Namikaze Minato, the 4th generation Hokage of Konoha. Hachiken stood in the middle, and Itachi opened Sharingan on the left. His right, Kakashi looked solemn but somewhat helpless. Coming to fight. Kakashi knows how strong Namikaze Minato really is, and it's not realistic to grab the bell in such an opponent, but the person next to him actually wanted to face the battle. Unlike Kakashi, Minato had already pulled out his special kunai when he saw the spooky Zanpakuto. Teacher, are you doing something? Kakashi's mouth twitched. Others may not know know the special kunai in Minato's hand. What exactly is the thing called the Sword of Ninja Love? He is like a mirror. Ah, Horaishin, the stunt of yellow flash fame. You already use Horaishin and let us grab the bell from you. Just kidding. Minato is too bullying. On the sideline, Kushina, who was holding her stomach, was also a little speechless. Horaishin kunai against two 5 or 6-year-old. Stupid. Suddenly, an indifferent and mocking voice made Kushina stunned. This is EPUB, Ninetales. EPUB, Ninetales actually took the initiative to talk to himself. Kushina blinked her eyes in great astonishment. That kid's knife, if you get hit with it, really will die. The mysterious eelface, EPUB, Ninetales, who used to be noisy in the past, was lying on the big iron gate with two paws on each other like a puppy, but the pair of beast pupils looked at everything outside through Kushina's eye. Only the waving tail from time to time shows that its heart is not peaceful. Tailed beast can observe the outside world through the power of human Jinchuiki column. That kid, squinting his eyes slightly, Kurama moved his body unnaturally. No one knows what happened to it when it was reprimanded yesterday. Ye Bajian's raised pupil stared at it, full of killing, wildness, and fighting spirit. That is the keen intuition of a beast. Just looking at each other for a moment, EPUB, Ninetales felt a huge pressure. Unlike the rage that comes from being controlled by Sharingan, there is an illusion of real death, like gaze of death, trembling from the soul. Kurama can be sure that the other party does not have any blood on the old sick ass. So where does the power that controls life and death come from? It didn't know. It only knew that there was that kid. It couldn't toss Kushina, the 4th generation Hokage, versus that kid. It looked kind of interesting, but the Hokage thing, except for the one called Senju Hashirama, no one can fight. Let's take a look. It only sleeps all day or recalls the short videos of Uzumaki Mito, RMVB, and Uzumaki Kushina.mp4, and is also interested in this battle. Swish, as Namikaze Minato shoot Horaishin kunai forward. Doten, earth dial, earth low wall. Teacher, I will confiscate your kunai first. Kakashi, who knows Minato's fighting style very well, doesn't want to be at a disadvantage when Horaishin unfolds, and slaps the ground with both hands. Quickly hand seal. A not so tall earth wall directly blocked the direction of Special Kunwu's progress. Senior brother, you are not saying that your chakra is limited. Itachi suddenly frowned and pointed his finger at the soil wall in front of him. What wrong? Kakashi nodded. The lack of chakra is not his own problem, but the Sharingan that cannot be closed so that he can no longer consume chakra all the time. What's the matter with the dog head up there? Looking at Itachi's gaze, the clearly visible dog-headed statues on the Tuliu wall really confused Itachi. Heads can be broken, blood can flow, and there must be no dogs on the walls of the earth. Kakashi did not explain this. Kakashi has grown to such an extent. Namikaze Minato in front nodded in relief. Restrict the master ninja of space ninjutsu and not give the opportunity to develop the Horaishin formation. But, with all the light in his eye, Little Sun's figure disappeared instantly, and the next moment he moved to the side of the special kunai. The light blue light in his hand slowly gathered, and a Rasengan formed instantly. Boom! The earth low wall shattered. The next moment, what shocked Minato was that a huge flaming fire knife had already slashed at him. What kind of fighting style is this? Is this the tacit understanding between you and Itachi? As expected of my disciple, the fusion of the chakra blade of the wind attribute and the Kaden fire style, grand fireball. My name is Hayate, the flame whirling and slashing zero style. Niyubi Bajian, who was slashing flatly with the knife, trembled all over, and almost failed to maintain the movement of swinging the knife. As expected of a little son, the name is really unique. But how do you take this knife? Ask for a ticket. Chapter 55. Power driven by instinct. The fiery flame knife slammed into Minato, and when the ground trembled suddenly, a golden light shot up into the sky. Yellow flash. After the death of Konoha, second generation Hokage Senju Tobarama deserved the first beat in the ninja world. Such an attack will not limit him too much. When he jumped up, Zanpakuto with a cold light flashed down from the front. At the same time, Itachi's Kaden fire style and Kakashi's Reikiri have completely surrounded him. The three little guys are really tough. Minato gave a wry smile and had no choice but to use Horaishin to escape again. Horaishin technique was prepared before. A figure came instantly. The iconic broadsword, completely out of balance with the young Billy, appeared in front of him. Nay, when can you keep up with Horaishin? SB. No, not keeping up. Instead, he predicted in advance that he would be transferred here. How could this be? Minato's expression was solemn, as if in order to confirm his conjecture, he held the eight-sword with one hand, then the other hand fluttered out the other Horaishin kunai. When kunai crossed an arc, Minato's figure disappeared instantly. Horaishin's second dan. Minato during the duel between master and apprentice. It was also this trick that unexpectedly attacked Obito. Rolling out a light blue ball with one hand and pressing it to the back of Hachiken, Minato's eyes were filled with a certain element of anticipation. What is he expecting? Next second, boom! When the huge knife successfully blocked Rasengan with the blade, a loud noise and the impact of Rasengan sent the two figures flying backward. Below, Kakashi under the mask has a wide mouth and the unbelievable unbelievable cancellation of Reikiri is written in his eye. How is that possible? The teacher's Horaishin, is it invalid for him? This kind of thing never happened. Even when fighting with the AB group of Humogakure village, this elusive Horaishin can suppress the opponent. Sure enough, looking at his apprentice, Minato had a slightly complicated look on his face. Horaishin's teleportation direction was really seen through by him. It sounds very proud to be surpassed by his apprentice, but he clearly didn't teach his apprentice anything. Can you tell me how you discovered Horaishin's weakness? With a wry smile, Minato asked. Although a little unbelievable, it is already a fact in front of him. Whenever he teleports, the other party can accurately appear at the position he wants to teleport and make a counterattack. In the knife just now, Ye's knife came over from the side, and he didn't use the edge of the knife to face himself. If it is a head-on confrontation, I am afraid that he will be cut in half first, and then the 8 swords will also be hit by Rasengan. A lose-lose play. However, he will die, Bajian will not. It's just an exercise. So Bajian has some reservation, and he himself has reservation. But Horaishin was found to be weak. This is an obvious fact. Horaishin has no weaknesses. Shook his head and retracted Zanpakuto. The technique of Horaishin is a very powerful space ninjutsu in the original work. If you want to insist on weakness, the consumption of chakra may be the most fundamental problem, so Minato will not use other extra moves except Rasengan and Horaishin to waste chakra. Like he said, there was nothing wrong with Horaishin itself. Then how did you see where I was going to teleport? Minato asked suspiciously. The technique of Horaishin was created by the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, and then further perfected by him. He himself was not willing to admit that this technique would have such a big weakness. After all, he used this trick to forcibly break his name in the Third Ninja World War. Yellow flash by Konoha. Intuition, or instinct, would be appropriate. Yuhi-colored light in Bajian's eyes flashed away, and the pupils that looked like needles slowly recovered. Pick up the knife and he will transform into a bee. This power comes from his second template, the magical power called Zubai. Call on instinct. In battle, as he completely enters the combat state, he will completely lock on the target and use the closest instinct to achieve the most effective attack. Locked by this instinctive intuition, he can make predictions before the opponent uses move. To explain it in a more vivid way, it looks like observation hockey in the world of One Piece. More mysterious than observation hockey. After all, the second template he unlocked was just less than 1% intuitive. This can no longer be described as a genius, but a demon. Minato rubbed his forehead, not even knowing what to say. While speechless, he was also a little fortunate. At least so far, the only one who can sense the direction of Horaishin's teleportation is Hachiken. Otherwise, his yellow flash name might not last long. Jingle bell. A bell rang. Bajian stretched out his hand, and the bell hanging on Minato's waist had been taken away by him at some point. Does the teacher know us well enough? Then the real purpose of today's test can be said. Real purpose. Itachi and Kakashi were taken aback for a moment, then looked at Hachiken for unknown reason. Isn't this a question to test teamwork? Bajian shook his head without explaining. Yellow flash in front of me is Konoha's 4th generation Hokage. What do you think the role of Hokage represents? How could he have so much time to accompany the 3 disciples to do the test? So, Minato must have its own purpose. Ah, I'm so angry. I repaired the electricity downstairs, and the power switch was hung up from time to time. I could only write on the phone, so I wrote a little slower. 5 more will not be left. Please rest assured. Chapter 56. I can only trust you. Although the Third Ninja War has come to an end, the border is not very peaceful. The most obvious one is Humogakure village in the Land of Thunder. Humogakure village is different from Konoha because they did not gain much benefit from the Third Ninja War, and they are still creating friction with all the main battle mentality. Konoha, inside the Hokage building, Kushina has been escorted home, while Minato has left behind 3 of his disciples. Pointing to the border map of the Land of Fire, Minato sighed. The war is not so easy to pass. Konoha's attrition is rising every day. Yesterday, Hyuga Hazashi, who was guarding the border of the Land of Thunder, sent back a message saying that according to the intelligence sent back by the spy, Humogakure village was about to reinforce the front line. Hyuga Hazashi is stressful. Although the Hyuga clan who owned Byakugan put great pressure on Humogakure village on the battlefield, the people of Konoha fight less and less. The rear supplies also put a heavy burden on Konoha. In short, I need an absolutely elite squad. The purpose is not to turn into a sharp knife and tear the front line of Humogakure village, but to do as much damage as possible in the opponent's supply line to find out what exactly Humogakure village is going to do. With a wry smile, Minato looked a little ashamed at his 3 disciples. In the past, this was his job. As Hokage, this juncture is really inseparable from the village. And the most embarrassing thing, looking around the whole of Konoha, there is no one on his hand. Really no one is available. As a Hokage, when you find that no one else can help you but yourself, this feeling is terrifying. What happened to that tough Konoha, known as the first ninja village? Up to now, even an elite team cannot be formed. Originally, he wanted wanted to give this task to Uchiha Shisui, who returned to Konoha soon. Shisui is the root. When he found Danzo's dignitary, Danzo shied away on the grounds that Shisui was performing other tasks. More, Danzo doesn't intend to tell Minato Shisui what mission he's on. That the root. When he worked for the village, he disappeared without a trace. Konoha Sani, who should have defected and who should not have defected, also left the village. 3 generations of adults said they were sick and idle at home. This was the most embarrassing time for Konoha, too old to follow orders, small and too small, not fully grown yet, dignified Hokage, not a single helper. Hachiken looked at Minato with a bitter face and shook his head. This paragraph, in the original work, was the hard resistance of the Hyuga family, but the loss is also not small. It also directly led to the village of Humogakure completely thinking about Byakugan of the Hyuga family. After Minato's death, the negotiating team sent by Kumogakure village couldn't wait to design Hyuga with conspiracy and trick, and force Hyuga Hazashi to death. It was also that time that his weakness refreshed Bajian's cognition. 3 generations dare not fight. From his point of view, it is better to lose someone than to start the war again. But from the perspective of the Hyuga family, this approach is too cruel. There is no way to judge the actions of the 3 generations. Everyone considers the problem from a different angle. If it is replaced by the 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, he will definitely lead all Konoha ninjas to fight with all their strength. Battlefield. Thump. The heart beat violently, and Bajian's hand holding the knife even harder. He understands Minato's trouble. Konoha right now. There's really no one who can help him. Just need to destroy the supply line. Kakashi spoke first. In this regard, he has his own experience. Yes, a very painful experience. In the 3rd Ninja War, it was the same task, and he lost 2 companions. Kakashi, this time is different from Canopy Bridge. It's not the kind of mission that has to be successful in a desperate situation. You have to be clear about this. Minato frowned, afraid that Kakashi would link this mission to the last. I understand, Mr. Minato. Kakashi shook his head. This kind of task of the elite younger brother plugging straight into the back did make him think of a bad picture, but now and then are different, and the companions around him are also different. If you lose your mind during the mission, it will hurt your teammate. Until now, the residual warmth in Obito's eyes reminded himself not to give up every companion, nor to let his companions be hurt. That is the only way to find light in darkness. Taking the map, Kakashi's breathing was a little short. This time, there is no doubt that he is still the captain. He has Jonin experience, and a keen sense of smell for countless missions. Hachiken and Itachi didn't say anything. They followed Kakashi and turned towards the door. Knight, Itachi, Kakashi. At this moment, Minato, who was behind him, suddenly stood up and shouted. When he saw the faces of the 3 children, Minato's eyes were red. Yuhi, Konoha, I can trust and entrust, except Kushina, only you. Please, swish. The specially made kunai throws it toward Kakashi, who catches it firmly in his hand. When there is a situation that cannot be solved, send chakra inside. This time, I am the teacher. Never be late. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 57. Eyes in the dark. You seem quite happy. After coming out of the Hokage building, Hachiken glanced at Itachi with excitement on his face. I seem to have heard some people say that I hate war. Jien sang. Hating war is one thing. Itachi shook his head with emotion, but at the same time, we can help Mr. Minato, and we are proud to protect those who deserve to be protected. He does hate war. War means death. But right now, there is no choice but to contribute to the land beneath your feet. Jien sang also asked me. I'm not full of excitement yet. Saying that, Itachi pointed to the hand that was shaking with excitement as he grabbed the handle of the knife. I'm not like you. Eight Swords chuckled and picked up Zanpakuto, ignoring the surprised eyes of those around him, and strode forward. Just like his people, his knife will also attract countless eyes. But he is really different from Itachi. Guard Konoha. Guard the ground beneath your feet. Forget it. That's not what he's supposed to do. But excitement is inevitable. The awakening of his instinctive power made him eager to fight. Gain a deeper understanding of the power of instinct in the fight. At Konoha, his desire will never be satisfied. The front line is the paradise he likes, where he can enjoy blood. After this layer of excitement has faded, Bajian is still a little melancholy. When he came to this world through time travel, he never thought that he would have too many fetters with the people next to him. 3 are too confident, accompanied by swords and wine, go where they want to go. That's all. Even if he went to the front line this time, he was only helping the 4th generation of Hokage, his titular teacher Namikaze Minato, to solve the problem. If at this moment Konoha's Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen, sorry, he doesn't have the spare time to help him guard Konoha. Bajian thinks his grievance is clear, and Minato is the only one who stands up when he is under suspicion. This alone is enough to make Ye Bajian feel good about him. It's no big deal to help him above. For 2 reasons, he took over this task, together with Kakashi and Itachi, doing what the Minato class used to do. Collect tomorrow morning and have a good rest tonight. Leaving the time to gather, Kakashi jumped out of the street. Jien sang, my father said that if you have time, I will invite you to sit at home in the evening. On the contrary, Itachi Itachi grabbed the sleeve of Bajian and asked for his opinion shyly. Uchiha Fugaku's invitation. Then why are you so nervous? Would my uncle mind if I had an extra set of tableware? Touched his chin. The cherry blossoms in the Uchiha tribe haven't fallen yet. Anko said before that he wanted to see them. This question. The Uchiha family is still one meal away from your sister. Itachi turned over Byakugan and pulled the sleeves of the eight-sword straight to Midarashi's house. Lord Danzo Ye Bajian went to the Uchiha clan. The dark route. A figure fell in front of Danzo's hut, and across the door, the face of the visitor was full of bitterness. Heaven and earth conscience. Shisui did not expect the new task to be this. Monitor Ye Bajian. Spy on your friend. The struggling Shisui was full of contradiction. If it weren't for the lack of opportunity these days, otherwise he would have found the other party and told him to be careful. No way. This task is not performed by himself, and he has not found a chance to get out. What happened? What is Lord Danzo going to do to the eight sword? What shall I do then? Friends and leader, did you go to the Uchiha clan? Really? Danzo's expression was calm. He couldn't see his face, and Shisui outside the door couldn't understand what the other party wanted to express. What happened to the Uchiha family? As Itachi and his friend, there shouldn't be any doubts about going to the Uchiha clan, right? Shisui would love to ask this question, but he understood that even if he asked, Lord Danzo wouldn't tell him. Keep watching. Wait. Danzo loses interest in continuing to listen. Shisui left. Danzo looked at the scroll placed in front of him, with a very domineering knife clearly visible on it. Zanpakuto of the eight swords. Slowly closing the scroll, Danzo stood up and looked out through the only window. Namikaze Minato, I really think I am Hokage. That position belongs to this old man. According to the information left by Uzumaki Mito, as well as the major events in Konoha in history, the Kyubi Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force is most vulnerable during childbirth. Orochimaru, it's a pity that you didn't want it at the last chance. Danzo's figure disappeared into the darkness. Itachi has a friend like you. I am very happy, and thank you for taking care of Itachi during the last mission. The Uchiha clan, the home of the Fugaku clan. Satisfied looking at the bold young man drinking in front of him, he nodded. The last time Itachi was on a mission, Fugaku had heard him talk. Fugaku admired the figure standing in front of his son at the critical moment. Whether as a father or the head of the Uchiha clan, he felt that it was appropriate to express the etiquette and hospitality of the Uchiha clan, but he had never had the time. Today, he finally had the opportunity. Hachiken didn't say anything to be polite, and he didn't need to talk about his relationship with Itachi. At Fugaku, holding up the wine gourd and taking a sip, that's enough. It was just the corner of his eyes that finally landed on Uchiha Makoto's bulging stomach, little bigger than Kushina's belly. After this mission, Sasuke should be born soon. My younger brother is about to be born. Will Jianzang be his teacher? Itachi suddenly said. How do you know it's your brother? What if it's your sister? Bajian raised his eyebrow. No, it must be my brother, Itachi said in a very positive tone as if he was blown away. Traditional Brokon. 8 sword straight over Byakugan. The 5th is delivered. Well, if you add more, just a flower. Hehe. Thank to the author. Chapter 58. It says your blood is not good to drink. Looking at Uchiha Makoto's belly, Heiken seemed to be a little emotional. Uchiha Sasuke. It seems to be a particularly annoying character in the original book. In addition to revenge, there is no other topic in his mouth. What he did also showed the mentality of an avenger vividly. There is such a sentence. Uchiha Madara lacked trust and goes the opposite way to Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Itachi lacked understanding and was notorious. Uchiha Obito lacked love and chooses to subvert the whole world for Rin. Only Uchiha Sasuke. What is missing is the beating from society. These words. Once Bajian also put a smile on his lips and said a few words. You can remove the sense of blood substitution and look at Sasuke's life with the mentality of a bystander. It's not easy for him. Sasuke as a child was cute and curious about everything around him, but Itachi's actions ruined everything for Sasuke. The love for life, the zeal for the companion, is completely shattered with the endless loop of Tsukuyomi. Compared with Naruto, he has enjoyed the love of his father and mother, as well as the care of his brother. This is his happiness and his misfortune. Sometimes enjoying the loss is more painful than never getting it. Just like falling in love. Although single dogs sometimes envy couples, they cannot understand the pain of couples after breaking up. Very intuitive. Sasuke had gone mad for revenge, but he had no choice. Shaking his head, Heiken suddenly stretched out his hand towards Uchiha Makoto's bulging belly. If someone else made such a move, I am afraid that Fugaku would have already stepped forward to stop it with a full face of vigilance. But this time, he chose to trust. Trust your son's vision. Trust this companion who protects his son and stands in front of him. The Uchiha family is not so difficult to communicate, but it is difficult for foreigners to come to their heart. New life. Feeling the faint soul fluctuations coming from inside, Bajian blinked curiously. The inheritance of life is worthy of respect, and a woman full of motherhood regarded as the greatest. It's hard to imagine how much pain Itachi endured when he raised his sword and swung towards his mother. Snap! Withdrawing his hand, he lightly patted Itachi's face next to him. The young Itachi obviously still didn't understand what this light slap represented. Be sure to honor your parent. This said, Itachi had shame on his face. Could it be that he has been busy with tasks recently and didn't have much time to spend with his parent, which was discovered by Jian-sang. Thank for the hospitality, uncle. Tomorrow, Itachi and I have to leave the village to perform a mission, so we will go back first. As for Itachi's safety, just leave it to me. Standing up, Hachiya bowed to Uchiha Fugaku and Makoto. This meal, he was really full, and the warmth of the family dinner also made him a little emotional. Please, knight. Fugaku nodded. As the patriarch, he was not obliged to deliver the guest himself, so the job was still left to his son. The courtyard, Anko and Izumi are still looking at the cherry blossom. Anko is impatient and knows that his younger brother and the chief of the Uchiha clan may talk about something, so he came out early. She is very sensible. It seems that she has grown a lot after Orochimaru left and what happened to Anbu. This is appreciated. Seeing his younger brother coming, Anko waved to Bajian from afar. Under the cherry blossom tree, the sister and brother snuggled together, little cherry blossoms falling on their shoulder. This scene made Itachi look forward to, if there is a chance in the future, I will also take my younger brother and stand under the cherry blossom tree like Jianzang, and share with him some of the things that I once fought with Jianzang. That picture must be beautiful. The next morning, several figures appeared outside the village of Konoha. Hachikan hates the way of saying goodbye to relatives before leaving, so Anko is still asleep. This time the task is very arduous, and I won't say much else. In terms of experience, I have a little more than you, but before taking action, I will ask your opinions to judge the way of fighting. Is there a problem? Kakashi was already a jonin, and after learning the hard lessons of his last mission, he now began to cherish his companion. It's rare for Anbu's cold-blooded Kakashi to take the initiative to ask for opinion. Let go. The genius is bright, but the three teenagers are hot inside at this time. With different purposes, they set foot on the border to the land of thunder. In the jungle, three figures quickly shuttled, but not long after advancing, a sneer suddenly appeared on Hachikan's face and looked at Kakashi. Do you feel it? Well, being followed. What are you going to do? Tracking and anti-tracking is something that ninjas often encounter, but there is definitely a problem with being targeted just after leaving Konoha. This shows that the track person is from Konoha. Just do it. Raising the knife, without any thought of saying hello, a dark knife light swept directly behind him. Like the black moon Kiba cutting through the jungle, after a few screams, a masked figure appeared behind Baji. The black moon Kiba is in the sky. It's a flat cut. The goal is the knife. You can leave no one alive. The first person said in a low voice, want a knife? Bajian smiled, and when he saw the other party's mask, he had already determined the identity of the pursuer. Made Itachi and Kakashi puzzled was that Hachikan threw his sword at the man very casually. Are you committed? This is not like Jianzang. Itachi frowned. With a sneer, the chasing ninja reached out and grabbed the handle of the knife. Dare to take it. Bajian's face was full of disdain, and he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers calmly. Boom. The next moment, in the horrified eyes of everyone, the ninja with the knife exploded into a blood mist without any warning. Demon knife. It is a veritable demon sword. Look, it says, your blood. It's not good. Back in his hand, he gently wiped the blood on the knife, and Bajian's pupil slowly contracted. In a flash, his figure rushed out. Come on, let's fight. Plus more delivered. Today because of the power outage, the update is a bit late. The author apologizes. Thank you readers for your votes and flowers. Thank you. Chapter 59 Chisui. Never change. Zanpakuto is built on the prototype of the soul of the god of death. The god of death gains power by knowing the name of Zanpakuto given to himself by Akatsuki and having a spiritual dialogue with him. The Zanpakuto in the hands of Bajian is different. It originally came from the novice gift package of the King of Flat Cut system, but after waving the sword for a long time, the sword itself and the 8 swords have already produced an indescribable connection. After unlocking the second template, the original power of the wild and the improvement of spiritual pressure changed the ordinary Zanpakuto. It seems that liberation is only one step away, but what Bajian can be sure of is that this knife only admits that he is the only owner, and because of his connection with Zanpakuto, even if the distance is far, he can control it and put it into the system backpack at any time, so only he can control this knife in the whole ninja world. Beyond that, anyone who attributes his power to Zanpakuto would be dead wrong. The strongest is never the knife, but the person who wields the knife. Even if you change a weapon, the strength will not be much different. After all, the liberation that belongs to Bajian himself has not yet come. Of course, this information about Zanpakuto is only known to the whole world by Bajian himself. He didn't expect that the other party had put his mind on his own weapon. PFF. When the last masked ninja fell, Bajian stepped on the opponent's chest and kicked off the mask of the court lightly. His appearance was unremarkable, and his face had the horror that was unique to him before death. This is real death. Soul was destroyed, and impure world reincarnation couldn't save him. I thought you'd leave a living, at least interrogate where these people came from. Kakashi came to Hachiken and said with some doubt. He was really puzzled. From Konoha, either the information about their departure has been leaked, or the other party cares to ambush and wait for them to appear. But either way, it's a bit unreasonable. Che, do you need to ask? Bajian shook his head and looked at the jungle in the distance. Come out, let's talk. Anyone else? Kakashi and Itachi were instantly alert and drew out their shuriken ready to fire. But when the figure inside came out, Itachi suddenly opened his mouth and stared in that direction. Although wearing a mask, whether it is the height or the iconic Chakche scroll, it all indicates the identity of the person who came. Brother Shisui, what is it about you? Uchiha Shisui. Sure enough, it was the same with or without a mask in front of them. Shisui took off the mask decadently, and in addition to the pain, there was endless confusion on his face. For the sake of the village, get back the knife in his hand. That kind of weapon can only play its biggest role in the hands of the village. Even if you sacrifice a few people, it's worth it. These are the meaningful words of Mr. Danzo before departure. For the sake of the village, get back the knife in his hand. Is it worth sacrificing even a few people? They are my friend. Let him attack his companion, something that Shisui absolutely cannot do. Even he was anxious along the way how to remind Hachiken and Itachi to escape, and he was ready to stand up and help Hachiken and Itachi to escape at a critical moment. If he hadn't been at the route all night and was seen by Danzo that he had no chance, he would have already informed the two of them. But judging from the result, his worries were completely unnecessary. Bajian is too strong. An elite team of Root can't help him at all. The slashing sword energy is like the Black Moon Kiba, that kind of terrifying destructive power. Almost one person killed the Root team. Brother Shisui, why are you here? Still a little unwilling to give up, Itachi asked what he thought was a stupid question. Shisui, who also came with a mask, was obviously with those who died, and Shisui is the ninja at the root of Konoha, which means that the attack this time was initiated by the root. Kakashi next to him also instantly understood something and fell silent. It's about the village. There are some things he can't say. I'm sorry. Finally, after holding back for a long time, Shisui spit out 3 words with guilt. What are you going to do? From beginning to end, Bajian remained calm. When these people came out, he had already guessed their identity. Danzo was the only one Konoha could do this trick. Unfortunately, he underestimated himself too much. Lord Danzo said, for the sake of the village, you need to get back the knife in your hand. Shisui faced the building bitterly and said his mission. Kakashi suddenly remembered something and stared at Shisui. Before Shisui is very similar to the predicament that his father and him once faced. Companion, such a familiar scene. But no matter what, I can't do anything against you, Bajian. Suddenly, Shisui's eyes became extremely firm, and he gathered up his courage to walk to Bajian's side. Trust me, I will ask Mr. Danzo to clarify this matter. I don't understand at all. Why do you do something like this to your companion? You can call it for the village. Sure enough, Shisui is still the same Shisui, never changed. Bajian smiled and punched him in the chest. Don't be confused. Let go. If it were Konoha in your heart, go to the land of thunder with me, and I will teach you. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 60. Right now, it's just a fight. Shisui's arrival was an accident. However, although there was one more person in the team, it did not affect the speed of progress. Kakashi expressed his appreciation for the newly added Shisui. Without him, between task and companion, he chose companion. This alone is enough to make him recognize it. It's just that Shisui, who is moving forward, seems a little worried. Well, that's not good. He came out to perform a mission, so suddenly joining another team to the front line always felt something was wrong. It stands to reason that now he should return to the route to report the situation. Even he himself didn't know what to say to Danzo after he went back. Do you know how much there is a shortage of people under Hokage right now? Glancing at Shisui calmly, Hachiken sighed. We need to carry out missions like exploring the supply lines of the Land of Thunder for sabotage. There's a lot of talent at the root and I don't see what being done for Konoha. This is the truth. Minato would not have pinned his hopes on his own disciples if he was not forced to. So don't worry, if you go all out to the front line for the village to break the rule, then this village really doesn't need to exist. Patting Shisui's shoulder, Bajian said earnestly. Yes, if going to the front is breaking the rule, what's the point of what he's doing? Shisui is no longer confused. This is a man who truly implements pacifism. It's just a little bit big, and he can even say that whether it is Uchiha or Konoha, he will protect. Itachi in the original also inherited Shisui's will and felt that he could carry everything, but ignore the importance of the companion next to him. Sad family, sad Uchiha. Hazashi-sama. Konoha ninja camp on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder. The fire of war has not been completely extinguished. For other ninja villages, the third ninja war has passed, but Konoha is still suffering. The scale of friction is not small, but it takes people's lives all the time. Konoha ninja with a bandaged arm walked into the command post, looked at the busy Hyuga Hazashi and shouted, "Go ahead." Looking up, the tired Hyuga Hazashi had a hint hint of sadness in his eye. Carrying out the belief that the Hyuga clan is the strongest clan of Konoha, he came to this battlefield. He is the patriarch of the Hyuga branch and exists to defend the main clan. Main clan won't be dispatched to the field until the division is completely wiped out. But every day, the number of deaths is rising. The reinforcements sent by Lord Hokage have arrived. Reinforcement. Sometimes when faced with a difficult situation, hearing these two words is always uplifting. But when the visitor mentioned the reinforcement, the corners of his mouth twitched, seemingly helpless and overwhelmed. Here, how many people and who's leading the team? Hyuga Hazashi asked quickly. Only 4. Just outside. The footsteps approached, and when the 4 appeared in front of Hyuga Hazashi, the latter's face did not show the wry smile on the face of the ninja who reported the situation early. 4 people, except for the 2 children. The other 2 gave him a lot of confidence. Son of Konoha White Fang, Hatake Kakashi. Although wearing a mask, the identity of the other party can be seen from the iconic hair color. Shisui, who broke into the illustrious name of the Third Ninja War. The arrival of these 2 people made Hyuga Hazashi suddenly see hope. On the contrary, the other 2 children, one carried a knife and a wine gourd on the waist, and the other had smooth hair as if they had used Rejoice shampoo. With a mask, no identity can be seen. The identity cannot be seen, but it can be ignored. Instant Shisui, Hatake Kakashi. Having them at least relieves the pressure on the frontal battlefield. Unfortunately, Hyuga Hazashi got it wrong. He did not see the hidden combat power of this elite team. Even after Hyuga Hazashi read Kakashi handed him about Minato's combat deployment, he was completely stunned. This turned out to be an elite team that went deep behind the enemy. Kumogakure village is the main battle mentality. This time they have assembled at least 4,000 ninja troops at the border, led by the 4th generation Reikage. With Hillerby Jinchuriki column 4, the pressure is constantly on the border every day, and we, after the consumption of the Third Ninja War, only have less than 2,000 ninja troops left. Relying on the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, we can deploy the battle plan in advance and set traps so we can drag it to the present. A deep breath. Hyuga Hazashi looked at Hatake Kakashi. What is certain is that Kumogakure village doesn't want to break through the defense line and kill the fire country in one go. They will also pay a great price, so they have been draining our energy. Take the lead. Dragged until Konoha was exhausted. There is no doubt that this tactic was deadly for Konoha. Briefly said the situation. Hyuga Hazashi sighed. Konoha, there is nothing effective against this tactic. The Third Ninja War, Konoha was too exhausted. If it drags on for a long time, I am afraid it will really be dragged down. Information has been obtained, but Kakashi did not rush to a conclusion, but looked at the boy with the knife in Hyuga Hazashi's surprised eye. Minato-sensei sees it thoroughly, so I want to make the capital that Kumogakure village dragged down disappear. It seems as expected, destroying his supply line and the pressure ahead will no longer exist. Clang! The broadsword was pulled from the ground and carried on his shoulder, walking out of the command post. Let go. At this moment, it's all about fighting. Chapter 61 Advance Quest and become a real death god. As that hit at the heart of the squad, when Hachiken and others left, Hyuga Hazashi looked puzzled. No matter how you look at it, it is obvious that Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui should be the leaders, and at best those 2 children came to the front to make up the number of people. Shaking his head, Hyuga Hazashi sighed. Hopefully, all is well with them. Only when they really come to the battlefield, that kind of really oppressive atmosphere will make people cherish the original peaceful life more. Itachi has said that he hates war, but for the sake of peace, he did things against his will. That is to be a part of the battlefield. When he was a child, Itachi had seen the sight of the wars and the constant loss of life. After a few years, he once again felt that extremely depressing atmosphere. The border line, the breath of war is extremely obvious. The patrol that hurried past, the medical team carrying the wounded. From time to time you can see traces of battles in the blood-stained land of Yuhi. Kakashi and Shisui are used to it, but Bajian came to the battlefield for the first time in the true sense. The smell of blood, the strange smell. Only a beating heart can prove that he is still alive. Fight! What are you doing standing here? Voices like this continued to emerge from the heart, and the instinctive trend made the young man's hand holding the knife burst into blue vein. 2 options: bypassing the mountain range and sneaking into the country of thunder. Although it is time-consuming, it will be much safer. Or, rushing directly from the weakest point of the opponent's defense line is very risky, but according to the information given by Hyuga Hazashi, the 4th generation Reikage seems to return to the village to prepare for the negotiation with Iwagakure village. Temporarily not on the battlefield, the chance of success not at all. The former convenience is the Kingdom of Thunder, and stepping out from here means that the guard ninjas of the Kingdom of Thunder will find an attack in the next second. No matter how you look at it, the first option is the most reliable. Ding! Optional burst advance tasks are coming. Mission title: The True Grim Reaper. Mission content: bloom with healing, control instinct, let Zanpakuto taste the taste of blood, and harvest 3000 soul energy from now on. Quest reward: Reiatsu, spiritual power, and the complete fusion of the body. Become a real god of death, and call Zanpakuto to officially successfully liberate 5% template progress, 1000 points will be cut flat. This task, the host can choose whether to accept it or not, and there is no time limit. Advanced mission. In addition to the daily Nightwing task, the task that suddenly appeared, the meaning of harvesting 3000 souls is obvious. Kill people. Keep slashing people until 3000 cut. He can choose to accept or not to accept. No time limit, no punishment. When the system that had been silent for a long time appeared, it gave Bajian an unexpected surprise. As for the reward of the task, he doesn't seem to have any reason to refuse. Close your eyes. With the spread of spiritual pressure, all the soul fluctuations in the battlefield ahead are imprinted in your mind, and only one of the fluctuations is the strongest. There is no accident. It is undoubtedly Killer B Jinchuriki, Column Force Killer B. Withdrawing the Reiatsu, the 8 sword swept towards his system panel. Host Ye Bajian. World Hokage Ninja. Unlocking of slashing template. Zengi Kenpachi Zubai. Zengmu Kenpachi template unlock progress 14.2. Unlocking progress of virtual white template 4.2. The second template reaches 20% to unlock the neck character template. The next time the flat cut feature is awakened, the second template virtual white progress reaches 5%. Flat cut point 595 can be exchanged for template progress or shop item. Chakra volume 180, elite chunin level. Physical fitness 270, extremely strong. Reaching 300 will refer to the normal opening of the 8 inner gate. Reiatsu, unknown. Active trait, chakra blade. The template comes with its own feature, instinct power. The above are all his rank. After the daily tasks were upgraded, his attributes increased rapidly every day. The amount of chakra is slightly lower, but Bajian never relies on the amount of chakra to crush the enemy, and the amount of chakra will not determine the strength of a ninja, and the concept of the so-called level of chakra is not so certain. After all, Naruto's Genin's chakra has already crushed 99% of Jonin's. This value is for reference only. In the same way, the chakra volume of Bajian is only a part of his rank. He is a knife player, and the progress of the template is the key point that ultimately determines his rank. Putting away the panel, the teenager lifted the mask and grabbed the wine gourd and started pouring it violently. Except for the unlocking of the third template, which is 10 points higher than the percentage required to unlock the second template, there is nothing too unusual. Everything on the panel also gave Bajian a very intuitive feeling of his own strength. The improvement in physical fitness has allowed him to swing the knife as he pleases. It is not easy to control the power of the evil ghost Kenpachi Zakagi. That is a terrifying man whose strength is so powerful that he cannot bear it. If it wasn't for the upgrade of the daily task, the sword could also increase the physique. I am afraid it will take a few years to fully adapt to this power. But now, his eyes were full of light. He let go of the wine gourd, and Bajian's chest heaved violently. Close to the physical quality of the open door, fully withstand the pressure brought by the full swing of the knife. However, Bajian is clear that the manifestation of physical fitness here is not really a door, just a reference value. Follow me. The fight has begun. Kiba, the razor-sharp demon, has completely opened. He chose to pierce the opponent's defense frontally. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 62. Crazy. He is a madman. What did you say? When the 4-person team launched a suicide-style frontal charge, the news was also sent to Hyuga Hazashi's command room. The Hyuga family is good at reconnaissance. It was also the unique pupil technique that made them stop the invasion of Humogakure village several times, and made Humogakure village think about Byakugan. Therefore, the progress of Yajian and others was naturally discovered by Hyuga's patrol. At this moment, Hyuga Hazashi was stunned. What are they going to do? With the establishment of a 4-person team, want to break through the defense line and reach the rear. Are you all Kabad people in Kumogakure village? Assemble and be ready to meet them and retreat. There was no time to hesitate. When he got the news, he had already decided that it wouldn't be long before they would be defeated when they realized that the war should be cruel. At that time, Kumogakure village, which was insane at that time, might attack again. The messenger ninja hurried out to prepare, and Hyuga Hazashi smiled wryly. Lord Hokage, you made a wrong bet after all. Nightfall. When Hachiken looked at the stronghold of a Kumogakure village in front of him, his eyes were full of fighting intent. He had already sensed it in advance. There is only one ninja formation with less than 100 people in this door, and most of them are Genin and Chunin. As for Jonin, there are only 2 or 3 of them. Every Jonin is a precious treasure of the village. Even if the third ninja war in Kumogakure village did not consume that much, it also lost a lot of Jonin. And this kind of large-scale battle, Genin and Chunin are the most numerous, but most of the time they were used as cannon fodder. Do you really want to do this? Shisui looked a little complicated. His belief is not to rely on killing to solve problems. Even in the Third Ninja World War, he rarely hurt anyone. Previous contest with Kurigakure village also broke out on demonic illusion, and when the opponent found out that it was him, he immediately retreated. But now, the purpose of the 8 swords is very clear. Wherever you go, nothing grows. First, our task is to get attention, ease the pressure on the border, and make the bigger the noise, the more successful it will be. Second, this is a battlefield. Not killing means being killed. I promise Senior Fugaku to bring Itachi back safely. Third, slowing down. Bajian looked at Itachi next to him. You asked when you came out how many people died in Konoha after so long. If it's just a stalemate, the casualty attack 768. If it's the people killed by the Kumogakure village from the beginning of the Third Ninja War to the present. Shaking his head, Itachi didn't say anything further. It was a terrible number. A number that no one wants to recall. That number may be staggering. Sometimes let go of the kindness in your heart, otherwise it will be cruel to your companions around you. Kakashi next to him had deep eye, and when he heard this sentence, his awareness of this man was raised again by a notch. Unlike himself, Bajian has never really experienced war, but he realized what the cruelty of the war was, and even saw it very thoroughly. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to the companion. Patting Shisui's shoulder, Bajian took a deep breath and rushed forward. When night fall, it is time to kill. When several figures fell in the camp, the Kumogakure village ninja, who was slow to respond, finally recovered. Enemy attack. PFF. Just shouting out 2 words, his head shot up into the sky in an instant. Looking at everything below and the vision that flew higher and higher, the ninja's consciousness fell into darkness, and his life came to an end. Behead. An uncommon way to kill an enemy in the ninja world. Blood splattered on his face, and the natural energy in his body came completely. The desire that prompted him to fight broke out. Before this sword, it was invincible. Swish. The dark moon Kiba smashed into the only building in the store in the dark, and the Reiatsu mixed with the chakra blade instantly blew it to smithereens. Fight. Non-stop fighting. The progress of soul harvesting mentioned by the system prompt sounded past his ears, but that sound had been ignored by Bajian. The moment he held the knife, he was completely transformed into a beast. He cut off the grand fireball flying towards him with one blade, and the figure of 8 swords disappeared in an instant. The next moment, the blade had already slammed into the chest of the ninja that spewed the grand fireball. Blood splattered all over his face, and the opponent's entire body instantly split into 2. Fear spread. At this moment, raising the butcher's knife to fight, tasting the blood, the boy who is not tall is like a devil. A madman. He is a madman. A certain terrified ninja finally vomited out of this bloody scene. He could counteract the fear in his heart. Zanpakuto had taken his soul. The current 8 swords are not like people. Staring at the fighting back, Shisui's heart twitched violently. That because you're not familiar with him. Itachi shook his head. Having overcome this scenario, he had already turned on the Sharingan speedy hand seal. Treat yourself warmly and reliably. Deal with the enemy until you die. Kaden, fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Under night. The fight continued. Ask for flower. Chapter 63 Jianzang. I just want to follow in your footsteps. The night of killing was not short-lived, but with only hundreds of people, it didn't delay the elite team for long. When the ninjas from Kumogakure village, who had heard the news, were about to come to support, the 4 of them had disappeared into the darkness. There is only blood and broken corpses in one place, silently recording the crimes that happened here. After a brief silence and grief, the ninjas of Kumogakure were furious. They swore that this account would be settled with Konoha. This, in the distance, when everything was passed to Hyuga Hazashi's mind through Byakugan, he was completely shocked. That team did the unimaginable. Frontal breakthrough into the territory of the country of thunder. Whether it was the raid or the time to leave, it was perfect. Konoha's sharp knife. This sharp knife is the glory of the village. Obviously, he murmured and had not come out of the shock. In addition to the shock of the team breaking through, he also set off a storm in his heart. Not for anything else, but for that terrifying means of murder. Disgusting killing. It's hard to imagine what a child could do. Beheaded. Divide the body in 2. The blood of the crackport seemed to make him extremely enjoy. Is he really a child? Through Byakugan, he could see the man's face. He is eager to kill. Hazashi-sama. Kumogakure village is gathering troops and seems to want to break through our defenses. At this moment, the messenger ninja next to him suddenly rushed over in a hurry. As expected, Hyuga Hazashi returned to his senses and nodded. He has seen the gathering of the other party. In fact, it would be surprising if the other party didn't respond. A blood debt can only be paid by blood. Suddenly, hundreds of ninjas were brutally murdered. It's no wonder that the group of irascible men in Kumogakure village didn't get angry. But this time, he wasn't flustered. The team had already penetrated deep behind the enemy, and all he had to do was to withstand the pressure before the other party found out about Kakashi and the others. As long as the supply line is destroyed, the pressure on the frontal battlefield will be greatly reduced. As for how much it can do, it depends on how long the team can last. Pass my order. Use traps and detonators to block the attack. Hold on. Are you uncomfortable? On the frontal battlefield, the deranged Kumogakure village ninjas attack, and in a dense forest behind Kumogakure village, Hachiken asked while supporting the pale Itachi. This kind of killing is still too early for Itachi. The rise of Itachi in the original novel was after the Chunin exam, and his strength began to increase rapidly. Even if he is a genius, pay attention to his age. No matter how you look at it, Itachi is still a child at the moment. Chakra and physical exhaustion left Itachi gasping for breath. Come up. Frowning, That chicken stood in front of Itachi, too lazy to talk nonsense. Bajian directly lifted the opponent's body and carried it on his shoulder. At this moment, Itachi's little face, Yuhi, was like an apple. I don't know if it was due to exhaustion from the journey, or the adverse reaction caused by excessive chakra. What to do next? Kakashi's situation wasn't that great either, and he's still a little terrified to this day. When he left before, he had already heard the tick of reinforcements from Kumogakure village. A close haul. They finally managed to leave the next stronghold, cut all the way to the interior of the country of thunder, and rest after destroying the next area. Otherwise, the pressure on Hyuga Hazashi is too great. I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand it. Opened the map and looked at it. Bajian said beyond doubt, are you going to fight again? However, it seems to have adapted. Yuhi Ritomo in Shisui's eyes turned. Superfluous kindness will hurt his companion. As long as he remembers this sentence, he will not continue to be confused. Just looking at this look, Bajian understands. Shisui, who galloped on the battlefield in the Third Ninja World War, is back. Come on, as soon as possible. Standing up with Itachi behind his back, the boy took a deep breath and moved on. In terms of his physical strength, being alone doesn't feel too stressful. It is estimated that Itachi has recovered by the time of the next stronghold, so there is no need to worry too much. It's just that he doesn't feel anything. But the look in Itachi's eyes when he looked at the eighth sword changed subtly. I am still too weak. Leaning on Bajian's back, Itachi slowly closed his eyes and began to rest. From beginning to end, I just want to follow in your footsteps. Jianzang. Lord Hazashi, the enemy ninja has broken through the fourth line of defense. The night battle continued. The war spreads at the border. The explosion of the detonating talisman and the screams of the ninjas from Kumogakure village who rush into the trap one after another. But this time, the level of madness in the Kumogakure village was completely unexpected to Hyuga Hazashi. Prepare to meet the enemy. Never let them pass the border. The fourth line of defense is also the fourth trap area. That is the last guarantee. Any hesitation, Hyuga Hazashi directly ordered a full-scale attack on the enemy. Resist. The main thing is to resist this fierce attack, and there is light behind. The real battle begins. The battle of ninjutsu. The battle of taijutsu. When the chakra was exhausted, the bloody level of the slashing with a blade stained Yuhi's sky. Blood is flowing. Both sides tense that nerve. Whoever persists to the last moment is the real winner. The companion kept falling down, but Hyuga Hazashi was still biting Kiba and insisted. I don't know how long it took. Kumogakure village, which had been attacking extremely violently, suddenly receded like a tide. A Hyuga ninja who was in charge of investigating the information ran over in shock. Hazashi-sama, Kumogakure seems to have received some news and has retreated. The reason goes without saying. The light of the east begins to spread across the earth. That touch of warmth made them feel the beauty of light. They did it. Ask for a ticket. Well, the fifth update will be delivered. Hey, if you add it, 1 ticket and 1 flower are fine, and it will be delivered later. Chapter 64. When the news comes back to Konoha, the land of fire, Konoha, was not affected by the frontline battle. Hokage was still full of peace and comfort. Without actually experiencing that atmosphere, one can never understand how cruel reality really is. They enjoy the peace poured with blood. Good. The calm atmosphere was suddenly broken by a high-pitched voice from the Hokage building. His hands seemed to be shaking a little. The excited fourth-generation Hokage Namikaze Minato grabbed the information that came back with both hands. Beside him, the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen reappeared in the office, and after hearing Minato's voice, he looked at the bloody scroll. Minato, who had always been calm and composed, shouted, but when he saw the above content clearly, the hand holding the cigarette bag could not help shaking. The Night Owl team went deep behind the enemy's back, wantonly destroyed the supply line of Kumogakure village, and killed 100 enemy ninjas according to incomplete statistics. Currently, the Kumogakure village ninjas at the border have retreated, and Hyuga Hazashi is approaching and constantly pressing. It is certain that Kumogakure's attention has been shifted to the Night Owl team in a short period of time, and the pressure on the front line has been reduced several times. Yakuba, Uchiha Itachi, Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui. Everything is the credit of 4 people. They succeeded. Although Minato was a little puzzled by the extra Uchiha Shisui shown above, the news that came back was undoubtedly exciting. The effect of the surprise attack has been manifested below. As long as the Night Owl squad continues to create chaos, the pressure on Kumogakure village will increase. Comparable, their situation can also become dangerous. There was no time to hesitate. Minato's eyes became firm. This elite team is related to the influence of the entire battle situation. In the office that day, he did not tell the other party all his plans. Not distrust, but only this first step is the most important. The stalemate needs to be broken by such a team. As long as there is a twist, he will send troops to the front line again to support. At that time, the Kumogakure village, which cannot catch the eighth sword, will become devastated under the front and back attack. When the troops come, it will become a matter of course breaking the deadlock and then negotiating with the same chip on both sides as Minato's control of the the whole situation. And what he had just discussed with the 3 generations next to him was also a matter of reinforcement. This time, he wants to completely free Konoha from the abyss of war. They are good. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face also showed a hint of relief. No matter how many times he chooses to let go of Danzo in secret, but no matter what, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart is in Konoha. The war at the border affected the situation of the entire village, and he was happy from the bottom of his heart when such a turning point occurred. Anbu with a knife, and some changes occurred. I'm getting old. Konoha, in the end, has to rely on young people to guard. Emotion. Sarutobi sighed again, but as if thinking of something, he raised his head to look at the water. The reinforcement plan you mentioned earlier has worked, but Minato, you know the consumption of Konoha in the Third Ninja War. We don't have many ninjas on the front lines anymore. It's not that he Sarutobi Hiruzen is lying, or trying to hide some living power. Yes, Konoha has really gotten to this point. No. With a firm gaze, Minato stood up and looked out the office window. Konoha, there is no shortage of people who give their lives for the village, and the 3 generations ignored the people who were patrolling Konoha all the time. They are a family with extremely strong fighting power. What are you talking about? Sarutobi stood up instantly. The Uchiha family. That's right, the Uchiha family. Minato had a strange look on his face. Although the Uchiha clan also suffered losses in the Third Ninja War, the number of casualties in the crucial battle against the village of Kurigakure was very small. Although I don't know why the Uchiha clan was dragged back from the battlefield when they were about to defeat the enemy, it is certain that their fighting power is very strong and there are redundant ninjas. Uchiha clan who returned from the battlefield did not reveal much about the war, because the secret of Guanping to Uchiha Mangekyo blooming on the battlefield Fugaku SI. It was also the appearance of Wan Wahian that turned the tide of the battle. Of Konoha knew about this, but what Minato said later made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a little ashamed. Yes, after the turn of the war, the village decided to withdraw the Uchiha clan from the battlefield. The reason given is that Konoha needs Uchiha's patrol to protectability. The real reason for this, Sarutobi, is very clear. It's time to avoid the Uchihas taking too much credit. Sarutobi. This is Danzo's original word. Minato. The words of the Uchiha clan. The words that suddenly appeared in my mind made the 3 generations open their mouth to say something, but before he could finish, Minato shook his head to interrupt. 3 generations of adults. I know what you are going to say, but judging from Itachi and Shisui's relationship, I don't think the Uchiha family is really an evil family. After a pause, little son had a warm smile on his face. Unlike you, I trust them. I believe them. This sentence has been the dream of the Uchiha family for so many years. Come on. The door to the office was pushed open, and Yamanaka Inoichi was half knelt on the ground. Hokage order. Engrave the merits of the Night Owl Squad on the Konoha bulletin board, and the Uchiha guard will go to the front line to support the border from now on. Yes, 4 generations of adults. Just as he stood up and was about to leave, a discordant voice suddenly came from behind Yamanaka Inoichi. The old man disagreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a wry smile and had a headache when that familiar figure, Good Money, appeared with 2 other old buddies. Ruchi Shimura Danzo, 2 Hokage consultant, Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado. We don't agree either. Homura Mitokado's eyes were indifferent. The Uchiha family is heading to the border. What about the guards of Konoha? That is, if the enemy bypasses the defense line and attacks at this time, who will guard the village? The 3 of them again. But this time, I wasn't defenseless. Faced with the question of the 2 advisors, Minato looked decisive. If an enemy does appear, unless I die, no one can do any damage to Konoha. Any more questions? First chain. Inside. It was a bit sudden on the shelf. It was originally decided to be tomorrow night, so there are relatively few manuscripts, but the small work guaranteed to codewords all night tonight. Gone. Chapter 65. Finally there are 2 decent opponents. Owl, your perception is too outrageous. In the land of thunder, in a very hidden cave, Kakashi looked at Hachiken calmly nibbling on the rabbit's leg with a look of surprise. At first, he wrecked the first stronghold and left safely. He thought it was just a coincidence, but now he is sure. Whenever he was about to encounter an enemy, the man in front of him would always give accurate information. Quantity, strength, even the trajectory of progress. Relying on this unpredictable perception, they have successfully destroyed more than 7 teams transporting supply. No matter how well a person hides, the breath of the soul cannot be changed. After tearing the rabbit's leg in half and throwing it to Itachi next to him, Bajian said calmly, "This is the world of ninjas. All energy comes from chakra and natural energy, and Bajian is the god of death. Although it is not the real god of death in the world of the god of death, he is extremely sensitive to the fluctuation of the soul. In this world, he is the only one. However, in the Hokage world, it is not that there is no ninjutsu associated with the soul. The ghoul seal is one of them. Can even summon the god of death in the world of Hokage. Both are gods of death." Sadai and him walked together. Picking up the wine gourd and taking a sip, Bajian grinned. He really wants to see 427 to see what the death god diplomat of the Hokage world. Are their abilities related to the soul? Kakashi smiled wryly and shook his head. He really couldn't understand it. What is your face, Yuhi? His eyes suddenly swept to Itachi, who was a little overwhelmed with the rabbit's leg beside him, and Bajian asked suspiciously, we have to fight in a while. Can't I eat it? Itachi nodded, looking at the rabbit legs with complicated eyes. Just now, he clearly saw Jianzhang bite the rabbit's leg. Bang! At the moment of war, unless the combat power is crushing, it is not one-sided that will be tested. Before Konoha was actively preparing for the battle, the Uchiha clan led the remaining Anbu ninjas and some small clans. When heading to the battlefield, in the shadow office of Kumogakure village, the sound of the table shattering could be heard far away. Bye! What did you do? Looking at Killer Bee, who was hanging around in front of him, Raikid's rough face was full of anger. He handed over the war on the border of the Fire Country to his younger brother, and returned to the village to deal with the negotiations of the Iwagakure village negotiating team. How many days? The line of defense was torn apart, was also infiltrated by Konoha's people into the land of thunder and wanted to destroy. At this moment, even the negotiation with Onoki turned sour. The negotiating team in the land of the land seems to be interested in observing the final outcome of the war, and the originally negotiated conditions have also changed. Became a bubble. Ninja world. 5 ninja villages. 5 kingdom. Not unique. There is a connection between them, and the change of the situation will also affect the wind direction of the entire ninja world. Brother, it's not me. Killer Bee shrugged helplessly. Who would have expected Konoha to form an elite team to launch a surprise attack under such circumstances? They didn't just switch to Hokage. As we know Konoha in the past, it's him that drinks the defense at the moment. What they should do? Why would they take the initiative to attack? Totally unexpected. And for that elite team, they have absolutely no information. Don't make excuses. Bye. After the anger, the 4th generation needs to calm down, and now is not the time to blame others. According to the known information, the identities of the 2 people in the raid team can be determined. Hatake Kakashi, the son of Konoha White Fang, is said to own Sharingan. Hatake Kakashi is nothing, but the other is Uchiha Shisui. It is more difficult to deal with the technique and the instant body technique. Walking to buy, the 4th generation Raikage had murderous intent in his eye. I already know the purpose of their entry into Kumogakure village: to destroy our supply line, reducing the pressure on the frontal battlefield. In this way, a new batch of escort squads will set off in a while, and you mix in, infiltrate the delivery team and kill a surprise. Don't underestimate Raikage. Under the guidance of 3 generations of ninjados since childhood, he liked to use force to solve problems. He also has the EPUB. You're the perfect Jinchuriki column 4, and the 8 tails can help you against demonic illusion. So this time, it's all up to you. Patting Bai's shoulder, Shui Ying went back to his seat. That old guy Onoki is shrewd. Well, if I go with you, he will definitely think that Kumogakure has fallen into a disadvantage, and the lion speaks loudly during the negotiation. But don't worry, I have arranged a helper for you. With the 2 of you, what kind of elite team is not a problem at all. As long as the nails are pulled out the wood, you will have no trump card, and our counterattack will make those people understand what a real war is. Bye. Do you understand? His eyes were full of hope, and Xie Ying looked at his younger brother. He rambled here for a long time. The purpose is to wake up this righteous brother. When will Killer Bee be able to be on his own? Then he will really relax a lot. No, unfortunately, Raikage didn't get the answer he wanted after all, and Killer Bee's strange character led him to, I don't have much interest in this. Therefore, he answered one word very honestly, and he didn't know how to write the word euphemism. Go away. Go away. Remember to use the transformation technique. Don't be seen. In the office, the roaring voice spread far and wide. The country of thunder. At the end of a quiet road, several figures fell on the ground. Just after landing, the knife-wielding boy standing in the middle suddenly frowned and stretched out his hand. What the matter? Jianzhang, the teenager next to him, grabbed the detonating talisman and was about to bury it. Shaking his head, Bajian's eyes were solemn. Human Jinchuriki column power, often referred to as the ultimate fighting power of Shinobi Village. In the world of Hokage, Naruto and Gaara's tragic childhood seems to be telling everyone that as human beings, how painful is power. But there is one ninja village that is different. Their people, Jinchuriki column, will not be discriminated against, but will be worshipped. That is the village of Kumogakure. 10 people in total. 6 Chunin, 2 Jonin, and 2 people Jinchuriki column 4. People Jinchuriki column 4. At this moment, Itachi, Kakashi and Shisui are all serious, are very clear about what the 3 words Jinchuriki column 4 stand for, and besides the human Jinchuriki column 4, there are 2 Jonin and 6 Chunin. This squad configuration can already be called the elite of the elite. Tough enemy, but Bajian seems to have seen some turning point, an absolute turning point to end the war ahead of schedule. Apart from that, he stroked his beating heart, and Bajian's eyes were fired. Finally, there are 2 decent opponents. This is a lunatic. Kakashi's mouth twitched and he let out a long sigh. He really can't understand the thinking of a madman. The second update, there are fewer manuscripts, and the small author code code words all night. Chapter 66 I'm Not Alone. From the village of Humogakure to the border of the Fire Nation, a team is advancing step by step. Not fast, but stable. Jonan in front carefully observed everything around this very familiar road, but if there was any different, he would stop and throw a shuriken to test it. Another Jonan was in charge of the brake, and would hide under a tree every few minutes and stop advancing until he thought it was safe to quickly catch up with the team in front. The remaining Chunin, on the two-wing, guard the team's progress. This is an extremely experienced and elite squad, responsible for delivering supplies for war. Shuriken, kunai, soldier pills, and detonator talisman. I didn't expect that the helper that eldest brother said was you. Suddenly, in the middle, a young man with a mustache glanced at the ninja next to him and said, otherwise, Uchiha Shisui's demonic illusion. No one can deal with it but us. The female ninja shook her long pale golden hair slightly, but made a slightly immature voice that was different from her mature appearance. Demonic illusion by Uchiha Shisui. Hatake Kakashi of this period has not yet completely made the name of copy ninja, but Shisui is different. He has already been active in the Third Ninja War, and his nickname of Shisui is not a vain name. Tailed beasts are afraid of demonic illusion. People Jinchuriki, column 4, also afraid of demonic illusion. Both are fulfilled in Kyubi, Nine-Tailed. Uchiha Madara controls Kyubi, Nine-Tailed to open Susano, and the battle with Senju Hashirama is recorded in the annals of history, forming the Valley of the End. In the original book, the Kyubi, Nine-Tails, Rebellion Obito controlled Kyubi, Nine-Tails, attack Konoha, which can also confirm this. But, when the human Jinchuriki column force evolves into the perfect human Jinchuriki column 4, it will have great immunity to demonic illusion. That is not the immune function of the human Jinchuriki column 4, but after communicating with the tailed beast can help disrupt the chakra in the human Jinchuriki column 4 and achieve the effect of instant relief. This, only the true perfection Jinchuiki column force knows. Example, in the battle between Sasuke and Killer Bee, Sasuke also used demonic illusion, but it did not achieve the desired effect. Now, this matter belongs to the secret of Humogakure village. I join forces, and Konoha will die. The rap in an extremely embarrassing voice made the ninja sigh, and she lost her moment as a human Jinchuriki column forced to talk to each other about the skills of using the power of the tail beast. Come on. The team suddenly stopped. Humogakure village Jonan in the front instantly holds 10 shuriken in both hands and prepares to attack. But when everyone's eyes looked over and saw the person standing in front of them, they were stunned. A not-so-tall figure stood arrogantly in the middle of the road. Small in size, but dressed up, it is completely different from ordinary ninjas. A large knife disproportionate to his height hit his shoulder, and he wore a simple and clear black robe of exhausted martial arts uniform. The mask on the face covers the face below, and the wine gourd around the waist is even more abrupt. This person seems to have been waiting for a long time. Who are you? Looking vigilantly at the figure in front of him, the captain of the team led by Jonan from Humogakure village did not relax because of his not-so-tall body. According to investigating the death location of the attack supply team, they have already mastered a lot of information. First, from the footsteps of the scene, there are a total of 4 enemies who have sneaked into the country of need this time. Second, the dead companions are all with fatal stab wound. Just these 2 points. The identity of the person in front of him seems to be ready. It's just that he wasn't sure enough, because the other party is too young. If such people can start killing people in the country of need, what is the point of fighting this war? 2 people Jinchuriki column 4 disguised in such a team. Does Raikage mean to completely remove the hidden dangers of the land of thunder? However, with such a configuration, it looked down on us. Raising the knife in his hand, the infinite fighting spirit instantly ignited. At this moment, it is clear that a young man is standing here and the whole team is like being stared at by a beast. Dangerous feeling is humming. Has your identity been revealed? Yugito and Killer Bee stood up, looking solemn. It's not because seeing the 8 sword brought them pressure, but at the same time, the tailed beast in their bodies gave a warning. Bye. Watch out for the knife in his hand. 8-tailed, a powerful tailed beast whose strength is second only to Kyubi, 9-tailed. Kyubi, 9-tails can sense danger, as can 8-tails and 2-tailed. And from the tone of the other party's words and the fighting spirit, they have already come up with the answers they want. This boy is a member of the Konoha elite team. However, even if the tail beast warned them, Killer Bee and Yugito still feel a little weird. There is only one person on the other side, and it is not ruled out that Joe is hiding the possibility of other team members. But in any case, it always seems a little too much for a person to block the way. Together, the transformation technique was lifted in an instant. Yugito in a tight suit shook his pale golden ponytail and nodded to Killer Bee. Raikage's order is to kill. In real combat, a battle-hardened ninja will never underestimate an enemy because of his appearance. For those who despise the enemy are dead. Swish, swish. In an instant, the 2 core combat powers rush directly to the 8 sword. In the process of running, Killer Bee has already pulled out all the 7 or 8 knives he carried with him. Baron Heron chopping knife. Using various parts of the body and physical technique, the 10 knives are used flexibly. A powerful sword technique that only only Killer Bee can master. And Yugito was more cautious. The whole body had begun to turn into a half-tailed bee, and when she arrived in front of Bajian, a light blue cat had already exposed its sharp claws. "Come up with all your strength." Shaking his neck, Bajian took a deep breath and saw the trajectory of Killer Bee's advance and swung a knife in advance. The dark moon Kiba moved fast with the raging terrifying Reiatsu, and slammed into Killer Bee. "What, this thing?" Killer Bee was visibly stunned, not understanding. "Bye, don't fight hard." The 8 tails in the body respond instantly, and it can clearly perceive the heart-pounding power above. "If you hit it, you will die. The action is not over yet." Black Moon Kiba, who slashed Killer Bee, swung again before hitting Zanpakuto with 8 swords, slashing at the claws of the running kitten. Clang! The sound of the symphony of gold and iron is particularly hard. Yugito flew upside down from the half-tailed beast transformation in just an instant. "It's fast, but you seem to have forgotten that I'm not alone." Black Moon Kiba passed by. Killer Bee just stood still, but saw Bajian pointing his sword at his back. "Look back." Numerous physical clones have completely wrapped their companions behind them. Next moment, blood splatters. Shisui's instant body. When the ultimate is approaching, all illusory clones will be entity. Lightning flashes in the sky. Like a flash of light that can cut lightning, a huge fireball explodes in situ. Just an instant, all 6 Chunin were killed. The tacit understanding of the Night Owl team is shocking. Furthermore, the little author is ing all night, but it is recommended that the readers do not stay up late. Rest early, and tomorrow, just look at it again. Chapter 67 The King of Flat Chopping. The second characteristic of chopping people. Bajian carelessly underestimates the enemy. One person faces 2 people. Jinchuiki, column 4. Not really. Before setting off, he already had a full understanding of his own strength. At that time, he already had nearly 15% of the Zengi Kenpachi template, and the virtual white template that was about to unlock the second level cutting feature for himself. 2 template, beast-like physical fitness, coupled with the chakra blade. This is part of his own strength. The power of evil spirits is fully erupted, even if it is the power of the perfect person. Jinchuriki column. Only Killer Bee is the only real perfect person. Jinchuriki column. Although Niyugito also has the potential to have the power of a perfect person. Jinchuriki column. But she is still young and has not achieved the perfect fusion in the later stage, so her strength is still a little worse after all. Just looking at the power she just showed when she was transformed into a half-tailed bee, Bajian analyzed that her state would not last long. Judging from her appearance, she should have just graduated from ninja school a few years ago. Therefore, the real threat is only one of the 740 tail, and those trash they handed over to Shisui and Kakashi and Itachi. After they dealt with those people, they cooperated with themselves to attack the 8 tails in an all-round way, and the fat profit of the battle also came. However, it is also clear where the 8 swords are at the risk of fighting. That is, before Shisui and Kakashi solve the trash bit, he has to face the 2 people Jinchuriki column force alone, and if it fails, the situation will be turned upside down in an instant. Can you withstand the pressure? Under the mask, the pupils of the boy gradually contracted, and his instinctive fighting spirit drove him to take the initiative to cut his soul. "Yugito, are you alright?" The woods that had been slashed by the Black Moon Kiba, Killer Bee said to Yugito, who got up from the ground and recovered from the half-tailed bee state. Black Moon Kiba has passed. It has become a bare field. That terrifying slash made him no longer dare to be careless. Humans in the ninja world are physically strong, but a single shuriken is deadly. If this kind of slash is really hit, it will indeed die. It's not a big problem. Standing up with difficult, Yugito bit Kiba and nodded. Careless, but she was already careful enough. What I didn't expect at all was that the sharp claws of the 2 tails that I had transformed into a half-tailed beast were so vulnerable in front of the opponent's knife. He glanced at his left hand. There, the nails she specially left have been trimmed by the brushes. Just help me attack. Killer Bee nodded and took a step forward, the 7 knives showing a cold light. He also used a knife. In the village of Humogakure, he has not yet served anyone in swordsmanship. Woo ding! The figure disappeared, and the next moment, Killer Bee completely showed the real killing skills of the Killer Bee. Weapons are from top to bottom, and the countless knives that are not rotated at an angle will inadvertently slash the opponent's throat. He is a veritable Killer Bee. Yugito next to him sighed and seemed a little lost. During a duel between masters, if she attacks rashly, it will only bring a burden to her companion. Looking at the teenager fighting Killer Bee, Yugito still has an unreal illusion in his heart. How old is he? Under the mask, there was still a somewhat immature voice, and she could hear it clearly. The main thing is, Lord Rakage said yes. The most important thing to watch out for this trip is the famous Shisui. Why is the script different? To now, the boy in front of him has become the strongest fighting force of the Konoha elite team. This unexpected change made it difficult for her to accept. At the same time, there was an explosion. The girl turned around and saw a scene that made her angry. The 6 Chunins had already lost their lives under the tacit cooperation of the Yishao squad, and the 2 Jonins had also fallen into a hard battle. Just for a moment, they have fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Instant Shisui. Not only the instant body technique is superb, the understanding and use of demonic illusion is the most terrifying. Just one look can make the opponent's body stalemate, and then grab the opponent and attack the second before they fall into the illusion. Even if Jonan is experienced, it's inevitable that he will get hurt if he disarms demonic illusion very quickly. Not to mention there is also a Hitaki Kakashi holding a lightning bolt. Go help them first. Yugito bites Kiba and rushes into the rear. In her cognition only she can fight against Shisui. In fact, she didn't know that this feeling was the biggest demonic illusion among her. Demonic illusion in the ninja world, no one can compare with the Uchiha family, especially the Uchiha people who turned on Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi's Tsukuyomi, Shisui's Koto Amatsukami. That is the most vivid art that demonstrates demonic illusion. Once Konoha's ancient family, the Kurama family, was short-lived, and the five senses were really strong, but it was not as convenient as the release of a gland. Ding ding ding. The Killer Bee's attack continued. 8 swords hit the sword, and the elegant figure responded with ordinary flat cut. The tricks are bells and whistles, and after all, it is not as happy as a knife and a landslide. 7974, 7975, 7976, ... And every time it successfully resists the attack of the Killer Bee, Bajian will spit out a number 0. However, Killer Bee doesn't understand what this number means. Ding ding. Swing the knife and continue. 7989, 7990. When the number soared to 7990, Bajian's eyes shone with excitement. This is the number of wings today. Yes, even if it is a high-intensity mission to go deep behind the enemy, he still does not forget his daily mission. However, when wielding a knife and killing people are combined, there is no such thing as only. There are 10 times left for the boring feeling of swinging the knife. Up Zanpakuto high, the boy's body suddenly began to tremble. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have been fighting passively. This kind of feeling is a little uncomfortable. Roar. Accompanied by a roar that didn't resemble a human, Bajian's original action of holding a knife in one hand became a bullshit chain. You know what? A knife like a knife held and swung with both hands will be stronger than holding and swinging with one hand. Swish. Up Zanpakuto high. The next moment following Zanpakuto's instinctive swing, a golden light is emitted fiercely. Flash to Killer Bee. Flat cut special effect from the Zaraki Kenpachi template. But just waving once was not enough to satisfy the swollen fighting spirit inside. The second knife is coming. This time, the Dark Moon Kiba followed. 8 sword profound truth. 10 consecutive cut. Woot woot. The body kept dancing. When 5 golden swords and 5 dark moons 3.7 Kiba rushed toward Kira. When compared, the latter was already stunned. Bye. Don't be stunned. Let me come. Roar. With a roar, the huge body of the 8 tails instantly wrapped himself. The 10 sword beams started their unbridled bombardment. But Bajian did not enjoy the idea of such a picture. In his ear, the familiar system prompt sound has come. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The daily task never stopped. Swinging the knife 8,000 times. Congratulations to the host. The progress of all templates has increased by 0.2%. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The first king of flat cutting template. The unlocking progress of Kenpachi Zakagi has reached 100%. 15. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The second king of flat cutting template. The unlocking progress of virtual white has reached 5%. Ding. The progress of the virtual white template is unlocked by 5% to activate the extraction times of the flat cut feature. Is it? Draw now. Fourth more. Fingers are a bit hard. Stay up late. Chapter 68. Slash the tailed beast bomb with a knife and capture the 2 tails alive. The second flat cutting feature of the king of flat cutting has finally arrived. 8 swords took a deep breath. Too late to appreciate the crazy twitching 8 tails who was smashed by 10 consecutive slashes in front of him. His attention was all on the flat cutting feature. Slowly nodded and spit out 2 words. Extract. The flat cut feature is the most intuitive reflection of the improvement of the power of the 8 sword, in addition to the king of flat cut template. His first feature, the chakra blade, looks tasteless, but the actual effect is extremely obvious. So far, he has been able to fight ninjutsu with a knife, which is enough to prove how practical the effect of the chakra blade is. Not to mention that when the chakra volume of the 8 swords continues to increase, this effect will become more obvious. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as you give him time, he will be Jinten particle style in the future, and the effect can be imagined. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second feature of the king of flat slashing, the Soul Eater blade. Soul Eater. Bajian's eyes lit up when he heard the name, and he looked over quickly. Soul Eater blade. The death god's knife takes away not only blood, but in addition to harvesting souls, 04 can even drive the dead souls under the knife to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. Special effect. When fighting the enemy, each physical attack of the knife will weaken the power of the opponent's soul, thereby increasing the spiritual pressure of the opponent. Each successful hit will leave the soul of the soul under the knife on the opponent's soul to absorb the power of the soul. The attack does not cause effective damage, and the dead soul under the knife will wrap around the opponent, causing various negative effects. This feature is a rare feature with extremely high growth. The effect of soul harvesting suffering is increased by the increase in the strength of its own spiritual pressure, and the effect of dead souls under the knife is increased according to the increase of the number of dead souls killed by the host. The third feature of King of Slashing will be activated again when the third template unlock 5%. Please continue to work hard to become the real king of flat cutting. Soul Eater, a rare trait with strong growth potential, but whether it is soul harvesting or the dead soul under the knife, it is too strong. Soul harvesting, absorbing the power of the soul from the opponent. The dead soul under the knife is easy to understand. The more people you kill, the stronger he will be. What if it is human Jinchuiki? Column 4. What about the tail beast? With murderous intent spreading in his eyes, Bajian walked towards the twitching Bawe step by step. At this moment, he has completely transformed into a tailed beast, with 8 tails tightly protecting his body, and Yin Yuhi's blood is flowing to the ground. 10 consecutive cuts. A move that's not a move, because these 10 attacks, without any exception, are flat cut, but the speed of the swing is several times faster. In addition, 10 consecutive high-intensity swings will also greatly consume the physical strength of the 8 sword, but the effect looked good. Raising the knife, he walked towards the curled-up 8 tail step by step, but when he was about to approach, a blue figure rushed over instantly. The second half-tailed beast turned on. Yugito is suffering great pain. Killer Bee was about to be attacked, and she had no choice but to give up the 2 Jonin who were crushed by Shisui and Kakashi behind her. Under the half-tailed beast transformation, in front of the mouth of the blue cat she transformed into, a dark sphere was slowly forming. Mini-tailed beast bomb. Unlike the real tailed beast bomb, she is still a bit difficult to control at the moment. Boom! Like a missile launch, the tailed beast smashed into Ye Bajian instantly. I like girls who play ball, and I like to play ball, but this thing is over, because your ball will be hot. After all, I'm not old enough to play ball. The incomplete tailed beast bomb released in the form of a half-tailed beast can even slash away Biwajuzo, who has a beheading sword in the original book. Ye Bajian doesn't think he can. Decapitation broadsword is very fragile. It will be blown off by the tailed beast bomb and then eat the blood of its master. But his knife will not. Swish. The knife light flash, and the chakra sphere based on the 2 attributes of yin and yang was instantly divided into 2, and the separated sphere didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional by the 8 sword, and half of it hit the 8 tails next to it. Boom, boom. Completely shocked Yugito, who was transformed into a half-tailed beast. Tailed beast bomb. It can be hacked. This knife has completely refreshed her worldview. Be honest, Kitty. The explosion next to him did not cause the teenager's psychological fluctuation, and he had already pinched Yugito's neck in a flash. At this moment, as if being targeted by a real evil spirit, countless deceased souls roared in their ear. Yugito, who couldn't bear the reaction of the 4-tailed beast transformation, completely fainted. Rolling the girl's eyelids in surprise, Bajian shook his head. After all, Yugito at this time was just a flower bud waiting to be released, and did not grow into the heroine of Humogakure village. Almost meant it should. As Killer Bee, his eyes, he hit Yugito and walked towards the still curled 8-tailed body, but the 8 swords just approached, and the huge body of the 8 tails disappeared without a trace. On the ground, only a broken octopus tail remained. The usual way to escape. The octopus tail was cut into 2 pieces with one knife, and Bajian sighed. After all, he still underestimated the fighting power of the octopus. He really won this battle, but this victory has preconditions. First, Killer Bee played against himself for the first time and didn't know anything about him. Second, if the opponent star-tailed beast bombing completely, he will never win so easily. Of course, the final result Bajian does not think will change. It's not clear if Killer Bee used his full strength, but he didn't use his full strength. It's no use even the 8 swords of Zubai's kind of slashing the moon and Kiba. 073 in the distance, the members of the Night Owl team were already waiting for him there. The battle is over. Shisui and Kakashi, the copy ninja, and the harassment of Itachi from time to time, even the 2 battle-hardened Jonin are no match, and they have already fallen in a pool of blood. Is this the 2-tailed Jinchuiki? Column 4. Itachi came over and looked a little puzzled at the girl who was hit by the 8 sword. Person Jinchuriki. Column 4. The second living person Jinchuriki. Column 4 besides Uzumaki Kushina. Owl, what are you going to do? Kakashi's chest heaved up and down, and he walked over to Hachiken and asked, back to Konoha. The war is over. Yugito. Bajian smiled lightly. Although the 2 Jinchuriki column did not work together, 1 2-tail alone is enough. He grabbed Yugito. There was no need for this war to go on. The village of Humogakure understands how much the power of a perfect person Jinchuiki column. The loss of Erway, in addition to being a great blow to the battle in Kumogakure village, also had an impact on morale. Even if the war does not end, the presence of Yugito will give Namikaze Minato enough confidence to negotiate. Go home. Fifth more. Can't stop. Wake up during the day and continue to erupt. Thank you readers for your automatic subscription. Chapter 69. Guy spins the hero. They're back. To be honest, I really didn't expect that it would be you who came this time. Hyuga Hazashi felt a little bit when he saw the mighty reinforcements in front of him. The Uchiha family. Unexpectedly, the reinforcements turned out to be them. The same as the Konoha pupils. pupil. The Uchiha family has always been a special case of the village. Although the fighting ability is good, but since Uchiha Madara left, it has not been completely believed. Whether it is the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, or the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, they are all wary of the Uchiha tribe. This Konoha, anyone with an idea can see it. It is also the fundamental reason why the Uchiha family is a little autistic, and no big family is willing to make friends with them. They all understand the reason why the fire at the city gate affects you. The current Hokage seems intent on changing this situation. Go to the battlefield. We are all ninjas of Konoha. Fugaku shook his head. He didn't know if Minato's presence could really change Konoha's relationship with Uchiha, but he saw the least trust from Hokage. This is a good start. So here he is, as a Konoha ninja. Maybe Konoha has a disgusting darkness, but whenever the village is in a desperate situation, someone will always stand up. Compared with combat power and strength, this spirit of daring to sacrifice is the key factor for Konoha to become the first ninja village. Yes, we are all Konoha ninjas. Out! At this moment, the hands of the Hyuga branch clan head and the Uchiha clan head are held together. This kind of scene is rare. It is difficult to let go of the grudges between the two competing clans. A letter is not just two ordinary words. It also requires the joint efforts of both parties. Minato's clan Hyuga Hazashi already knows. There is no doubt that the Night Owl team that penetrated deep behind the enemy has contributed greatly. Uchiha clan on the border. He can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Patriarch Hazashi, do you have any news about the Night Owl squad? After a short meeting, the two came to the combat command room. With a little worry in Fugaku's eyes, he asked what he wanted to ask for a long time. The Night Owl squad. Hyuga Hazashi sighed. They are all heroes of Konoha. Above, straight to the point where the Kumogakure village ninjas in the front lost their combat power supply routes at time. According to the known intelligence, these days they destroyed the Kumogakure village at least. In a few days, I'm afraid those guys won't be able to eat the ration pill. In addition to this, they even attacked the guard post in the Land of Thunder that Kumogakure village placed in the territory of the Land of Thunder, leaving Kumogakure village so exhausted that it has no energy to focus on the frontal battle. A worthy hero, those children. With admiration on his face, Hyuga Hazashi is not stingy with his praise. A team that completely changed the battle situation on the frontier. They are heroes. Do you know where they are in the Land of Thunder now? The team's credit is obvious to all, but Fugaku is not so important for those things. His son, a 6-year-old son, right in the squad. That was Itachi's own choice. Before leaving, he had asked Itachi if he really had the determination to go deep behind the enemy. If he didn't have that courage, he wouldn't hesitate to stop his son's behavior. But Itachi answered firmly, making him dismiss the idea. Believing in his own children is the only thing he can do now as a father. Sorry, I'm afraid no one knows where they are. They are still safe. That's right, but that's a good thing, because the village of Kumogakure is also looking for them, and there is no information about him. Hyuga Hazashi shook his head after glancing at the map. They do a good job of hiding their whereabouts. Hazashi-sama, Fugaku-sama. While the two were talking, a messenger ninja broke into the command room. Judging from the excited look on his face, it seemed that something big had happened. Their back twitched. In an instant, two figures rushed out of the command room. Entrance to Konoha camp. The traces of the war can still be seen everywhere, but the feeling of oppression that had just arrived at the border had disappeared. Instead, the hopeful gazes of the ninjas. The pattern has completely changed. When the four figures appeared in the camp, the eyes of countless ninjas gathered, looking at the still dry blood on their body. For these four people, all they have left is admiration. The only thing that was a little unexpected was that from time to time there would be a few angry cat meows from the sack that the person in the middle was holding. It always feels a little unreal. Shisui was stubborn, looking at everything in front of him and smirked. When he raised the butcher's knife and brought Shisui's spear to Kumogakure village, his heart was refusal. But when he came back, the kind of eyes around him made him extremely enjoy. Different from the time at the root, silently contributing to the village. Now, he truly feels the joy of guarding the land under his feet. Itachi was about to say something, but the figure running fast in the distance made Itachi suddenly stunned. That is, Father, I am back. Hyuga Hazashi looked excited, looked at the four figures, and then bowed deeply in front of everyone. They deserve it. When the Night Owl team left, he did not expect that these children could really accomplish such a difficult task, but they told everyone that they had done it, and they had done it well, and they had done it nearly perfectly. What are you doing? Patting Itachi next to him, Bajian said with a curious expression. Shouldn't you be excited when you see your father? Encouraged, Itachi nodded and stood up, kneeling in front of Fugaku under Hyuga Hazashi's stunned gaze. Father, this is Li Jiaohao, Fugaku patriarch's son, Uchiha Itachi. Mouth wide open, Hyuga Hazashi stood in awe. It takes a lot of courage to send my son to such a dangerous place. Well done. Itachi up from the ground. Uchiha Fugaku, who has always been strict, didn't make much praise, but the relief in his eyes and the rough hands that wrapped his palms made him feel the care in his father's father's heart. Meow. Angry meows brought a few people back to their senses. This is a look. Hyuga Hazashi looked suspiciously at the sack sound on Hachiken's shoulder. Caught a cat, which is also the reason for coming back early. Lifted the sack and grinned. Go in and talk, Uncle Fugaku. I'm afraid you'll have to go all the way for nothing this time. Because they caught the two-tailed Jinchuriki. Column 4. Sycamore. I got up a little late. Code wording. Chapter 70 Desperate Maiden. Submissive Cat. Advance Quest True Death. Soul Harvest Completion Progress. 468 3000. Returning to the main camp. After briefly talking with Hyuga Hazashi and Uchiha Fugaku about the situation, Bajian lay in the lounge and glanced at his advance quest. He has not been on the battlefield for a long time, but it is still difficult to kill 3,000 people so quickly. After all, in the Land of Thunder, there are many restrictions on the teammates next to them and the AB combinations that may be dispatched at any time. But with such progress, Bajian is already very satisfied. There is no time limit for this mission, so there is no rush. With Hillerby gave Bajian an intuitive understanding of his own strength. In this ninja world, no one can effectively resist the means by which he can attack the soul. Two characteristics have been activated. This unexpected slash will work wonders, but it's still a long way from the real thing. He doesn't feel like he's invincible just because he beat Hillerby. Sitting up from the bed, Bajian tilted his head and looked at the girl kneeling on the ground beside him. Her name is Niyugito, and her nickname is Kitty Cat. It was also the biggest gain for Bajian to come to the Land of Thunder this time. Compared with the constant destruction of supply lines in the Thunderland 320 to attract attention, the weight of the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force is not known to be much higher. Otherwise, get a cat. This idea also seems good. Watch your eyes, Kitty. Off the hard bed, Hachiken walked over to Yugito and pinched his chin. Delicate facial features, standard melon seed face, and a special fragrance that only girls can have. It's just that the eyes of the other party at the moment are the kind of diabolical hatred and absolute desire to resist but not dare. This is a real world. Under the cover of blood is often unbearable cruel. Female ninjas, once in the hands of the enemy, the results are not so good. Staring at Hachiken's face angrily, Yugito trembled all over. She dared not resist. Can't commit suicide, because the devil in front of him said it. As long as her actions aroused Haken's dissatisfaction, he would one day kill the village of Kumogakure, cut off everyone's heads with his own hand, and let her see that scene with his own eye. Either suicide or rebellion. Those are behaviors that cause dissatisfaction with the other party. Was already afraid of being beaten, and it told Yugito that it was better to do as the other side said, otherwise AEAC and her body would die too. Is real death. Urwei was completely frightened, and there was telepathy between the tailed beast. Before Yahweh escaped, Urwei could clearly feel the weakness of the other side. From the weakness of the sword, if you want to recover, don't even think about it for 3 or 5 years. Therefore, even the leader Jinchuriki column did not dare to resist the boy in front of him. Demon that can slice through the tailed beast bomb with one knife. Kumogakure village, he said, and it will be done. As a Kumogakure village ninja, she believes in the power of yin-yang, and she does not believe that this young man can defeat Lei. But the formidable combat effectiveness of the opponent at this age has already demonstrated his potential. Give him time and he will do it. Bar the so-called, she can only kneel and sit here submissively like a real kitten, with the other side pinching her chin. I'm sleepy. Letting go of Yugito's chin, the boy rested his head on Yugito's slender legs as if he was in his own home in Konoha village, as if he had found the comfortable feeling in Anko's arm. After a while, a faint snoring sound came slowly. Did he really sleep? Instant, a murderous look flashed in Yugito's eyes, and light blue sharp claws slowly approached the opponent's face. At the moment when he really wanted to do it, Yugito didn't have the courage to continue. She stared helplessly at the head of the bed. The boy's knife was emitting a faint cold light beside him, but Yugito could see clearly that the knife was clearly farther away from him. Is he really asleep? Weakly put down her hand. The girl's tear slowly fell. The village of Kumogakure is surrounded by clouds and mist from China and Japan, and sometimes thunder falls from the sky. People in the village have become accustomed to this phenomenon. As usual, I would stop to listen to the shock of the thunder and lightning, but today, they don't have that interest. Lord Killerby is back from a serious injury. Niyugito is alive and dead. This news made their hearts extremely heavy. Even the negotiations between Kumogakure and Iwagakure have ended prematurely. When Onoki got the news, he left without saying hello. This attitude needs no explanation. Kumogakure Hospital. Vague need for electricity flashed away from the rough wreckage. On the hospital bed, the weak Killerby was still asleep. 2 men, Jinchuriki column, were dispatched with force, but the result was that the entire army was almost wiped out. This news is enough to shake the village of Kumogakure. Reikage had no idea that it would end up like this. The person lying on the hospital bed in front of him is his righteous brother, an indispensable part of the AB group, and Yugito, who is still alive and dead. This blow is too big. Holding her head tightly, I can't wait to rush to the front line to start a decisive battle with Konoha. But he can't do that. In addition to the news back from the board order that Konoha had added reinforcements again. There was also Onoki leaving. Attitude when opening. If a full-scale attack, Iwagakure village will never look silly. Pull one hair and move the whole body. By then, I am afraid that the third ninja war will continue. A faint gasp came, and Reikage rushed to the bedside. Bye, how do you feel? Reikage looked solemn, eager to know the news about Yugito. But again, he was worried about his adopted brother's body. The doctor has already said that the injury is not serious than the body, but the extremely weak appearance. Because I don't know where it came from. No fault can be seen, and no potential hidden dangers can be detected. But it is extremely weak. Brother, I'm so stupid. Killer B let out a weak cry. Virtual, is it a kidney problem? Reikage looked at Killer B's. Wait, it's not this fictitious. Take off the sunglasses. Killer B's deep dark circles seem to be telling something. What the hell is going on? Deep breath. Reikage grabbed Killer B's hand. There's something wrong with his knife. Don't care about rap anymore, Killer B said laboriously. Who? Uchiha Shisui. Didn't he rely on demonic illusion and telekinesis? Reikage asked again. No, brother. From start to finish, Uchiha Shisui was not the most threatening of them all. It's that kid. Killer B sighed. What kind of kid? What kind of knife? What are the moves? Please clarify. Reikage's eyes widened. The opponent's main combat power turned out to be a kid. It's that little brat. There's only one move from start to finish. Which trick? Flat cut. First. Code wording. Underscore. Chapter 71 Blood at the head of Konoha village. The way back was smooth. Bajian didn't have much emotion. As always, he kept waving his sword forward. On the other hand, Itachi had more smiles on his face and walked slowly behind Bajian. Kakashi is still the same, coming out of a fight, slouching again. However, it is completely different from the original book, where the confused squatting in the corner of Yondeme's house, looking at the warm appearance of the teacher and the master. But his heart is completely different. A little more sunshine, less lonely. Obito and Rin are a thing of the past. He'd rather keep that grief in his heart. The current Minato class gives him another warm feeling. However, there were a few more people in the team returning to the village. Uchiha Fugaku, who hurried to the battlefield and came back in a hurry, was a little embarrassed and unnecessary. Since the chips in hand are heavy enough, the so-called pressure at the border is given, so the Uchiha family is on the front line. It is meaningless. But being able to see the growth of his son is the greatest satisfaction of being a father. Makoto is about to give birth, and he doesn't want to be on the battlefield too long. In addition to him, Hyuga Hazashi, who has stepped down as the commander, accompanied him. He hadn't seen his son Hyuga Neji for a long time, and he was very homesick. Things at the border to others. Kumogakure will not attack in a short time, unless they completely abandon her way. That is unrealistic, so the war must come to an end. Yugito followed Bajian like a corpse, and with every step she took, the further away she was from her home. Shisui, who was silent along the way, the confusion reappeared in him. Closer he got to Konoha, the more silent he became. It's easy to understand why. When this young man came out, he was tasked with snatching weapons from his partner. Mission failure. And for ninjas, mission failure is a shame. Even he hadn't returned to the village to report the situation immediately, but chose to follow the Yishao team to the front. This is the first time that this kind of disobedience has been done. Danzo, the leader of the route, and how to explain that he didn't attack Ye Bajian. He didn't know at all, and the more he thought about it, the more confused he would become, the more he could not see the future path. When faced with the questioning of Lord Danzo, how should he answer? For the sake of the village, do you really want to take action against your companion? You and Itachi always think too much. Voice reached Chisui's ear, and the sword of the 8 swords had hit his shoulder again, saying what he had repeated a long time ago. Shisui smiled wryly. He couldn't help thinking about this kind of thing. Shaking his head, Bajian was too lazy to say too much. For Shisui, he has already figured out how to deal with it. All the way. When approaching Konoha, there was a hint of surprise in Hachiken's eye. The familiar figure in front was waiting with the villager. Namikaze Minato, Konoha's 4th generation Hokage. Having already received the news, he stood at the entrance of the village just like welcoming his own relative. It's hard work. Welcome home. It's impossible to hug 4 kids at the same time with open arms, but he does it anyway. As Hokage, it should be aloof, but it made people feel more intimate. Welcome home. Suddenly Bajian had an illusion, and the emotion that he had never felt in his heart suddenly burst out. It seemed that no one had ever said such a thing to him except Anko. Is Konoha my home? I guess so. Maybe he never really hated Konoha, just a few stubborn garbage in Konoha village. Are you affectionate? Bajian raised his brows a little funny. Perhaps in the original book, Naruto needs this sentence the most. This Hokage is a little different. One of the girls in the team glanced at Minato, wondering why. Will you personally meet the ninjas who are returning to the village on a mission? This kind of situation seems to have never been seen in Kumogakure village. 8 swords of the night. But whenever he had mixed feelings about Konoha in his heart, there was always someone who was discordant. It seems a little impatient, or the ambition is slowly growing. Several figures also appeared at the entrance of the village. Root leader Shimura Danzo. There are also 2 Hokage advisors, Homura Mito Midokado and Kaharu Utatane, as well as the helpless third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's hard to imagine when they started here. Perhaps it is only at such times that they will be so concerned. Minato, who was standing next to him, was a little embarrassed. The appearance of these people was completely unexpected to him. As a teacher, I came out to greet the returning disciples and gave them due treatment and warmth. Why do you want to join in the fun? 8 Swords of the Night. Shimura Danzo frowned, and the tone couldn't help but rise a little bit higher. Looking at this young man, his eyes were full of gloom. In theory, this is their first official meeting. If you have a fart, let it go. Clang. Zanpakuto was inserted into the ground, and there was a scratching sound that made the scalp numb. The boy leaned on the knife and turned his head. But when you put it, please pay attention to the direction and don't smoke me. Puff. In an instant, the tense atmosphere seemed to be broken, and even the kitten behind Bajian couldn't help laughing. It's an unusual way of saying hello. From this way, it can be seen that the village is far from being as harmonious as it seems. Ye Bajian, pay attention to your words. Kaharu Utatane stretched out his hand sharply and said angrily, do you think that a meager contribution to the border will be able to wash away your troubles in Anbu? At best, it is now a crime. Swish. A ray of cold light flashed. Yin Yuhi's blood spilled into the sky, and the hand that Kaharu Utatane stretched out just now fell to the ground. I said, please keep your mouth shut and don't aim at me when you're relenting. Playing Zanpakuto, the boy's face is full of gentleness, and there is no sense of tension after beating people. He went straight to it. There was no hesitation in the slightest, nor did he care about the identity of the other party. Hokage consultant. What it is. When I was young, I was a companion of the second-generation Hokage guard, and my arm was cut off. The first time, Homura Midokado wanted to ask question, and before the word arrogance was finished, he gave the boy a look in his eye. At this moment, he panicked. He was sure that if this sentence was finished, he would die. 8 Sword. Minato gave a wry smile. Everything happened so fast just now that he didn't even react before it happened. Why do I have a sad feeling in my heart? As expected of my disciple, just do it without hesitation. This temper is still the taste of the year. 8th more. Continue to code word in where G. Chapter 72. I will only give this face one. The conflict that suddenly erupted was unexpected. The companions around Bajian looked a little nervous. Fugaku's expression was complicated. Originally, he should be happy when he saw this scene. Uchiha's point of view. Baijin sees someone confronting the high level head on, which is a good thing to see. But after so many things, his thinking has changed. It seems that he doesn't want to see this young man have an accident. That's Itachi's friend. True friend. Shisui stood there dumbfounded, and shot at the Hokage consultant. He never thought of such a thing. Sarutobi, did you see that? Due to the severe pain, Kaharu Utatane had fallen into a coma, and Homura Midokado next to him was pale, and he didn't dare to be arrogant to him, and put his eyes on Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him, hoping that he would say something. What are you asking me to say? Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a wry smile. If you just look at that 843 inches of the result, Ye Bajian has indeed done too much. But everything in the world has a reason. The ninja who worked hard outside the village was blocked at the entrance of the village just after returning to the village, saying that they were guilty. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable if it was me? What's more, this young man never hides his anger. Bajian, you are indeed overdoing it. Although there is something wrong with Kaharu, she is Konoha's Hokage advisor. As a Konoha ninja, you must remain humble towards the seniors who have made great contributions to Konoha. Sometimes this kind of scene really needs a good person to appear, to tell your mistake from the perspective of the elders, and let you understand your identity. Now this good man is Sarutobi. But before he could finish speaking, the boy suddenly stretched out his hand to stop him. I won't say anything else. I'm not at peace when she mentioned that I was guilty and meritorious. You just said she did a lot for Konoha. Bajian's eyes widened, as if he had heard something appalling, which was even more outrageous than the Konoha textbook stating that the 3 generations of Hokage were the strongest Hokage in Konoha. Is there a problem? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked as he lit a cigarette in confusion. Konoha Hokage consultant, who has worked hard for the village for so many years. Is it wrong to say so? Forget it. You probably won't understand even if you say it. Seeing Sarutobi's natural appearance, Haken suddenly lost the thought of wanting to kill the opponent. Just like you can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep, dogs may not understand human words. A person like her is not even comparable to any ninja who died on the border. Take it slow. 3 generations of Hokage. Shaking his head, Bajian didn't want to stand here any longer. The thought that Konoha could be home at first disappeared in an instant. There is Anko, Itachi, and a few friends of your own. Konoha never was. Picking up the knife, Bajian was about to enter the village, but the moment he took a step, a masked ninja appeared behind Danzo, blocking Bajian's path at the same time. It was such a good show that Niyugito in the squad even wanted to slap a few times to add to the fun. She doesn't know what other people think, but she is very comfortable now. This seemingly peaceful village has so many discordant places in the interior. Hokage greets ninjas who have returned from a trip, which is very cordial. But another faction seems to have a lot of opinions against the teenagers who take credit. She enjoyed the scene very much. Stop, Ye Bajian, hand over our way, that belongs to the village. But in the next second, the words that the annoying old man said suddenly made Yugito creep up. Is that why they are here? Go away. A thunderous roar made the atmosphere of the entire Konoha village instantly turn cold. The knife raised high has been aimed at Shimura Danzo. Maybe Bajian thought of it at the beginning, the purpose of these people appearing here. Yes, the news that he had caught Erway had already been transmitted back to the village from the front. Some people value the power of Jinchuriki column force and want to take it for themselves, which is normal. QB, Ninetales Jinchuriki column force can't get hold of it, so they shift their target to Erway, which is in line with Danzo's character. But he missed one point. Mine is mine. I want to give it to you. It's yours. I don't give it. You can't grab it. Big knife was swung out instantly, and the gate of Konoha village was directly cut in half by the sharp knife. Like you sent your root ninja to hunt me down and want my knife. My cat is mine and no one can move it. Turning his head, Hachiken looked at Namikaze Minato, who was waiting for him at first. Mr. Minato, you came to meet me at the entrance of the village to give me faith, and these few of them are still alive, and I gave you my son. I will only give this face once. Soon as the bang sounded, Danzo was shocked to find that the two guards behind him exploded into two groups in an instant. Blood fog. When, next time, it's your head 0 inches. Walking by Danzo's eye, the sound of the 8 sword seems to come from hell. Faith, he will only give it one. He had no interest in seeing what Minato would do next. I haven't seen Anko for a long time. He just wants to lie down on his sister's lap and have a good sleep. All kinds of Konoha. What to do with him? Left Konoha. Going to the front on a mission is for Minato alone. He helped with this, and it was good enough. When the Night Owl team entered Konoha, the atmosphere at the entrance of the village finally calmed down, but the traces of the blood mist explosion were still there, and the arm of Kaharu Udatane on the ground looked hideous. Terrible. Minato, you saw that. I want an explanation. The face of the third generation is not good. Front of 2 Hokages is no small mistake. It must be taken seriously. To Sarutobi's surprise, the 4 generations of Hokage who respected him so much in the past did not seem to hear him. Danzo step by step. Until now, he had not realized the seriousness of the problem. I never thought about why the boy could face 2 Jinchuriki column forces and even capture one alive. Come back smoothly. I have never thought about why Ye Bajian has the confidence to kill people in such a grand manner. You made a move on him, didn't you? The shoulders were shaking, which meant that the old days were tolerated, turning everything by the side of the eye as if. 3.5 Invisible Minato has been furious to the extreme. This person in front of him knows that he will recast a person who does not have much sense of belonging to Konoha. How difficult is it to bond? He knew that he had said before Bajian left that he would never be late as a teacher this time. At this moment, Minato finally understood. Why does Shisui appear in Night Owl's squad? Everything this old man does is for the sake of the village. That sword, and the 2-tailed Jinchuriki column force can only be used to its greatest effect in the hands of the village. Danzo said blankly, as if he was talking about something trivial. For the village, Minato smiled. Well, I'm announcing something in the name of the 4th generation Hokage. For the sake of the village, the roots will be dissolved from now on. 9th more. Code wording. Chapter 73 Bajian, help me take charge of Anbu. Who gave you the power? Namikaze Minato, pay attention to the way you speak. Minato, Muraguchi, Danzo's angry roar, Homura Mitokado's questioning, and the shock of the 3 generations all entered Minato's mind. I'm Konoha's 4th generation Hokage. Only for this, Namikaze Minato, who is so earnest, is alien to those who have always regarded him as a puppet. As for the 3rd generation, I respect that you took office as Hokage, but you have already retired. And what Bajian said just now, have you thought about it carefully? Any dead ninja on the front line deserves more credit than all of you. Even I can't compare to them. Hokage cape behind his back. Minato's figure disappeared in front of these people. Outside the village, there are only a few so-called high-rises, and the arms on the ground tell the story of what happened here. Thank you. Yugito behind Bajian finally spit out 2 words. As a prisoner, it seemed even more shameful to say such words, but she said it anyway. Thank me for what? Bajian replied strangely. Approaching the house, all the murderous aura and evil in him disappeared. Bajian never shows those things in front of his relative. Oh, for if you give me to a good man, that old man, at first glance, it is not. Yugito shook her head, but she didn't say anything else. But no matter which way you look at it, the results will not be very good. Captives are miserable. It seems that with this little devil, things will be much better. Be treated as a kitten. Be treated as a kitten. No less meat. The girl's eyes were full of helplessness, which was better than being locked in a small dark room. Bajian didn't say anything about it. He never thought of giving her way to Danzo. Open the door of Mitarashi's house. Enko and Yuhi, these 2 best friends, seemed to be saying something. After seeing the 8 sword, Enko's surprise flashed for a moment, and then he rushed over excitedly. 8 sword spreads in his arm. This time the mission is different from before. She also understands the risk factor. The joy of this reunion instantly dispels the fears that preceded it. Big again. Her Anko, lying on the reclining chair in the yard of Midarashi's house, enjoying the warm sunshine, and my sister next to me. The chattering movement. Bajian suddenly felt that this was actually the life he wanted. He tilted his head, and the kitten beside him waved his fan with one hand and the other with a displeased expression. Move the reclining chair and give him a coolie with a human-powered electric fan and a shake. Tired. But again, compared to a real captive, being a maid doesn't seem so shameful. Matter. Oh, my stupid brother. Suddenly a girl appeared in the family, and she was a very iconic girl. This excites Anko. My brother has grown up. Knowing to bring girls home. Road. The Midarashi clan is coming. Well, his brother never showed anyone with that surname. In his word, it was ugly. What happened to Midarashi? Anko went straight to Byakugan. My stupid sister, what are you going to say? Lazily opening his eyes, Bajian asked. To be honest, whenever Anko calls him stupid brother, he always thinks of Itachi's fate. I beg you, that's not your line. Is she the girlfriend you were looking for? Sighed. Anko quietly pointed to the kitten beside him and asked, please, can you whisper in a low voice? Also, how do you know that I'm this brat girlfriend? Yugito, who is about the same age as Anko, sneered disdainfully and shook the chair more and more. The old lady can't find a man. Need a little kid to be your boyfriend. No, she doesn't deserve it either. Bajian gasped. Maid and girlfriend are two concepts. One is to vent without any scruple, and the other is to coax after venting. That's not the same. And the spoils of war are spoils of war. The superiors have to look at the performance. I'd better go to the little black house to be researched. Suddenly I don't want to be angry anymore. Yugito wanted to cry without tears. What does this little brat say? No, she doesn't deserve to be his girlfriend. The old lady hasn't disliked your lack of awakening. I've asked Yuhi. She's just a maid. She's not a threat to you. You still have a chance. What's even more embarrassing is that after the woman got the news, she turned to the caller next to her. Kurenai Yuhi's woman shouted. Dare you come to make sure of this? Yugito flipped Byakugan. But the most embarrassing thing is not her, but Kurenai Yuhi. Heaven and earth conscience. She just wanted to ask what the girl next to her was doing. Knew that Anko went directly to confirm the identity of his rival. You are really my best friend. The atmosphere in the yard was still warm. Lying on the reclining chair, Bajian looked at the scene in front of him with a gentle smile. If Yugao was there, this scene would have been more intimate. Unfortunately, she is in school. In Yugao's words, she must surpass herself. The little girl doesn't understand that when inspiration wants to surpass a person, she is destined to live there for the rest of her life. Under personal influence, she can't run away. At this moment, a figure appeared in the courtyard. Yuhi colored after a little anger on his face. Here comes Minato. Just after seeing the scene in front of him, he suddenly felt that he had come at the wrong time. Not even you. To be honest, he rushed over to 103 in such a hurry because he was afraid that Bajian would pack up his things and take them with him. With Anko become missing Nin. If you get to that point, there's really no going back. This kind of thing, the young man in front of him must do it. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the yard was completely opposite to what he imagined. Teenager lying on deck chair enjoying warm time with smile on face and anger at village entrance. On the contrary, sure enough, a person like Bajian will show the warmest character only when he treats his own people. But it's hard to do it in 3 words by myself. There are not many in Konoha who can enter his heart. Minato-sensei, is something wrong? Leaning on the reclining chair calmly, Bajian replied that Anko and Yuhi didn't say anything. After seeing Hokage coming, they walked into the room. These 2 girls are very sensible. I know the 2 have something to discuss, but Yugito is a little embarrassed. It's not going to go. It's not going to go. After all, her identity is just a captive of Konoha. You keep on fanning. Bajian glanced at her and said, call line. Yugito breathed a sigh of relief and continued to fan. Little son didn't take it seriously, just watched Bajian's eyes gradually become serious. Bajian, I need you. Help me run Anbu. The 10th is delivered. Thank you readers for your support. Chapter 74 Confidentially become a fire in his heart. Help me run Anbu. As Hokage, I said shocking words to a child at this moment. Such a scene. Yugito next to him was obviously taken aback. This boy is really good, and this kind of hostile character is also suitable for entering Anbu. But how old is he? A child. How to become the person in charge of Anbu? But the Hokage in front of him said it with great certainty. The sincerity in his eyes does not seem to be fake. Namikaze Minato, Konoha's yellow flag. Really different. After a few seconds of silence, Bajian seemed a little surprised. The position of Minister Anbu, which had been vacant since Hitaki Tsukumo's suicide, was held by Deputy Shinku Yuhi, Kurenai Yuhi's father. And now, Minato actually wanted to give this position to Bajian. The meaning is already clear. He wants to tie the 8th sword to Konoha completely. Becoming an Anbu minister means entering Konoha's center of power. Anbu is the assassination production unit directly under Hokage, and it can be seen that he will be Minato's real right-hand man. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Seeing that Bajian did not beat, Minato gave a wry smile. Perhaps what happened at the entrance of the village today made the original sense of belonging of Bajian disappear. But Minato believes that, given him time, he can still steer the child on the right path. The roots of Danzo. I have ordered the dissolution. Hiding in the Konoha sun from now on. The only department guarding the village is Anbu. I will give you absolute trust and leave Anbu to you completely. In this regard, Minato has done it best, and his sincerity made Bajian admirable. Little Sun and Danzo just faced each other. This is a plot that never appeared in the original. Sword touched his chin and looked at Minato in surprise. As Hokage, I analyze the situation in the village all the time, turning a bad system for the better, as I've always done before. But Bajian, when you really want to change a village, you find that you are so powerless. Minato sighed, his face full of bitterness, and become the 4th generation Hokage. From the beginning full of blood to the last helplessness, who knows what he experienced in the end. Konoha is not doing well. There is no one under him that he can completely rely on and trust. Speaking, there is only one Kakashi, but at that time Kakashi was still obsessed with Rin and Obito, and the appearance of the 8 swords rekindled Minato's heart with fire. Minato has been tougher lately. When you have nothing to do, you may just go with the flow, thinking about not making mistakes and silently guarding the village. Please, but now there's an opportunity. The opportunity for change lies in this young man, hesitant to fight back when threatened. Yi Jinkuo criticized everything, not even at all. He is different from himself. He dares to fight, and dare to face wood. Especially Muraguchi's word. Let Minato completely refresh the understanding of the 8 swords. The ninjas who died on the battlefield deserve more credit than the villagers who rely on the old and sell the old. It seems that this trip to the land of thunder has also brought a lot of growth to the young man in front of him. His eyes were full of relief, and Minato put his hand on Bajian's shoulder. When you didn't grow up, come, protect Konoha, and don't let this poor system lead the village to a point of no return. Then when you grow up and have the ability to change everything, give this village to you. I dream of relying on the younger generation, and then I die with peace of mind. I used to think so, but now, I've changed my mind. A smile as warm as sunlight appeared on Minato's face. Little son, as its name suggests, since you want to change, why don't you just start? It's okay to entrust your belief to the younger generation, but if you don't try hard yourself, as a Hokage, what the point of existence? Use our hands to make the village a better place. After working hard, we will tell our dreams to the younger generation. In this way, it's the best decision. Does he understand? 8 swords was completely stunned. In the Hokage world, there will always be some people who will entrust their dreams and belief to the younger generation, and let the latter generation to complete this. For example, Senju Hashirama, he said this, and Minato, before he died, he had high hope for his son, and he was sure that his child could change everything. Facts have proved that Naruto with the protagonist Halo did it, but it was still incomplete. Even with Senju Hashirama did the same. When Naruto died, the war will probably break out, waiting for the next Asura to reincarnate. From Bajian's point of view, this kind of person who puts all their dreams on posterity is irresponsible. It looked like a parent who wants their son to become a dragon and a daughter to become a phoenix, but they seem to have forgotten the principle of not doing to others what they do not want to do to them. You haven't done it, so why ask others to do it? What can be confirmed? Today, the little son is ready, and speaks his heart without reservation. He wants to be a real Hokage. Change the system, change Konoha, and protect the things that Hokage, the ancestor, was desperately protecting. Heart-to-heart, open-hearted conversation with Bajian. It's always a little embarrassing to talk unilaterally. Until now, Bajian has not answered a word. He was just there watching Minato. Does it make him a little hard to understand? Minato smiled wryly. In a trance, he remembered that the disciple in front of him was still a child. Is it too early to look at him with the eyes of an adult? That is, you say so much. Can he understand? Yugito next to him also flipped through Byakugan. With all the hype that you say, isn't it playing the piano to the cow in the end? It's quite touching, but unfortunately, it's a pity. I found the wrong object. Just a little kid after all. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Wang. Minato didn't know what to say further. What to say, what not to say. He has already told Bajian, including what he wants to do. He also tells Bajian in disguise that he is the fire in his heart, and he is the shadow of fire. Danzo won't dissolve Anbu. After a long time, the calm 8 sword finally said a word. Zanpakuto, which was inserted in the yard, flew over and fell into his hand. Ms. Minato wants to change, but still not cruel enough. There is only one way to completely eliminate the threat of root. Chang-Chi, stand up. Dragging the knife, 8 swords showed a smile. That is, hack them all to death. I wish all readers a happy Children's Day and forever young. PSS. Readers, it's the beginning of the month. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 75 Minato's decision, the beginning of change. When the 8 swords said to solve the root problem, little son has already got the answer he wanted. That is a kind of of recognition for what I said for a long time just now. It is also a signal of willingness to help him in this situation. This means that the young man in front of him has agreed. Was a burst of excitement at first, but before Minato could speak further, he found that the young man was about to cut through the roots with a knife. At this moment, he flipped Byakugan in fright. Some people say this is a joke, some people don't. Ye Bajian is the latter. He said that if he wanted to cut off the root, he would do so without hesitation. But right now, it's not an opportunity. Even if you want to remove the root, remove that potential threat, not now. And the means of clearing, there is no need to be so bloody and violent. The people at the root are not all those cold-blooded animals, and there are many companions who can be saved. That Mokudan, wood style, junior armor is an example. Just experience the turmoil of the Third Ninja War, and the occasional friction with the Land of Thunder at the border. Right now, no matter the timing or the situation, this approach of the Eight Sword cannot be adopted. Hasty civil unrest will cause panic in the village, and even lose the belief in losing resistance. The most crucial point, about the evidence that the roots have endangered Konoha over the years, his master, is not enough. Shimura Danzo has been in charge of the root for many years. He has founded this organization after 3 generations. His heritage is not something that Minato can compete with. Mention Sarutobi Hiruzen, who grew up playing with Shimura Danzo. Maybe Sarutobi didn't get involved in the inside of the root, but his extra kindness will definitely jump out to plead for Danzo. This is for sure. Just like when Orochimaru defected and killed so many Anbu members in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, he can still let Orochimaru go. But at that moment, the 3 generations of adult forgot the fallen Anbu ninja, and behind them is a family. Maybe from that day on, Konoha will have more children who lost their fathers, and more widows who have lost their husbands. Kindness, letting go, and intolerance contributed to this series of tragedy. He does work hard for Konoha, but the means are always almost meaningless. So, since you want to do it, you have to pinch the opponent to death in one breath. Find all the evidence, let the 3 generations understand what the root has done all these years, and let him have no reason to plead for Danzo. That was his plan. Minato is Hokage, and he has to think in Hokage's perspective. So, this matter can't be rushed. Just leave it to me, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory result in the end. Finally standing in front of the Eight Sword, Minato gave his advice. Oh, listen to you, Zanpakuto. Hachiken shrugged indifferently. But is it really appropriate for you to say such things as Hokage? Give me satisfactory result. I am not Hokage. He is too lazy to think about that kind of thing. It is the last word if he has the skill to wield a knife and practice. From the beginning to the end, Bajian only firmly believes that when the strength reaches a certain level, everything will come naturally. Has an idea for changing the village and governing Konoha. Eight Swords is looking forward to this. Even if you watch the original anime, there are 10 generations of Hokage, from Senju Hashirama to Naruto, except for the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama's extremely strong means of governing Konoha. Other Hokages do not have that talent, including Naruto. But if it was Minato, what would Konoha look like in his hand? Give him a hand. Bai Jing, this is his teacher. Minato's point of view, this is not easy for himself and Danzo's torn teacher. That's right, Bajian. If thinking of something, Minato suddenly lowered his voice and glanced at Yugito. Jinchuriki, column 4. Two Tails, what do you think should be arranged? Today, in addition to talking to Bajian, Yugito's existence is also extremely important. To be honest, Minato didn't think AEFJ to come to it. His disciple went out and even captured the two-tailed Jinchuriki, column 4 alive. Surprising surprise. But looking back, it seems that how to deal with it is also a problem. There is no doubt that Konoha will have the upper hand in negotiating with the Kumogakure village using the Jinchuriki column force as a bargaining chip. But looking at Bajian's attitude towards Erwei, it seems that he doesn't intend to let her go. So how to use this chip? Minato would like to ask the Eight Sword. I thought you had it all figured out. Bajian glanced at Minato in surprise. To be honest, I'm really not good at politics, but I can give you some advice. Forward, mainly to drag. Kumogakure village lost more than just Erwei. The teacher should not know that Yahweh was also seriously injured. They are no longer in a position to fight a decisive battle. Raising his brows, Bajian smiled. Eight Tails are also seriously injured. Minato's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. Not only did the second tail go away, but the Eight Tails were also seriously injured. What kind of battle did your disciple fight in the country of Ni? And isn't his strength improving a bit too fast? Minato thought it was a coincidence that Eight Sword captured Erwei, but he didn't expect it to be the result of the hard deal on the front. Unexpected surprise. Instant, Minato had countless battle scenes in his head. Eight Sword, who worked so hard for Konoha but came to the village entrance, had no choice but to shoot mercilessly. All the doubts in my heart have been resolved, and the only thing left is trust. So if I were Hokage, I would just perfunctory Kumogakure village who wanted to negotiate. The longer it was delayed, the better for Konoha. As long as there is no decisive battle, Konoha is resting every day, using two tails to contain the opponent. They dare not fight. right, this is the most correct way, because once Konoha returns the second tail to the Kumogakure village, they will attack again, and the so-called peace talks will become an illusion. Only interests are the only way to solve the problem. Kumogakure village no longer has the capital to clamor. How to arrange it, how to delay it is up to you. In short, if Erway does not give it, they will have nothing to do if they hang each other. Anyway, the last paragraph. The most important thing, my cat. I haven't had enough. Who is your cat? Yugito, who pricked up his ears and listened clearly, cursed in his heart. This bastard made the Kumogakure village's calculations very clearly. It's hard to imagine why he has so many strange and ancient things in his head at his age. Understood. Minato is smart and already knows what to do next from Hachiken's word. Okay, that's it for today. You just came back from a mission. Have a good rest. When you have time, go and tell Shisui that the root has been dissolved and you don't need to go back. When you're well rested, go to Anbu to find Shinku Yuhi, and I'll greet him and let him teach you how Anbu works. The second code wording, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 76. The youngest Anbu minister in history. He really thought he was Hokage. In a residential area in the center of Konoha, Danzo looked at the Sarutobi-san in front of him with a dignified expression. Just sent Kaharu Udatane to the hospital. Her arm can be reattached if she is lucky, but it's obviously useless. But Kaharu Udatane's injury has nothing to do with him. At this moment, his heart was full of anger. He was originally Hokage. Sarutobi shook his head with a little relief on his face. From Konoha Hospital, he thought a lot along the way. Like that boy, like Minato, and there are roots that shouldn't exist at all. Contradictions have finally come to the fore. Danzo's supposed puppet Hokage also stepped up to pressure him for the first time as Hokage. I'm getting old after all. Another long sigh. Sarutobi looked at his old buddy. Time seems to go back to the time when we negotiated with Kumogakure village. Tobarama teacher ass who left the broken. It was also that time. He stood up without hesitation and became the Hokage of Konoha. If the situation at the time was a little different, would this Hokage's position be his old buddy? He is a Hokage. Decades have passed. Really tired. The development of Konoha is left to the younger generation. Sarutobi, you've changed. Frowning. This time, the other party zipping didn't want to stand on his side. I haven't changed. It's you who have changed. To be honest, I didn't expect you to attack Ye Bajian at all. Sarutobi lit his pouch and took a deep breath. He didn't know what the old guy was doing in the dark. He just didn't know much. Has it changed? I guess so. After hearing this sentence, Danzo had no idea of continuing to talk. Stood up and walked out. Danzo, now Minato is Hokage. He's not me. When he was about to leave, Sarutobi's meaningful words made him stop. He didn't say anything after that. Sarutobi is Hokage who can turn a blind eye to what Danzo does. Now, Minato is Hokage. He's reminding Danzo not to continue. Best follow Minato's arrangement to dissolve the root. We're all getting old. Danzo, no, you are getting old. And Namikaze Minato this Hokage. When not long, Danzo looked back suddenly to Sarutobi, but the gleam in his eyes was well hidden. Go and tell Minato that the roots will dissolve. Brother is about to give birth. Uchiha clan land. In the patriarch yard. Rarely, Fugaku did not go to deal with the affairs of the clan, but sat in the courtyard with his wife and children. Enjoy the warm sunshine inside. Itachi is still so convinced that it is the younger brother. Makoto's face was glowing with a motherly radiance, and his eyes were soft with his big belly. It must be my brother. Itachi smiled and stroked Makoto's stomach with a small hand. Uchiha Fugaku is sitting next to him. Now he is a little less eerie. After returning from the battlefield, he felt the importance of home again. Spend more time with my wife and children. It has been confirmed by the hospital that the due date is next month. My brother is about to give birth. Itachi was a little excited in his heart. The birth of a new life allowed him to recover from the cruelty on the battlefield. This is his brother. I'm going to practice. Father and mother. After enjoying the warmth, Itachi did not forget to improve himself. You don't have to work so hard. After all, you just came back from the battlefield. Seeing Itachi's thin face, Makoto felt a little distressed. No, mother. Jian-sang said that without absolute strength, you can't protect the warmth you want. Shaking his head, Itachi packed his backpack and walked out of the yard. He's grown up and has his own mind. All we can do is trust him. Fugaku seemed a little emotional. Ye Bajian, he has completely changed Itachi and became the most respected person by his son. Root disbanded. Dusk approaches. At Konoha's number 10 training ground, 4 figures are together, enjoying the experience of training. The comfort brought by the kind of body pouring after. When Shisui heard the news from Bajian's mouth, the staring boss couldn't believe that the root was disbanded. Why? Well, so you are now one of the members of the Anbu Night Owl Squad. Patted Shisui's shoulder. The 8th general smiled lightly, and the root was dissolved. That's just an illusion. Even if Uchiha exterminates the clan in the original book, the 3rd generation is completely angry and make Danzo dissolve the root, and the other party only. It's just hiding the roots in a deeper, darker place, but taking it doesn't matter. Starting today, you won't have to worry about questioning from Danzo again, because you are not his, but mine. But mine. Shisui's scalp tingled in shock when Bajian said a gulp of erguotu. What do you mean? It seems that there is still some uncertainty, Shisui asked with difficulty. The identity of the man in front of you, in addition to being a disciple of the 4th generation of Hokage, is also about Minister Anbu on. Regarding this point, Kakashi, as an Anbu member, has already received the news. Although he has not yet gone to Anbu to take office, it is already a sure thing. Still young, but his credit and identity are enough to shut up those who have opinion. And now Anbu, there is no high prestige enough to be a minister. News hasn't spread yet, but Kakashi has reason to believe that on that day, Konoha will. There was a storm. The reason is very simple. Who would really convince a kid to be Minister Anbu? At that time, he was a little concerned about how Bajian would deal with it. So, I'm in your charge. Shisui was a little embarrassed, and suddenly felt that the distance between him and Bajian had grown a lot. But this embarrassment disappeared the moment the other party's wine gourd was handed over. They are still friends, and he is also a member of the Night Owl team. Exciting news. You don't have to face Danzo in despair anymore, and you don't have to ask Mr. Danzo why he is here for the village. The child must hurt his partner. After taking off those heavy burdens, it is unparalleled. By the way, Xiao, when are you going to Anbu to see your men? Kakashi asked curiously. Don't worry about it. I haven't figured out how to change Anbu's mind. Eight-Sword said calmly. Since Minato needs his help, there is nothing that Anbu can't do. But when it is beautiful. There is no such thing as messing around. Thinking. What do you mean? Kakashi frowned. Anbu, the department guarding the village hidden in the shadows, which had become tradition. How to change? Ask you a question. Eight-Swords turned his head to look at Kakashi. Do you think you have been working in Anbu all these years? Do you have any kind of a sense of belonging and a sense of pride? You are dreaming. Kakashi's mouth twitched and his eyelid jumped. Are you scolding me? Owl. The third. Code word _ Chapter 77 The Promise and Darkness Under the Moonlight. What is Anbu? Full name Assassination Tactical Special Forces. It's all about licking blood. Surviving in the shade of the sun is how Anbu exists. If you stay in such a department for a long time, how can the suppressed feeling still have a sense of belonging? As for the glory, let alone talk about it, it is complete nonsense. Anbu, like a machine, never stop. They are all parts of the machine, part without emotion. I'm not scolding you, but I think this kind of thinking is wrong. Bajian shook his head with some emotion. If you think about it, everything Anbu does, whether it's killing people, going undercover, or investigating, these are all in Konoha's favor and contributing to Konoha. In short, it's Konoha's credit. However, the strange thing is that the hero, Ju, has no concept of meritorious service, and instead lives a depressed life in Anbu. Is that fair? Yes. Is this fair? They are all working for the village and should not be treated differently. It is clear that those who can enter Anbu are elite, so I'm not going to go there until I figure out how to change that mindset and make every ninja in the village proud to be part of Anbu. Holding the wine gourd and taking another sip, Bajian said indifferently. Kidding. Proud to be an Anbu ninja. Kakashi couldn't understand more and more. Jian Sang's way of understanding is really different. Itachi nodded. He didn't know how to change. He just knew to follow Jianzang. It was already night, and the Yishao team's practice had ended. Hachikan leisurely walked the streets of Konoha, enjoying the coolness of the night. From Itachi's mouth, he already knew the news that Sasuke was about to leave. This is a signal. Sasuke is going out, so Naruto will be soon. The reincarnation of two Asura and Indra who love and kill each other will have a bloody drama where you are my friend today and you are my friend tomorrow. But they will never know. Because of some people's action, their unborn destiny has been changed. Hello. At the entrance to the street outside Midarashi's house, a figure stood there and shouted after seeing the eight sword. Looking up, a smile appeared on Bajian's face when he saw the person coming. Azuki Yugao. I haven't seen her for some days. It looked like she's been waiting for a long time. Go take a bath. I'll treat you today. No unnecessary nonsense. Yugao walked to Bajian's side without hesitation, took his hand and walked forward. Familiar warm. Under the moonlight, the girl's face was a little pink. What made her courageous to wait here? She didn't know very well. Just because I learned that the teenager next to me had returned to the village, I couldn't wait to come after school. Take a bath together. This is the sweet talk that belongs to her and Bajian. Only the two of them understood what it meant. There's nothing dirty. It's as simple as treating you to a meal today. It can be said that the speaker has no intention, and the listener has intention. When the two left, a shocked little head appeared at the door of Midarashi's house. What did the girl just say? Ask Ye Bajian to take a bath. Well, do you care if a girl invites your brother to take a bath? Into the room and opening the door, Yugito asked Enko, who was wiping his body. She was holding the door at the door, and the function was to block it when Bajian came back. She had just finished feeling comfortable after not enjoying the milk bath for a long time. Oh, normal. Wash and sleep. Enko let out a sigh of relief. And it's okay to take a shower. My brother knows that the function is still hidden. Just a kid. Who is this family? Yugito flipped through Byakugan and eventually lost the desire to reason with Enko. It is estimated that the three forbidden ninjas are used useless to them. Sure enough, let's take a nap. With a sigh, Yugito walked into the bathroom. Maybe a maid is not worthy of taking a milk bath. As a prisoner, being able to wash her body is already a very good treatment. 8 Sword-kun, what is the battlefield like? Under the moon, the two who came out of the Konoha soup pool were walking down the street. Azuki Yugao's smooth and beautiful hair. From time to time, he slid on Bajian's shoulder. Although there is a sentence that is inappropriate at this age, but Bajian felt a strange femininity in Yugao. Damn, still not immune to shawl hair. A place full of blood. A place where men boil and become strong 0 inches. And places that never want you to go. Stopped and looked at Azuki Yugao. Is this a confession? Azuki Yugao's small face was slightly yuhi, and he caressed his hair inadvertently. Girl, when you graduate, come to Anbu to help me. I need a secretary. Patting her head, Bajian said. Anbu, in Bajian's ideal, should not be a job of fighting on the field, and there is also a collection of information. Class of clerical. In this regard, Anko clearly has no hope. Azuki Yugao, although the swordsmanship is good, after all, Bajian can't bear her to experience those. However, how to choose depends on Azuki Yugao himself. Okay, I promise you. Without any hesitation, the girl nodded fiercely. In fact, that's exactly what she wanted. Ignoring the girl's bad behavior, he took the initiative to squat at the door of the other party's house. 4 is an answer. This agreement has already made her understand the other party's intention. Sometimes two people walk side by side like this. No need to say anything. It is great satisfaction. The breeze blew, and the figures of the two under the moon stretched longer and longer. The night in Konoha recorded what the two left behind. Where there is light in the footstep, there must be darkness. This is a belief that some people have been implementing all their lives. 3.5 At the same time, the majestic place full of seriousness in Konoha, above the Hokage rock. Shimura Danzo looked at the ground. His shadow stretched by the moonlight looked indifferent. Swish, and a figure appeared in the Uzumaki behind him. This is what you want. Slowly turning his head, Danzo took out a scroll from his bag and threw it at the other party. Where's the second tale? Tomo that only leaked out slowly turned. In the hands of Ye Bajian. If you want to take it, if you do it yourself, consider it as a reward. Danzo sneered and turned away. Obito didn't speak, opened the scroll and swept over. Passing over the top, all the information about Ye Bajian looked directly at the last line. EPUB 9 Tales Jinchuriki, Column 4 Due date, October 4th More. Ow. Code wording. Chapter 78 I'm sorry. I was the one who knocked out your master. Anko is sleeping, so you better not bark. Midarashi's house from Yu Izumi was about to rest. Yugito just pushed open the bathroom door. Girls always have some ink on their bodies when they wash their body. Kittens are no exception. So, when the eyes met, the girl instinctively wanted to scream while pulling her neck. But in an instant, the boy covered his mouth. Humiliation, anger, helplessness. In the end it turned into 2 lines of tears that remained. Shaking his head, Bajian let go of the other party, and threw the robe on her body and turned to leave. As for, it's not that I haven't seen the same Anko. Besides, in the precise sense, Ben Shao is still a child. How can I see it? Too lazy to explain anything. This is just a misunderstanding. The tablet that hasn't fully developed doesn't interest him either. There are 3 bedrooms in the Midarashi house, one for Heiken and one for Anko, and the rest is just reserved for the kitten. The cat caught by the cable can cook, and will not have to suffer from Anko's dark cooking in the future. Lying in bed staring at the ceiling. Some people always think about something before going to bed, or make a summary of the busy day. Bajian is these 4 kinds of people. However, he won't become more and more energetic, and he can't even fall asleep. He just like to do a little planning for the future, not aimlessly. There is a lot to think about, and to do. Progress towards becoming a Grim Reaper advanced quest. Daily practice and adjustments that should be made to Anbu. Of course, these are not the things that Bajian needs to consider most urgently. The EPUB 9 Tales upheaval is near. Yes, the second Jinchuriki column son is about to give birth, and Naruto is about to come to this world. Bajian doesn't know where the source of Kushina's due date leak is, and there's no need to investigate. Thinking about it carefully, there is no one but Danzo who can do such a thing. But no matter how well this kind of thing is hidden, things that should be exposed will still happen. As long as Obito has the heart, he will know when that day will come sooner or later. The hardest thing about Kamui is teleportation, and what the 8th sword can change is only the result. He now has 2 options before him. Tell Minato directly that your apprentice Obito is still alive, and even kill you and your wife. Do not make joke, unless Minato is crazy. Even with that level of trust between the two, Minato believed it. How could he explain what he knew? Bajian is not afraid of trouble, and he is too lazy to explain so many wasteful words, so he chooses the second one. Well, take one step at a time. He will not let Minato be taken away by death, because he is the Hokage world worthy of the name, and the only god of death. This title belongs to him only. He is the god of death in charge of the soul. What are you going to do? Next morning, at Kurenai Yuhi's home, Hachiken to come here, and the first time to see Shinku Yuhi, who is known as Konoha Yuhi. The man in the setting sun, acting minister Anbu, is the old Jonin of Konoha Konoha village. In the original book, in order to protect his younger generation, he died in the Kyubi, Nine Tails rebellion, and was slapped neatly. The man he took away also guarded the will of fire in his heart. After all, before Bajian went to Anbu, he planned to find the old senior and ask about Anbu's current situation, condition, reform. Putting down the information in his hand, Bajian calmly took a sip of the yuhi tea handed over by Kurenai Yuhi. Reform. Shinku Yuhi frowned slightly. These two words are easy to say, but not so easy to do. Not that he underestimate this disciple of Lord Hokage, but that all of Anbu's deployment and processes have been completed. After being deeply ingrained, rash reform may not be a good thing. He understands that he is not the kind of talent who can lead Anbu back to the top. Keep Anbu now. The situation has consumed a lot of his energy. With the efforts of little son, Konoha has begun to reform, and he has 8 swords and wants to reform Anbu. There is nothing wrong with this, but as Shinku Yuhi said, reform is not so easy. The rest can be put aside for a while. The first step is to get your subordinate to admit your existence. A lot of people would be unhappy to be Minister Anbu at his age, so let them understand that Lord Hokage wasn't blind and chose him. That's the point. In addition, there are institutional issues. As for how Anbu works, Shinku Yuhi just showed it to Hachiken. After understanding everything, Bajian understands why. As Anbu's ninja, he is tired and becomes a dog. I hate this profession that was originally an honor. On this point, Bajian already has his own ideas. However, when it comes to implementation, Minato is still needed to help. What do you guys mean by Konoha? In the Hokage building, Minato had a few people with displeased faces. Negotiating team in Kumogakure village. They have come, but because of the reminder from 8 Sword, Minato has been busy with official business and ignored them. Only today, these people blocked the entrance of the Hokage building early in the morning, and out of courtesy a few people were invited to the office. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Minato frowned. Your Excellency, this is Konoha. Hokage cloak behind. Minato reminded. So what? We, Kumogakure village, came to negotiate with sincerity, and that's how you treat Hokage? Yes, the young black girl Karui said angrily. Although I don't know what the concept of a guest is in your eyes, but please remember that until a few days ago we were enemies. Minato said very seriously. What do you mean? Does Hokage mean he doesn't want the war to stop? This time, Mabuyi, who was the negotiator this time, was also stunned and asked Minato 823. May I take your words as a threat? Soon as the other party's voice fell, the door of Hokage's office was pushed open, and a not-so-tall figure appeared in front of the Kumogakure negotiating team. If you want to fight, I'll take over for Konoha. With the knife, the young man's face was cold, and he didn't take Kumogakure village seriously at all. Just in time, Bajian, nodding at Hachiken, Minato also stood up. Hokage, who is he? Is he qualified to be responsible for saying such thing? Mabuyi said seriously. Little devil, this is not the place you should be. Said coldly, if it wasn't for Hokage still here, she would have already punched her. As Killer B's apprentice, she came to Konoha full of anger, because her teacher is still lying on the bed. Sorry, I forgot to introduce. Under Minister Konoha Anbu, Ye Bajian. I'm the one who knocked out your master, and also, pay attention to you when you say someone else is a kid. Age trash. Then, can I ask again now? He waved Zanpakuto and pointed to the real negotiator, Raikage's black secretary, Mabuyi, with 8 swords all over his body. Murderous aura spread from top to bottom. What you said just now, can I take it as a threat? The 5th update. Code wording plus update will be sent later. Ask for a monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Chapter 79. Never seen such a tough Konoha. 4th Hokage. What he said is what Konoha meant. Taking a deep breath, Asabuyi looked at Namikaze Minato very seriously. Like, want to use the eyes to put pressure on each other. This time, when she came to Konoha, she was completely surprised. Until now, that surprise turned into panic. Like, Konoha has changed. There are some big changes. Memory. I have never seen such a tough Konoha. He ignored the negotiating team in Kumogakure village and even took the initiative to find Hokage, but he insisted on this attitude. Never seen. This is the first time. Konoha, who has been shrinking back and seemed so weak in the negotiation. She does not know. Now, Asabuyi just wanted to confirm one thing. What the boy next to him said was Konoha's attitude. If not, the negotiation can continue, and Kumogakure village can still find the initiative, and then get back the Jinchuriki column force and some due interest. Because Konoha always promises great benefit for the truth, and those benefits are also the key to restoring Kumogakure village. If then trouble, she never even prepared such a negotiating package, but she was destined to be disappointed. Yellow flash, and never flinched at the eyes of others. Not to mention that Bajian has given him a good start. If it's a threat, you are not welcome in Konoha. Minato said solemnly. I said just now, a few days ago, we were fighting each other on the battlefield, and what you just said came with the sincerity of Kumogakure village, but I didn't see the sincerity. If you are so embarrassed for wanting to end the war with this attitude, Konoha will never agree. Oh, toughened up. Like a Hokage. Minato-sensei, your kind of change is really exciting. Yes. When is the first ninja village's turn to bow down to others? When will Hokage, as the first ninja village, take the initiative to send tailed beasts at the negotiating table? Well, not Hokage. That's it in the original. After the end of the Third Ninja World War, the local war between the country of Need and the country of Fire did not stop. The step-by-step concessions led directly to the Kumogakure village, who even dared to kidnap the princess of the Hyuga clan after Minato died in the Kyubi Nine Tails rebellion, and then beat Hyuga Hazashi to death. Give them a face. Such signs must not appear from now on. Be tough, because at this moment they have strong capital. Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force was seriously injured. Two-tailed Jinchuriki column force was captured. The high-end combat power of Kumogakure village. Only one 4th-generation shadow remained. Even if the AB group shot together, they couldn't help Minato, let alone only one shadow left. Okay, got it. It seems that Konoha's sincerity goes only so far. I will tell Raikage the truth about everything that happened here today. I don't know how to make a decision. I just hope that Hokage will not regret it. Azabuye snorted and turned away. But Bajian, who was standing at the door, had no habit of giving way. Trash, I'm right here. Do you want to avenge your master? Zanpakuto put it on his shoulders again, and Bajian looked at Karui. To be honest, he didn't have any good feelings for this black girl, in addition to the fact that the other party is from Kumogakure village, but also because she and Omoi next to her in the original book. When Samui came to Konoha to submit information to Danzo, they met Naruto and fought directly. Because Sasuke took Yaoi, although only an octopus tentacle was caught, these few people did not know. It's okay to avenge the master, but are you looking for the wrong person? Wait, I'm right here. Do you want to avenge your master? This kind of word sounded extremely hard. 3 Killer Bee disciples angrily touched their waists and looked like they were planning to shoot. Stop. But when things came to an end, Mabuyi's voice entered the ears of several people. As a secretary who needs shadows, she is much calmer than a few teenagers who haven't grown up. Why did the other party take the initiative to provoke? Still an upright provocation. Just a little thought to understand what the abacus this young man was playing. He is going to kill the Kumogakure village negotiating team here. As long as they make a move, there is only one word of death in the end. In front of him was a lunatic who could brutally cut off the head of Kumogakure village. He had only been in the land of thunder for a few days, but the tragic fate of those ninjas when they died stayed in everyone's heart. In addition to cruelty, the strength of this lunatic is beyond imagination. Fighting the two men alone, Jinchuriki column, and even catching one alive, if it wasn't for Killer Bee's fast running, he would have been poisoned too. Even now, he wants to kill the negotiating team. Madman, downright lunatic, but a premeditated lunatic. If Samui and the others are out, his counterattack won't make Konoha guilty of killing the messenger. Murder, but also to kill in an upright manner. Does Konoha really want to go to war with Kumogakure village? The people at Konoha are going crazy. Hokage is crazy too. A deep look at Ye Bajian. Azabuye bypassed the boy and opened the door of Hokage's office. They can no longer stay here, otherwise it is self-inflicted humiliation. Tilda, you really want to kill them? The negotiating group in Kumogakure village had already left. Minato smiled bitterly and pulled Bajian to the sofa next to him. This anger is too heavy. Although it is true that Konoha's toughness needs to be shown this time, but if you really want to kill those people, then the contradiction will be completely intensified, and you have to fight if you don't fight. Sooner or later they are enemies. Kill them and Konoha will sacrifice a lot less. Eight Sword said lightly. Besides, this was a premeditated shot, and killing Kumogakure village was also disgusting. Who made them unable to control their own people to provoke them in Konoha? If it wasn't for the fear that Minato would not be able to come down the stage, and if they wanted them to convey Konoha's attitude back to Kumogakure village, the Eight Swords would have actually started. Of course, he knew that Karui's people would never attack him. Mabuyi is indeed a talent. The calmness at the critical moment made Bajiangao, Nuo's good, look at it a bit. However, Mr. Minato, when you just said those few words, you really sounded like a Hokage. He patted Minato's shoulder with a smile, and Bajian seemed rather relieved. Is this what you, as a disciple, should say to your teacher? Minato was speechless. Why did he feel more and more that his Hokage was taught by his disciple? This is not good. I haven't taught my disciples how to grow. But this state of mind only lasted for a few seconds, and he couldn't hold back, and asked the question in his heart. Bajian, Anbu, what are you going to do with Diane? The law of truth is invincible. No one can escape. Building Konoha's elite special forces, sending Anbu on missions that only ordinary ninjas can't perform. Don't use Anbu's ninjas as tools, but Konoha as hero. Sick. Thank you readers for your support. Finally asked for a monthly pass. Thank you very much. Sick. Chapter 80. This is my Anbu. Lord Mabuyi, are we going back like this? Outside the Hokage building, the atmosphere in the negotiating team in Kumogakure village is not very good. 3 of Killer Bee's apprentices, Yuhi's ears are red, and they can't wait to find someone to have a good fight. Otherwise, do you know how dangerous it was just just now. The kid who is blocking the door, but even your master can be severely injured. Azubuye said with a frown. The changes in Konoha are too great, not just the kind of changes that can be said to the naked eye, but the overall momentum. The first ninja village, which seems to be sleeping, is slowly waking up. This is by no means good news for the village of Kumogakure. There is no doubt that this negotiation did not achieve any desired result. The strong Konoha makes her not have any words to ask the two-tailed Jinchuriki column strength. Go back to the village. Shaking his head, Mabuye sighed. No one wants to continue to humiliate themselves in such a situation. Things have become troublesome, but she still has to figure out how to deal with it. Now she can't make any effective decision. She must report the matter to Reikage, and letting Reikage make up her mind is the right choice. Anbu, assassinate special forces. This is a department that should have the special feature of being honored and dying. It is not to make ninjas become cold-blooded when they perform their task, but to make them understand. They just used another way to protect what 83 wanted to protect. Hokage office. Bajian talked eloquently to little son, who had a strong thirst for knowledge. Glory is added. Why not die? When war breaks out, Anbu is a sharp blade that goes deep behind enemy lines and executes beheading operation. Konoha is in deep crisis and they are the most powerful support to save Konoha. In times of peace, they are shadows under the sun, giving silently without expecting anything in return. Such troops are the heroes of Konoha. Just a few words, but it interprets the Anbu ninja. Minato took a deep breath and nodded. Although he has never stayed in Anbu, and has always appeared in the village as the elite shinobi of the village. Around the 3 generation, they are performing tasks. But now that he's Hokage, he still knows a lot about Anbu. Everything that Bajian said just now has explained the value and significance of Anbu's existence without any fault. Then the question is, why do ninjas have such a hard time for troops with such glorious characteristics? Unspeakable. Bajian took a big mouthful of wine gourd and wrote 3 words crookedly on the paper in front of him. Identify. Aeaa. Minato seemed to catch something gleaming. Identify. In the world of Hokage, a word that even runs through the entire main thread. A very simple example. Naruto insists on forbearance, and the ultimate goal is to gain the approval of others only. That's all. See the most. Acknowledging your existence is an extremely important affirmation in the ninja world. Sometimes the sentence "I approve of you" is the most praiseworthy praise. 3 words. Say it directly. If people recognize the existence of Anbu ninja, recognize what they have done for Konoha, believes that those who complain about Anbu's poor living standards and poor working conditions all day will be instantly motivated. Even when the villagers happened to see Anbu ninja passing by, they didn't whisper that Anbu was too mysterious, but stopped to cast admiration and envious eye, and even wanted to be part of Anbu. That's the real assassination special forces. So, to get that sense of identity, I need to do something with a lot of fanfare. He took out a folder, and Bajian pointed his finger on it. Here, I need Mr. Minato to nod. Even some unclassified mission result, what Anbu paid for the village, will be stamped on Konoha's bulletin board. In addition, build a merit wall, list penultimate deed, etc., and make it public. After speaking in one breath, Bajian shrugged his shoulders. Since he has decided to be the minister of Anbu, he must do the job well. Not for the so-called glory, but he also really wanted to see what this Konoha would be like. Proud to enter Anbu. 8 sword. Looking at the boy in front of him, Minato's face was full of relief and a warm smile, and he stretched out his hand when the other party was talking. Actually, you don't need to come over and ask me about it. Do it boldly. Anbu, it's your Anbu. Belong to your Anbu. Bajian was stunned, as if shocked by what Minato said. I believe in you. There is no need to talk too much between master and apprentice. Although my teacher hasn't taught you anything so far, from the looks of you, I'm afraid I'm not interested in Rasengan either. All I can give you is 1,000 letters. Patting Haken on the shoulder, Minato showed a sunny smile again. He was still halfway through. That's your Anbu. Meaningful word, but can already guess what he meant. The future. This is your Konoha too. There is no doubt that Minato is treating Yabajian with an attitude of cultivating successors. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand at all. Bajian's mind has never been in the Hokage position. Mere Hokage, sitting in that position, will restrain a person's pattern and energy. He has never been limited by the word Hokage. Even so, Bajian couldn't help but admire Minato's aura. What is Hokage? This is Hokage. Give you the right to do it boldly, instead of arranging gossip and killing you when you are in high power. Unreserved letter. This is Minato's greatest support for 8 sword. Hachiken gave Minato a deep look, then nodded. Understood. As Minato said, between master and apprentice, there is no need to say too much. It's enough to understand what's in each other's mind. Still, my Anbu. Bajian grinned, as if things were getting more and more interesting. After coming out of the Hokage office, Bajian was in a particularly comfortable mood, all the way to Konoha's number 10 training. The rest of the Night Owl squad have been waiting for a long time. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Hatake Kakashi. The future, they are bound to become Anbu's mainstay Jinchuriki column. Of course, in today's training ground. In addition to the original few, there was also a handsome young man. His name is A. The current name is Yamato, and in Anbu it is code-named Celestial Burial. Of Orochimaru's first batch of 60 Mokuten wood-style experiment reassuringly walked to the other side. Bajian patted his shoulder. I have Admiral Yamato, and I can kill the first generation. First more. Chapter 81. He has a unique leadership temperament. Shirijiri Nishi-san, is this how you usually practice? The training ground. Hachiken, Itachi, and Shisui were sweating profusely. At this moment, with the speed of the 8-sword swinging, Itachi alone can't keep up with it, so the way of training has been changed a little bit. The flying shuriken doubled as before, and Itachi and Shisui turned on Sharingan to attack at the same time. After a few days of getting used to it, they have become accustomed to this cultivation method. Only Yamato hid beside her tremblingly, looking terrified. Kakashi is Hammer, holding a book of Intimacy Paradise in his hand. He was very fascinated by it. Before this book, Bajian met Jiraiya when he asked Izuki Yugao to take a bath for the first time, and got the lifted version from the other party's hand. The content inside is not comparable to the revised version issued on the market. Very cool. This is the Book of God. Chest heaving, Kakashi raised his belt lightly and looked at Yamato. Calm down, Kai Burial. The purpose of calling you here has just been told to you. Just to reveal a little bit, it won't be long before the reform will begin, so you have to be prepared. Reform. Yamato nodded, somewhat confused. According to Kakashi Senpai's advice, I have already collected all the information of Anbu Ninja. Besides, I am also paying attention to Anbu's recent trouble. You should know everything else, but I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to do just one thing. With some embarrassment, he glanced at the boy who was wielding a knife on the field. At the age of the minister, I am afraid that Accountant Anbu's compatriots have some opinion. In fact, what Yamato said was very euphemistic. All come out to mix. Sitting on a knife and licking blood in Anbu is already very depressing. Who would be convinced to be disciplined by a child? Even if your credit is sufficient, your qualifications cannot be concealed by credit. Age suck. Yamato let out a long sigh. If you want to implement reforms on this basis, it is inevitable that you will hit a nail. Hopefully, it won't be a mess by then. Let you sort out the information is what all meant. Kakashi shook his head, correcting Yamato's mistake. Kai Burial, remember, from today onward, the nature of Anbu will fundamentally change, and the Xiao who contributed to all this is the well-deserved Minister Anbu and someone I respect. Kakashi Senpai, respected person. Well, I don't need to say more. You can see the extraordinary man with your own eye. All in all, he's a man who really has that distinctive charisma. I am convinced that he is Minister of Anbu. Distinctive leadership quality. That's what Kakashi said about the 8-sword. Whenever you see this man in front of you, you always feel relieved. You can always trust Ye Bajian. That is a comrade in arms who can really hand over his back to the opponent. Maybe the first time you see the 8-sword, the first impression is that of the unscrupulous and free and easy sword. Taking a sip from time to time, everything seems so casual. Only after getting used to it, you will understand that this kind of person is so reliable when he is serious. This is the distinctive leadership temperament which belongs to the unique personality charm of Ye Bajian. Treating the enemy ruthlessly like a real lunatic, it is hard to imagine that the roar like a ghost came from the throat of a teenager. Holding the knife, he is a beast. Treat yourself and make no secret of your enthusiasm. In short, being his shadow is the most correct thing I have done over the years, and I am willing to do so. And I, too, believe he can do things like change Anbu, and even change Konoha. What made Kakashi Senpai admire a person so much? Yamato looked at the boy on the field in confusion. He understands Kakashi Senior's character very well. He is a typical cold on the outside and hot on the inside. It's not that he doesn't make more friends, but he is afraid that he will become more autistic because he can't protect his companion. It takes strength alone to make Kakashi Senpai make such an evaluation. Woot woot. While Yamato was thinking, from the forest several figures flew by and landed on the field. But obviously, Bajian, who was addicted to swinging his sword, didn't want to stop. Let the person wearing the mask beside him show strange eye. Woot woot. The arrival of several people seems to be some kind of signal, and countless figures appear in the training ground. The collection begins. A unique collection order belonging to Anbu. Whether there is a task or not, it must appear in the specified location. A muster order that will not be used unless there is an emergency. There were only a few people cultivating on the field. Although they were amazed at their way of cultivating, they just stood there quietly and waited because of Anbu's unique basic quality. It seems that something big will happen today. As time passed by, the number of galloping people began to decrease. The field, the densely packed Anbu ninjas waited for several people who were practicing. These include former acting minister Shinku Yuhi. The sudden presence of so many spectators did not affect the speed at which Itachi and Shisui threw their shuriken, but the sweaty 8-sword still felt unsatisfied, and he hooked his fingers at Kakashi in the distance. Is it to me? Kakashi nodded and joined the practice. No one can be successful casually. In addition to their outstanding personal strength, the Yi Xiao team's strong and tacit cooperation was honed in real battle, and the way to maintain this tacit understanding is daily practice. With the addition of Kakashi, the number of flying shuriken has increased again. Every time the blade light of the 8 sword flashed, the scalps of the ninjas present went numb. Is this the way humans cultivate? I am afraid that if you are not careful, no matter who you are, you will be shot into a sieve. Right, really, they have never seen this kind of practice that uses the speeding shuriken as volleyball. It's hard to imagine how much impact this would have on them. Everyone is silent. They are even a little curious about how long the few people on the field can last. Is this the Night Owl squad? It too strong. Shinku Yuhi had a wry smile on his face. At this moment, he seemed to know what Hachiken wanted to do. The first step for people to recognize the identity of the minister is strength. Without absolute strength, why led Anbu? Jien sang. No way, I can't stand it anymore. I don't know how long it took. Itachi's tired voice came. The next moment, Shisui and Kakashi quickly retreated, and the shuriken in the air was knocked out by Hachiken for the last time. Ding ding ding. The sharp-edged voice came, and the surrounding ninjas were shocked to find that those shuriken were nailed to the bullseye on the tree poles accurately. How did he do it? The second code wording for a long time. Chapter 82. No one can point fingers at my people. Clang. Zanpakuto inserted into the ground. The wine gourd around his waist was held high and went to the jar in his mouth. At this moment, the ninjas admired the young man's boldness in drinking. Such a free and easy demeanor is exactly what they envy, but it is difficult to achieve. Phew. Putting down the wine gourd, Bajian looked around. Be sure, Anbu's ninjas have been stunned, and this is the result he wants. Introduce yourself. Leaning on the knife, Bajian's slightly immature voice was extremely loud. 8 swords of the night. Code-named Owl. Yi Xiao's member question. Starting today, he is also your immediate boss. Konoha's only minister of Anbu. Minister Anbu. When these words came out of the boy's mouth, the whole training ground was silent. Through countless masks, you can 160 to see the restless hearts of ninjas. Shock, puzzle, dazed. All kinds of emotions surround them deep inside. The news of Bajian's appointment has not been fully spread in Anbu, and it is normal that some people do not know about it. But at this moment, no one dared to question the identity of the other party. The brutal cultivation method alone is enough to make them shut up their doubt. However, Bajian understands that this kind of shock is different from real control. To completely subdue Anbu, what is needed is not only strength but a real change in Anbu's ninja status. I called everyone here today, and I have 3 things to say. First, Anbu's rectification. The specific plans and measures will be released to you later, but I can reveal some of them in advance. Still leaning on Zanpakuto, Bajian took out a document from his pocket. For example, starting from today, those who are disabled due to performing tasks will be in charge of everything after returning to the village. Konoha will be responsible for all life after returning to the village. Those killed in action, their families and children, will receive 3 times the previous pension, and their names will be engraved on the meritorious wall that is being built in the center of the village. In addition, if you set up a penultimate contributor, it will also be engraved on the merit wall. In short, it is. Reaching out his hand, Bajian pointed to the sky. You are no longer unknown. Instead, you are heroes who are admired by the villagers. His ears moved lightly. Bajian had a smile on his face, and he had heard the rapid breathing. But this is just the beginning. Second, the entire department is directly under my command. Except for me and the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, no one else's orders will be followed. This time, they will not be followed in the true sense. The boy's sonorous words made the Anbu ninja's eyes widen. Anbu understands that Anbu ninja is said to be a direct unit of Hokage, but its status is not even as good as that of ordinary ninjas from some big family. Even some high-ranking people will be dispatched outside their residences to act as housekeepers. Very simple example. Had seen that the 2 Hokage advisors dared to point fingers at Anbu's ninjas, and even arranged some tasks without compensation. He doesn't want to see this phenomenon again. You don't have to have any doubts about this. From now on, whenever someone point finger, they report directly to me. Anbu, it's Anbu from Konoha, it's Anbu from Hokage, it's my Anbu, it's not someone else's turn to show off their power, and there is no reason to be a hero who can even sacrifice their life for the sake of the village. The second point is to improve the status of Anbu ninja. Exactly what these people really need. Recognition, belonging. Sure enough, after the 8 swords were finished, even many of Anbu's ninja eyes turned to Yuhi. They have waited too long for this recognition. Thirdly, Anbu does not support idlers or wait, and adopt the elimination system from today, and conducts assessments every quarter. The content of the assessment is the number of tasks completed, the level of the task, the attitude of being an Anbu ninja, and of course, the most important thing is rank. However, in terms of combat power, Anbu will set up other internal departments because everyone has different talent. As long as you are good enough, you don't have to worry about being eliminated. I'll leave that to Yuhi Shinku Yuhi Senpai. Looking at Shinku Yuhi, the 8 swords seem to be pointing. As Anbu's senior, Shinku Yuhi's prestige is still very high, so there is no no reason for Hachiken to let him go. And this third article also requires people to implement specific policy. Just like what he said, Anbu does not need waste and non-aggressive weight, and from now on, he will build a real elite assassination special forces, a veritable elite. The name of Anbu Ninja is no longer Chinese cabbage. Anyone who wants to experience can enter. Assessment is an extremely necessary link, which can give these people a real sense of urgency. Glory is earned with both hands, not mixed. My subordinate understands. Shinku Yuhi nodded, and there was no ambiguity in what his subordinate said, because these 3 points alone are enough to make him admire the 5 body. The boy in front of him has completely grasped what the Anbu ninjas want. This subordinate, he called it willingly. Oh, by the way, I remember that there were 376 Anbu ninjas recorded in the book. I just checked it, and a total of 350 people came. Seemingly thinking of something, Bajian tilted his head to look at Yamato. Kai Burial, go back and tell those people that they won't have to go to Anbu from tomorrow onward. Yamato nodded embarrassedly. He understood the mentality of the person who didn't come, and he probably just didn't like the newly appointed minister Anbu in front of him. But no matter what, Anbu's ninjas are also ninjas. As a ninja, just ignoring the collection mate, this one can be eliminated directly. Just resigning the other party's post is already light. In addition, about the quick selection when performing tasks. Zanpakudo, Bajian Yan. As Minister Anbu, I don't want anyone in my team to abandon their comrade for the mission, or deliberately frame their comrades for the mission. If found, I will chop his body with my own hand. The terrifying Reiatsu and murderous aura swept through the entire training ground in an instant. Anbu's forbearance 3.5 fans were already soaked in cold sweat. A young man, where did such a terrifying aura come from? Even just holding up the knife can make them truly hear the screams of the evil spirit. Flat cut feature. The soul of the dead under the knife was successfully activated. This trick is really useful. Appropriate shock and deterrence is beneficial to one's own dominion. Swords are very clear about this. Can you scare people just by showing them their training? Forget it. This is not a child game. We will gather at the same time tomorrow to start the first round of assessment tests. I will personally guide the training of swordsmanship for those who pass, and they will all go back and prepare well. There will be a collective mission in a month. This mission, you have the qualification to engrave your name on the merit wall. Disperse. The third code wording. Chapter 83. 3 generations of adult. Please rest well. 2 deceiving. Boom. The sound of the desk chattering came from the room. In Kumogakure village, in the office of Yingying, looking at the irritable eye, Azabui sighed. She had long imagined that this would be the result when she came back. To be honest, this is the first time Kumogakure has suffered such a huge humiliation in terms of diplomacy. Konoha's toughness caught Azabui, the Reikid secretary, off guard. Even the negotiating team can come back safely. It is already fortunate. This is something I never imagined before I set off. Deceiving too much. Really deceiving too much. Clenching his fist tightly, there was only anger on Ai's face. Go to war. Assemble people to go to war. The style of Kumogakure village has never been one. That is the main battle. Without any hesitation, I turned back to Mabui in an instant. The meaning was obvious. Let her issue an order to gather combat power. Lord Reikid, you should know that going to war is not the right choice for us. Mabui was a little helpless. On the way, she thought about how to explain these 04 situation. Now that the third ninja war has been completely stopped, it does not mean that other ninja villages will not start the war. Don't forget the attitude Tsuchikage had when he left. Remind Reikid, and let him calm down. That's what Reikid's secretary should do, and it's her duty. The most important thing is that right now I'm afraid you can't really be Konoha on your own. With a wry smile, Mabui told a very cruel truth. Yes, the Kumogakure village has always been united, but there are only a few high-end fighting forces in total. If Killer Bee is not injured, at least the power of the EPUB combination can be exerted. But right now, it's impossible to get Killer Bee moving for more than a month. No fault can be found, but it is extremely weak. That kid's methods are terrifying. On the other hand, Konoha, the existence of Yellow Flash has always been a threat. If he goes to the battlefield in person, then Lord Reikid will definitely be contained. This is not good news for them. In addition, the Kingdom of the Land and the Land of the Land have never been against each other. Once the loss of Kumogakure village is too large, Iwagakure village will definitely attack the first time. Then Sengoku will be on fire again. In any way, this is extremely dangerous. To war doesn't do Kumogakure any good. I understand, but this breath, the old man can't swallow it. Being able to become a shadow of a village, I is not just relying on himself, but the identity of the son of 3 generations of needy shadows. After his anger, he also understood that it was not good for Kumogakure to go to war now. At this moment, it is very similar to when he learned that his father, in order to cover the retreat of his companion, faced tens of thousands of Iwagakure village ninjas alone, and finally died of exhaustion. When he heard the news that year, he also held a fire and wanted to fight the village of Iwagakure. But at that time, the Third Ninja World War had just broken out, and all ninja villages were targeted only by Konoha. Konoha, so he still had to endure that tone. The situation was the same as it was then. Do you have any good advice? Shang Fei, taking a deep breath. I finally calmed down at this moment. At least until the Killer Bee people recover. We are seriously underpowered and must not start a war. 24 Fei, but Erwei also can't stay in Konoha forever. Otherwise they will always use Erwei as a prestige. In our Kumogakure village, there is no way to turn the situation around. After speaking, she took out a scroll from Kabuto and placed it on the table. Lord Raikage, this was delivered when we were leaving Konoha. I think that's where the opportunity lies. Real. Raikage nodded. His body was surging with thunder, and he needed to escape the chakra mode and was ready. The enemy's scroll, whether it is true or false, must be on guard. Just after slowly opening it, Raikage suddenly smiled. Looking at the clearly visible deployment map above and the method of entering a certain barrier, he had to. That's what I admire about Konoha. Gone. Different atmosphere from Raikage office in Kumogakure village. Konoha, Hokage building. Minato looked at the report in front of him with only relief and admiration in his eye. His decision was right. Anbu is developing in a positive direction in an all-round way. He quietly went to the training ground to see it before, and he was worried that he would not be able to convince the public because of the age of Bajian, but it turned out that he thought too much. Now, the spirit of the whole Anbu is completely different from before, and he is following his disciples to complete various assessment tests on the training ground. Bajian did not disappoint him. The current Anbu is the real Anbu. Everything, just let him do it. He believed that given Bajian time, a real elite force would appear in front of him. Raising his head, Minato suddenly froze. The old man at the door surprised him. Since the last popular incident of cattle at the entrance of the village, the 3 generations have not taken the initiative to come to the Hokage office, and he was used to the feeling of working by himself. No one is pointing fingers. No one breathes secondhand smoke. He liked that feeling. I also like watching the village change a little bit, but now, he's here again, without knocking on the door like the others to get confirmation before coming in. Minato, walking into the office, Sarutobi involuntarily lit the big cigarette bag again. Anbu, what happened? With a scowl on his face, Sarutobi went straight to the point. The past few days, his house has been broken down by 2 Hokage consultants. There is only one thing to find him. Let him take care of the arrogant Minato and the arrogant Anbu. To be honest, the 3 generations do not want to come. Retirement at home, nothing to drink tea, fish. This kind of old age life is not bad. 663 but no way. Unable to hold back the grumbling of the 2 former old buddies, he could only come here to ask about the situation. What happened to Anbu? Minato smiled at this. Menyan told me that Anbu's people actually disobeyed his orders. Sarutobi seemed a little puzzled, but the tone of his voice was somewhat natural. 3 generations of adult Anbu's organizational quality is Hokage's direct route. On the contrary, only Hokage can give them orders. Of course, in addition to me, the current Anbu can also have 8 swords. So what you said about disobeying orders doesn't exist. Minato shook his head. His tone was polite, but not the slightest bit wrong. On the contrary, it was the 2 Hokage consultants who broke the rule. They don't have the power to bypass Bajian and me to give orders to Anbu. In front of you, 3 generations of Hokage's eyes were full of surprise. Like, he never thought that Minato could say such a thing. Also, showing a warm smile like sunshine again, Little Sun's unique stunt was successfully activated. 3 generations of adult. I think you are very old. You should have a good rest. Right. 4th more. Code word ing. Egg hurt. The painkiller is over. The headache starts again. The code word is a little slower. Hope adult readers can understand. Chapter 84. The Madmen of Anbu. Reach out and don't hit the smiling man. But what the smiling man said was very disturbing. Are you old? You should rest well when you are old. How obvious is the meaning of Minato's word? 3 generations don't know how they got home from the Hokage building. There is loss, but more of melancholy. It seems that the village no longer needs him so much. Strange though. Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado have been visiting his house a lot recently, but his old friend Danzo has never appeared. It stands to reason that this kind of reform measures of Anbu, his opinion should be the biggest. But Danzo chose to be silent. Kind of weird. Shaking his head, Sarutobi took a sip of tea. I'm old. Have a good rest. Okay, there really is your Minato. I am Konoha's strongest Hokage. Swish swish. Konoha number 7 training ground. Bajian stood on the familiar tree, followed by an envious Itachi. Below, the ninjas are carrying out special training in an orderly manner. Special training guidance from the lunatics of the Night Owl Squad. Just night. Bajian has his own unique experience in swordsmanship. Well, flat cut. But again, if you can only do one thing, make it the best. Even ordinary flat cutting is an art. Angle B4. What kind of posture can give full play to the effect of flat cutting, and what kind of force can be used the most? Small stamina consumption maximizes the power of the flat cut. These are the essence of the master who has been trained for a long time by swinging the sword. Knife instruction is just one of them. What is going on now is to demonstrate how Shisui can see through demonic demonic illusion effectively and quickly. There are how to improve the use of demonic illusion in this regard. Shisui is the master level. Kakashi's mission is somewhat unique. Don't look at Kakashi's age now, but he has a lot of experience and is a lot of Anbu old people. There are 197 D level mission, 190 C level mission, 414 B level mission, and A level mission, 298 times. S class 1000 tasks, 42 times. The completion of all tasks recorded by the full version of Kakashi in the original book. Now, it's not too bad. For Kakashi, the missions are basically death and danger, and even the reason for his darkness. But these valuable experiences are extremely valuable asset for other ninjas. When performing the mission, it is likely that it will save him directly because of a small detail. Their lives. So, this kind of real teaching is an indispensable part of a good ninja, and using his own experience to help the younger generation. Kakashi is also happy to do so, especially looking at those adoring eyes. Kadian feels that the meaning of life exists and seems to be looking for it. Arrive. All this was changed by the 8th Sword. The Nightingale squad was busy, only Itachi was a little lonely. He is the same period as Bajian, but it doesn't have the terrifying swordsmanship of 8th Sword, and even demonic illusion can't compare to Shisui. Clack. The fingers point to a familiar location. Itachi covered his forehead and turned Byakugan. This is the trick again. Every time he is a little confused, this trick can make him wake up again. It hurt. Jianzang, covering his forehead, he sat on the branch and complained. How old are you? It's not easy to have such rank. Hachiken sighed and sat beside Itachi. The Uchiha family is a bit peculiar. When the Mangekyo bloom, its rank will skyrocket. But the Itachi age is here, and it is unrealistic to drive Mangekyo. Rao is he has worked extremely hard to follow behind him to cultivate. This persistence is enough to make people move, and even the current Itachi, the strength is still not bad. In addition to the slightly insufficient chakra due to age, other aspect, whether it is shuriken or ninjutsu, even demonic illusion, is no match for any chunin. That's it. He's not satisfied. Bajian understood that the figure standing in front of him was a little tall, and it was normal to feel the pressure. But if it's autistic because of this, it's not like Itachi. But Jianzang, you are clearly the same age as me. Itachi's mouth twitched for a while. The current 8 swords is a typical idol in his eye. His knife is invincible. Stupid. Everyone's talents are different. You and Shisui belong to the Uchiha clan. Sharingan is powerful. You will realize it sooner or later. There is no need to worry. Rubbing Itachi's head, Bajanshin stood up with the opponent. When the strength is enough, it will be your turn to stand in front of me. So, before you get stronger, leave everything to me. Do you understand? When you are strong enough, you can stand in front of me. When Itachi heard this sentence, his eyes were filled with light for a moment. No, that doesn't belong in philosophy. 60-year-olds understand the philosophy of shit. It's just pure friendship. It is enough to compare the friendship between Sasuke and Naruto. I see. Jianzang, it's over now. I'm going to listen to Kakashi-san's lecture. Nodding heavily at Hachiken, Itachi jumped off the branch and walked towards Kakashi, who was sitting in the distance. Is this a promise with Jianzang? One day, it will be my turn to stand in front of you. You get the shit. 8 Sword turned Byakugan. If you have to drive a Gundam before you are old enough to drive a Gundam, can you stand it with your small physique? Shaking his head and grabbing the wine gourd, Bajian sighed. Do not know why. He found life doesn't seem to be bad now. Not too far from the kind he wants. Confidant 2 or 3, and Yuhi Yan's company. Swish. A figure fell next to the 8 Sword. The first time I found out that demonic illusion used too much, it was quite tiring. The wine gourd of 8 Sword. Shisui shook his head and hiccuped. However, it's a very fulfilling day. The companions are working hard in one direction. There is no intrigue, and there is no war. The cruelty of the field. Yes, it's just the admiration of the younger generation. He really liked this feeling. Maybe I am suitable to be a teacher. A smirk. Shisui suddenly thought of something. Bajian, what do you mean by the collective mission you said earlier? The only thing I don't understand is the mission that Bajian said. What kind of mission? Requires everyone from Anbu to go out together and even have a special training towel before departure. Of course, what he cares most about is the meritorious wall that has been built in the center of Konoha village. Do you have a chance to go up? Bajian said that if this task is completed well, personal contribution will be written on it. The face was clearly seen by the villager. Nothing to do with vanity. Just want that glory. That's all. 5th. Code wording. Chapter 85. Please wash your neck and wait for me. A collective mission. So you were curious about this. After thinking about it, Heiken felt that there was no need to hide anything from Shisui. He had already thought about the content of the task. He took out a map from his pocket and spread it out, and the lines marked with Yuhi colored and blue pens caught Shisui's attention. Yuhi's color is the nails left by the hostile ninja village after the Third Ninja War in the Land of Fire. The Third Ninja War is definitely over. However, Bajian knew exactly why this war was fought. 4 major ninja villages attacked Konoha at the same time, and the fire in the Country of Fire continued. Even if it was over, the other party also left something that was not visible visible on the surface. That is a nail hidden in the territory, a pawn to explore the powerful intelligence of the hostile ninja village in the future. And the blue ones are the bombs I want to plant in hostile country. I named this mission her. Retracting the map, Bajian leaned against the tree pole and stretched. Pull out the nails, bury the nail, do something meaningful by the way. This is the mission plan for this time. For this mission, he wanted to let other shinobi villages know that a unit completely different from their village was growing rapidly. Bajian, will this expose our elite troop? Frowning, Shisui voiced his concern. What I want is exposure. 458 Sword patted Shisui on the shoulder. Remember Shisui, Konoha won the third ninja war, but the price paid is unimaginable, and the more this time, the stronger we have to show. It's so strong that other villages think we don't have any consumption at all. Only in this way will they be vigilant, they will be wary, and they will be careful before targeting Konoha. And this mission is just the first test of the water. I don't know how far it can be done. After all, it is the first time to carry out a collective mission, and the plan is a plan, but he is not clear about the effect after implementation. This is also to give the guys in Anbu a chance to perform and remove the dross that exists in Anbu by the way. Again, he only needs to be elite. Off the chain at a critical moment is not worthy of being in his Anbu. As expected of you. Think so clearly. Shisui nodded in admiration. He already understood this task, and squeezed his fist. Shisui had a faint expectation. Will those people feel uneasy when they learn that there is a powerful assassination force in Konoha? Nightfall. Anbu's one-day special training has ended. Walking on the streets of Konoha, feeling the warm night wind, Bajian is a little emotional. Maybe when he first came to this world through time travel, he really didn't have the feeling he has now. Thought that he would become a real part of Konoha's Minister Anbu. All thanks to the trust of Minato. Nobody doesn't like the feeling of being trusted. Swords is no exception. But to his surprise, Minato changed as Hokage because of his presence. From the beginning, it was suppressed by 3 generations. To the current rank, he looks more and more like Hokage. It was also his change that gave Bajian a different view of the village. This change is not completed in an instant, but a chain reaction condensed bit by bit to produce cattle. Maybe everything from Minato firmly agreeing to his graduation application, and then to the entrance of Anbu to block him. In front of him, it was already doomed that it will be hard for Snake to come first. Swords shook his head. The beginning, he did intend to leave Konoha and live freely in the ninja world. It is estimated that Orochimaru is still waiting for him to defect. Well, step by step, maybe one day, when he gets tired, Minister Anbu will go to Orochimaru to play. Unfortunately, not now. Kai, the moon is still beautiful tonight. Like Otsutsuki Kagaya's fair skin exudes a seductive light. Speaking of which, when Naruto comes out, the main line of the Hokage world will begin. The story of Black Zetsu saving his mother is touching. Unfortunately, I don't want to live in a fake dream of infinite Tsukuyomi. On the way home, AEFF raised his eyebrows when someone was thinking. In one direction, open, to the east of Konoha, hidden from the forest, several people appeared there. The one at the head looked tall and mighty. The ninja next to him was quickly hand-sealed, and finally put his hand on the scroll he was carrying. Really open. I didn't expect Konoha's barrier to be so vulnerable. Another ninja whispered. Nonsense. If you have the key and can't open it, don't mess with the seal clasp. The ninja who opened the barrier sneered. Okay, follow the map and avoid the patrol. 5 ninja villages. Each ninja village will open a defensive barrier for its own village. It is also because of the existence of the barrier that those ninjas who break into the village without permission have nothing to hide. Only with the corresponding key can you enter without disturbing others. So is Konoha. But now, the key to the enchantment has leaked. Several figures came in from inside, hiding a good breath, and slowly advancing by taking advantage of the night. But not long after walking, the expression of the perception ninja in the team changed. Here come. In the empty wood, the figure of Bajian appeared slowly. Name of Zanpakuto. Zipping didn't find anything unusual. Just a kid. It seems that some kind of signal has been received, and a kunai emits a faint light under the brilliance of the moonlight. But before he could attack, the sharp knife had already slashed across his neck. Swish swish. Ah! The figure flickered continuously, and the screams suddenly sounded. After a few seconds, several corpses appeared on the ground. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Holding the neck of the ninja in front of him with one hand, Bajian had the bloodthirsty killing intent of an undead human on his face. No, don't know. The strong sense of oppression made his nerves extremely tense, and the hands on his neck made him feel like iron pliers. Cannot breath. Because I want you to tell me something. You see if I can't cut him into a jerk. Go back and tell Reikage, wash his neck, etc. The face is full of ridicule, and the teenager tilted his head. Boom. Ray eye bomb. Boom. The ground trembled, and a tall figure appeared on the spot, and his feet have been smashed by a powerful force, not a small pothole. Little devil, the old man has heard it. The body needs light flashing. At this moment, needs the shadow with endless killing intent. All I want is for you to hear. Gaba. With one hand, the sword shattered the ninja's spine under Reikage's furious gaze. Lord Reikage, does this sound good? Sycamore. I'm feeling really sick today. Sorry for making readers wait so late. I'm so sorry. The sick update has been delivered, and it will be updated earlier tomorrow. Chapter 86 Sword 80% 20. Materialize Reiatsu defend. Gaba. That's the only fragility that remains when life is gone. The sound hit Reikid's heart. The original plan went well. With the Fire Country and Konoha defense map, the team did not accidentally cross the barrier of the Fire Country and came to Konoha. At this moment, he has fully confirmed that the enchantment key recorded on the scroll is real. Then just sneak into Niyugito's location without knowing it, and bring her back to Kumogakure village. In order to complete the task, the people who followed him to Konoha were carefully selected elite. Needless to say, the others who had the ability to hide their breath were definitely the top of the Kumogakure village platoon. Even because of the importance of the task, he personally took the shot. But even so, there is still a problem. The young man in front of him shot fiercely, hitting his iconic big knife and the wine gourd around his waist. Then, the identity of the other party has been revealed. Is he Ye Bajian, the Konoha demon who killed his righteous brother Killer Bee and kidnapped Niyugito? Konoha demon. Kumogakure village's unanimous name for the boy in front of him. Only by actually seeing the tragic state of the bodies of the escorts in Kumogakure village will you understand where the name came from. Killing with a knife, either dismembering the body or beheading. The cruelty of the method is definitely not something a child can do. That's what the devil does. Little devil, you are Ye Bajian. The lightning surges on his body, and he needs to adapt to the armor that needs to be escaped in chakra mode, which is particularly bright in the night. If you know my name, how dare you commit a crime? Zanpakuto. Bajian tilted his head and spit out 8 words. The corners of his mouth twitched, and the face of Yingying was unnatural. He was done. Who gave you the courage to say such a thing? Now that you know my name, how dare you commit a crime? Even Konoha's contemporary Hokage Namikaze Minato would never speak like that. Do you think you are the original Hokage Senju Hashirama? However, this is Konoha's territory after all. I just used mind bombs myself. I guess it has attracted the attention of the other party. And most importantly, it does not rule out that the key obtained from Mabuyi before is a trap that the other party deliberately left for him to drill. This kid in front of him is a team from Kumogakure village that he discovered by accident, or whether he has been squatting here in advance, and whether there are other fighting forces of Konoha around him, he does not know. Originally, the attack failed when he just came out, and Reikage planned to retreat first. Although he despised Konoha's cowardice in his heart, the village is different now, and Namikaze Minato alone is already difficult to deal with, and it would be dangerous to stay here. But when he heard these 8 words, his temper instantly rose. Little devil, don't underestimate the need for shadows. With the thunder on his body, I made another plan. Use the fastest speed to kill Yabajian in front of you, and then leave. He is Reikage. Boom. The ground under his feet shattered in an instant, and the explosive force made Reikage's body rush towards the 8 like a missile. Speed is the capital of the shadows to eat. Underestimate Reikage. 8 swords never fly. On the contrary, he attaches great importance to each other. The opponent's strength is also the strongest he has ever encountered. There is no doubt about that. Uchiha Obito. His Kamui is really strong, but his needs are different. Everything he does depends on his own hard power. It is a well-deserved cage level. Of course, Bajian doesn't look down on Obito, whether it's pupil technique or various ability. Own matter. It is the first time that Bajian has encountered a tough man. He can feel it just from the opponent's aura, and the need for shadow is even better than Killer Bee, who is not completely tailed. Even stronger. Clang. The simple and rude hand knife directly slashed at the 8 sword, and the 8 swords did not hesitate to slash Zanpakuto in an instant. Putting it in front of him blocked the blow. Boom. The surrounding air was violently stagnant, and the rustling of gold and iron rubbing against Zanpakuto made the scalp tingle. And Bajian's body also flew upside down for more than 10 meters before stopping. This fellow is so powerful. Shaking his numb arm, Bajian licked his lip that were a little chapped because of the boiling blood. Reikage with a knife in one hand, the surging fighting intent and the madness in his eyes poured out in an instant. Come to fight. This time, he chose to take the initiative to attack. Light blue chakra appeared on Zanpakuto, and strands of black aura emanated from the blade. 2 flat-cutting features are activated on the spot. Swish. The sword aura where gold and black intersected instantly cut out. The Reiatsu representing destruction changed Reikage's expression. According to Killer Bee, it's this kind of sword chi that make him weak. But if it's this bee, it can't hit me. Woo. The figure disappeared instantly. In Raiden Thunder style, chakra mode, his speed has been increased ultimate. In just an instant, he appeared before the slashing effect of the 8 sword could be exerted. Behind the boy. Little devil, your life is ended by this old man. Legendary level Chiodan. The hand knife went from top to bottom, catching its own weight and smashing it down. At this moment, Reikage burst with confidence. No one can react at this speed. That's the reason for his confidence. Even the 4th generation of Hokage will not work. That time Namikaze Minato won the AB combination because of feeling. God's seal has already been prepared in advance. But to lose is to lose, and Reikage never never makes excuses. Boom! Shaking more violently than before, the ground completely collapsed all day long. As Reikage wanted to see, this blow hit the boy's back hard. Smoke is everywhere. The roaring thunder and lightning flashed through the entire Kongolan under the moonlight, and when the chaos passed, a voice came slowly. Hey, it hurt. The golden light soared into the sky. The space trembled, and the leaves that occasionally floated overhead turned into powder in an instant. It is completely different from Chakra's life energy that can create all things. This pressure from the soul. Reikage stared blankly. What is this ability? Why haven't I seen it before? On the young man in front of him, a golden skull seemed to be roaring fiercely at him. When the progress of the materialized spiritual pressure defense reaches 20% of the first template of the 8th sword, you can finally use this trick to strengthen tough defense. The super strong spiritual pressure released on the body's surface turned into a huge skull shape, covering itself like an entity. Stay away from all attack from the outside world. This kind of defense is extremely hot. Once the outside attack touches, its spiritual child will be burned out. This kind of defense, it can compete with Broken Dao 96 and One Night Cremation. The current 8th sword spiritual pressure has not yet reached the level of strength of the Zengi Kenpachi, but this move is powerful. Hugh has begun to emerge. Come on, fight. The next moment, the roaring golden skull slammed into the shadow in front of him. The increasingly fierce battle began. First more. Code word in Billy and G. Chapter 87. This time, I will never be late. The real battle begins. Only a beast can fight another beast. A blue beast that develops the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode into the ultimate body with electric surging, and a skeleton monster surrounded by golden light. When two guys who are also not human-like collide together. Boom! Annihilation. The surrounding trees were instantly engulfed in Reiatsu and chakra and turned into shreds. This kid, Zanpakudo's forward path was blocked by the special material metal bracers on his arm. There was anger and doubt in Reikage's eye. What is the heart-pounding energy this kid carried? Heike Genkai, or a blood elimination above Heike Genkai? Whatever it was, he had no time to think about it. The big movement just now definitely alarmed Konoha's patrol team. If they were surrounded by 1-0, it might be difficult to break through. The opponent must be resolved as soon as possible. Boom! The electricity that was originally wrapped around his body suddenly became more violent, and even Reikage's hair began to stand upside down. Ultimate for Raiden Thunder style chakra mode. In the original Killer Bee called Reikage's full strength state. In this state, his speed is so fast that even Sharingan can't see clearly, and he can even dodge the pupil technique Amaterasu in an instant. Little devil, although I don't know what your golden energy is, I guess this is already your heyday. Unfortunately, in the chakra escape mode at full strength, you will definitely die. Completely liberating all the power, I firmly squeezed Zanpakudo's blade. The other hand has been raised high and began to charge. Grab his knife, and he won't be able to use that terrifying slap. The battle between ninjas and ninjas, the importance of intelligence is reflected in this. If it wasn't for Killer Bee's fighting experience with the opponent, he would probably have relied on his strong physical fitness to regret the opponent's swordsmanship. But now, everything is in the master. Ended. It seems that in Ai's opinion, no one can resist the knife that he holds high in the state of his full strength. Looking up at the arm in the air, Bajian suddenly laughed wildly. After the laughter, the pupils of the boy gradually contracted, and a yuhi-colored light gradually penetrated from the pupils to the entire eye socket. Breathing gradually increased. The atmosphere became even more depressing. Full of wild instinct, I felt a little uneasy. Have you seen my heyday? Definitely not, because if you ever saw it, you would never hold my knife like that. In an instant, the black spiritual pressure penetrated from the golden materialized spiritual pressure defense and covered the entire blade. The second template, Virtual White, a call from instinct. As if I could feel Zanpakudo's restrained anger, the black Reiatsu exploded like a missile the moment Reikage's hand came down. Ah! A scream and a violent shaking were passed around. Bah! A rough arm fell from the air in front of Baji, and the owner of the arm is standing a short distance away, panting and horrified. If it wasn't for his speed to escape the disaster just now, then it was his body that was cut off. No one can slam my knife. Danzo has sent someone to try it. Too bad Reikage didn't know about it. Holding Zanpakudo aloft, he pointed at Reikage, who had lost an arm and was injured. Although in the original 5 Shadow Talk because of Sasuke's Amaterasu, Reikage himself cut off his arm very manly, but the current situation is not the same as it was then. This is Zanpakudo. It's not just the body and soul. Consciousness is a little confusing. Why does it always feel like a ghost crying in the dark scene around? What's with this uncomfortable feeling all over the body? It was as if something was eating some invisible energy within him. The special second of the King of Flat Slash. The Soul Eater was successfully activated. The dead soul under the knife and the soul harvesting double chin effect. Now, it's just that kind of discomfort. In a few hits, what you lose is your soul. He is the king of flat cutting. Swinging the knife is his strongest move. Is that what Killer Bee feels like? Don't lie in bed all the time. If this kind of slash really hit too many times, I'm afraid even he can't beat him. It seems that there is no way to kill this kid today. When the tactic of suppressing the opponent's knife and inflicting heavy damage failed, he has lost the opportunity. Although confident, here is Konoha. Must go. Li Guang shone, and Yingying's eyes were filled with annoyance, and finally glanced at the arm that fell in front of Bajian and snorted and turned to Li. Hey, Konoha is not a place where you can come and go when you want. Bajian still didn't move, but he calmly took out a strange sharp blade from his arms and injected it into chakra, and then threw it in front of Killer Bee. You can't keep up with me, or do you think your poor caliber can't break through my armor? I's head doesn't even know. Kulu stick straight into the ground in front of him along his ear. I can't catch up for the time being, but he can. With one hand in a handjob stand, he snapped his fingers at kunai in front of him. Clack. Psychic. Yellow flag. Boom. A flat roar. A figure instantly appeared on the ground and grabbed the kunai. I swore that this time, no matter where my disciple is, I will never be late. Bajian, am I not late? The gesture is elegant with eagerness, and the voice is so reliable. He appeared. Konoha's fourth generation Hokage Namikaze Minato. Of course, little son looked a little inappropriately dressed. Minato, who only wore pants and a vest, had bloodshot eyes in his eyes. Obviously he was still asleep a few seconds ago, but when he sensed that the special kunai was delivered to the chakra, he woke up directly, and a teleport came to Kongolan on the outskirts of Konoha. It was just the sight in front of him that made him a little confused. 3.2 His outstanding disciples returned to their previous home with a knife. On the opposite side of him, the stout muscular man with broken arms looked familiar. 4 generations of Reikage. Split second, Minato clenched his kunai vigilantly, ready to attack. The tacit understanding between master and apprentice does not need to be said too much. The arm on the ground in front of him has already explained what happened. The 4th generation Reikage raided Konoha and was blocked by the 8 swords at the barrier outside the village. It is not far from the center of Konoha. His perception is not wrong, so he did not find it. Bajian he save Konoha again. Catch alive. Useful. No unnecessary nonsense. The boy has already rushed straight to the rear of Reikage with the knife in his hand. At the moment Minato came, the shadow had completely lost the chance to escape. This time is the real end. Second more. Code wording. Chapter 88 The honored names on the Konoha glory wall. Early morning. People in Konoha village got up as usual, but when they came to the central square because of their inner curiosity, they found that the newly built Konoha meritorious wall has undergone some changes today. Konoha glory merit wall. It is said that only those who have made penultimate contributions to the village are eligible to be engraved on it. For the difference in the influence of credit, it will be divided into 3 categories. Category 1. Leader. The hero who founded Konoha. The shadow who has a great influence on Konoha is the first category. The second category. Guardian. You can tell from the name that only those who have contributed to the protection of the village will have the opportunity to go up. The third category. The monument of heroic soul. Similar to the memorial tablet, it records the ninjas who sacrifice for the village. The 3 major categories include the basic conditions that should have heroic quality. Only great ninjas are eligible to be inscribed on it. Before, it was empty. The deeds of the ancestors who paid for Konoha before the statistic. There is no doubt that when this wall came out, it attracted widespread attention from Konoha villagers and ninjas. Who wouldn't want to have their name on this glorious wall? Who else doesn't want to let their younger generation stop and watch when they pass by the merit wall? They can see their name and proudly tell the people around them their heroic deed. It's just a wall, but the influence is huge, far beyond Minato's imagination. These days he's also worried about whose name should be engraved. But now, there is one more name on it. Knight 8 Sword. Even more surprising is that his name is engraved under the category of Konoha leader. As a child, how could Hidehei actually appear in that position? But when they saw the event recorded next to the name, only admiration and respect remained in their eyes. He should be here. Knight 8 Sword. Konoha is currently the minister of Anbu. Graduated from the ninja school at the age of 6. Joined Anbu to support the front line in the same year. Completed the S-level mission. Severely damaged the elite Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force of the Kumogakure village. And captured the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force for Konoha. Ending the border war. Gained favorable conditions for the Konoha negotiation. July 1st of the same year. Yingying personally led a team to infiltrate Konoha to cause destruction. Ye Bajian was keenly aware of the enemy's trail and started a fierce battle. This battle kills Kumogakure Jonin and capture Reikage. Shock. Admire. Sigh. With such a credit, there is nothing wrong with putting his name here. And July 1st, isn't that the night before? This happened when they were asleep. There was no disaster in Konoha, all thanks to the young man of the Wall of Glory. Gratitude. Many simple and kind-hearted villagers, in order to rejoice that they were alive, did not forget to bow respectfully to the merit wall. It's a heartfelt gratitude, without the slightest pretense. And Konoha's hero, Ye Bajian, also deserves this gift. It was his presence that gave them a good night's sleep. No, maybe it is more appropriate to say that it is because of his existence that I can live well. Hero. Just when the villagers felt that life is really not easy, a hunched figure also stopped to watch this scene in the corner of the square. Konoha Merit Wall. A place full of glory. Pout. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sigh of relief. When he was Hokage, why didn't he think of this trick to win people over? People live a lifetime. They will want to do something. For strength, for changing fate, for fame and integrity. And while pursuing these things, if the name can be remembered so respectfully by future generation, even if he dies, there is nothing to regret. Swallow. Sarutobi suddenly felt that what he lacked was this feeling of being admired. His head and looking at the Hokage office in the distance, he strode over with a fiery glow in his eye. Your family needs to bring someone in person the night before yesterday. Mitarashi,'s house. The 8 swords who rated Anbu's learning achievements last night finished work and lay down comfortably. Enjoy a soft massage from the little maid on a lounger in the courtyard. In a word, Yugito seems to have adapted to this identity. Learn how to massage. There is a horror called habit. When you get used to doing something, take it for granted. For example, let the owner lie down on his leg to sleep every day. And another example is this kind of massage for people to enjoy. This is the habit of maid. Yugito's little hand trembled slightly when he heard Hachikan's word. Lord Raikage is here. Where is it? She mustered up her courage. She thought that she was a ninja of Kumogakure village after all, and it should not be a problem to ask this question. Excessive. Konoha Hospital. In the intensive care unit. Yondan turned his head to rest on Yugito's chin, his eyes full of playfulness. What? Want to go see it? The master has the final say. Cat owners should know that when the cat tongue rubs the palm of the hand, there is always a very comfortable feeling. Nice maid. Looking back, Bajian lost interest in teasing the other party. The maid is very sensible. At least she understands her identity, which made Bajian very gratified. Boom, boom, boom. At the door, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. The sensible maid walked over and opened it. The masked Anbu ninja walked in respectfully, without looking at Yugito next to him. That's not what he should be looking at. Recently, the weather in Anbu has completely changed by 107. After their minister captured Raikage, they respected the boy from beginning to end. The real shock. The effect is just beginning. Lord Minister, go now if you have time. Lord Hokage. One knee and saluting Heiken, Anbu ninja said respectfully. Minato-sensei looking for me. With a breath, Bajian nodded. Yeah, it's almost time. Raikage really caught it. He and Minato's tacit cooperation has been cut by Soul Eater. The weak soul Raikage finally fell into a coma and was captured by Zanpakuto, who chopped the soul. Shadow's soul is already incomplete. His arm is completely abolished, and the effect of the dead soul under the knife. If it is equally terrifying, as long as Bajian does not undo the gnawing of those dead souls on Raikage's soul, he has no strength to resist. This is the suppression from the soul, and there is no solution. So, he wasn't worried about Yin going berserk at Konoha Hospital because he didn't have that ability. But for how to deal with Raikage, it is estimated that Mr. Minato will also have some headache. I know, I'll be there in a while. Standing up and playing Zanpakuto, Hachikan had a calm smile on his face. Dealing with Raikage, he happens to have an excellent plan. The third, code word Ing, ask for tickets and flowers. Chapter 89 3 Generations of Adult. You can go to the wall. Please say your contribution. Konoha. Inside Hokage's office. Looking at the 3 generations of Hokage who were hunched over and smoking, Minato rubbed his temples helplessly. He miscalculated. I thought the other party was coming to him to discuss how Raikage should be handled. Maybe with the experience of 3 generations, some useful strategies will be given. But he was wrong. From the other party's mouth, apart from hearing what he said, Konoha is a village of ceremony, a village of benevolence, and so on. There is no other nutrition, etiquette, kindness. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't you mean that you want Konoha to make this matter a big thing, a small thing? Send the shadow back to Kumogakure village and let the other party owe Konoha a favor. Only, my 3rd generation, etiquette and benevolence. These 2 points you mention are the attitudes that should be taken towards the enemy. Isn't that what you should show to your own people? If Konoha is polite, the village of fraternity will let him go. The next time other shinobi villagers follow Raikage's way to sneak into Konoha, do you want to let them go too? These words are by no means an attitude towards the enemy. Here is the difference between the nature of the enemy and one's own. But it was not the attitude of the 3rd generation that gave Minato a headache. Baijing is now in charge of Konoha, and the most 3 generations can give him his advice. It is up to him to decide how to do it. So those etiquette and benevolence, he will not obey. Konoha was established in the 1st generation, and it should appear on the wall of honor of Konoha, and Nadaime 2nd Sama, in order to protect Konoha's death, should also appear on the wall of honor. They're all Hokage. Minato, all Hokage. It seems that the tone of voice is transferred to the word Hokage, and the 3 generations show a kind and sympathetic tone. The meaning is obvious. Me, Hokage too. So I also want to appear on Konoha's merit wall. The sake of having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen has nothing to say anymore. The rest just depends on how savvy Minato is. Of course, is Hokage savvy poor? He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has already said the words here today, and the interface can be ignored. But the face outside, he had to. Anyway, Konoha wanted to see his name on the wall of glory. Even such a picture has already appeared in his mind. In the future, his child will point to his name and tell the companion next to him, "See, that's my grandfather. He has done a lot for Konoha." So he's engraved on the Konoha leader's merit wall. He's also the third generation of Konoha's great Hokage. That scene is so exciting. I am a hero, to be sung by the villagers of Konoha village for a lifetime. Really, have you? 3 generations of adult. Minato's mouth twitched. To be honest, he hasn't thought about who the names are on the newly built Konoha glory wall. He has been pondering this matter with the people around him, so I haven't engraved other people's names. But Bajian's credit is definitely enough, and it is what he should do as a teacher to give his disciples a sense of presence for others for the time being. That's not to say you don't qualify. This matter can't be rushed. It needs to count the credits of others before it can be properly arranged, at least to be fair, just and open. But the 3 generations in front of him were so anxious, he was a little embarrassed. Give others with more credit may have an opinion. No, I'm afraid he won't give up today. Headache. Really headache. Originally, the matter of dealing with the shadows has already been overwhelmed. At this juncture, he really has no experience to manage the glory offering merit wall. Even his newly promoted assistant Nara Shikaku comes home with dark circles under his eyes every day. How old are you? Can you understand something and distinguish the priority? Obviously now the central point is to use the shadow to get more benefit. You have to worry about putting money on your fate. It's okay if you can't help. Don't make trouble. These are the words that were held in Minato's stomach, but he really can't say. As the 4th generation, it is appropriate to respect the previous Hokage. If it wasn't necessary, like a special event like Bajian slashing people at the entrance of the village, he didn't want to use the power of Hokage to communicate with the 3 generation. It can be done, but it is not necessary. For the good of the village is the most important. Ms. Minato. At this moment, the door of the office was pushed open, and Bajian with a big knife walked in with a strange face. He just seemed to hear someone say Hokage walls or something. When he saw the 3 generation, the doubt disappeared instantly. Him, that fine. Seeing Minato's helpless look in his eye, Bajian nodded calmly. The meaning is obvious. Just leave it to him. The 3rd generation is right. Whether it is the first Hokage Senju or the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, it is the hero of Konoha. There are merits and demerits, but enough to be engraved on Konoha's wall of glory and merit. There are merits and demerits. Is this your evaluation of the 1st and 2nd generation? Minato gave Hachiken a strange look but didn't interrupt him. The 3rd generation of adults also mentioned the word Hokage just now. Touching his chin, the corners of Bajian's mouth were slightly raised, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively feel that something was wrong. Yes, Hokage is a recognized hero of Konoha. Call. I love to hear these 2 words. Hero. This kid is not that annoying. 3 generations nodded in relief. Then, it can be said that Hokage has been a hero of Konoha in all dynasty, and it should be engraved on the wall of Konoha as glory and merit. You are Hokage, which means you want to be on the wall. It's hard to get on the wall and on the Kong. The playfulness in his eyes grew stronger, and Hachiken walked up to Sarutobi and patted him on the shoulder very boldly. Mention, Sarutobi is not very big, and it is not difficult to shoot from this angle. That's what the old man yearns for. Thank to the king, the 3 generations said cheerfully. Simple, you can put it on the wall if you want. Bajian nodded generously. Speaking of which, I also came up with the system of this meritorious wall, and I still have this power. Sensible. The smile on Sarutobi's face widened. It's not right. What happened to the 8th Sword? Seeing the 8th Sword cooperate so well, Minato looked puzzled. This is not the attitude he should have. But the 3rd generation of adult, there is a prerequisite for going to the wall. After the conversation changed, Bajian coughed and suddenly looked at Minato solemnly. Teacher, get your pen ready. Pen. The stunned Minato picked up the pen and paper next to him. Please, 3 generations of adult, tell us what you have done for Konoha and this village in the past few decades. Please speak up. Open up. 4th more. Code word ing. Grab Wawa and tickets easily. Chapter 90. Minato Sensei. Can I betray the division? Just kidding. I'm Konoha's 3rd generation Hokage, and I'll do my best for Konoha. The 3 generations were stunned, and instinctively said this sentence, but he didn't know that when he responded with this kind of rhetoric he was already hooked. Be bold and give an example. Bajian said to the 3rd generation with a face full of encouragement. According to the regulations of the Glory Merit Wall, we will record your most penultimate contribution and update it in real time. It's the rules, and you should know that maintaining a huge ninja village like Konoha is the main thing to be fair. So, please start your show. If you want to go to the wall, you can say your contribution. At the end of the first ninja war, the old man and the 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobirama went to the Land of Thunder to negotiate. Everything went well originally, but the golden horn and the silver horn suddenly appeared. At that time, the old man stood up and offered to stop it. On his face, Sarutobi said fully in midterm, sure enough, this one came out. Bajian sneered and tilted his head. Then have you broken your back? Did you stop then? What is the old man? No, At this moment the three generations felt the maliciousness of Lie 397 Ye Bajian. Yes, in the end he didn't stop. That's not true. But rising Yuhi's face, Sarutobi was embarrassed for a while. Oh, that's a pity. But sorry, no but. He knew what Sarutobi wanted to say, but because he wanted the courage to break up alone, he got the second generation of Shinchi and became the third generation of Konoha's Hokage. It was also the second generation who was blind and chose Sarutobi, but there was no way to choose him. In that case, the second generation could not find a more suitable candidate. But does this have anything to do with contribution? It's the second generation who died. If you use this on the wall, what should you write after Nadime's second Sama's name? Anything else? Bajian blinked and asked again. The old man led Konoha to win the second ninja war. Thinking about it, Sarutobi shouted proudly again. Then how many enemies did you kill in battle? I'll have them engraved on the numbers. How powerful the third generation Hokage, who was respected in the second ninja world war, really was. What am I, AEFI? That time he did not go to the frontline battlefield. Sarutobi was short of breath, staring at Yabajian. At this moment he wanted to bite the other party to death, but he was the third generation of Hokage of Konoha, and he must not turn his back on this matter. Otherwise, let alone the meritorious wall, if it spreads out, people will spit to saliva at home. It's a pity. Hachiken sighed and shook his head regretfully. You don't seem to have participated in the command from the rear. It's all due to the legendary Sanin on the front line. Yin and Yang. Bright and upright Yin and Yang. The third ninja war of the old man opened his mouth. The third generation just wanted to say that the third ninja war was won under his wise leadership, but the word still did not come out. The Hokage who really made a contribution to the third ninja war in front of him is staring at him, and he didn't forget how he abdicated as Hokage. Or was it because the leaders of the third ninja war were under pressure and gave Minato the position? It's too embarrassing to say this, but you want to use this to block the old man's name on the wall of merit. With a sneer, the three generations suddenly became proud. Indeed, the old man didn't go to the battlefield in person, but the legendary Sanin just said from your mouth is the apprentice taught by the old man, and Minato is also the grandson of the old man, and even you are the great-grandson of the old man. I taught talent for Konoha. You can do it. Awesome. Bajian couldn't help showing his thumb in admiration. But who is your grandson? Head. Bajian winked at Minato. Minato-sensei, can I betray Shimon? Puff. Minato couldn't hold back his laughter. The face was so unpredictable, but looking at his disciple's winking appearance, he knew that his purpose was not this. Bajian, why are you doing this? Just cooperate. Just don't scare me next time. You taste it carefully. Konoha Sani, commonly known as the Three Musketeers of Konoha's yellow gambling drug. The apprentice taught by your teacher's teacher left Konoha with a bad gamble. Another one who peeks at women's baths all day long and was even caught by me. There's one more thing left. Human experiments have killed how many good kids in Konoha? Without any reservation, he began to retire, and Bajian's disgusting face made the three generations feel a little nauseated. I would rather not wait for such a master. There is no need to say so. Minato smiled bitterly. He really didn't save face for the third generation as a disciple. Sarutobi quietly, and just by looking at the color of Yuhi's monkey-like butt, he knew that he was out of breath. In this way, the credit for teaching talents is gone. That's right, the people who teach Konoha's pornography, gambling and drug don't seem to have anything to show off. Orochimaru did do human experiment, but he was also the one I led the team to catch. Sandai retorted with the last of his strength. What about the other? Did you catch it? Bajian was too lazy to pretend to be that hypocritical, and looked at each other calmly. Understood. He's just playing with me. I am for Konoha. Yuhi's face rose, but he didn't know what to say to enumerate the credits he had done for Konoha. Protect the foundation. It doesn't seem to be guarded either. He also knows how badly Konoha was attrition in the third war. Go back and think about it. Think about it clearly. Come over and make it clear. Konoha glory wall of merit. Bastards are not welcome. Patting Sarutobi on the shoulder again, Bajian directly issued the order to evict the guest. Of course, he's not Hokage, but obviously the other party stayed here as completely self-inflicted humiliation. Holding a breath, Sarutobi, whose lungs almost exploded, turned around in humiliation, opened the door and walked out. Before he came, he didn't expect such a result at all. Face hurt. It was also swollen, but unfortunately he couldn't say a word to refute. Konoha over the years. What have you done? Closing the door to Hokage's office, Sarutobi's heart was beating wildly, but the words that suddenly came out from inside directly defeated his last line of defense. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard. Mr. Minato, the three generations wanted to go to the wall, and they had to go to the wall with great effort. Puff. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Sarutobi's head is buzzing. The old man swears. I must go to the wall of merit. Fifth more. Code wording. _ ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 91. Let you be the only Hokage to expand the territory. Let's get down to business. 3 generations have gone. Bajian was too lazy to pay attention to him. A bad old man was no threat to him. He has retired. No no matter what he has done before, it has nothing to do with himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really not eligible for something full of glory like the Wall of Merit. Minato is here. He has already given Sarutobi Hiruzen fate. There were some obscure things he didn't say. Example, why did the Senju family disappear? And why was Tsunade the only one left? The mystery is not a mystery at all. Integrate into Konoha. I'm sorry, no real big family want their bloodline to be infected by other infections and become impure. No matter how you integrate into it, you will leave a home. This is Bajian's own understanding. Whether history is really like this, it is estimated that Tsunade who left Konoha will know the specific situation. Besides, why didn't the Uzumaki clan perish without help? How did Hitaki Tsukumo die and so on? So in this regard, Bajian thinks that he has given Sarutobi Hiruzen enough aid. Hachiken wiped his Zanpakuto and looked at Minato. The appearance of the third generation here is just a small episode. Today, he is here to do business. What about Reikage? Back to seriousness. Minato is serious. Neat Shadow was caught by Bajian with him, but he gave all the credit to his disciple. This is nothing. A good teacher who is truly for the sake of his disciples will not care about these things. But how Reikage handled it made Minato a little troubled. Caught the shadow of a big ninja village. This is no small matter. Even if one is not careful, a real war will be ignited. From Konoha's point of view it's really good. But if the news spread, the country of thunder is bound to have turmoil, and other ninja villages who peep at the country of thunder will also take action. The situation in the ninja world will undergo earth-shaking changes. Konoha has just experienced the loss of the Third Ninja World War. If the Fourth World War is connected at this time, they may not have much to gain. So the existence of Reikage suddenly became a little hot. Of course, this is only Minato's own consideration, and because he is afraid that he will miss something, he will find Bajian to discuss it. Don't treat the disciple in front of you as a child. No child can vomit blood from Hokage. What are you in a hurry for? Aitor glanced at Minato suspiciously. To be honest, as soon as he entered the door, he realized that something was wrong with Minato. It's like that kind of thing. It's like I've caught someone and I'm sorry. I always feel that I owe Kumogakure village. Reikage. Minato was done. Don't you need to worry about this question? Aitor shook his head. Indeed, it is normal for a person like Little Sun to have such an attitude. Hokage anime countless times and knows that this affinity is the charm of Minato. But that is the enemy. The right thing to do is to be cold-blooded to the enemy. Of course, from the perspective of God, he can indeed say that these people lack the perception of the big picture. But after you integrate into this world, you will understand that the environment has destined their pattern to be limited. Therefore, those who pass through from the perspective of God are not qualified to arbitrarily judge others for being small. Because if you're really a normal ninja, you're not even as good as them. This point is very important. So Bajian won't say anything because of Minato's thoughts so that he can see the pattern clearly. That's not nutritious. A little, then let Minato think for himself, slowly thinking about the problem in another way. This is what he, standing in Hokage's shadow, should do. Teacher, it shouldn't be Konoha in a hurry. It's the village of Kumogakure. Said earnestly, the village of Kumogakure is more anxious than us because their Reikage cows have not died. So, whether other ninja villages learn the news and attack Kumogakure village, or Kumogakure village's fish die and the net break, it's just not good for Kumogakure village. And the village of Kumogakure, our enemy. You said that too. They are the enemy. The enemy is in a hurry. Why should we be in a hurry? Just wait slowly. As for Reikage's body, you don't have to worry about. I don't want him to die. He won't die. At most, it will be very painful. As enemies, we naturally owe them nothing, and the truth is on our side because they took the initiative to sneak into Konoha. Even if he was killed on the spot, there would never be any rumors of Konoha's rule. This world will only be afraid of the strong and the strong ninja village. Walking to Minato's eyes, seeing his thoughtful appearance, Bajian smiled. Also, don't you think Konoha is a little short of things right now? Missing something? Minato opened his mouth and suddenly thought of something. Lack of money. With a slap on the table, Minato's eyes lit up. Yeah, you have also seen Anbu's recuperation plan, which is also suitable for those Konoha ninjas who died in battle. Isn't the existence of Reikage just to make up for this? Triple pension, ninja training, military supply. Konoha is really short of money. The root cause is still caused by the 3 wars, and even the humbleness in front of the daimyo. Most of ninja village's economic sources are taxes and task reward, as well as the support of daimyo. Being humble in front of the daimyo means that the daimyo will give you as much as he is willing to give. This kind of humbleness is actually very unreasonable, but the reform comes step by step, and Bajian did not say, exchange Reikage for money. At least let Konoha catch his breath, and when everything returns to normal, this roaring first ninja village will definitely make the world feel terrified. There is myself, and there is Minato, Anbu, who has been carefully cultivated. If this can't help Konoha, the village will be destroyed. If possible, I will show you how to deal with prisoners of war when the negotiating team from the village of Kumogakure arrive. I believe that after this time, there is no need to find me for this kind of trouble. Blinking at Minato, Hachiken's eyes were filled with excitement. I always think you're going to mess up Kumogakure village. Seeing his disciple's malicious gaze, Minato shivered and said, not so much, at best with Konoha. Bajian smiled honestly. I want my teacher to be, for Konoha, the only Hokage to expand the territory of the first ninja village that has existed for decades. This moment, Minato's eyes changed. Well, the sick is delivered. If the problem is updated, there will be a wave of eclosion. I've been feeling unwell recently, so I only change 6 times a day, and during the outbreak period, I'll change more than 10 times a day. Readers, please rest assured. Chapter 92. Can you be his brother? After Bajian finished speaking, the atmosphere in the huge Hokage office suddenly became quiet. Minato stared blankly at the boy in front of him. To be the first Hokage to expand for Konoha. Konoha, stagnant for decades. It sounds hard, but think about it for yourself and find out that the truth. A total of 3 ninja wars. What Konoha gained and what was lost? This is a thought-provoking question. Maybe the first ninja war and the third ninja war were forced to start, but in the second ninja war, Konoha consumed so much and still did not get a real victory. Even with all my might, I can't defeat the village of Omegakure. Expansion of territory. For this village that has been settled for decades, it will be a great achievement recorded in history. But the 8th Lord, slowly raising his head, Minato's eyes have sobered from the shock, and the boy in front of him has walked towards the door of Hokage's office with a knife in hand. 8th Lord, that's not what teachers want. Just watch you grow. Watch you change Konoha. Watch you change the whole ninja world. These have satisfied him. Whatever you get in the process is your contribution. Just look at you like this. When you grow up thoroughly, I will give you everything that O4 protect. Teacher, there is only such an idea. Those honors belong to you. 8th Lord. When the boy's footsteps were about to step out of the office door, Minato's off voice came over. Turning his head to the side, the young man turned his head in confusion. When Naruto is born, can you be his brother? With hope, Minato uttered a sentence that had been buried in his heart for a long time. When Naruto comes out, can you be his brother? This sentence is very tactful, but the meaning is not limited to the surface. Naruto's brother is an identity, and another identity is Minato's child. Minato has seen Ye Bajian's information countless times. Whenever I see the orphan in my identity, I can't help but feel sad for Bajian. It is difficult for a child like Bajian to really get into his heart, which Minato knows very well. No parent, no one to depend on since childhood. Only Itachi except Anko. That's why he was so good to Itachi. Little by little, let this child recognize himself. Let him know he is not alone. Until now, although the time to really understand it is not long, but they seem to have known each other for a long time. Now, it's time to say that. To make up for his regret. Say what should be said when he needs encouragement, even if it only make him feel a little warmer. Stop at the door. 8th Lord seemed to be stunned. Naruto's name is based on a protagonist in Mr. Jiraiya's novel. Minato wants Naruto to grow up to be a great ninja like Jiraiya, so he wasn't surprised when Minato called out Naruto. The identity of Naruto's brother is not the reason why he stopped. He understood what Minato said, but no one ever told him that. Still not working. Minato smiled bitterly. Actually, I'm worried that Naruto doesn't have a partner by his side. I'm afraid he'll be lonely and nothing else. If you don't want to, Gollum. Liquor in throat. 8 Swords raised the wine gourd and sullenly turned around. Yuhi color in the corner of the eye is spicy or choke. It looks a bit worried. Good, but Mr. Minato, remember to add 2 extra pairs of bowls and chopsticks at home. Also, Anko's cooking is pretty unpalatable, and if she cooperates with your wife, our stomachs will probably explode in place. He agreed. Minato opened his mouth to say something, but the boy at the door had already left. There is no need to talk too much between teachers and students. 8 Swords should think so. But the words of father and son. Minato shook his head and sighed, and the smile of the little sun sign appeared on his face again. There will be that day. Konoha, on the doorstep of Sarutobi's house, a slightly decadent figure was walking towards the house, but when he was about to enter, a figure stood in front of him. Danzo. Looking up, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were a little surprised. The old man is gone for days. Sarutobi, Konoha's wall of glory should have my name on it. Good guy. Good for you. Unexpectedly, Danzo also had an idea for the name on it, but I didn't go up. Do you think you can do it? I'm not in charge of this matter, and I'm not even qualified to go up, Sarutobi said with a cold face. Konoha Merit Wall. Perhaps this Konoha, the more iconic place to admire is the Hokage Rock, but that can only mean that you have been Hokage. Nothing more. But the Merit Wall is different. It is located in the center of the whole village. Every day, villagers go up to take a look. Heroic deeds and sight. More intuitive than Hokage Rock. Aren't you on the wall? Danzo glanced at his old buddy in surprise, but the corners of his mouth showed a little mockery. Yeah, I feel like you don't deserve it too. The whole Konoha is probably the one who despises Sarutobi the most, and even now he still feels that if he had took the initiative to stand up and the Hokage position was his, but that is is likely the case. When the chase was coming, Danzo stepped forward. Then the second generation Hokage patted Danzo's shoulder with relief. Okay Danzo, Konoha will remember you. You go. Monkey, let go back to the village. Second generation can't see how much Danzo is. He is not that blind. Ambition can be seen in his eye. Danzo is not as good as Sarutobi in terms of strength or 180 ability. The second generation understands this. The final break is probably just the final test for Sarutobi. I can't go up. Can you go up? Just give an example of what you did for Konoha. Sarutobi stroked his beard and suddenly realized that he wasn't upset either. He still has a chance in the future, but the old guy in front of him has never played in this light. Thinking of this, a subtle sense of superiority suddenly appeared in his heart. This old man has done a lot for Konoha. Danzo said disdainfully. Be bold. For example, if you can tell me, I'll go to the Hokage office to discuss with Minato right away. Sarutobi looked kind, and he wanted to see his old buddy shrivel. Do you really dare to be an old man? Although it is true that those credits cannot be engraved on the merit wall, they are also credit. He's not stupid. He understands that those things can't be engraved, but he must let the villagers know in disguise that he cares about the contribution of the village. Just a little touch-up is no big deal. His neck proudly. Danzo opened his mouth. The old man established the route, hiding in the darkness of Konoha to guard the village, putting an end to everything in the village. Possible threat. Hatake Tsukumo. His strength and prestige exceeded the limit, so he died. And, why are you gagging me? Sarutobi, are you crazy? First more. Code wording. Chapter 93. Remember, now you're just a bargaining chip at the negotiating table. It's October. The warmth of summer has not yet passed. Walking on the bustling streets of Konoha, all the lively scene around was skipped. Residents seemed to have long been accustomed to the Konoha village. The young man who walked through the village with a knife and a drink. Unlike the initial surprise and doubt, at this moment there was respect in their eye. The Konoha glory wall of merit made them remember this teenager completely. It was him who guarded the village while he was asleep. This age needs heroes, and Konoha, the most important thing, is the hero. Hachiken's heart was at peace, and the waves he received from Namikaze Minato have slowly disappeared. Are you fully integrated into this world? I guess so. If there are a few more people to eat together, it should not feel bad. Looking up, for some reason he found himself in the central square of Konoha, and in front of the 8 swords is the new competition method he created, the Wall of Glory and Merit. But now, there is only his name on it. Shaking his head, Bajian did not have the habit of observing his own deeds and was about to leave, but his eyes suddenly swept to the figure standing beside him. What are you looking at? He walked straight over and patted the other's back. Bajian said, Shao, that is, you can approach me so quietly. Kakashi turned around with a wry smile. To be honest, these days when he teamed up with Bajian, he had already changed from shock to numbness, especially this way of really hiding his breath and sensing the breath of others. Really scary. The code name of Owl. In the Night Owl team, only Kakashi is still calling all the time. It seems that he also likes birds like Owl, extremely vicious, and has no reservations about everything that is close. This is simply not appropriate to Bajian's character. Looked at Kakashi, and then at the Wall of Glory and Merit in front of him. Here is the third category of the Wall of Merit, the Monument of Heroic Soul. If nothing else, it will be filled with the names of ninjas who died for Konoha recently. I know everything about your father. Wine gourd to Kakashi, Hachiken suddenly said. Needless to say, it is estimated that because of the appearance of the Heroic Soul Monument, Kakashi thought about what had happened to him. Having experienced it personally and understood White Fang, he has long since stopped complaining about his father. Not to mention, he also felt that kind of temperament from Bajian, and even heard the same word. Ninjas who do not follow the rules and perform their tasks are scum, but those who do not value their companions are not even scum. This has become a line of his every ninja creed. But father, glancing at the Heroic Soul Monument in front of him, Kakashi gave a wry smile. White Fang's death was not honorable, so it is estimated that the monument of the Heroic Soul will not be able to go up, and Kakashi will never argue for his father just because he is friends with Hachiken. He's not like that. It's not necessary either. He knew in his heart what kind of person the father he respected was. If his father cannot be remembered, then he will inherit his father's will and leave his mark on it. This is Kadian's own way of living. Don't worry, White Fang is a hero. Try to appear here. Since it's the hero of Konoha, there's no reason to forget it over time, and those that should be cleaned up will be cleaned up sooner or later. It's just useful to keep them for now. Finally, with a symbolic punch to Kakashi's chest, Hachiken turned and left, and the words he said when he left at the end left Kakashi a little confused. Useful for now. Who is he talking about? Shaking his head, Kakashi didn't think too much, and suddenly thought of something when he patted his head. Almost forgot. Shao, Xingying has woken up and said he wanted to see you. Konoha Hospital. After Tsunade, one of the Sanins, left the village, Konoha's medical level began to plummet. No really good medical ninja has come forward after Tsunade either. It down, but not bad either. Compared with other villages, it is even at a leading level. It's just that Haken felt that Tsunade wasn't there. In the intensive care unit, the ground was in a mess, and the medicine bottle with visible spiritual drip was shattered. Breakage at this time is very similar to Killer Bee lying in Kumogakure village. The breath was chaotic, and the whole body was in unbearable pain as if being eaten by ants. I want to extract chakra from my body, but I find that every time I have this idea, the discomfort will increase. Can't rebound. The old man lost to a kid, trembling as he squeezed the sheet. Breakage was fury. Plan failed completely, and he even became a prisoner like Yugito. He had never felt this kind of bullying before. Even if you die at the moment of battle, it will be 10,000 times better than now. It's a pity that he can't even commit suicide now. Brows furrowed. Ying effortlessly tilted his head. The door of the ward was suddenly open, and two figures walked in slowly. And that one is the kid who disrupted his plan. Now he has understood the situation, and that there was a problem with the key of the barrier that Azabui brought out from Konoha, and Konoha didn't send anyone to guard it. The reason is simple. Konoha's 4th generation Hokage arrived wearing short. No shadow will choose that outfit when performing a mission. So, it was this kid who noticed the patrol. How strong is his perception? Muscles were tense, and beads of sweat fell from his forehead. Reikage struggled to sit up with all his strength. Reikage is Reikage. This will alone cannot be compared by ordinary people. Have something to do with me. Hachiken hugged his shoulders and handed Zanpakuto to Kakashi next to him for him to carry. This flattered. Kakashi took Zanpakuto and shivered. He saw with his own eyes the scene of the knife killing itself. Fortunately, after taking the knife, there was no such scene except that it felt heavy. Sigh of relief. Kakashi smiled shyly. The royal knife bearer. This identity is also good. Of course, the 8 swords of the knife-wielding man had never been thought of. He just felt that the ward was using them. Not open. Let Kakashi have a sense of presence by the way, always thinking about his father. White Fang's affair. Konoha's internal affairs. He has his own arrangement. It won't be long before the village becomes ironclad. Let him get out. To Zhao Zhao, sitting up straight, has consumed all of Reikage's physical strength, and his voice is so beautiful. Looking at Kakashi, he said, yes, you really belong, so why should I come in? I just got a job to do. Kakashi smiled bitterly and wanted to go out. He never liked to get in the way of others. Situation estimated that Reikage had something important to tell Xiao Xiao, and he was not qualified to mix with him. No need for Han. Threw out a sentence. Bajian stepped on the hospital bed with one foot and looked right at Reikage. He is my friend and more important to me than you. In addition, please remember that you are only a bargaining chip at the negotiating table, and you are not qualified to make condition, let alone a bargaining chip. No right to scare people. Gradually squeezed Reikage's neck with one hand, and Bajian's ill will erupted violently without warning. I heard that when you just came over, you scared the medical ninja who gave you the injection, and knocked over the bottle of medicine. Come down and wipe the ground for Lao Su, or you will unload your thigh. Second more. Code wording. Chapter 94. This is not the Konoha you think. Is he pretending? No. And a captive outfit it would just appear to have no power. Bajian squeezed his neck and forced him to clean up just because the other party knocked over the bottle of medicine. This is Konoha village. No matter how the previous Konohas treated their captive, how they treated their enemy, or what happened in this land. For example, how servile the ancestors were, and even said that when the 5 shadows were talking, they would salute people in public. It has nothing to do with Bajian, and he can't control it either. Used to Reikage's identity, it was normal for I, who suddenly became a prisoner, to want to vent his anger. These other shinobi shadows consciously classify Konoha as weak. Even from the time Senju Hashirama bowed her head to the other 4 shadows, those people have despised you. Relying on mutual understanding to achieve peace is the most ridiculous lie in the world. You can only trust the weapons in your hand. That is the most effective way of peace. Just like now, in front of him no one can stand here and show off their power. This is a brand new Konoha village, controlled by the Konoha he hides in the shadow of Hokage. Reforms are beginning. The servile appearance of the child will also take on a new look. 970 Konoha has changed. Without realizing this, I look at Konoha in the same way as before, and even dare to throw things on the land of Konoha. Packing the ground is light. If it weren't for him, he would have killed the man in front of him. Also a prisoner, Niyugito is much more interesting than needing shadows. When she came back, she realized that she couldn't struggle and couldn't resist, so she quieted down and served beside Hachiken and became the queen's maid. There is no such thing as different treatment of male and female prisoner. It's all up to you to deny your identity. Konoha let you breathe, gave you injections and medicines but you didn't appreciate it, give you face but not faith. Then don't blame Bajian for being rude. This is not the weak Konoha you remember. Kid, I'm Reikage. With endless anger in his eyes, Reikage, who couldn't move, tried his best to squeeze a word out of his throat. He is Reikage. It's impossible to get him to obey the other's orders and do what a handyman does. Gaba. There is no extra nonsense. Just less than a second, there is a crisp sound from Reikage's tap. If you say take off your leg, take off your leg. For the the enemy, he will have no mercy. Kakashi's heart jumped beside him, and there was a little more admiration in his eye. Yes, he is Reikage. Even if they were prisoners, most people would not dare to do so. Neither does Minato-sensei. But Xiao dared, and he didn't hesitate at all. Matter what your status is, you have to pay for being wild in Konoha. Reikage, who has inherited the will of thunder, is still unyielding. Even when the bone broke, it was just a groan. The 5 major ninja villages, each shadow has its own will, and Reikage is no exception. Little devil, I'm Reikage. Do you have the patience for that? Pain made Reikage more awake. Even his original purpose of looking for this kid was one step closer. The world, there are only those who need to die in battle, and there is no Reikage who yields. He is of Kumogakure village. Never give in. You'd better kill me. His chest was heaving, but Reikage at the moment made Bajian feel a little more appreciation in his heart. The kind of admiration between opponents. Perhaps this kind of temperament is worthy of the title of Shengying. I know you want to die. Bajian showed a strange smile. But Yugito also wanted to die when he first came. Do you want to know what I said to her? I told her that if she dared to try, I would let her watch me cut one after another with my own eye off the heads of everyone in Kumogakure village. Remember, it's everyone. Please trust me, Mr. Shadow. I can definitely do this. I'm not afraid to tell you that you need to be a shadow first. I know Orochimaru, who specializes in resurrection and longevity. Even if you forcibly commit suicide, I can still resurrect you and let you watch that scene. Reach out. AEBH sword come. Kakashi's embrace lightly. Zanpakuto has been supported by the neck of the shadow. Give you 2 options. First, clear the ground for a while, and wait until the ninjas from Kumogakure village come. Second, I will kill you now and resurrect you, and then let you watch your people get beheaded. Head. 3 seconds. Please choose one. When Bajian finished speaking in one breath, Ying's facial expression changed dramatically. Indifferent, disdain, shock to anger. He couldn't figure out why a kid could say such a thing. How did he figure out such a ruthless mean? For Xie Ying, he can beat the physical torture, but the mental torture is not to resist it. He doesn't know if the resurrection technique that the other party said exists, but as Reikage, he must not use the whole village. Gamble with your life. Quote 3. Zanpakuto tightly. Bajian's eyes are full of murderous intent, as if he will slash Reikage with force in the next second. I choose one. You are a fucking devil. A roar completely broke the suppressed atmosphere in the ward. Reikage struggled and fell to the ground, using the only hand left to pick up the broken bottles and jars. In the end he still lost. Strenuous. Back Zanpakuto. Hachiken turned around and wanted to leave, but Reikage on the ground suddenly calmed down, and he seemed to see a lot when the cow died. Little brat, I admit you're more aggressive than Hokage of all ages. They don't feel that ruthless. But do you want to know why can I open your Konoha's enchantment, and how do I get around it? Did you unknowingly come to Konoha through your fire defense line? The road to death has been blocked. Then it will definitely enter the negotiation stage, and the already appointed Yingying will not resist anything, and can only choose in the next negotiation, giving Kumogakure village a bigger stake. That scroll is one of the chip. If he is Hokage from Konoha, must be wondering who the inner ghost is. As long as the other party is curious, then some disadvantages can be saved when negotiating. This is what Reikage is thinking at the moment. You don't think I know who it is? Crouching in front of Xingying, Bajian raised his eyebrows and said lightly, he knows. I was done. This is impossible. Why you haven't changed Konoha's enchantment yet? Why not prepare for an ambush in advance? Impossible. He is lying to me. Let a garbage release some news that I want to release, and then use those news to gain some favorable resources, such as letting you appear here. After that person has completely lost the value of youth, I am going to publicize what he has done. When kill him in front of everyone. Reikage, do you think I'm doing the right thing? At this moment, a cold chill filled the entire room. Reikage, silent. Third more. Code word ing. Minato will not die. Please rest assured. There are typos. The little author will check each chapter several times. Again, sorry. Chapter 95. I will always be behind you. Azabuye-sama, is it necessary to be so anxious? Konoha's situation has not been reported yet. If we rush over, will it disrupt the plan of Mr. Yingying? You didn't see how proud the ninjas in Konoha were just now. I really want to go up and give them 2 slaps. Konoha, from the border of the land of fire, a group of people was advancing rapidly, and Azabuye's anxious face was getting stronger and stronger. Samui, who was traveling with her, frowned in confusion. Didn't they just come back from Konoha not long ago? Even if you go again as a negotiating team, it is estimated that there will be no good result. Just looking at Konoha's tough attitude is a bit depressing. Speed up, and in this negotiation, if you talk nonsense like this, you will be charged with a village sentence. Without explaining anything to Samui, Azabuye shouted to the ninjas in the back again. She is in a hurry. Can you be in a hurry? It's been 3 days, but there's no news at all. If all goes well, I'm afraid they have all returned to Kumogakure village. However, until now, there has been no movement there. There is only one reason to explain. That what happened to Reikage. Reikage is not in Kumogakure village. The whole village has lost its brains and flag. It's fine for 3 days. days. If it continues to drag on and it is found that something is wrong, I am afraid chaos will follow. The shadow of a village is so important. What's even more terrifying is that if the news that there is really a problem with the shadow is discovered by other ninja villages, the war will follow. No doubt this is the inevitable result. The main thing is that there isn't even a single person in the village to take Raikage. Slate. Lord Killer Bee counts as one, but now he is still lying on the bed with a scary low combat power. Can such a Kumogakure village use to fight a war that may break out at any time? There was only one choice in front of Mabui. That is to quickly go to Konoha to confirm the situation, at least to know if the current Raikage-sama is still alive, and then make the worst plan. Now the top of the Kumogakure village is on level 1 readiness and ready to react. I can only hope that Lord Raikage is safe and sound. With a wry smile, Mabui shook her head, and now she suddenly regretted giving the scroll to Raikage. What if that was a Konoha conspiracy? Going further down, she no longer dared to think about it. The serious Azabui made the team members swallow their saliva, and quickly followed the footsteps and continued forward. As Sasuke coming out soon, Konoha Hospital. Aitor stared at Uchiha Makoto's belly curiously. Close to her due date, so Makoto has been in the hospital always ready. As Itachi's friend, he should come to the hospital to have a look. Itachi, like the members of Anbu, is receiving special training and getting stronger every day, so there will be less time to spend with my mother. Moreover, Fugaku was also dealing with the affairs of the family, so he was too busy to attend to the hospital. Well, the doctor said, it probably very soon. Makoto's face glowed with motherhood, and she was a great woman at this moment. But if it called this name, are you sure the 3 generations of Hokage are okay with it? Bajian raised his brow. As far as he knew, Sarutobi Hiruzen's father was called Sarutobi Sasuke. Isn't this disguised as saying that the 3 generations are the grandsons of the patriarch of their Uchiha clan? Therefore, Uchiha's destruction is not wrong. Use his father's name as his own son. Who are you not destroying? Of course, the degree of confusion in the relationship in the second dimension may not be understood by his 8 sword. Fugaku said that he had said hello to the 3rd generation, so there should be no problem. Makoto stroked his stomach with one hand and rubbed the boy's head with the other. Hachiken. The usual training should not be too hard. In Auntie's eyes, you and Itachi are still children. The boy didn't reject Makoto's hand, and he touched the opponent's liver without any blasphemy in his eye. Mother is great. Those nasty thoughts won't appear here, but a joke is a joke. The fundamental problem of the genocide of the Uchiha clan has not yet been dealt with by the 8 sword. That's right, the Uchiha family does have a problem, and the problem is serious. On this basis, they can easily lead to bad consequences without the trust of Konoha. So how to lead Uchiha is the top priority. But now this time is the eve of the Kyuubi, 9 Tails, upheaval to the Uchiha clan and the Konoha. The friction is not as big as imagined, and everything can be changed. Sasuke is about to be born, and Naruto is not long after. The difference is that he became Naruto's brother. Then if Sasuke and Naruto fight in the future, will I help Naruto fight Sasuke, or help Sasuke fight Naruto, or help Sasuke fight Itachi, or help Itachi when he fights Naruto, or Sasuke and Naruto beat them and find a place to rest and eat grilled? Just look at the meat. Kind of messed up. Byakugan. Bajian is too lazy to think about those problems. Fate has changed. Let's talk about it when the time comes. If it really doesn't work, beat Naruto, Sasuke and Itachi one by one. His eyes lit up, and Bajian felt that the last idea was really good, but he could try it. What is this kid thinking? Makoto looked at Bajian suspiciously, and from the way this child looked at his stomach, he always felt that something was wrong. It's not that simple. There is always a feeling of your child to be embarrassed. Or 2 children. Women in this period have a premonition that is outrageous. Master Minister, the Kumogakure village messengers have arrived, and Master Hokage wants you to come. Woo. The door, and Anbu ninja walked in respectfully. This is the 8 sword sent to protect Uchiha Makoto. It is not easy for Makoto with a big belly. Of course, he wouldn't be like the Konoha elders who don't even give money. It will not force the other party to perform such a task. Got it. Taking a deep breath, Bajian stood up and looked at Makoto. Auntie, I'm going to deal with something. You more. Take break. This child is still so polite. Makoto nodded gently. To be honest, she was really happy that Itachi had such a friend. Bajian, according to what you said, this time the negotiation is fully handed over to you. Inside the office, Minato patted Bajian on the shoulder and said, I don't have any requirements for you. Just implement it according to your ideas. Don't worry that someone will make irresponsible remarks about you. Even if the result is not satisfactory, don't be afraid. Be bold to do it. Remember, I will always be behind you to support you. 4th update. Code wording. Chapter 96. Before this night, it was Konoha. At the end of summer, gusts of hot wind always make people want to find a cool place to rest. If you can eat an old popsicle, it should be more comfortable. In Konoha Square, 2 chairs were placed on both sides of an ordinary rectangular table. There was a young man sitting on one side, and he was very happy happy to eat popsicle. In the opposite direction, Azabui, who was originally dark in color, was sweating wildly on his forehead under the scorching sun. Raising her head and looking at the person opposite, Mabuyi bit Kiba. The person in charge of the negotiation is not Hokage, who was in Hokage's office before with a big knife. At this moment, his big knife was being held by the white-haired man behind him, and the white-haired man beside him was a lineup that puzzled her. The fourth generation Hokage Namikaze Minato. Needless to say, the remaining few, if she guessed correctly, are members of the Night Owl Squad, as Hokage, but standing behind others. 1-0. And further down, it was the Konoha elder, the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, two Hokage advisors, Homura Mitokado, and the transfer boy with the arm attached, Shimura Danzo. The atmosphere is a little weird, the whole village high level standing behind. Only that kid was sitting across from him eating an old popsicle. Is this still Konoha? Azabui licked his chapped lip. To be honest, she was eager to ask how Konoha learned how to entertain. Anyway, let's get her one too, right? In fact, Bajian is also a little helpless. Until just now, he thought that Minato's sentence "I will stand behind you" was just to give himself courage and confidence. Who knew he was really standing and then pushed him to the negotiating table in front of everyone. Hit teacher. Turning back and complaining, he glanced at Minato with an encouraging face and Hachik sighed. The negotiating team in Kumogakure village is already in place. Now he can't push Minato to sit again, because the negotiations have already begun. As for the last few old thing, Bajian didn't feel that the other party was coming back at first, because it has nothing to do with them anyway. Unless I came here to watch the fun, to watch myself come out, and then to take back some of my power. This kind of psychology is not difficult to ponder. There's certainly no substantial dissolution of Danzo's root, but the actions certainly aren't as blatant as they used to be. It is estimated that the three generations are here to take credit, see if they can help, and then go to the wall. 2. Consultant. There is still a fate, which Bajian did not expect. Recently, Minato has promoted a new batch of Konoha cadre. It is estimated that he is dissatisfied with the loss of authority and wants to take this opportunity to re-upgrade. So, since you came here with this mentality, and you were not invited, then you should stand honestly. The chair belongs only to the two negotiators. Ye Bajian, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Taking a deep breath, Mabuyi spoke. Although the atmosphere is depressing, the negotiations are still going on. At this moment, she still doesn't know if something happened to Reiki. The reason for this negotiation is to settle the border war. Everything has to be tested. After biting Kiba, Mabuyi didn't care about Bajian's request for a popsicle and took out a scroll. It is clearly written that this is the biggest concession of Kumogakure village and it is ready before coming to Konoha. Throwing the scroll from the side of the table to the 8 sword, Azabui looked serious. Since you are in charge of this matter, these are the truce conditions given by Kumogakure village. If you can, then I'm not in the Kabuto circle anymore. Clack. He was still talking, but Mabuyi was extremely angry that the kid in front of him threw the thing to the ground without even looking at the contents of the scroll. Insult. Naked insult. As a negotiating team, people are so irresponsible. Yebajian, this is not our Konoha's hospitality. Twitch. Homura Mitokado, who was just about to open his mouth to find fault, did not dare to say anything. The knife was less than a millimeter away from him. The bloody odor above was clearly smelled. You should be thankful that I am negotiating, otherwise your head would have been separate. Eating a popsicle, Bajian snapped his fingers at Zanpakuto. The knife reinserted into the ground as if it had its own soul. Edgeworth. Royal sword. What is this ability? Everyone trembled, obviously taken aback by the sudden change. Either shut up and don't let me hear anything from you next, not even farting. Go away or die. You can do it yourself. After speaking without looking back, Bajian looked at Mabuyi again. What he just said was the truth. If it wasn't for the presence of outsiders in the negotiation, Homura Mitokado's head would have been split. The ugliness cannot be made public. The truth is that it is always a little disgusting to be seen by others of internal discord, but he swore that if the other side pressed him again, he would definitely cut off his head. Minato. The next 3 generations frowned and seemed to want to say something. 3 generations of adult. Bajian is solely responsible for this matter. I believe him. Minato shook his head for him to stop talking. Attitude is here. Like Bajian, he didn't expect these people to come. It was awkward for him to assert himself without an invitation. Wouldn't it be nice to be honest in this situation? I believe in him, just because he is my child. Minato looked at the figure and nodded. His breath is already there. With that knife just now, Minato really thought that the 8 swords would cut straight down. Although he doesn't like Homura Mitokado either, but at the moment the other party's identity is still a Hokage consultant. Hokage consultants to death in front of outsiders is not good for Bajian's reputation after all. Off the court, or when the negotiating team leaves, Konoha can clean up the other side. Now is not the time. Fortunately, the boy's growth made him happy. That's the power of the shadow. Okay, Mabuyi. Throwing away the popsicle, Hachiken snapped his fingers at Itachi behind him. The latter got the order and walked over quickly, and then calmly placed a place on the table above, marking the border between the land of fire and the land of thunder. I'm not a man to be careful, so let's be honest. Breakage was caught by me and Mr. Minato. 5.2. You want to take him back? Yes. Slowly standing up, Bajian picked up his sword again and jumped onto the table. Then, under Azabui's terrified eye, he inserted Zanpakuto into a certain position and said 8 words. Before this night, it was Konoha. He wants to let the land of thunder seed the land. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Does he know what that means? Azabui stretched out his fingers with trembling all over his body. What are you talking about? Repeat. Are you deaf? Bajian sneered and moved the knife forward again. Before this night, it was Konoha. And remember, it's Konoha, not the land of fire. 5th more. Looking for a wave of monthly passes. The little author has hit the monthly pass list. Thank you. Code wording. Chapter 97. I'm standing here. Konoha is the first ninja village. Before this night, was it Konoha? Is it Konoha, not the land of fire? OMG. How big are your ambitions? Mabuyi was short of breath. The previous 8 words only made her feel angry and humiliated. But after hearing the words after now, she trembled all over. The old duff at the back. Even Minato moved his lips involuntarily to say something, but finally held back. Bajian is negotiating. Asking him questions at this time will only interrupt his train of thought. With a wry smile, Minato shook his head. It turned out that this was the plan of the 8 sword. Just saying this, isn't the impact a bit too big? Don't look back. Those old stubborn ones are probably already stupid. Since the establishment of Shinobi Village, the country and the village have formed a relationship of mutual dependence. After decades of precipitation, this relationship has moved from a level to an imperceptible subordinate. Even the change of Hokage needs the approval of the daimyo. The reason is very simple. Ninja Village needs the support of the state, and it needs the material and money of the state. The development of Konoha cannot be stabilized by tasks and taxes alone. This is clear when Minato of Hokage 04. It is no exaggeration to say that without the support of the daimyo and the state, there will be no money to run the village for a month. This is enough to see the importance of state support, and frequently giving money to Ninja Village. The daimyo also regarded the military force of Ninja Village as a thug, and the existence of security quality, and regarded himself as the Gold Master. The Gold Master and the thug are the relationship between the top and the bottom. While Hokage never admit this, it is what it is. Level. He has seen with his own eyes the humble appearance of the 3rd generation of adults when they took over the supplies from the daimyo. This kind of relationship, I am afraid Bajian has already noticed. Even future changes will turn the relationship around. Minato is very smart. He thought of a lot of things in an instant, and also thought of the heart of Baji. Why should a powerful ninja bow down to the daimyo? Think more. Giving money to develop. No, the name of the money you paid is the protection fee. Standing on the table, looking at the stunned Mabuyi, Bajian tilted his head. It is estimated that the stimulation to her is large enough at once, and it will take time to digest. But back to digestion, and the meaning of the latter words is not important to Kumogakure village. The first 8 words were what he wanted. Looking at the stunned Mabuyi, Hachiken nodded to Kakashi in the distance. The latter's comprehension will disappear in an instant. When he reappeared a few minutes later, 2 Anbu carrying a stretcher were walking slowly behind him, and above that stretcher is the 4th generation Reikage with a broken leg and a broken hand. He is still very weak, but his complexion is much better than before, because Bajian has already controlled the dead soul under the knife to temporarily stop torturing the opponent. Anything, he's not interested in killing Reikage directly. Reikage was more valuable alive than he was dead. Moreover, the existence of the dead soul under the knife allows him to control the fate of the opponent at any time. At this moment, the village of Kumogakure has lost all threat to Konoha. Sir Reikage. Seeing Reikage on the stretcher, Mabuyi anxiously wanted to say something, but in the end Reikage shook his head. With a wry smile, Ying struggled to sit up from the stretcher and looked at Ye Bajian. You taught me a new way of negotiating. On the way here, he had already learned the terms of this negotiation from Kakashi's mouth. From anger, to full of shame, to shaking his head with a wry smile. Along the way, he has experienced all the negative emotions in all his life. But now, he has calmed down. What is the use of anger? With his physical condition, there is no certainty that he will fight back in this situation. Humiliation. Really humiliating. But the reality is so cruel. If the winner is him, if he can think of asking for land, he should also act. Unfortunately, he didn't dare. Because he lacked the ruthlessness of that kid. What he said was different from the ruthlessness of all other Hokage. The kind of ruthlessness that is unacceptable to the enemy. Ye Bajian, you should know. I can't control this kind of thing. Moment of thought. Reikage said with a sigh. I know. Bajian jumped off the table, walked to the stretcher and patted his shoulder with a smile on his face. But I also know that you can persuade the daimyo of the country of need to accept the condition. Of course, there are all these besides the land. Pulling out a list from his arm, Bajian pointed. The terrifying amount of compensation and the amount of materials on it made Reikage's head explode, and he couldn't hold back for a while. while and even spurted out a mouthful of blood. Don't be in a hurry to spurt blood. Put the list into Raikage's arm. Bajian sighed. Don't ask for her way. She is my kitty from today on, understand? The old man can't do it. Raikage trembled and said hoarsely, you can do it, or I'll get it myself. Head in front of Raikage. Bajian's pupils gradually shrank. Remember, if I take it myself, it won't be enough for me. And you forgot something more important. The place of negotiation is the central square of Konoha. I don't know if someone will leak the news of your serious injury. Onoki should be very interested in Kumogakure village. If you don't go back to Kumogakure village again. Leak news. I am seriously injured. Kira 880 is still in bed. I promise. The struggle in his eyes disappeared instantly, and he shouted 3 words hoarsely, and then he couldn't control the repressed emotions in his heart and fainted. Mission completed. Standing up, Bajian breathed a sigh of relief and looked around. At this moment, everyone's eyes are focused on this young man. He has accomplished what everyone, including Hokage, has not accomplished. From today onward, his achievements will be shrouded in history. That Konoha's biggest credit aside from building the village. His chest bulged lightly. Zanpakuto, who was stuck on the ground, seemed to feel his master's emotions falling into his hand. The teenager pointed to the sky with a knife in one hand and looked at the stupid negotiating team in Kumogakure village. This is the price to pay for offending the current Konoha. Listen to me. As long as I'm standing here, Konoha, the first ninja village. Sick. The outbreak time starts tomorrow, because tomorrow is recommended to change the list whether there is a recommendation for tomorrow. From now on, there will be 10 or 5 2-in-1 chapters every day. The protagonist doesn't recognize his father and doesn't care about Minato calling his father's father. Readers can rest assured. It's just the kind of affection I've ever experienced. It's like having a meal with a family. Maybe the author didn't describe it clearly. Sorry. Chapter 98. To you the name of Konoha Kenpachi. The whole place was silent. In the center of Konoha, this huge square is extremely silent at the moment. The only thing that could be heard was the words that were still echoing in the air. I'm standing here. Konoha is the first ninja village. First ninja village. How many years? How many years? No one in Konoha would say such a thing so hard. First ninja village. Such a familiar and unfamiliar name. Maybe only in private will I still proudly tell others that Konoha is the first ninja village. Since the death of Senju Hashirama and the 3 ninja wars broke out, this title has existed in name only. And now, the young man announced in front of everyone that the former number 1 ninja village had awakened. Focusing on the not tall figure on the field, I never thought that Konoha would have this day. Proudly tell others that we are the number 1 ninja village. This is a veritable number 1 ninja village, not a fake with a swollen face and a fat man. 8 Sword-kun. Outside the square, the voice of the boy still reverberated. Many villagers and ninjas gathered here. Although they did not have the right to go to the negotiating table, they were still watching because of some curiosity. And the purple-haired girl stroked the necklace that came out of her neck. This was a small gift from Bajian when she returned from a mission for the first time. At this moment, he is in the spotlight. So bright. Just look at him like this. Just like that. Jien sang. Itachi looked at the man. There was no extra color in his eyes, and he followed his shadow as always, and he was willing to do so. Kakashi-senpai, is this the distinctive charisma you're talking about? I guess I get it. Yamato in the distance stared at this scene in a daze. This kind of temperament will make the people around you involuntarily approach and send letters. Just in that second, he could clearly feel the blood boiling in his heart. Born in the root, he has been brainwashed by Danzo since he was a child, and he has always believed that the ruthless life hidden in the dark is the correct way to protect the village. But now, he understands. Even standing here enjoying the warmth brought by a ray of sunshine and feeling the feeling of glory together, it is so happy. This is the true will of fire. Night. Now, even the man who talked about youth, Might Guy, who had trained with Bajian, extended his thumb to the field. Teacher, the successor has appeared. But there was one person who couldn't control the kind of blood in his heart, and shed a line of clear tears. Surprising person. The 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Maybe he did a lot of wrong things. The frailty of his character made his heart unstoppable. It's all his fault for letting go of Danzo, unable to bear to attack Orochimaru. However, one thing must be acknowledged. That was his heart, always toward Konoha. Perhaps the lack of ability and character is indeed criticized. For Konoha, he sacrificed his life just like any other Hokage. He was hot when he was young. This scene reminded him of many things. The real successor has appeared. In the end, he smiled and nodded at the young man, then turned and left with a bit of loneliness. He is old. Minato is right. It's time to take a good rest. Danzo next to him did not have any special emotion. His eyes flickered as he watched Sarutobi's back and eventually disappeared behind him. After the negotiation was over, the Kumogakure messenger group had no reason to stay any longer. Raikage was still seriously injured and now he had to rush back to Kumogakure village. One last glance at Ye Bajian, Mabuyi turned around and left with the people. The field, Minato smiled at Bajian with relief, took out his own special kunai from his arms and walked to the merit wall wall next to him, and stopped in front of the leader. The only name above is clearly visible. Knight 8 Sword. Konoha is currently the minister of Anbu. Graduated from the ninja school at the age of 6. Joined Anbu to support the front line in the same year. Completed the S-level mission. Severely damaged the elite killer bee Jinchuriki column force of the Kumogakure village, and captured the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force for Konoha, ending the border war. Gained favorable conditions for the Konoha negotiation. July 1st of the same year, Union personally led a team to infiltrate Konoha to cause destruction. Ye Bajian was keenly aware of the enemy's trail and started a fierce battle. This battle kills Kumogakure Jonin and capture Reikage. Lifting his head and pinching his kunai, Minato's face was full of awe and he stroked it with his own hand. July 5th personally negotiated with the Kumogakure village messenger group, and this negotiation helped Konoha to obtain a huge amount of materials and money. Addition, stand shoulder to shoulder or even surpass the merits of Hokage of all dynasties. The first to expand the territory for Konoha. As Hokage, personally engrave his own merit for his subordinate. Minato said that this credit belongs to Yabajian, not him. Really? 8 Sword shrugged his shoulder. His merits and so on will definitely fill up this wall in the future, so he didn't want this. Yes, he doesn't like it. Since it has to be recorded, the impact of acquiring a new site is not enough. Well, even defeating the needy shadow on that is not that good. Wouldn't it be fragrant to write about the unified ninja world directly? Why do you spend so much money? Shaking his head, the negotiation has ended, and it has given enough pressure to Kumogakure village. Next, we only need to observe the movements of the Genin world and prepare for the Nekubi, Nine-Tails chaos. In any case, if Obito dared to come, he would absolutely dare to destroy the opponent. Although Kamui is difficult to deal with, it is not absolutely without weaknesses. As long as he takes the chance, Obito will die. But when he was about to leave, Minato suddenly walked up to him. Teacher, what are you doing? 8 Swords raised eyebrow, I, the fourth Hokage representing Konoha. A high-pitched and enthusiastic voice spread from every corner of the central square, and Minato's word caught everyone's attention. What is this for? I'm not a Hokage. 8 Sword took 2 steps back vigilantly, and Minato scratched his head in embarrassment with the look of disgust on his face. Although Minato also wants to take this opportunity to tell everyone that this is the 5th generation of Konoha's Hokage, but when he said that, he was under pressure. Nothing else, although the merit and strength are enough, but after all, he is too young. In a few more years, help his disciples to protect Konoha for a few more years. He can also retire. I go by the name of the 4th generation Hokage. Give the Knight 8 Sword Konoha Sword 8 the title. From today, Konoha Kenpachi enjoys all the powers and duties of Hokage. Kenpachi. These are 2 words that Bajian mumbles from time to time. Minato thinks these 2 words are not bad and they sound quite imposing. They are better than what he thought Konoha, better Lily, wielding a knife and slashing the little warriors, so he simply took advantage of this opportunity to build momentum for his disciple. Enjoy the powers and responsibilities that Hokage should have in advance, but do not inherit the title of Hokage. The title of Kenpachi is well deserved. After speaking, a small golden cross sword appeared in Minato's hand and hung it on the chest of Bajian. Objects that have been made in advance have the same nature as the Hokage cloak, a symbol of unique glory. This, Bajian was done, just about to say that this is not the world of death. You have gone to the wrong place. Who knew that there were cheers around the square? That sound of Konoha Kenpachi's shout made him finally nod his head. Starting today, he is Konoha Kenpachi, unique Kenpachi. First, more code wording. Some readers ask the update time, because Shao Sasuke has to help the house in the morning, so the coding can only be started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. From 3 o'clock to 12 o'clock, this is the time for the little author to code. Thank you for your support. The author will continue to work hard. Chapter 99. The Akatsuki at that time was an extraordinary shock in the ninja world. A few days later, ninja world, when letters of information were sent to the desks of the shadows of the major shinobi villages. In this restless world, strange waves appeared again, and the shaking began. An extremely fierce character appears in Konoha. Kumogakure, who has always been known for his strong force, catch the second tail. Seriously wounded 8 Tail, even left the 4th generation Reikage in Konoha, using the other side as a bargaining chip. Combining 3 things together, it turned into an even more shocking result. The village of Kumogakure is willing to divide the land to Konoha, promise never to violate the border of the Fire Nation, and compensate huge war supply. That irascible Kumogakure village has actually softened. They did not know the specific process of the negotiation, but now the result has appeared in front of them. Only one can be sure. Konoha gained enough benefits in this war. On the other hand, Kumogakure village has been weakened to the extreme. Maybe this is an opportunity for them. The news has been passed to the ninja world through the help of some people, but the strange thing is that none of the shinobi villages took the lead in expressing their opinion. For the village of 830 Kumogakure accused Konoha of this land grab. No kidding, this is the real world. They can only see what they can do to themselves, and and the terrifying tacit understanding led to the abnormal calm of the ninja world. Konoha Kenpachi, as bright as a star streaking across the night sky, entered their sight for the first time with this attitude. A boy called Konoha Kenpachi. It's the brightest new star. The calmness of the ninja world does not mean inaction. It seems that a larger storm is brewing. Rain country. The land hit by rain all year round is already muddy, but the people here have adapted to this kind of environment. Survived wrong. And their days, after a major accident in the village of Omegakure, suddenly became more comfortable. This country, which has been in the cracks of great powers for many years and used as a battlefield, is slowly recovering. But whether this recovery is a good thing or a bad thing, no one knows for now. In the village of Omegakure, strange buildings can be seen everywhere. On the monster-like tower in the middle, a figure appeared there. Pale blue hair with an unusual AECG, indifference on a serene face. Especially the metal object-like lip studs always remind people of some kind of strange sectoid. Her name is Honen, and here she is also an angel. At this time, she was holding a piece of information in her hand. 8 Swords of the Night. Konoha Kenpachi. With a whisper, the information slowly flew to her and became a part of her. Just as she was about to walk into the building, the ring on her finger suddenly radiated heat. Pain. Is there a meeting? Looking around, Honen closed his eye. A dark hall. One after another illusory figure appeared on the fingers of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. There. Akatsuki regular meeting. While reporting on the work situation, share the information worthy of attention in the ninja world. Now Akatsuki Obito is still behind the scene, and the ghost has not yet joined in. Far from the later stage. So sharp. Obito Didera, Ghost Shark, Hidan are just some little known scumbag. But there is one person that make Honen particularly concerned. Orochimaru, Konoha's last missing nin, who just joined Akatsuki not long ago. The purpose is currently unknown. About Konoha Kenpachi information. Orochimaru, you should know something. After the regular information sharing was completed, Yahiko, who was under Nagato's control, looked at Orochimaru, the lavender reincarnation. Eyes made Orochimaru's heartthrob. Sick at very eye. Why did it appear to him? Bajian-kun, I like him a lot. Orochimaru's phantom moved lightly, with extreme longing and greed in his eyes, but among these things, with a trace of incomprehension. Yes, he is not understanding. I didn't even think that a person who had no feelings for Konoha would now become Konoha's hero. This change caught him off guard. After you have agreed, come to me to discuss the profound meaning of life. Where are you? Squinting, Orochimaru looked at Pain. I used to think I knew Bajian-kun, but now I can't see through. The only thing I can say is that in terms of swordsmanship I'm sure that no one will be his opponent in the future. His swordsmanship is an art. It's clearly an ordinary slash from beginning to end. If you are not young, the words of your heart will surely cut you into pieces. So, watch out for him. That's my advice. Hear such a comment from Orochimaru's mouth. There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of Honen and Nagato, as well as the Akatsuki members present. Everyone is missing nin, so they all speak arrogantly, but very few are recognized by people like them. The art of the sword is nothing compared to eternity. Sasori next to him gave a sneer and was particularly unhappy. Artist, is that kid too? You can't beat him. Orochimaru glanced at Sasori of the red sand with disdain. Maybe he didn't catch a cold and didn't bother to go take care. But this Sasori of the red sand really thought the kabuto he sent to him was being controlled. It's a pity that little trick has already been lifted by him. Kabuto's belief is me Orochimaru from start to finish. Do you want to die? Tell me where you are. Sasori of the red sand squinted at Orochimaru. Tension began to spread. Akatsuki prohibits infighting, and the task at the temporary stage is still to prepare funds for future plans. Dismissed. Nagato has long been accustomed to this kind of thing, and directly cut off the connection of Akatsuki Lingtong. Absolutely. Pay attention to that Konoha Kenpachi. After everyone disappeared, Nagato gave an order to the half-black and half-white guy, and finally the darkness. The venue lost its voice. The silence of the ninja world. Akatsuki's attention. These have nothing to do with Ye Bajian knowing what to do. Not knowing what to do, he had already planned how to deal with it. At this moment, he was holding a baby with a strange look. The baby in his arms is full of spiritual energy. Although he has just been born for a few days, the restless child has already begun. Manifested. What's more, when Bajian was holding each other, this fellow urinated on him too much. His name is Uchiha Sasuke. Beetle. Looking at the small grass pheasant sword in Sasuke's open crotpan, he looked at Zanpakuto next to him. He grinned at baby Kiba, the second brother of the dangerous second brother. Itachi, who was beside him, looked shocked and rushed to Bajian's side to block his movement of holding the knife. Jien sang, Sasuke is still young. Come at me for something. The second. Code wording. Chapter 100. Be a real patriarch. Terrible Brokon tradition of the Uchiha clan. A sword turned Byakugan. Can he really make trouble for Sasuke? Naturally not. On the contrary, he is very interested in this strong boy. Not everyone deserves to soak a boy's urine on themselves as a child, but 8 Swords also understood that Itachi was just cooperating cooperating with himself. With his younger brother, he has one more object to protect from now on. But his relationship with Itachi would never change. He knew that. Just as after his younger brother was born, he hurriedly found himself and wanted to give him a hug. That feeling of sharing joy is enough to show that Itachi regards Hachiken as the most important person. Do you want to make him your own brother? 8 Sword smiled. The 2 Destiny children will inevitably be cleaned up by him in the future. Sasuke has already been born, and Naruto will not be long before. Some things that need to be dealt with are also on the agenda. Came to the Uchiha family today, not just to see Sasuke. Handing Sasuke to Itachi, Hachiken took a deep breath while looking at the old patriarch Uchiha next to him. Uncle, are you free to chat? Fugaku froze for a moment, then stood up. His wife and children were by his side, but Bajian did not directly say what the matter was, but asked him if he had time to chat. As the patriarch, he could hear the meaning of the word. Itachi's friend, Konoha's undeserved hero. He wants to talk to himself very clearly. Please. Fugaku used the word please. Now in Konoha, no one will treat this teenager as a child. Jien sang. Feeling that the atmosphere was slightly wrong, Itachi quickly stood up and looked at the 2 of them. You coax your brother to go, and by the way, remember to wash my clothes for me. Bajian stopped the other party, took off his shirt and threw it in front of him. It's not that he's hiding it from Itachi, and he doesn't need to hide anything because of the relationship between him and Itachi. But this time the content of the conversation was heard by him, and the cranky thinking is certain. Let him feel the changes with his own heart, and then make due consideration by himself. This is the right choice. Inside the living room, Fugaku in front of him handed him a cup of tea with a little doubt in his eye. This kind of formal conversation is the first time in my memory. Uncle, it's time to tell you something. Bajian smelled the tea and finally put it down in embarrassment. Drinking tea is not suitable for him. He still likes the feeling of ergotu that irritates his throat. These days he has been thinking about the Uchiha family. The tragedy in the original book. After having a fetter with Itachi, he didn't want to see it. I don't even want Itachi to carry things that shouldn't be carried by him. From the pain of genocide, walking alone in the dark. That's not something a normal person can live with. But it's not easy to change. After his analysis, there are 2 main contradictions in genocide. First, Konoha's high-level distrust, unfair treatment, etc. This can be solved perfectly because of his relationship. Neither Danzo nor the 3 generations have the right to interfere. The occurrence of the Kyuubi, 9 Tails, rebellion directly and indirectly caused many problems. The fact that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can control the tailed beast has been brought to the light again. Higher up really don't know that Sharingan can control Kyuubi, 9 Tails. Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama's battle process. It is impossible to leave no information. And Uchiha Madara is precisely controlling Kyuubi, 9 Tails to open the powerful costume Susanoo Nenping, and can fight with the first generation to that point. Therefore, the high-level intelligence who controls the tailed beast must know. They just lack a reason to squeeze, kill, or even force Uchiha. Taking advantage of this pretext, he suppressed the opponent to the edge of the village, allowing the Uchiha family to migrate to the clan, surveillance and other means to follow. Regarding the first point, it is now the 4th generation of Hokage Minato to control Konoha. There are 8 swords in everything to say, so it is not a big problem. But the second is the problem of the Uchiha family itself. Pride is okay, but too much pride can bring disaster. The strongest clan in the Sengoku period alongside the Senju clan, this title has always been in their heart. Even a sense of superiority over the other villagers of Konoha. There is also the existence of the Konoha Guard, who, arrogantly thinking that they are in control of the security issues of the village, patrol the Konoha village every day. Getting caught for not following the rules is inevitable. Uchiha guards in Heiken's eye. If you do something wrong, you will be punished. But you have to be justified in order to convince the public. Get rid of the stinky problems on your body and completely integrate into Konoha. Otherwise, coercive measures are inevitable. Fugaku before enforcing the coercive measure. Don't make any misunderstanding. He admires Uchiha. Although this family is a bit neurotic, if they really get along, they will be the most reliable companion. In addition to Shisui, Itachi, there are many excellent talent, but it doesn't matter. Fugaku took a deep breath and looked serious. The Uchiha family has been very nourished recently. Looking at Fugaku with a smile, Bajian sighed ergotu. Naturally, the attitude of the 4 generations towards Uchiha is very gratifying, at least fair. Really comfortable. Fugaku nodded. He didn't have to face Sarutobi Hirazen's stinky face all day. He didn't have to think about how to fight against the top, and he didn't have to feel uncomfortable because of exclusion. Even ethnic groups have become consistent with other ethnic groups in the distribution of interest, and there is no such unfair treatment. On such days, no one will be dissatisfied. If that's the case, I'll stop talking nonsense. Bajian nodded. Does my uncle know what it takes to maintain this kind of satisfaction? If you get it, you have to pay. Fugaku to answer. Hachiken stretched out 2 fingers. Loyalty. Loyalty. Absolute loyalty. You know the problem of the Uchiha clan in your own heart. heart. If you can show me the might method you should have as a clan leader, I promise to understand the correct meaning of these two words. I also promise my uncle here, Uchiha, always Uchiha of Konoha. If you can't do it, I can help you. Having said that, for this sake, there is no need to describe other issues in detail. Uchiha Fugaku is the head of the Uchiha clan. He knows better what the problem is in this clan. The meaning of the 8 swords is obvious. Show up your courage as the patriarch and clean up those who are disobedient in the clan. If you can't clean up well, I'll help you clean up. It's that simple. Silent. The atmosphere in the living room was eerily silent. Fugaku didn't speak and seemed to be thinking about something. I need time. And Konoha's trust. Under these two premises, Uchiha will always be the Uchiha of Konoha. A long time, Fugaku finally let out a breath and raised his head to look at the 8 swords. He compromised. From today, he will be a real patriarch. Third more. Code wording. Chapter 101 Sarutobi. Do you still want to be Hokage? Jien sang. What did you and father say? Outside the Uchiha clan's clan, Itachi finally summoned the courage to ask this sentence. Clack. Fingers on forehead. Itachi looked at each other dumbly, as if asking what Bajian meant. Do you really want to know? Bajian raised his eyebrow, and his head was close to the other's forehead. The boy under the shirtless had a sense of oppression, which made Itachi feel dazed. He had just finished washing Jianzhang's clothes. He wanted to put some clothes on for him, but Jianzhang said that shirtless is cool. But he must have wanted to know the content of the conversation. From today onward, your father won't be sitting at home all the time grimacing. Look with your eyes. Itachi, patting his shoulder. Bajian smiled. With Itachi's intelligence, he will definitely feel something. The 8 swords that should be done have been done, and he has done his best. 30. If Uchiha's problems can't be changed, then he can only use coercive means to eradicate the problem. Your father won't be frowning. Itachi opened his mouth, as if thinking of something. Jien sang. Come on, practice with me, and take a bath with me at night. Stopping Itachi's thoughts of continuing to speak, Hachiken pulled his collar and walked out. Why say too much? A hearty practice is enough. That is the correct way of communication between men. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. The calm of the ninja world continued, but the weird atmosphere intensified, and pieces of information were passed between shinobi villages. The Konoha village is the exact opposite of the atmosphere outside. High as the defeated supplies from Kumogakure village are delivered to Konoha in batches. From time to time, I go to the merit wall to worship and express my respect for the 8 swords at the Konoha training ground. After a month of training, Anbu's ninja spirit has reached a peak. Although from the previous 350 people, there are 300 people left after batch of training. The rest were left out of the battle sequence to become part of the other Anbu post, but still fell short of the 8 swords expectation. What he wants is absolute elite. The appearance of such special forces is far from being effective, and it will not give too much off. In short, the remaining members of Anbu still need to hone, but the intensity is no longer so high, otherwise it will be in this high-intensity elimination system for a long time. It will make their nerves too tense, and I'm afraid it will be counterproductive. After the daily practice is over, Bajian came to Hokage's office. Always going to be a lot to deal with in the developmental Konoha. The only people Minato can count on for help are Yamanaka Inoichi and Nara Shikaku. No one else can help. So after this month, Minato is really tired, but the mental state of the whole person is much better than before. Now he is the real Hokage, and it's a relief to deal with Konoha's development. The change is going well. Everything is going where it is supposed to be. This made him very happy. I didn't expect that the Kingdom of Thunder would really be willing to give up such a large area. Handing the map in his hand to the 8 sword, Minato said with some emotion, it will certainly be. After glancing at the area above, Bajian said calmly, Ninja Village, the strongest fighting force in a country, has been destroyed, and the Kingdom of Thunder will still bite the bullet. Resist. Unless the Land of Thunder is flooded, it will never challenge Konoha. But the daimyo from the Land of Fire also sent someone. A wry smile. Minato sighed with a headache. To come over because he wanted to ask Konoha how he should face the daimyo's messenger. Even Ji Jiming dispatched an official who was specially responsible for receiving that area. The meaning of the name is obvious. They want that plate. What does our Konoha trophy have to do with the Land of Fire? Bajian, who was sitting on the sofa, sneered. He had thought that this kind of thing might happen before. After finishing the expansion of the territory of the Land of Fire, the big name is still very interested. But the premise is that the big name of the Land of Fire has no idea why the Land of Thunder will do this. Crisply give up that area. The name of the Kingdom of Thunder can understand that without the help of Ninja Village, the Kingdom of Thunder is nothing. It's a pity that the Fire Country daimyo has no consciousness. But on the daimyo side, we can't be too tough. After all, every year he gives Konoha a lot of supply. That's where the headache comes in. It is absolutely impossible for the Kingdom of Fire to take away the benefits that I have worked hard to exchange with blood. Okay, and that land was won by Bajian. He must ask Bajian what he meant by 0 inches easy. Holding up the wine gourd, he took a sip, and Bajian beyond a bit dull. Minato is always missing some workaround. This kind of thing is not difficult to deal with. Since he thought that the big name might send someone in a shameless manner, he must also think about the countermeasure. Alright, Daimyo can want that piece of land, but not even if he doesn't. When everyone come, we can't let them go back empty-handed. Standing up, Hachiken said something that puzzled Minato. Konoha has only 2 requirements. Remember that is a requirement, not a condition of negotiation, a requirement that must be met. Reaching out his hand, the boy smiled lightly. Number 1. Starting today, the Kingdom of Fire's support for Konoha will be turned over 3 times. 3 times. Minato was stunned and didn't expect Haken to speak so loudly. I'm not finished yet. Bajian shrugged. Second, for all the benefits that area gets every month, Konoha wants 9. Become. It's not that you can't give your name if you want fate, but that's the price. We at Konoha don't have that many people to manage such a large area. He is willing to accept. Accept it. If you don't want to accept it, let him think about why the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder was willing to send the land, wondering if Konoha helped him think. A dispensable piece of land is exchanged for 3 times the material plus the income of that piece of land, which is comparable to simple more land. It's still very clear to count 0.6 of the 8 sword, and in the end his words were a threat. The means are hard enough, and it can even be said to be a threat on the surface. As expected of you, there is nothing wrong with what Reikid said. Hokage in all dynasty. Minato of the Hokage office is seeking benefits for Konoha, not too far from the Hokage building. A certain room of the Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo in front of him with a shocked face. Just now, Danzo said something to himself, a word he didn't expect at all. Sarutobi, now do you want to become Hokage again? What does he mean? 3 generations were stunned. Fourth more. Chapter 102. This time, I won't let you fool around. Do you still want to be Hokage again? Want to? Slowly return to calm. Sarutobi slowly lit his pouch and took a puff. After a long time, he spat out 4 words from his mouth. Ever thought about it? Does that mean you don't want it anymore? Danzo was a little surprised. From what he knew about his old buddy, he was by no means the type who could easily give up his right. Should even be jealous of Namikaze Minato, who is now loved, and the little devil known as Konoha Kenpachi. But now the other party's reaction exceeded his expectations. Sarutobi didn't lie to Danzo. These 4 words come from the heart. Maybe before that negotiation, the old man did think about taking power again, but after that, he had no idea. I'm old and Konoha should rest assured in the hands of young people, and I believe Minato can do better. Saying this, Sarutobi looked up at his old buddy. Here are his companions along the way, including Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Uchiha Kagami and Akamichi taking the win. They are teammates in the same period and the escort of the 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobarama. The days of performing tasks together have produced an inseparable bond between them. 4 decades have passed. Those old guys have changed, but when it comes to change, the change in the old man in front of him is the biggest change. 2 Hokage consultants have become all about enjoyment and can't give any effective help on some big issues. Only the dead Uchiha Kagami can really speak his mind. Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado just become vain. But Danzo, like himself, values power more and more. The establishment of the root is wrong. Just 1 Anbu is enough for Konoha. Anbu is dark enough, but the roots are darker than Anbu, and that darkness does not belong to Konoha. He never said these words. Maybe Danzo did have some credit to Konoha for establishing roots in the beginning. With the greater power, Danzo began to be reckless. He thought he couldn't see, but in fact he just saw but didn't be. Including Danzo's cooperation with Orochimaru, he can turn a blind eye. Sarutobi thinks a lot in his own home these days. Looking back at what he said, he thought he was not at fault, but it was also as described by Ye Bajian. Can't write a single thing that can be put on the wall of merit. Sake of Konoha, he admits to doing his best, but mediocrity is also a fact. Hokage's place has been given to Minato, and Sarutobi has gradually let go of his desire for power. The only thing he regrets is the wall that records his achievement. If possible, he will find a meaningful thing to do for the rest of his life to make up for this regret. It was his only thought. Got this. Siwon, staring at Sarutobi's face for a full minute, Danzo seemed to want to find a flaw in the hypocrisy. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. This time, the old man he thought he knew exceeded his expectations. Standing up, Danzo walks out. Danzo, I advise you to do nothing. I have abdicated and now the Hokage of Konoha is Minato. Sarutobi's voice followed. The warning in the words meant that Danzo heard it clearly. Without a doubt, Danzo came to himself today with a purpose, and the first thing he opened was to ask him if he wanted to be Hokage again. What he's going to do Sarutobi doesn't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. Just like Danzo enumerates his unseen feat, I am afraid it is the same as those things. Nature. The so-called person with roots has no name, no feelings, no past and no future. There is only a task in the heart, and what supports the big tree of Konoha behind it is deeply rooted in the earth. I wait for the root will. Without answering Sarutobi Hiruzen's word, Danzo murmured. However, Konoha is completely out of control, and the rescue is only on the right track. Contemporary Hokage and that little. The idea of ghosts is completely wrong. As a root, all threats need to be eradicated. Turning around without any hesitation, Danzo has left Sarutobi Hiruzen's house, leaving Sarutobi alone, sitting there dumbfounded. 1. You told me the same, but that's not what you did, Danzo. This time, I won't let you fool around. A little slack. Out of Hokage's office, Bajian glanced at his system panel with some helplessness. It is not that the daily task of swinging the knife is slack. It was the sudden task that he had not completed until now. Originally, his plan was to train Anbu specially, select the elites and lead them to completely remove the nails in the country of fire, sweeping the border to create the momentum of this army. At that time, he can continue to harvest life and directly liberate his Zanpakuto to become the real god of death. But now he finds himself a little whimsical. Even elites have limited talent. After all, this is a world of fighting fathers. Some people's strength can be qualitatively changed after opening Mangekyo, and the strength of opening Gundam is close to cage level. But some people spend their entire lives just being a Chunin minion. Although his special training method is very effective, it will take at least a month to achieve the effect he wants, so this task can only wait. However, the speed of progress of the Anbu ninjas is not what Yajian cares about. As time goes on, the quality can keep up. Right now he only cares about one thing. EPUB, Nine-Tails Heya. Only 1 month left. A bright light flashed in his eye, and the figure of Bajian disappeared instantly. I really didn't expect you to get into Anbu. The familiar roof of the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato's house. Kakashi helplessly looked at the iconic piece of hair, and said Guy, who had a rare beast temperament no matter what kind of mask he used. Yes, 420 Guy went into Anbu. Who would have thought of this? Just kidding. His character is only suitable for open and above mentioned attack. This kind of errand hidden in the dark is really not suitable for Guy's character. This is also reflected in the original work. Seeing that Kakashi was a little gloomy in his heart as his friend, Might Guy did not hesitate to apply to Sandai to enter Anbu but was rejected. The baffled Guy wanted to join the route in a rage when he passed by Danzo, directly treated as a second force by Danzo. You don't have enough darkness inside. This is the explanation given by Danzo. Really, the thinking of the rare beast is never comparable to others. Just like he is sitting upside down and training with one hand, and then asked Kakashi if he wants to compete. Big brother, we are on a mission. Shisui wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh from the looks of the two. It took a while to get used to the arrival of the new member. Woot! A figure landed on the roof. It was the 8th Sword coming out of the Hokage building. Look around. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy, plus himself, a total of 5 people. The safety of Uzumaki Kushina will be guarded in shift 24 hours a day from now on. At this moment, the Night Owl team gathered again. There is only one task. Guard the safety of Taito Jinchuiki. Column 4. 5th more. Recommend a good friend a daily Hokage. Hinata is my child wife. Chapter 103. I want to meet EPUB, Nine-Tails, Uzumaki Kushina. Now she's not just Hokage's wife. EPUB, Nine-Tails, person Jinchuriki. Column force these two identities. She is also the wife of his Ye Bajian. Since he has promised Minato to be Naruto's brother, he will never allow this hairless woman to have problem. Of course, other than that, everything was doomed when Minato stood in front of him at Anbu's door. The exclusive escort mission of the Night Owl squad. Night fell. Minato was still working tirelessly in the Hokage office of Minato's house. Several hidden figures have already entered the working state. The elite level of this squad is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. So, if you don't look closely, no one will be able to spot them. Come down for dinner. Unfortunately, the sound from the balcony made several people jump out helplessly. Bro, really hidden. Even the mentally handicapped knew that there was an ambush here. More importantly, what Uzumaki Kushina shouted made everyone's expressions change drastically except for Bajian and Guy. Have dinner. Stop kidding. Okay, they would rather eat ration pills than those horrible food. Unfortunately, when Kushina wanted to jump on the roof with a big belly, they could only go down and walk into the room tremblingly. Don't think that the pregnant woman in front of her is an ordinary pregnant woman. She really dares to do this kind of exercise from the balcony to the roof. Naruto's carefree personality is probably inherited from Kushina. Of course, she didn't come by her temperament either. After all, she is a mother now, and no mother wants her child to have an accident. It's only because the above people are strong they can catch her even if she doesn't dance well. Others can't guarantee that such an accident in Bajianmian is absolutely impossible. And when a few people were sitting around the dining table, the things that surprised them came to a head. I saw that in front of them was a bowl of steaming soup that sold quite well. I don't know what the raw material is, but it seems to be fine anyway. Since it Kushina-sama's treat, then I'm welcome. Tilda. Guy, who was on the Anbu mission for the first time, was already very hungry. No matter how you looked at it, things like Bingbaoen were not as delicious as this bowl of soup. Brother, Kakashi next to him stretched out his hand with a cautious face. Seeing his nervous look. He obviously felt that things were not that simple. What? Guy was done. Gollum. And just when the two exchanged glances with tacit understanding, Bajian next to him had already picked up his own bowl and poured it into his stomach resolutely. Not bad. Wiping his mouth, Hatchikin politely nodded to Kushina to mention the taste. Just because Kushina has a big belly and doesn't care about them, this bowl of soup has to be drunk no matter what. And since he was a child, his stomach has been refined by Anko, and he is not afraid of this threat at all. In fact, Bajian also thinks that Kushina's food is more delicious than Anko's. As expected of you, Captain Xiao is like a man. You have to drink soup like this. Unsure of the reason, Guy stuck his thumb out at Hatchikin and then picked up his bowl of soup, ignoring Kakashi's bar. Gollum. Guy's expression changed when the magical liquid entered his stomach. The face that had never been discouraged turned green at first, and then the whole person began to tremble as if his breathing had stopped. Immediately afterward, the green on his face was dyed with a touch of purple, and a few tears from the corners of his eyes were completely wiped out. Man, be patient. Just when Guy couldn't stop, Bajian calmly continued to drink a bowl. Awesome. Guy stretched out his thumb and gestured at Bajian again, and then smashed his chest with his raised head. The purple on the face has turned to livid. Obviously, he was enduring a torment that ordinary people couldn't bear. Shaking his head, Bajian didn't bother to toss Guy anymore. Maybe eating this kind of food is very hard for them, but it is also a way of experience. Just imagine, in order to survive in a special situation when performing a mission, when there is no food at all, they will probably eat something 100 times worse than this. If you don't eat, you will die. How do you choose? There's nothing wrong with exercising that will with Kushina food, but it also needs to be done in moderation. Standing up, Hatchikin pulled Kushina's sleeve. Master, I want to see QB, Nine-Tail. Bajian wouldn't say the word mother or father, but that didn't stop him from enjoying the feeling of family affection. QB, Nine-Tail. Kushina was done. What is the Eight Sword going to do? QB, Nine-Tails. What to see? That kind of thing. However, as Minato's wife, Kushina understands that Minato sees Heiken as his own child, and even made Naruto his brother before he gave birth. It's a heartfelt recognition, and since the first time the Eight Swords escorted by her side, she has recognized the existence of the Eight Sword. He won't hurt himself. Kushina believes in that. Could it be that he wants to reinforce the seal for himself? Bai Mingren is about to go out, and the seal in her body will be very fragile by then. Nodding, Kushina pulled the Eight Sword to the inner room. Tilda, if you want to vomit, vomit, otherwise it will be too late when Xiao and Xiniang come back. Kakashi saw the opportunity to drag Guy and rushed to the balcony. Obviously he could see that Guy was experiencing a more terrifying after effect than opening the 8 inner gates, similar to the sealed base inside Naruto, but slightly different. QB, Nine-Tails, wrapped in golden chains in front of him. Bajian touched his chin. This is the Vajra seal. It can be seen that in order to successfully download Naruto, Kushina has tried his best to strengthen the seal. It seems that when the Six Immortals divided chakra, they were a little distracted, or they were partial. Therefore, it may cause QB, Nine-Tails, to be a little too powerful, and even when the tail beast is transformed, it is not compatible with the other tailed beasts are different. Of course, this may also be because Naruto was the reincarnation of Asura before turning on the golden body mode. QB, Nine-Tails chakra mode is not as strong as someone else. Lee got it. Hey, it's QB, Nine-Tails. Kushina stood by and pointed to the tailed beast that was locked in a deadlock. Little devil, not struggling as fiercely as he usually sees himself. QB, Nine-Tails has a strong murderous intent in his eye. The intuition that fears the beast tells it that this kid in front of him has the ability to really make it die. Not the kind of death you can slowly recover from after death. Is really dead. Slowly raise your head. Bajian's eyes met Tai's huge pupil, and its next sentence made QB, Nine-Tails completely stunned. Put it down first, mistress. This little devil, what is he going to do? Sycamore, I'm sorry, my readers. I said that it broke out today, but it's just that my stomach is unsatisfactory and I can't describe it. Pretty miserable. I'm completely exhausted. I have to go to raid. Chapter 104 Kurama asked out the same beast breath. Want to unlock adamantine sealing chain. This is QB, Nine-Tails, a tailed beast full of hatred. Kushina opened her mouth but met Bajian's reassuring eye. Don't worry, it won't move. If it's not honest, the consequences will be serious. Hatchikin shook his head and walked straight to Kurama, looking at him seriously. What do you say, Llama? No one like being tied up, and tailed beasts are no exception. That taste is not good. This little devil. QB, Nine-Tails' eyes flickered in the beast's pupil, as if he was contemplating something. How on earth did a little devil know the name of this uncle? There is no smell of the old Six on him, and it does not belong to his descendant. Also, is it really not afraid that this uncle will be slapped to death without a chain? I don't know what Bajian is going to do, but for the sake of safety, Kushina backed away and raised his hand. After the golden chains disappeared, QB, Nine-Tails did not attack but watched Ye Bajian with vigilance. Just by the breath of death on this little devil at the beginning, QB, Nine-Tails understands that this is someone who can really kill himself. The vigilance in his eyes grew stronger. That was the vigilance that was not present when facing Uchiha Madara. QB, Ninetales, is only angry at Uchiha Madara who controls him. This is the instinctive fear of animalistic tendency. Don't be nervous, just wanted to chat with you. Bajian shook his head and strode to the sharp claws. Human Jinchuriki column force has a way to bring other people into the sealed space within the body, but what really comes in can only be regarded as a trace of spiritual energy with a soul. So even if QB, Ninetales shoot, he doesn't really get hurt. The pupils gradually contracted, and the instinct-like needles gradually called out. At this moment, QB, Ninetales looked at Bajian as if he saw the same kind. If zipping communicates with you in this way, you will feel more at ease. Holding his shoulders, Bajian jumped lightly, jumping on the bridge of QB, Ninetales' nose and looking at each other. A little weird. The uncle didn't even throw him off. Squinting, Kurama's eyes were still full of disbelief. Since leaving the sick fairy, as a fatu like freedom, the days of being sealed like this can only be described as suffering. People use it as a tool but don't know that tailed beasts have the same emotions as human. After two very similar needle-shaped pupils stared at each other for a full minute, QB, Ninetales finally spoke. Little devil, you shouldn't be human. He has the same wildness and animal nature as beasts. That's not what humans should have. So, we can talk about it from a peer-to-peer perspective. Hachiken stretched out his hand and hesitated for a while, and finally nodded at Kurama's head. This was the first time I used a tailed beast to feel a little weird. It is estimated that if Itachi sees it, he will probably go crazy. What kind of pose is this? Little Kurama's bobtail wagged his face in confusion. Whether it's a human or a wild you, I always feel that something is wrong. This uncle is not your dog. Empathy overflowed. Not really. QB, Ninetales. This time, Bajian has his own plan. Why did Naruto have such a childhood in the original book? The chaos of QB, Ninetales. This is the most fundamental reason. The people regard Naruto as QB, Ninetales who cause cholera. But there is one thing Bajian is quite puzzled about. The villagers only know that Naruto has QB, Ninetales in his body and is the Jinchuriki column power of QB, Ninetales people. But as the hero who saves the village, the identity of the son of the fourth Hokage is unknown. Minato later is that the third generation wants to protect Naruto by Shadai's yellow flash title obtained in the third ninja war is extremely dazzling, and the relative hatred is very dazzling. There will be many enemies, but in the eyes of Bajian, the two identities of QB, Ninetales Jinchuriki column force and the son of the fourth generation are clearly the former. Attractive. Then why only release the news that Naruto is QB, Ninetales Jinchuriki column force but keep the information of the son of a hero? Weird, but there is no need to analyze it carefully. Sooner or later, AEDF, he will deal with the Konoha high-level matter. Today he came to QB, Ninetales, put an end to the idea that people hate Jinchuriki column force. He wants to eliminate all possible potential threats. The village has changed. Although Bajian swore not to let Obito touch Kushina, he still had to take precaution. The original QB, Ninetales wasn't very maddening at first. Only after Minato defeated Obito, the demonic illusion imposed on QB, Ninetales, was also lifted. The beat, Daihatsu's QB, Ninetales, starts an indiscriminate attack. Here comes disaster. Who is more violent, the controlled tailed beast or the uncontrolled tailed beast? Azord chose the latter. You don't want to be locked up like this all the time. At least I don't even have time to go out and let the wind out. Sitting on the llama's nose, Bajian touched his weight, but the wine gourd was not brought in. QB, Ninetales cannot be bought for 2 drinks. What do you mean? The doubt in QB, Ninetales' eyes deepened. Free? Who doesn't want to be free? One level is decade, and all day long, you can only see what people can see with Jinchuriki column 4. No one likes the feeling of being tied down. Trust is mutual. I just believed you once, so you believe me once. Bajian sighed and suddenly felt a little dull. Sure enough, he is not Naruto after all. It is impossible to say a few words to make the tailed beast return to his heart. It will never be possible to say anything into those huge eyes of QB, Ninetales, and one day resolve the other's heart. Hatred in. That's a forced escape. In the original book, Bajian doesn't look happy, and he won't say it by himself. Pragmatism is the most important thing. Human, don't think that a few words can make this uncle believe you. Sure enough, Kurama still stared at Bajian coldly. It's not that easy to gain its trust. I only told you once. Bajian shook his head. If there is an accident, I mean an accident, you take it easy. Squat on the ground honestly. Don't disturb me and dare to let go of this village. I'll smash your head off. The right hand gestured to fire a pistol, and the needle-shaped pupils of the 8 swords returned to their original state. On the contrary, if you abide by the agreement, you will be given the opportunity to come out and move freely in the future. Standing up, Bajian jumped off QB, Ninetales. For him who owns the system, this kind of thing is not difficult to do. Just spend some system points to exchange points. Just a tool. Always feels good to use QB, Ninetales for home care, especially when the power tail cooperates a little and becomes the appearance of a child. It should should be very comfortable to lift. That's right. The boy who walked toward Kushina suddenly turned his head to look at Kurama. His body was instantly pressed by the spirit of death. Burst out. I loosened your chain, but don't toss my sister-in-law. First more. Karma recommends a book to an old friend. Chapter 105 Shadow Consciousness. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Danzo. Dinner is full of warm guy who vomited back and forth a few times. Also adapted to the fear of this food. 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato remained. Hokage building, which is not too far away. Minato looked at the old man in front of him with surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha 3rd generation Hokage, came here when he was about to go home after finishing things, but this time he didn't embarrass Minato in any way, and what he said made Minato a little emotional. Until now, not much has been done for Konoha. I hope to protect this village this time. He didn't light the pouch but just held the bong in his hand and stood there quietly watching Minato. Hokage he promoted. Finally he came. His eyes firmly said what he wanted to say. When the previous EPUB, 9-tails person, Jinchuriki column 4, Uzumaki Mito-sama gave birth, the seal on EPUB, 9-tails, was extremely weak. That almost caused a disaster when EPUB, 9-tails, broke out. With memories in his eyes, Sandai continued. So Minato, this time I want to join the defense of the village. Although I am old, this is not a reason for me to let go of my responsibility to protect Konoha. Can you? There is a hint of request in the word. It is completely different from the 3 generations who acted alone in the impression of the previous 4 generations. What happened to this old man? A keen intuition tells Minato what is going to happen. 3 generations of adult. Frowning, little son wanted to ask something, but Sarutobi just shook his head. Don't ask me. I don't know. You should be intuition or something else. The old man just wants to do something meaningful with his last life and tell the young man who has opinions on me with his action. The 3rd generation Hokage was not for nothing. Quote, in the end, the inscription on the Will of Fire was written by the old man. Turning around and walking towards the door of the office, Sarutobi's not so tall back is quite bold. Old man, it's Konoha's 3rd generation Hokage. Close the door and leave. Minato standing by the desk in the office. After standing there for a few minutes, the little son smiled. Tell that lad, isn't that guy the 8th sword? However, 3 generations of adult, you have also changed. The dim candles flickered slightly. Konoha, a room on the edge of some remote space and a figure slowly descended in the Uzumaki shape. The old man sitting in the middle of the room seemed to be accustomed to this situation but raised his head slightly. Glanced at him. The man in front of him wears a mask and calls himself Uchiha Madara. Although it is not the first time to contact the other party, Danzo is also disdainful of this name until now. Uchiha Madara. That person will never hide himself and walk in the dark. It's almost there. Under the mask, a hoarse voice came from the gloom. The tone of the imitator Madara. Obito is Madara's heir. Until the tearing mask creates a world that belongs to him. I'm curious how you persuaded them. Danzo narrowed his eyes, as if trying to see something else in the Sharingan the other party could only see. His 2 tails and EPUB, 9-tails, and what you guys got before Konoha. Obito said that although his tone seemed to be understatement, Danzo still heard a little sarcasm. It seems that this kind of calculation will bring him a strong sense of satisfaction after the success of others. Yes, there are only these 2 things, and the ideas of outsiders will be outrageous. Pity, they can't get it. The sarcasm in Obito's eyes is even stronger. Even Shimura Danzo in front of him, an old man who wants to take this opportunity to become a new Hokage, can't. It's just the object of his calculation, and he won't take the initiative to find the other party. The role of the inside is also very important. I need a specific time. A long silence. Obito took a deep breath and spoke again. October 10. Danzo's chest heaved slightly, his eyes gleaming. Well, after that day you'll be Konoha's 5th generation Hokage. Face Uzumaki surged again, and Obito's body disappeared in the darkness. 5th generation Hokage. Finally, the desire and ambition in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Standing up and leaving the room, he walked to the end of the street in Konoha in the dark. Eyes extend from the ground to the Hokage rock above. Danzo's hand was lightly raised and pinched to death. After a long time, after calming down, he walked towards the entrance of his root. That's his own organization. Dissolution is impossible. He has countless ways to hide those who belong to darkness. Deeper. The base was as deserted as ever, and it looked as if it had been abandoned. In fact, Danzo is used to being in his room every day, controlling Konoha's every move. Only now, there are 2 stools at the entrance, and the small table in the middle of the stool has long been shogi. Put it away. It's been a long time for you, Danzo. Sitting on a stool smoking a cigarette, Sarutobi had a smile on his face. You shouldn't be here, drinking tea at home or fishing in the river. That's the life you should be living. I won't sit here and play chess with you as boring as you. You should understand, Sarutobi. Danzo frowned and didn't sit up. Then I will use the identity of the 3rd generation of Hokage to order you one. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. Sarutobi knocked the ashes out of the pouch and looked at each other firmly. From now until the production of Kushina is complete, you are not allowed to go anywhere. This is my order from the third Hokage of Sarutobi Hiruzen Konoha to you. You are not allowed to go anywhere. From Hokage. From the time Danzo left his home until just now, Sarutobi thought about countless possibilities. He asked himself if he still wanted to be a Hokage, then he would definitely behave abnormally. That's not for Konoha, it's for your own Hokage dream. Guarding Konoha was never this way. So now, here comes Sarutobi. In his own way, he controlled the old man on the edge of the cliff. In Sarutobi's view, he is saving Danzo, who has been around since the First Ninja World War. Comrade in arms. No matter what Danzo thinks, he won't hold back this time. Sarutobi, you are no longer Hokage. Who has been suppressed by the Hokage name all his life, has long been disgusted with this sentence. Whenever there was an argument, he would bring up the Hokage name. Said rebuttals, but in the end, Danzo sat opposite Sarutobi. There is only one reason. At that moment, he seemed to feel the difference in Sarutobi. He's changed. If he doesn't agree, Sarutobi will really turn his face, even revealing their potential threat to the public. He can't bet. The intense game of shogi has begun. Second more. Recommend a good friend a book fantasy. Me, Destiny's Rebel. Chapter 106 October 10. EPUB, Nine Tails, Naruto, Konoha. Haha, you didn't see it. How honest you were when you saw 8 swords just now. Minato, at home. The few people who finally had a dinner were sitting on the sofa in good order, and Kushina laughed out of breath. Obviously she was in a pretty good mood. To be honest, it's not that she hasn't communicated with EPUB, Nine Tails, but basically every time there is no good result. This time, EPUB, Nine Tails, who was so well behaved, opened her eye. Bajian was able to let it go and was eating the apple that was cut by Kushina, and only 1/3 of it was left. Nice atmosphere in the room. However, after the boy took a bite of the apple, a hint of surprise flashed in his eye. There is no problem with the taste of apple. The problem is that the strange spiritual pressure fluctuations caught his attention. The familiar reiatsu that can no longer be familiar. The soul smeared the outer appearance with anger and resentment, as well as the almost imperceptible inferiority complex. This kind of soul fluctuation, only one person in the world has it. No matter how hidden, the smell from the soul will be caught by the keen death. The 8 swords who activated the 2 major templates already knew who he was. Uchiha Obito. He came. It didn't take long for him to leave again, otherwise Bajian would have rushed out with a knife at the moment. Kamui. For that kind of space ninjutsu, only the corresponding powerful moves that can tear space can play a role. Only that trick. If it is used in Konoha, the village is probably finished. His eyes flickered, and Bajian clenched the whole apple into his mouth, biting it fiercely. It seemed that the apple had turned into Obito himself, except for Obito and Danzo with 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now the 2 old men seemed to be getting together. What are they doing? Swallowing the remaining apple in his mouth, he watched Kushina go back to his room to rest. The boy took a deep breath. Night Owl. When these 2 words were shouted, several members of the team rushed to Bajian and put on their masks in unison. That what a collection means. So serious. It means that Owl has entered a state of battle. Kakashi, guy. The Anbu training will be suspended from now on, and you will lead 100 Anbu ninjas to hide on both sides of the village. It is up to you to decide how to allocate and divide the labor. Only one point is to shoot directly when you see a suspicious target. Also Itachi, go and inform your father that the Uchiha guard patrol interval is shortened by 5 minutes. Bring a word. The Uchiha family, it's time to show our attitude. After 2 consecutive orders, Bajian finally fixed his gaze on Shisui. To me, taking a deep breath, Shisui was slightly nervous. The 2 old guys at the root gate, you need to monitor each other 24 hours a day, and report directly to me if there is any special action. A murderous intent flashed in his eye. If it's too late, just kill them. Second point, in the event of an accident, your Susanoo can make the most of it. Susanoo. Shisui was obviously stunned about his Mangekyo Sharingan. It's not that he wants to conceal it deliberately, but that he understands how much his Wanwa ability will affect him if he spreads it out. If he could, he wouldn't even want to use Koto Amatsukami for the rest of his life. But Bajian knew. Understood. Shisui's figure disappears into the room with a nod to Bajian. The team members all left with the mission. As for Kushina's safety, he is personally responsible for it. Zanpakuto fell into his hand, and Bajian walked to the balcony. Facing the dark night in front of him, he raised his long knife and lowered it gently. Only when he swings the knife, he becomes unusually calm, and thinking while swinging the knife has become a habit. The unremarkable swing of the sword not only improves the strength, but also the state of mind. The long night begins. Days 10 pass. The atmosphere in Konoha village became serious. Just seeing the patrols formed by the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan pass by again and again, even ordinary people. The people all know that they can't cause trouble recently, and stay at home peacefully. This day, October 10th, just early in the morning, Kushina felt unwell and was sent to Konoha Hospital by Hachikan and Minato. Waiting in a specially prepared delivery room, the child in her belly is tossing her. The restless Naruto seemed to know what was about to happen, and the QB, Nine Tails, in Kushina's body is unusually safe. Don't cry, don't make trouble, even gaff. Cut. Women are just children. Nothing fancy. What it remembers is a special picture of the work that preceded this great continuation of life. I don't know if what the kid said is true or not. Boring. It wagged its tail. To be honest, it did prepare to make trouble when Kushina was produced. It even broke the seal. After all, according to its experience, the seal of a woman is extremely weak at this time. The same goes for Uzumaki Minato. Moreover, Uzumaki Kushina is not as powerful as Uzumaki Mito. If it is full of trouble, it must have a chance. But what if it goes out? The kid said it. If you dare to make a fuss, you will smash your head. Someone says this. I'm afraid Kurama will go straight up and take a bite of tailed beast bomb to let that person understand that this uncle is not good. But only that kid. I went out by myself, but I couldn't beat his big sword. Fall human. Damn, this uncle will believe you won. There is no other way anyway. But what did the kid say about the accident? Quentin Kurama looked puzzled. That kid is here. What else could be unexpected? Since there is no accident, as long as he keeps his promise, what should I eat after I go out? I have always heard Kushina say that the 3 color balls are delicious. I would also like to try it. Thinking about it, Tsunere's Kurama's mouth left crystal tear. I didn't expect Minato-sensei to be so anxious. Outside the delivery room, Bajian was leaning against the wall. Minato in front of him scurried from here to there like ants on a hot pan. Bai became a father for the first time, and Kushina's painful 1.7 tone came from time to time. Tension is inevitable. In charge of picking up the cattle is still the experienced Sarutobi Lake Biwa, who is a veteran of 3 generations of Hokage in this regard. The lady is quite experienced. Head in embarrassment, Minato had a worried look on his face. Every mother is great. Konoha does not have the conditions for Caesarean section, and Uncle Snake has not studied the technology on this side, so it is painful. The degree is not what ordinary people can imagine. The long wait continued. Eight Swords embraced Anpakudo and closed his eye, feeling the changes in the Reiatsu in Konoha village all the time. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes and looked in one direction. Then a figure rushed in front of him. He is one of the members of Anbu, codenamed Lai. Hyuga branch sent to Jonin in Anbu. The third, codewording, Chapter 107. You can always trust Konoha Kenpachi. The 4th generation of adult, the minister. Hundreds of ninja troops from the unknown ninja village were found on the east side of Konoha. Kakashi Senpai has already led the Anbu ninja to go. Said seriously, here we come. Eight Swords near. To be honest, he thought that the possible accident would be inside the village, but he didn't expect that Obito would use such a sneak attack. One wave after another. Lai just went down, and new information was sent again. Lord Hokage, an unknown enemy appears on the north side of Konoha. Report, there are also a large number of unknown enemies on the south side. Report, the patrol of the Uchiha clan on the east side has started a battle with the enemy. When the ninjas in charge of the orders appeared one after another, Minato's inner anxiety deepened. Bajian, I'll leave it to you here. I'll deal with those enemies. As Hokage, at this time he should appear in the place of war. Although the wife needs to accompany you during the production, Ying's responsibilities are like this. When the village is in danger, it must stand up. And there is his most trusted disciple here. He believes that there will be no problem. But when 04 Minato was about to leave, Bajian suddenly grabbed his hand. Those Shadow's responsibilities are important. You remember the teacher. You are more of a father, a husband. The family is not well protected. What about protecting the village? Shaking his head, Bajian fought and walked out. Also, you have to trust your subordinate. Every single one of them has the courage to sacrifice for Konoha. It's good to accompany the mistress here. I have everything. When I showed up at the Anbu exit, you were the only one standing by my side. Turning his head to the side, Bajian smiled brightly. You give me a letter, and I'll give you back your brand new Konoha. After today, Konoha will be transformed. And, Minato-sensei, remember what I once told you. You can always trust Konoha Kenpachi. Wait for my message. Sarutobi. At the entrance of the root bait, there are still 2 old men staring at Shogi in a daze. Outside the village rang out, and the smile on Danzo's face became stronger and stronger. Are you still in the mood to play chess? You are the 3rd generation of Hokage. Why don't you protect the villagers? The plan has already started. When the first piece on the board fell, he seemed to have seen the end. This chess game, after all, he won. If Sarutobi looked at it, he had already arranged everything. What the hell did you do? The hand holding the chess piece trembled a little, and Sarutobi's face was ashen. Nothing but reordering of Konoha to get the village back on track. Danzo said lightly, I'm about to succeed. Since you don't want to be Hokage, then I'll do it myself. The chess pieces fell heavily. The situation on the chessboard has undergone tremendous changes. The momentum of the 2 went up and down, but they didn't know that their actions all fell into the shadow. In the eye, that's a she pair of Mangekyo ward. The villagers watched everything in panic, but they were reassured that none of Konoha's guarding ninjas flinched, keeping pace to rush to the outside of the village to defend against the enemy. And in the yard of Mitarashi's house in the heart of Konoha village, Mitarashi, Anko, Kurenai, Yuhi and the well-behaved Kitty sit together. Bajian has already given orders, and this time there is no need to participate in the battle. In fact, the strongest among the three girls is Niyugito. Going out with such strength will not bring much help. At this moment they are together waiting for the war to subside. The atmosphere was a little tense. The girls had concerns in their eyes and no one spoke. Suddenly, wrong! Yugito looked at the door. A figure slowly falls, two-tailed, with a mask and a hoarse voice. There is always a strong emphasis on him. Uchiha Obito. He appeared, but his target is Niyugito. The fighting continues outside the village, but for Obito it's just a way to get attention. Two tails and tails are his real goal. Come on. But just as the girls looked at each other vigilantly, the boy with the knife slowly walked out of the room. Came out. At this moment, the eyes of several people were on him at the same time. Knight 8 Sword. He is even there. Oh, yes, you actually know my goal. But after seeing the 8 Sword, Obito was not shocked. Instead he hugged his shoulders and laughed. What are you laughing at? Ye Bajian held the knife with a sneer on his face. I'm here just to test if you really see through my mind. If you're not here, Orway will take it. You are here. It means that there is only one 4th generation Hokage in Uzumaki Kushina. Obito, who only showed a Sharingan, stretched out his finger and pointed at the 8 Sword, seeing your teacher with his own eye. Your loved ones died in Konoha and nothing can be done. Boom. With a puff of smoke, the Obito in front of him disappeared without a trace. It's shadow clone. Yugito said in shock. Sister, take them to the Konoha refuge. Bajian was unmoved and calmly ordered to walk out. Only Yugito, who was closer, heard what he was saying. He actually thought he was smart. Sorry Obito, I'm actually a shadow clone too and the main body is very difficult for you there. Wrong set. The Ye Bajian in front of him is also shadow clone, but his clone is enough to help fight the war outside the village of 290 Fu. Obito thought he had calculated everything, but he didn't know how well Bajian knew about him. Two Tails and Kyubi, 9 Tails. Both are Akatsuki's goal. Although the tailed beasts need to be sealed one by one to get Omazo, demonic statue of the outer path, 1 tail is not so difficult to obtain, so one of his targets must be 2 tails. Didn't expect was that, with just one clone, Obito actually thought that it was him who was here in the Kyubi 9 Tails rebellion because of his existence and the difficulty was escalated. But any possible problems have already been counted by the 8 Sword. By the time he left, Obito had already lost. Konoha has been surrounded by enemy. To the surprise of the evacuated villagers, the head of the Uchiha clan actually led the clan, rushing to the outside of the village without hesitation. Clansmen, the moment of glory for the Uchiha clan has come. Others only know that the Senju family is the founder of Konoha, but we Uchiha have been forgotten. Let those smashers see the peak combat power of the strongest clan in the Sengoku period. Fugaku's roar passed around, and people were shocked to find a black skeleton from the man rise slowly. The next moment, a high-pitched word echoed in the air. Kill. The village is now guarded by the arrogant and outrageous Uchiha clan. They stand up. Fourth more. Code wording. Chapter 108 The Roaring Kyubi 9 Tails. The phantom flash of the knife that ripped apart Bait. Father. Following behind Fugaku, Itachi was dead to kunai. It was the first time I saw him so sturdy. The stern father who really considers himself a Konoha, more than just the head of a clan. Now he has the temperament of the Uchiha clan to charge into battle, which makes Itachi deeply moved. Sword sang. What exactly did you tell your father? I'm more curious now. The entire Uchiha family, except for the children and the elderly, moved to the shelter and everyone else was dispatched. Such a united family has no conflicting opinion. The first time he really saw Jianzhang, Konoha's route is coming to life. I've already seen it. Ever since Jianzhang shouted out the word First Ninja Village in the square, the sleeping Konoha has woken up. Not only the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Ino Shikacho and those small clans had already spontaneously formed a team and rushed out of the village. Behind them is something they must guard. Such a Konoha, such a village, such a fight. Short of breath, closely following his father's footsteps, Itachi rushed forward without hesitation. Sword sang. I have always followed the light and never stopped until become the shadow of light. Outside Konoha Hospital, outside the special delivery room, Minato is in a hurry, but Bajian's word gave him enough confidence. He said that his letter will be exchanged for a brand new Konoha. Minato believed what he said and would do it. The minute passed, and the anxious Minato was still hovering at the door of the delivery room. Straight away a bright cry of a baby came. The anxiety on his face turned into surprise and excitement. He opened the door and stood at the door. His eyes looked over. The weak Kushina was fascinated by the baby. I am a father. Every young father seems to go through this. Excited, he wanted to rush to Kushina's eye, watch the new ox's birthday, and see his own son. But suddenly a shadow instantly appeared behind. Uchiha Obito. He came here with full of anger and resentment. The calf of new life could not erase the pain in his heart. Such a false world has never been acknowledged by him. He wants revenge. end. Take revenge on the world that made him miserable. Just a split second, Minato and Kushina met. The math pupil burst out. Just a breath. Kushina's eyes suddenly became confused and then fainted. Mangekyo's demonic illusion was so caught off guard. The blurred Kamui made it easy for him to pass through Minato's bar at the door and instantly grab the swaddling baby. And the nearby Sarutobi Lake Biwa is too late to block the fence. She doesn't have that power either. Swish. In the nick of time, the cold light of the sword light and kunai made Obito incarnate again to evade the attack. Waiting for you for a long time. Figure descended from the sky, picked up the knife and slashed at Obito, and he never left, waiting for a chance to kill Obito in second. But unfortunately, the other party still reacted and turned on Kamui. Who are you? Minato, who successfully caught his wife and child, looked at each other vigilantly. You don't know me. Obito looked at Minato coldly. Minato frowned, looking at the other's Sharingan, suddenly thought, you are Uchiha Madara. Sure enough, even if I stood in front of you, I still didn't recognize me. Yes, I am standing in front of you, but I am no longer the boy I used to be. Obito smiled oozingly. Yes, my name, Uchiha Madara. At this moment, the last hope in his heart disappeared. Such a false world is disgusting. Swish. Knife light flash. Do you have the patience for that? A sneer. Obito turned to look at Yabajian and asked. Zanpakuto's attack failed again. Although he was a little surprised that the 8 swords were still here, Obito, it too late to analyze so much. Destroy it. Konoha, reach out and quickly hand seal. The art of psychic. Roar. At this moment, a thunderous roar resounded through Konoha. A huge body appeared out of thin air. The EPUB, 9 tails, broke out. Roaring, it ran under control to the densely populated area of Konoha village. Mangekyo's demonic illusion tailed beast is irresistible, and for demonic illusion, Bajian has nothing to do. Why he doesn't have a blue dye template, so it's impossible to say things like chatter. Is very clear about this, so he only found QB 9 tails before. Friendly reminder. What should not be done? The current QB 9 tails is in a control state, which is still some distance from the center. All he has to do is solve Obito's demonic illusion as QB 9 tails storms the center of Konoha to wreak havoc. It's not difficult. He was just preparing for it all. If he could, he would end Obito's life here. How does your pain relate to the world? The beginning, he was like attacking when Obito was unprepared and wanted to catch Naruto. Since it failed, it is to use the second plan. Turning his head, the breath on Bajian's body became more and more unstable. There was even a slight change in his voice. Those bloodshot eyes made Minato extremely worried. Teacher, take Mistress and Naruto away. The farther away the better. And don't be in a hurry to deal with the power tail. And this charm will be attached to the mistress immediately after returning. Shortness of breath. Bajian's hand holding the knife is shaking, and there is a looming figure on his chest. The black void is slowly forming. At the same time, the white mask on Bajian's face was extending from his body. At this moment, a terrifying spiritual pressure rose into the sky. Black and gold intertwined with devastating chakra. Then the light Jinchuriki column made all the villagers in Konoha raise their heads and looked over. There was only shock left in their heart. What is this? Why is there a feeling of palpitation? 8 sword. Taking the spell thrown by the other party, Minato looked at it. The lines above are not clear. Only one fairy character is particularly conspicuous. Fairy talisman. A magical item that can revive even the dying, replenishing the lost vitality. System mall price is 1500 flat point. Before Kushina entered the delivery room, Bajian had prepared it in advance just in case it was needed. What is this? Opening his mouth, Minato was about to say something, but he recalled what Bajian said before. You can always trust Konoha Kenpachi. Glanced at QB 9 tails, who rushed towards the center of the village. Minato bit Kiba and disappeared in place. The village is in danger. Although I don't know what you're doing, you can't attack me with light alone. Obito looked at the changes of the 8 sword coldly. Although he was already apprehensive about the terrifying aura of the young man in front of him, he did not. Don't be afraid. With Kamui, what about the strongest attack? But what the hell is that scary money mask on his face and the hole in his chest? Hello. The breath gradually stabilized. To Konoha Hospital has become extremely depressing. Fortunately, the villagers had already transferred successfully before they started. Otherwise ordinary people would be in this oppressive atmosphere. Absolutely unbearable. With a soft shout, a huge pair of skeletons slowly condensed on the original Zanpakuto of the 8 sword. Quasi Obito. What? Obito frowned and had a vague feeling that he had a different premonition. Way lost its effect. The surrounding space becomes extremely unstable. Nothing. Just want you to try it. Ping chopping after Lausiazation. Beita. The virtual flash of the sword that gathered all the Reiatsu of the 8 swords shoots a black Yuhi light under the flat cut. This moment, Jouwei's space collapsed instantly. Annihilation strike. Virtual white template unlock 15%. Wangshu flash and came to a world that should not have appeared. The 5th code wording. Chapter 109 Kurama. Who dares to touch this uncle? Falling down. Do not. When the flat flashes that gathered all the Reiatsu of Yabajian turned into a flash attack. Everything in front of him was wiped out. Konoha Hospital behind itself, until the dense forest on the outskirts of Konoha, all disappeared. This is his strongest blow. A real force of destruction. A knife that consumes all the energy you can use. From start to finish, he was preparing for the blow. The ability to mobilize all energy in an instant. He is not yet a full master. First call on the instinct to activate the virtual white template. Then the spirit pressure of the evil spirit and the power of Zubai were intertwined. Zanpakuto are gathered in the chakra in the plus body. In the temporary state, the strongest flat cut of the 8 sword. Obito. There is nothing in front of you except the empty ravine. Clang. Zanpakuto inserted into the ground. Bajian's body began to tremble from the distance. A feeling of weakness welled up in my heart. And it wasn't from physical weakness. It's the feeling of emptiness hollowed out by Reishi. It will take at least a few days to recover. But his purpose has been achieved. QB, Ninetales, who had stopped in the village. Hachiken smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Ended. Bullshit power tail chaos. Sitting on the ground. Bajian. Exhaustion is certain. Although there are still some things to deal with, it is the right decision to rest for a while now. Just when Bajian just made a decision, he suddenly smiled bitterly. In the village of Konoha, a certain 313 soul fluctuations suddenly became strained. I said, Minato-sensei, are you too fat? With a sigh, Hachiken walked toward Konoha, dragging his somewhat tired body. But the physical weakness became more and more serious, and Bajian almost fell without paying attention. Jien sang. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, and the familiar feeling surprised Bajian. I'll carry you. The enemies who attack Konoha have been wiped out, so I'll come to see if I have some heart. Itachi looked back at the 8 sword. Although I'm a little embarrassed, Jien sang, it's really my turn to stand in front of you this time. Sleep long after being tired. Sleeping with your sister. Things are not over yet. 8 sword turned by Akugan. Inside Konoha village, Kurama looked at the dissatisfied eyes of the people around him and wanted to flick his tail. Just about to move and hold back. The kid said, don't mess around. Tsunere snorted, and it chose a comfortable position to squat on the ground. But a man, ignoring its word, rushed over quickly. It looked like it wants to grab its pretty tail. You stay away from this, uncle. The dissatisfied Kurama stepped back, damaging several rooms by the way. It's not my fault. Something is wrong with QB, Ninetales. Minato stared blankly at the huge-tailed beast. In fact, this is not right, since just after he settled Kushina and Naruto AEFI found out. As soon as the tailed beast, known as the set of hatred and malice, came out, it did not wreak havoc on Konoha, except for the random bumping at the beginning when it was controlled. Now demonic illusion has disappeared, and people are just old. He squatted there and didn't move. What's happening here? Are you preparing for some big move? Minato's head is full of question marks. It's no wonder Kushina was resting after receiving the talisman, and didn't tell Minato's story about the 8 swords and QB, Ninetales, and she was far away that day. The exact circumstances are unknown. So, now QB, Ninetales, is standing there breathing freely in front of everyone. 4th generation adult. We are ready. Unknown ninjas gathered around one by one. Whether to attack or not is a 4th-generation sentence. Obviously Kurama saw through the thoughts of these people, and immediately John Kiba stood up. Who dares to touch this uncle? This uncle finally came out, and he still hit me. What if I really don't dare to fight back? Puffing out his mouth, a huge fear slowly formed in front of Kurama. Tailed Beast Bomb. The representative attack skill of Tailed Beast has taken shape. The imposing roar made Minato instantly tense, and then he rushed over without any hesitation. Seeing how QB, Ninetales, wants to spin his tail and Tailed Beast Bomb, Minato looked serious. Horaishin can transfer Tailed Beast Bomb, but if the body of QB, Ninetales, is rotated to activate the difficulty of the Tailed Beast, the surrounding ninjas will die. No solution anymore. At this moment, the little son's eyes are determined. There is no time to hesitate. Hand seal with both hands. The mission of guarding the village made him stand up. Seal must be applied before Tailed Beast Bomb is complete. He is the Hokage of Konoha and it is his mission to protect the village, even at the expense of cattle. Bajian, the village will be handed over to you. Sealing technique. The ghouls are sealed. Quote, fuck. The seal of righteousness had just begun, and the huge ghost of death slowly appeared. The puzzling sentence is particularly hard to hear. Teacher, at least you've had a few tricks with it and you're sealing it. I've already agreed with it. Didn't they make trouble? Hachiken riding on Itachi hurriedly hurried, but in the end he was one step too late. Pointing to Leeway, Bajian said helplessly, here it is. This kid. With a snort, Kurama of Tsunere slammed the Tailed Beast Bomb into his stomach. With a muffled sound, the gas began to extend toward Joe, and all the ninjas around covered their mouths in an instant. What the taste? Eat it. It smells bad. Oh, stupid human. Did not expect. Tailed Beast Bomb is fake. This uncle just wants to pretend. Come out to get some air and don't scare people. Uncle Ben feels uncomfortable. Who told you to beat the old man? Deserves to be smoked to death. This. Minato's mouth twitched. Seems that sometimes the hand seal speed is too fast, which is not a good thing. Confused, he looked at QB, Ninetales, who was squatting there, and looked at the ghost of death behind him. Minato was lost in in thought. At this moment he understood. He seems to be empty. QB, 9 tails, as one's own. The scene seemed awkward. Bajian sighed and patted Itachi, jumping off him. For now, it's not too late. If the ceremony is completed, I'm afraid Minato will really be offended. Now, it's still too late. Hey, you can get out now. Unlike other people who can't see the ghost of death and can only faintly feel the oppressive atmosphere, the 8 swords of death can be seen clearly. He is the god of death. With Zanpakuto _ something like the soul could not cover his eye. Minato was taken aback by the low growl. 8 sword can actually see the god of death. Doesn't it mean that only the person who signed the contract can see it? Seping was provoked. The death god Zhang Kiba danced his claws and pulled out the handle to cut the soul, getting ready for Minato. Swish, you ungrateful animal. The light shines on Zanpakuto, and the black moon Kiba that rises into the sky instantly cuts the god of death into 2 pieces. A piercing cry rose to the sky, and the ears of the ninjas who could not see the god of death were blocked. Finally, the shadow of death disappeared into the air. Sure enough, as expected, exactly the same as Bajian guessed. As long as it is a soul body, Zanpakuto is a powerful nemesis. The Grim Reaper dissipated, and so did the feeling of being held captive, and Minato was already shocked. Know what to say. Boom and drop. After watching a scene, Kurama became lazy and rubbed several houses, and then his body began to gradually weaken, tapered, until it turned into the mini fox and ran to Bajian. Hey kid, my uncle has kept his promise. When will you keep your promise? The cute fox stretched out his paws and asked. It seems that you didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. Didn't you get smaller before? You have to change now. Little, I broke something, don't you know? And, picking up QB, 9 tails' ear, he lowered it into the air like a chicken, and then put his mouth against the 2 big ear. Boy's chest was high and he used all his strength to let out a roar. Who the hell told you to put tailed beast bomb to scare people? At this moment, Kurama seemed to hear the mountain and tsunami, and his eyes and feet done. The moment he closed his eyes, Bajian only heard whispered, I am not deaf. Gone. If it wasn't for this uncle, I couldn't do it for you. Sick more. Ask for flowers and tickets. Chapter 110 Shisui. Danzo, you're under arrest. The battle is over. With the concerted efforts of all tribes and ninjas, the surrounding ninjas who dared to invade Konoha have been wiped out. Not that the people on Konoha's side don't know how to leave a living mouth for interrogation. It was those ninjas who saw that the situation was over and would rather die than be a prisoner, and did not want the information to leak out of their mouth. This is the fate of ninjas. Mission failure is often accompanied by death. Report to Lord Hokage, Lord Minister. The intruding enemy has been wiped out. Due to the stubborn resistance of the enemy, no survivors have been caught. Judging from the attributes of ninjutsu used by the enemy, it is impossible to determine the identity of the opponent. Kaden, Fire Style, Doden, Earth Style, Tweeten, Water Style, Futon, Wind Style, and almost all of them. The corpses have been checked, and there is no ninja forehead before the action. The identity is extremely difficult to determine. Thousands of enemies were wiped out in this battle. Quote, hearing Kakashi's report in front of him, Minato patted Hachiken on the shoulder with emotion. Konoha accomplished the task of guarding the homeland with minimal cost, but the significance of this battle is not only to protect the homeland on the bright side, but also to herald a serious battle. The kind of faith that keeps pace and never back down is the true will of fire. In the fire of war, this first ninja village was reborn. The real first ninja village. Every member is not afraid of death. Dare to charge in front of the sun to block the enemy. This kind of momentum alone is enough to crush everything. Reporting continued. QB, 9 tails, has passed out, but things are not over yet. The ninjas are cleaning up the mess, but Bajian's eyes are looking in the direction of Hokage Rock. Danzo, it seems that I won this game. The final piece of shogi fell, and Sarutobi lit his cigarette bag with a smile on his face. It's a tough duel. Until now, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was still beating wildly. War. QB, 9 tails, broke out. Now that the fighting has subsided, the cheers from the Konoha center let Sarutobi understand the final result. Konoha, still that Konoha. Danzo didn't beat, and at this moment, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Failed. He didn't expect this result at all. Such a well-planned plan still failed. Uchiha Madara, who contacted him, didn't say it. It was absolutely foolproof. Standing up, Danzo wants to leave. Sarutobi stood in front of him in an instant, blocking the way to leave. You can't go. Put down the bong, Sarutobi said calmly. It's over, Sarutobi. I do lose, but this Konoha will die sooner or later in their hand. Danzo said coldly. Yes, the battle is over, but there are some things you haven't explained yet. Sarutobi takes a deep breath and goes into seriousness. Tell me, what the hell did you do? What have you done? I don't know if it's because of the failure. The bag is a little stiff, or if he doesn't think Sarutobi can do anything to him. This guy suddenly laughed. Sarutobi, Sarutobi. What have I done all these years? You really don't know. Why is Tsunade the only one left in the Senju clan? And why did Hatake Sakumo die of those things that Orochimaru studied? Don't you know all about it? With a crazy look in his eye, Danzo seems to know that from today he has no chance to turn turn over at all. But that didn't stop him from venting his resentment towards Sarutobi. He is provocative, and relying on it. Sarutobi is still soft-hearted. You're not fit for Hokage at all. The old man in the dark is the root of Konoha. Everything you do is for the sake of the village. I will not hesitate to cooperate with other shinobi villages in order to correct Konoha's direction. Danzo looked indifferent. I'm not afraid to tell you. Among the ninjas who besieged Konoha, in addition to other shinobi villagers, the old man's roots also participated in the attempt to retrieve the Jinchuriki column power of the two-tailed people who belonged to the village, but unfortunately it failed. The old man already knew all the plans and arranged everything. He actually took action against the village. Sarutobi stared blankly at the old man in front of him. His change made Sarutobi unacceptable. Now, I've told you everything I should have told you. On his face, Danzo walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen step by step. But can you really hit me? Sarutobi, your weakness led Konoha to its demise. You are not fit to be a Hokage. After repeating what he said before, Danzo's heart suddenly felt a little more happy. Like now, you would never really shoot me, and even let me go and hide the darkness from all this sunlight. It's not the first time you've done this kind of thing anyway. Like watching Orochimaru kill so many Anbu ninjas and then watch him go. Let go of Orochimaru. Sarutobi opened his mouth with pain on his face. The hand holding the bong loosened. Can I get my hands on it? Can all this be made public? Like letting go of Orochimaru. Teacher, what would you do if it were you? Sarutobi's body trembled, and he wanted to turn back and attack Danzo, but when he shot, the ferocity disappeared. He's an old friend of mine for decades. Someone closer than Orochimaru. Everything this old man does is for the sake of the village. Forward past Sarutobi. Danzo shouted again like crazy, and these words made Sarutobi's eyes sparkle. Confused with kunai, he turned around, but don't wait for him to speak. Mutant cow. A pair of Yuhi's Sharingan appeared in front of Danzo. Uchiha Shisui, arranged here by 8 sword to monitor Sarutobi and Danzo's important pieces. One of the members of the original root. No, a roar. Shisui recalled what he had done at the root. Everything you do is not for the village, but for the Hokage's location. No one can deal with people in the village in the name of the village. This is what the captain taught me. Danzo, your roots are wrong, and it was the 8 swords that took me out of it. Crunching his fist, Shisui's anger reached its peak. He heard clearly what the two people said just now. Sake of the village, the Senju clan perished. For the sake of the village, the respected senior Hatake Sakumo died. For the sake of the village, let the roots attack Konoha now. Take a deep breath. Shisui looked solemn. It is not the current root that protects the village. The original will of the root will be inherited by Yi Shao. Now, you go to meet Lord Hokage and Lord Captain with me and admit everything wrong. 3 Tomo slowly turned. The new Mangekyo with a strong sense of oppression. Shisui stepped forward and extended his hand. Night Owl Shisui is here. Danzo, you're under arrest. First more code wording. Regarding the update, the small author will try to code word, but I don't want to be too watery, so the outbreak is limited, but will definitely try my best to code word. Gon-san. Chapter 111 Susanoo. Shimura Danzo tied to the disgraceful Jinchuriki column. The old man won't let you go either. As soon as Shisui's voice fell, Sarutobi moved slowly behind him. One after the other. Danzo has no room to escape. If you want to leave, you must instantly defeat one of them. But he was stupid because he chose Shisui for this target. Kunai in his hand, Danzo's body rushed forward. As I said, you're under arrest. Shisui Mangekyo turned slowly. Arrest is obvious. He wants to seize the other party and send him to the place where he should go to accept everyone's trial. The root has completely disappeared from today. The night owl of the new cattle has completely replaced the meaning of root, following Danzo's movement. But Shisui's anger has risen to the extreme, and he is eager to take Danzo and send him to Hokage and Bajian, getting him to confess what he's done over the years. There is only one way for 053 to subdue the former leader so quickly. The green skeleton rose from the ground, and the roaring Susanoo left only shock in the eyes of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen behind him. Susanoo. This is synonymous with destruction. Uchiha clan left by the second generation Hokage. Only the Uchiha clan who opened Mangekyo Sharingan can control the powerful move, and Shisui not only turned on Mangekyo, he even mastered this trick. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the famous scene appeared, but this time, Susanoo Nope, who broke kunai, came from Uchiha Shisui. Bitterless Susanoo. Even if in front of him is Susanoo Nope, who claims to be destroyed, he dares to try the defensive power of that thing. This is Danzo's confidence. Really, the defense is amazing. Of greed flashed in his eye, and Danzo took a deep look into Shisui's eye. Shisui, who is famous in the Third Ninja World War, is good at what he is good at other than the blinking technique. A trance. Danzo's body fell limply. This time, Shisui didn't give Danzo any chance to activate Izanagi. In just a moment, the super strong pupil power directly lost the chance for the opponent to resist. In the original work, if Shisui could ruthlessly launch such a powerful demonic illusion, he wouldn't be caught off guard by Danzo. Danzo, manipulating Susanoo Nope's palm and pinching the opponent in his hand. Shisui looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third generation of Hokage. Danzo just now made Shisui feel a little uncomfortable. It turned out that he already knew what Danzo was doing. Senju, Hatake Tsukumo, Orochimaru. It's just that he didn't say it and didn't stop it. This is not a qualified Hokage. But just when he turned around and wanted to shoot Danzo, he showed the courage that a Hokage should have. Contradictory old man. Shaking his head, Shisui kept himself from thinking about those things. Konoha has a lot of people with better minds than him, and it is his duty to hand over Danzo to them. 3 generations of adults, please come with me. Didn't ask if Sandai would like to go with him to Minato, be a witness or something. Instead, the tone of please come with me is enough to represent Shisui's disappointment with this old man. Ah, Konoha, how much unseen suffering has this village suffered? And what kind of pain did those companions before the root bring to deal with their village? Do people at the root really have no feeling? No, it's just that I hide that feeling in my heart and I don't want to feel it after seeing too much darkness. If I hadn't been taken out of the roots by the 8th Sword, would I end up like them? Are you going together? Sarutobi gave a wry smile and finally reached this point. Looking at the pinched old man, Sarutobi didn't know what to say. Power will kill you after all. Danzo, come on. Looking back, Bajian showed a gratified smile. Shisui finally woke up. Give Danzo a tough one. Looking around at the ninjas who were sorting out the endgame, Hachiken narrowed his eye. That being the case, take this opportunity to completely remove the hidden dangers of Konoha. Sky burial. He waved at Yamato, who was excitedly preparing to build a house, and Bajian had already made a decision. A ninja village that wants to grow up completely. Wall of merit is one thing, and there is also shame on the other. Jinchuriki column. If you have merit, you will be rewarded, and if there is too much punishment, this is the most basic thing. After the credits and faults were made public, the aggressive ninjas worked harder and had ideas in their heart. Will settle down the wall of merit and disgrace Jinchuriki column. Both are indispensable. Minister 0 inches. The cute Yamato doesn't know why. While QB 9 Tails didn't do much damage, it stomped over a lot of houses along the way. As the only ninja in the village who knows Mokuden wood style, he didn't dare to say anything else. Building a house was his excitement. Asterisk. As long as he has enough chakra, he can make a street in one day. Don't be in a hurry to build a house. Set up a Jinchuriki column for me on the merit wall, and then tie the chain. I will use it later. Shoulder. Hachiken hit Zanpakuto and looked at Minato with Kurama, who was looking around with narrowed eye. Teacher, it's time to deal with some people. Minato frowned but said nothing. On the contrary, Kakashi next to him was suddenly stunned. The last time he was next to the merit wall, he heard Xiao Xiao once say the same thing. Some people are left to this day just to be useful, not to be dealt with. Is it time? Also, about my own father. His breathing was a little short, and his hands were shaking. What is the truth? When the green Susanoo slowly came to the central square from below the Hokage rock, the ninjas who were busy rebuilding Joyoung raised their heads in unison. The Uchiha family, Hyuga clan, Ino Shikacho, Anbu, Esali, and Namikaze Minato, the 4th generation Hokage. The 8th Sword stood at the forefront, approaching step by step. Shisui controlled Susanoo to be able to carry Danzo, and Sarutobi, who followed behind him, finally came to the open space in front of the merit wall with a wry smile. Lord Hokage, Lord Minister, 5.7 inches. Subordinate, there is important information to report to you. Susanoo grabbed Danzo and Shisui got down on one knee. The original root leader Shimura Danzo, collaborating, harming, betraying Konoha. The evidence is clear. Please decide. Collaborating with the enemy. At this moment, the ninjas were stunned. What is Shisui talking about? Senseless. Even Minato was stunned. Only the 3 generations behind Susanoo stood up and sighed. This matter. Can I go to the Hokage office? No. Stretched out his hand and dropped the tail he was holding, and the llama who pretended to be asleep rolled around on the ground several times, turning over Byakugan unhappily. Tie him to me. The second. Please rest assured about the handling of the code word Ingem Kurama. 1. Chapter 112. The one who walked in the dark. Interrogation in the square. Or because of curiosity, it seems to know something. The surrounding ninjas and villagers gathered around. It seems that something is going to happen. The wooden stake had been pulled out by Yamato, and Shisui pressed Danzo directly on it without any politeness. With the chains entangled, Danzo, who was still trapped in demonic illusion, was tightly bound. You can say. Standing in front of Danzo, Hachiken inserted Zanpakuto into the ground and looked at Shisui. Shimura Danzo. At the beginning of the follow-up, his original intention to establish the root was indeed to contribute his own strength by hiding in the root, also to prove that he is no worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a village really needs such a department to deal with shady problem. But his path slowly turned crooked. Obtaining favorable information from the fake corpses that could lead the way in the Second Ninja World War, the Civil War of Rain started. Now, the desire for the Hokage location has completely blinded the eye. He is a man in darkness, and has completely lost his light. It has long since fallen to its root, but it's all about Danzo's slowly changing personality. There are also historical issues, that is the education of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama for his subordinate. 04. Senju Tobirama, with all the qualities of a good Hokage, a true political genius, studied the forbidden technique, has a unique way of thinking about the development of the village. Where there is light there is darkness. Treat people in the village with kindness or cruelty. Sarutobi inherited the kindness of Senju Tobirama. Danzo, on the other hand, inherits the kind of ruthlessness that can achieve his goals by unscrupulous means. Sarutobi is the ever-sunny Hokage. Danzo is the root of decisive killing in the dark. But the two disciples did not get a degree. Yes, a benevolent man watched his old friend do things that harmed Konoha and turned a blind eye, and could even be merciful enough to let go of Orochimaru, who had harmed more than 60 innocent children in Konoha. Other is so hot that in order to maintain Konoha's stability, it is calculated that only Tsunade is left in the Senju clan. That's his teacher's ethnic group, or the aftermath of Senju, who founded Konoha village and pacified the troubled time. Even so, the existence of that clan only threatens Konoha's stability. He can deal with it. The Senju clan has mysteriously fallen, and it is the predecessor of the Uchiha clan. That family, the status in Konoha is too high. 2 generations of Hokage, unimaginable feat, have brought the prestige of that family to a certain extent. Even within the Senju clan, there is a slight light that the Hokage position did not continue to allow the Senju clan to continue. It's human nature. In order to eradicate the consequences, Danzo made a decision, so the Senju family disappeared. He even made great contributions to Konoha afterward. Hatake Tsukumo, the commander-in-chief of the Second Ninja World War, was forced to commit suicide just because a small mission failed. Besides, there are many unseen things. When Shisui stood in front of everyone and said what he heard at the entrance of the route, people are shocked. The whole square was silent. This kind of thing is simply unacceptable, even more impossible to tolerate. The decline of the Senju clan has something to do with the people who are considered to be the high-ranking Konoha. Missing Nino Orochimaru, still in touch with Danzo. Even what happened to Konoha this time, Danzo knew early on. Not only remained silent and said nothing, but even sent members of the route to join the attacking team. Is this even human? After the calm, there is endless anger. A sigh came from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. Shisui said it all. Is it really convenient to make this kind of thing public? Minato, what do you think? No, not Minato. It is the 8 swords of the night. Sarutobi smiled bitterly and looked at the not-so-tall figure. Wall of merit and disgrace Jinchuriki column. It's really your character. Be better to take Danzo down for a slow interrogation. Why would you say such a thing on this occasion? Sarutobi Hiruzen could never understand the mind of the 8 swords. Can't even try to understand. Perhaps, in his opinion, maintaining Konoha's apparent stability would be extremely satisfying. But Bajian understands that today's EPUB 9 Tails rebellion is over. The villagers and ninjas in Konoha need a target. Just like Naruto in the original, there is always someone to come out with hatred in this disaster. You compare yourself to darkness, then this hatred is yours to bear. The premise is, do you have this kind of determination and perseverance? As confident as Naruto, the whole world should be blackened by him, but he has not been blackened. That spirit is the most admirable. He deserved Danzo, the self-proclaimed darkness of the ninja world. You simply ignore Obito and Black Zetsu. And in addition to the above-mentioned thing, there are some things that may arouse even more anger. Drawn out, Hachiken walked toward Jimura Danzo under the angry gazes of the villagers and ninjas, raised high and dropped heavily. A click, the bandage on Danzo's body fell instantly, together with the arm that fell to the ground. Above that, the still extremely unstable Senju Hashirama cells are wriggling disgustingly. This arm is Orochimaru's transformation of Danzo when he left Konoha. At this moment, there is no dense Sharingan on it, and a small sapling will appear from time to time on the cells that are not suppressed by Sharingan. This is the original Mokuden wood style. Danzo, who is caught in demonic illusion, has no way to suppress the terrifying cell. Baijing Uchiha clan has not been destroyed, and Danzo has not so many 3 tomo available to him to release Izanagi, and the source of this arm is Orochimaru's experimental subject Uchiha letter. It's just a small experiment by Orochimaru. Rao Izo, the unstable Hashirama cells on it have already made the ninjas widen their eyes in anger. No one can tolerate doing experiments with the remains of the first generation. As long as you're not blind, you know that what Shisui said just now, that Danzo and missing Nino Orochimaru are still in contact, is true. It's not just them who are angry. When the bandages wrapped around Danzo's eyes fell, the 3 tomo Sharingans were particularly dazzling. Fugaku's fist rattled. 3 tomo clansmen in the clan have so far not been leaked, except that Kakashi inherited Obito's Sharingan. The only possibility 670 is that Danzo had their grade. What the heck is on this guy? The Uchiha clan was ninja present, but there was one less witness from the Senju clan. Zanpakuto went down with a few knives, and Danzo's remaining arms and legs were all cut off. Pain and blood brought Danzo back from demonic illusion in an instant, but everything in front of him made him despair. Under the knife effect of the flat slashing feature began to invade his soul, and even his only 3-tomo Sharingan under the chakra disturbance could not help him launch Izanagi. Take your time and enjoy it until she comes back. Those who walk in the dark must have the consciousness to endure the darkness. I don't know if you have it or not. Hitting Zanpakuto, Bajian yawned and turned away. After going through so much today, he needs to rest and recharge. The unrest is over, but the chain reaction of the QB, Nine Tails, upheaval has only just begun. He still has a lot to do. Example, those who attack Konoha must pay the price. These eyes do not belong to you. Not caring about other people's eyes, Fugaku walked up to Danzo step by step and smashed the 3-tomo down. In the original book, Danzo took Chisui's eyes by relying on the Izanagi release by the Sharingan to change the situation in an instant. The angry eyes of the surrounding villagers and ninjas slowly gathered. Danzo's heart was beating wildly. He knows that retribution has come. Then it's time for self-inflicted consequences. The third code wording _ chapter 113 necktie. Danzo, never give way. The wind in early autumn was a little bleak. October 11, early morning, in the central square of Konoha. In the first half of the night, I went from trembling to anger in my chest. The villagers and ninjas have been through a lot, and now those people have vented enough to go home to rest and wait for the bright 1010 to rebuild the house that Kurama inadvertently trampled on. The shameful Jinchuriki column next to the wall of glory. Danzo's blood is still flowing. He won't die, at least not yet. Don't underestimate the life force that Senju Hashirama has left on him. But the price of living is to endure the bite of the cells being gradually swallowed, and the feeling of weakness tormented by the torment of the flat-slashing characteristic on the soul. Unable to move, you can't even kill yourself. He finally understood why the 4 generations of Yingying acted so well behaved during the negotiation. Not wanting to resist, he can't. Reikage can't do that, let alone him. The bleak autumn wind and pain kept Danzo awake. The more darkness you carry, the harder it will be to bear when retribution comes. Danzo's heart is almost insane. It's the first day. He's on the brink of collapse. A footstep approached suddenly. Moving his head laboriously, Danzo saw a familiar figure. The old guy who played jogi with him at the entrance of the route. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha's 3rd-generation Hokage. Someone who has never won in his life. Itachi once said something very true. A person only knows what kind of person he is when he is about to die. For example, a real man, Kisame Hoshigaki, would rather be torn to pieces by a shark than send intelligence to the enemy before he died. 1007 sang, maybe I'm not so useless. This is the swan song of the ghost shark. It seems that Danzo now also understands what he has done in this life. Contributions may be there, but more than credit. If you don't go to the merit wall next to it, then this shame Jinchuiki column is also a way to be remembered. A self-deprecating smile. Danzo's hoarse voice came. Are you mocking me, Sarutobi? Sarcasm. Sarutobi shook his head lonely. The old people withered one after another, like fallen leaves in the wind. Let me say, since the death of Tobarama-sensei, only Mirror understands me best besides you. Menyon and Kaharu are still a little short after all. Standing in front of the impersonal Danzo, Sarutobi said with emotion, we're all getting old, Danzo. Although I really want to scold you now, I tell you not to try to change anything before I say anything, and it's good to watch the future generations become strong Konoha. But those words are meaningless now. Gaze shifted from Danzo's body to the air. In the early morning of early autumn, the stars in the sky are still so bright. A shooting star passed slowly, like a dying light. Danzo, I know my flaws as well as yours. The two of us complemented each other and Konoha really went wrong in the beginning, but slowly, we all changed. Sigh. An old tear ran down Sarutobi's eye. I am getting weaker and kinder and you are getting colder. That's why it became what it is today. You will be remembered, and I can't even climb the merit wall. A wry smile. Sarutobi took out a bottle of wine from behind, opened the bottle and brought it to Danzo's mouth. As it is now, I still don't want to see you tortured like this, old man. I want to give you a ride. Did you see it? Danzo opened his mouth, but what he wanted to say didn't come out after all. Give me a ride. Danzo smiled, opened his mouth, bit the bottle, raised his head and poured it in. The liquid in one breath. Danzo let go of the bottle, panting. Sarutobi, if you give me another chance, Mr. Tobarama will let you down. I, Danzo, will never give way. Nor will I hesitate for a second. Dressed roughly, Danzo roared as he watched the pop across the sky. The old man is Shimura Danzo. Even if I die, my blood will flow into the land of Konoha, and let my blood nourish the roots of Konoha. Ah! The roar was followed by a painful moan. A generation of ninjas who walked in the dark came to an end. You go, I'll watch this Konoha. When I die, I will tell you what I saw. We're really getting old. Out to close Danzo's eyes, Sarutobi turned away. Perhaps the one who understands him best is still Danzo. It's a pity that the two didn't really talked to each other about their inner thoughts until they were dying. Shook his head. The lonely background is the only scenic line in the entire central square. A touch of fishmaw white in the east slowly emerged. The night has passed. The new cow life continued. Ahead is bright and warm. Rain country. It's still the same scene as before. Pattering rain washed the ground. The mystery of a megacre village is still so unbearable that one cannot help but want to find out. Inside a dark cave, the terrifying howl made the scalp go numb. Inside the cave, white Zetsu emerged from the ground one by one, and merged again and again into the painful body on the bed. On the figure, the wriggling body made it painful to look at it. Uchiha Obito. He is still alive, but worse than death. At the moment of death did not make him turn the tide that Uchiha Madara had left behind. The spare Sharingan that came has turned off white. The black liquoring directly left less than a third of his body remaining. If not transferred here with the last chakra, desperately make up with the vitality of dozens of white Zetsu. The life that has been lost is probably already dead. Izanagi. The life-saving skill of the Uchiha clan. The black flash came quickly, and the destructiveness was even more outrageous. Kamui's recovery after that night, he would really have been wiped out to ashes. Not even the ashes are left. Rao is so. His soul damage is the most terrifying trauma. Another point of being able to survive is that his original damaged body was made of Hashirama cells doped with it. White Zetsu instead, or you will die. Goodly Jiao Zanpakuto. Beheading is not just life and soul. The pain caused by the broken soul is the most terrible. Even if the body is supplemented by white Zetsu, the wounds of the soul still cannot be repaired. What kind of destructive power is this? It can really cause a momentary space distortion. Hospital bed. Black Zetsu stuck his head out in disbelief and watched Obito roll over in pain. Kamui is cracked. No, it was a brief space warp with a powerful enough attack that sealed Kamui's blur. That kid. Who the hell is that? Fourth more. Code wording to talk about the emotional drama that everyone is concerned about. Dad, it's really not gay, and it won't be a motherfucker. The age of the protagonist is here, and the girl who picks up is also young, so I want to grow up and pick up girl. Don't worry, there will be a lot of emotional scenes in the back. Danzo, the little writer himself, thinks giving him the decency he deserves. Sarutobi's words will end with a glorious ending. Code word. Chapter 114. This uncle fights with you. Although it is early autumn, sneezing is not normal for Bajian. The sword-wielding practice of the daily mission continued. His physical fitness also became stronger with the increase in the number of wings. Therefore, it is obviously impossible for a cold to happen to Bajian. Of course, there is still some emptiness in the body. Reiatsu is still recovering. The consumption of black and virtual flashes that day was still a bit large. After all, he swung the sword with all his strength, and the 8 swords believed that even Uchiha Madara's complete body, Susanoo Noppe, would still be split open. This need, it means someone is talking about themselves. Lying on the reclining chair, the maid hidden next to him paused, obviously frightened by his sneeze. I thought I wasn't being served well enough. 2. In the early autumn weather, she didn't need to fan the other party. You go on. Bajian waved his hand and didn't care. Now he is resting, and his next move will begin when his body is almost healed. Kurama, who is lying on the reclining chair and eating 3-color balls, is obviously a little uncomfortable. Is this ball still edible? Although human sneezing is not as strong as a tailed beast, it still feels a little disgusting. Licking his lip, Kurama fell into thought. The little maid next to her, and the second tail in her body, fell into contemplation together. 283 OMG. Is this really QB? 9 tails. Don't doubt it. It really is. 2 tails said in amazement. When did the tyrannical, proud, outrageous QB 9 tails turn into a well-behaved fox, and also take the initiative to jump over to give humans a hand? Is this still QB 9 tails? Really? Don't speak out. Travel again. Just when Neo was shocked, Kurama's word suddenly reached its ear. QB 9 tails has a bad relationship with IKEA because it always uses the number of tails to measure its rank. Tailed beast bomb can still be released after a day and a half of brewing. After all, everyone will use ninjutsu. But Urwei was not interested in these. As a female tailed beast, she didn't want to argue about that either. So overall the relationship with QB 9 tails is good. I just didn't expect that Kurama to be so quiet. Yulu shook his head in shock. No way, you are also a tailed beast. You should know that if this uncle fights with him, he will probably die miserably. Kurama said angrily. Do you think that as a tailed beast, you are willing to give humans a hand? It was forced, otherwise there would be no snack. Also, the gourd hanging on the waist of this kid is not good enough to be spicy, but it is very enjoyable to drink ergotu. To get those things, there is one condition. Be good. Actively stretched out his head and arched Bajian's arm. Someone in the night who understood it calmly threw the wine gourd to the other party. Kurama before when he sealed the space in Kushina's body. Have a drink. Have a chat. That's who should be. Well, although it's a bit humiliating, it really feels good to be free again. But this kid doesn't seem so outrageous now. That's why the uncle is used to him. Seeping that in order to save face for himself, Kurama sullenly said ergotu calmly. Don't look at what my uncle is like like now. When he bullies me in the future, my uncle will still be so angry that he doesn't even know him. Yugito sneered and leaned to the side of Bajian's face. Tailed beasts communicate with each other, and the human Jinchuriki column force can hear them clearly. Master, just now QB, Ninetales said that he will rebel in the future. Without any hesitation, Yugito sold leeway directly for a better life in the future. My uncle fought with you. Kurama, who was squatting on the ground and drinking, was furious. He was about to raise his small paws and rush up to fight Yugito, but he was dragged into the air by Bajian's ear. Rebel. Bajian looked at it calmly, and grabbed the wine gourd easily. In his opinion, raising a tailed beast is similar to raising a dog. Of course, this dog is very spiritual, and eat a lot. Out for a few days, AEC, and my face is already round. Don't dare. Kurama's tail twitched for a moment, and then he stared at Yugito with indignant eye. You travel again. When this guy next to you grows up, and when you put your man Jinchuriki column on the Kong to do that kind of disgusting tailed beast thing, remember to make a little movie for me. This uncle wants to make the video public. Twitch. Yugito's face becomes so hot with Yuhi. This report doesn't seem to work. When the time comes, we will change it. This uncle will give you Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, and the 4th generation Hokage. So disgusting. Yugito's face was completely Yuhi's neck. The hands that were holding the fan were turning white, obviously very angry. Candid video. Why didn't she know that the tail beast had this function? And that's not the main thing. The most important thing is who stipulated that the maid will be by that in the future. Who ruled? Yugito growled inwardly. It seems that you really can't run away in the future. It is estimated that when he grows up and you have been a maid for so many years, it will take a little trouble for others to be homesick. Should no one want or Wei kindly comforted. Seeing QB, Ninetales' eyes and Yugito's eyes rubbing against each other, Bajian was a little stunned. He really can't hear the communication between the human Jinchuriki column force and the tailed beast, but just by looking at this fellow's eye, I instinctively felt something was wrong. Well, whatever. QB, Ninetales still look pretty cute, and it's not bad to have a lick when you have nothing to do. Turning his eyes slightly, Bajian suddenly remembered something and dragged QB, Ninetales to him and looked at him. Let's discuss. It good for you, me and this village. Discuss. According to this kid's usual style, shouldn't it be a direct threat? Tai narrowed his eyes, instinctively aware that something was wrong. Mr. Minato is known as Yellow Flash, but the current Yellow Flash is a little bit worse. A sword said lightly. In addition, there is Naruto. QB, Ninetales is almost nothing. I ask you, do you want to beat up Uchiha Madara, the one who controls you, in the future? Beat up Uchiha Madara. QB, Ninetales' eyes gradually brightened. It really wanted to beat him, but he couldn't. Also, do you want people in this village to call you Lord? QB, Ninetales respectfully. Holding the fat chin of the tail, Bajian's voice was bewitching, but the sense of danger has even made QB, Ninetales almost throw out a few drops of urine. What do you want my uncle to do? Just say, send you into someone who really understands you, but the difference is that you are still free to move around, and I have a way to do that. 5th, code word ing. Ask for a wave of flowers and ticket. Chapter 115. If he moves my people, I will slaughter him. The trust between tailed beasts and human. It is impossible to really form that kind of bond just because of the few words of 8 sword. Especially Bajian is not Naruto, and mouth done has never been his strong point. He is better suited to speak with a knife. If you are unhappy, you will be directly hacked to death, and you will pass the wine gourd to the eye. If you drink it, you will know it. If you get his approval and drink another drink next time, you will be a friend. Simple people, simple rules of doing things. Therefore, QB, Ninetales naturally cannot directly promise. Those who are truly recognized by it are not what they say, but what they do. 8 sword did not force it. Destiny, after all, will become a well-behaved husky in the future. There is no fate, and there is nothing to fight. Everything depends on creation. Faith is cultivated slowly, and it's only been a few days since we got to know each other. It's not bad that llamas can stay at home and look after the hospital. As for the impact of the tailed beast leaving the body on Kushina, it has been restored to its original state with the help of the fairy talisman. Now she is a great mother. The QB, Ninetales upheaval is over, but Konoha also has some new problem. Naturally, Minato thought of his excellent disciple. In Hokage's office, Zanpakuto, who was stroking him, seemed to be thinking about something. Shimura Danzo is dead, so he gave the villagers an explanation. Leaving Hokage, S.E. Minato said while sitting beside Hachiken. If you die, you will die. It's not always like this for 3 generations. It's not bad to be able to send Danzo back to the west this time. Yawn. The youth lacked interest. He is too lazy to listen to this kind of thing. If the 3 generations don't do it, he will cut Danzo's soul one by one, and then store it in Zanpakuto so that he can understand that there will be no peace after death. But since he is dead, there is no need to think about those issues. Also, there is something wrong with Konoha's medical system. The hospital has been completely scrapped because of the knife QB, Ninetales, made with you. Now Konoha's medical ministry master can't keep up with the ability. I went to see it, and the command is not so smooth. So, Minato said with some embarrassment. It seems that after Tsunade, one of the Sanin's left, Konoha's medical level plummeted, and there is no real medical ninja. Do you want Tsunade to go back to the village? Sword suddenly realized that Konoha's Tsunade is quite powerful, if not to mention medical ninjutsu, that is, the amount of milk. Nodded slightly. When I'm done with this matter, I'll try my luck with her. After all, Danzo is dead now, and it can be regarded as an explanation for the Senju family. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Tsunade-sama could return to the village. But what did Bajian mean when he was busy with the matter just mentioned? Is there anything else important? Have you figured out the identities of those corpses? With his head tilted, Bajian's eyes are full of light, and this is the question that he is most concerned about. Being beaten and not fighting back is not the character of Bajian, not the character of Konoha now. The root members launched by Danzo are only a small part of the attacking team, and the real culprit must have other people involved in addition to the white Zetsu brought by Obito. It's hard to investigate. There are no obvious features, and the ninjutsu used is also miscellaneous. Like, closing his mouth, Minato gave a bitter voice. It's as if the other 4 ninja villages were united and sent to attack Konoha together. Right. With a sneer, Bajian's face was full of killing intent. The only thing Obito can command is the village of Kurigakure in the land of water. After all, after Rin, the 4th generation Mizukage Yagura of Kurigakure village became the new 3-tailed Jinchuriki column 4. Getting Yagura to send someone to attack Konoha was easy for him, but in places like Kurigakure village, there are very few ninjas with other attributes of Grandmaster other than sweet and water style. So in addition to the root Kurigakure village, White Zetsu, these 3 known invading enemy, there are other ninja villages involved. 8 swords locked this participant in the land of wind and land without hesitation. As for the kingdom of thunder, unless he really wants to die, Raikage, the 4th generation, will never make trouble when he knows Konoha's strength, especially now that the fighting strength of Kumogakure village has not recovered. He is even more afraid to make such a move. Therefore, the goal of revenge has been determined. The country of water, the country of wind, and the country of earth. I really don't know what kind of conditions Obito convinced them. However, the majesty of the first ninja village is definitely not something that this group of trash can provoke. It seems like it's seen, but Bajian, you should understand that in the absence of direct evidence, we can only swallow this result. Even, there is no goal of revenge, Minato said helplessly. Although the loss this time was small, many more people came out of the heroic soul monument on the merit wall. Those were heroes who charged forward and sacrificed their lives for Konoha. Why not? 8 swords raised his eyebrows and stood up to fight Zanpakuto. Bajian, calm down. Minato put his hand on his disciple's shoulder. I'm just as angry as you, but Konoha has never had this kind of direct revenge, and if we take action, I'm afraid, causing changes in the entire ninja world, the impact is simply too great. Although Minato believed that his disciples could let those heroes who sacrificed their lives rest in peace, but even if he wanted revenge, he had to take it step by step. I have a question, Mr. Minato. Turning around, Bajian looked at him seriously. Why? Konoha has never fought the border and stepped on the soil of another country. In addition to the Rain country, whether it is the first ninja war or the 3rd ninja war, is just a bit of defense against foreign enemy. Even when the battle is in Konoha's favor, instead of pursuing pursuit, choose peace talks instead. Minato froze, lost in thought. After a few seconds, he gave his answer. Because of resistance, Konoha has already paid a heavy price, especially the multi-party battles of the 3rd Ninja World War made Konoha even worse. Under that condition, Konoha has no capital to fight again. No. 8 swords sighed slightly. This is a question of the way of thinking. A very simple example. Your word, Mr. Minato, are called Yellow Flash in the 3rd Ninja World War. You can easily get to the frontier, kill their people, and let them know that Konoha is not to be messed with. Let them know the price to pay for invading the Fire Nation. But you didn't do that. After the situation stabilized, you decisively chose peace talk. I understand that if I do that, the enemy will be defeated. But so what? Hachiken held Zanpakuto tightly and pointed out the window. Everyone's way of thinking was different, but he wasn't pregnant with Minato. The way of thinking about the problem is different. As a Hokage, it is natural to put the bigger picture first. But he, not Hokage. If it were me, he moved my man, and I slaughtered him a village. The fish will die and the net will break until they die. If you die, you will also bite a piece of meat off of them. Only then will they fear Konoha. Taking a deep breath, the killing intent in Bajian's eyes grew stronger. 200 Anbu elites are on standby. I'm going to kill it back. Sycamore, whoop, ask for flowers. How big is Tsunade's mother? Chapter 116. Before this sword, it was invincible. Big brother. In Kumogakure village, surrounded by mountain, the atmosphere is not very good these days. Killer B. There was another patient in that familiar ward. His righteous brother, 4th generation Raikage, in Kumogakure village. At this moment, the situation of his eldest brother is more worrying than before. Broken hands and feet are not the most serious serious injury, it is extremely difficult to adapt to that feeling, let alone recovery from damage to the soul. The recovery period was much slower than expected. Killer B is much better, but still a little weak and far from his peak. Fortunately, he can move freely now. Needless to say, lying in bed all the time to get used to the feeling of missing arms and legs. After the arm is not connected, he is destined to become a one-armed boy. The medical ninja in Kumogakure village was that after the fractured calf was attacked, 163 still couldn't move. Like Orochimaru's hands were sealed. It was as if he had lost consciousness. How's it going? Has the news come back? Struggling to sit up from the bed, I asked eagerly. The injury on the body can be ignored, but the situation in the ninja world must get accurate information, especially the news from Konoha. Killer B nodded. When Mabui came to report before, I was still resting. For him, who is conservatively tortured, it is a very happy thing to be able to fall asleep. Killer B understood this feeling, so he didn't wake him up. Who win, Konoha, or those guys? I hurriedly asked for the result. Konoha is safe and sound. Not even a few people were killed, but the entire army that invaded Konoha was wiped out. Killer B told the truth. Is that really the case? Reikage sighed, feeling both right and regretful at the same time. Of course, he knew that with that kid there would be no problem with Konoha. Just like him at the beginning, the people who invaded Konoha didn't know how scary that Konoha Kenpachi was. As for regret, those overlord clauses negotiated with Konoha before will have to be fulfilled in the future, such as the humiliating conditions of how much supplies Konoha handed over each year. However, among the regret, Reikage also brought a lot of happiness. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly because of the secret letter on the desk in Kumogakure village. That's an invitation to attack Konoha together. Every ninja village dispatched hundreds of elite to attack together, knocking Konoha by surprise. The detailed plan is also presented very clearly. QB, Nine Tails, was produced by Jinchuriki, Column 4. Hokage wanted to take care of him, first took the opportunity to find her way and caused her way to run wild, and then let QB, Nine Tails, break the seal and attack from the inside out together. A very well-planned plan. As long as it is implemented well, Kumogakure village may not be able to withstand such an attack. The most terrifying thing is, the villages of Kurigakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure all agreed to help. This is very similar to the Third Ninja War. As for the interest after the victory, it is to divide up Konoha's assets and some resources of the Fire Nation. Among them, QB, Nine Tails, and Erway are the most attractive. Who doesn't want to take the opportunity to expand the tailed beast known as the War Machine? But they failed. Erway nor QB, Nine Tails, went berserk. Konoha, who negotiated strongly with the Kumogakure village, used positive actions to tell all the intruding enemies that they were still the first ninja village. I vaguely remember the words he heard when he was in a coma before leaving Konoha. As long as I stand here, Konoha is the first ninja village. He made it. Asked Mabui to send that letter to Konoha as a gift to Hokage. A long silence. Reikage made a decision. This trip to the muddy waters was missed because he was beaten ahead of time, which was definitely a blessing rather than a curse for Kumogakure village. And that superstition, in addition to showing that the Kumogakure village was not involved, was more of an attitude. Taking your stand is important. At least don't let that kid go to the land of thunder to make trouble. Brother, you seem to have changed. Killer B scratched his head and said, it's not that it's changed, it's that I understand a truth. At least for now, our Kumogakure village can only keep a low profile. Shaking his head, I sighed. The mighty Kumogakure village bowed his head for the first time, but nothing could be done to him. Killer B is alive and alive. With them in Kumogakure village, they can still recover in peace. This is the most important thing right now. After fighting that kid for the first time, he can be sure that the other party is by no means the type of person who like to be passive. Revenge has only just begun. Jien sang, you shouldn't say that to me this time. Midarashi's house. Bajian's knife was stuck on the ground. He opened his arm, and the maid beside him obediently tied his arms tightly. The button of the Taoist robe helped him hang the wine gourd around his waist and stepped aside. And Itachi, stupidly squatting at the gate of the yard, blocking it there. The meaning is obvious. Sorry Itachi. Next time. He didn't want to hear such words anymore. Just like when he returned to Konoha last time, he was knocked out when he tried to follow Bajian to kill Anbu. Same as in the past. That feeling he never want to have again. Stupid. Shaking his head, Bajian hit Zanpakuto and dragged Kurama's long ears while he was sleeping toward the door. The nature of this time is completely different from the last time. Okay. Knocking Itachi. I just don't want to worry about the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. Now, Konoha has a new look and it's different. Come on, follow me. Starting today, the ninja world will tremble for Konoha. Just early morning. The sun has just risen. The atmosphere in Konoha was warmer than noon. In front of the merit wall in the central square, more than 200 black figures stood there neatly. At the forefront of the team is Anbu's most elite team, the respectable Yishao, Uchiha Shisui, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Uchiha Itachi, and the one in the middle with a knife, a wine gourd hanging from his waist, and a sleepy little fox squatting on his shoulder. Known as the kendo genius of Konoha Kenpachi, Itachi Ye Bajian. Only the elite of the elite can enter this squad. There, even the junior Itachi made them admire. They knew the intensity of Anbu's special training plan. Although Itachi was young, he was a sign of the best now. Ninjutsu, demonic illusion, 2.2 taijutsu, too strong as for might guy. They are a little surprised, but to be able to enter Yi Shao, it must have its own advantages. The killing has begun. Muttering in a low voice, Bajian's gaze shifted from the meritorious wall to his back. Said to be the wall of merit, he was just checking his system panel. Time to complete the advanced quest to unlock Zanpakuto above. The sharp blade reaching the sky, Bajian took a deep breath and smothered Yuhi's fate. The time has come for future generations to remember your name. Before this horde, everything was invincible. Kill, gone, scare the uncle. Kurama on his shoulders sneezed and turned to Byakugan to call you sister in the morning. Revenge plan officially started. First more code wording _Ula. Chapter 117. Is he the son of prophecy? When Anbu's black figure rushed out of the village, Minato at the entrance of the village looked at their back with some emotion. Mr. Jiraiya, if you were here, do you feel the same way as I do that the son of prophecy who changed the world is the Eight Sword? Watching the back fade away, Minato murmured, well, let's make sure. Swish, a figure fell beside him. Bold and uninhibited connection and iconic oily forehead. Tall man with log. Jiraiya, one of the Sani, teacher of Namikaze Minato. He's back in the village. You're back, teacher Jiraiya. The surprise came too suddenly. Minato looked up and down at his teacher. He hasn't changed much. The whole body is still full of free and easy temperament. This kind of temperament is exactly the same as when Bajian is in a relaxed state. Once in serious mode, the will to fight and fight is very similar to Mr. Jiraiya. Fortunately, although they are the disciples and grandsons of Mr. Jiraiya, the two do not have much O4 intersection. Otherwise, it is estimated that it will be damaged by Jiraiya-sensei. As the teacher of Bajian, the ninja Sanjian did not teach well, and Bajian became addicted to alcohol. Case this age can't think of being taken to that kind of firework club by Mr. Jiraiya. I'm afraid it will deviate in the future. Yeah, the pursuit of Orochimaru and the safety of the village, the latter must be more important. With a lazy way, Jiraiya, who doesn't seem to care, has a look of surprise in her eye. Konoha has changed. Jinchuriki column where blood can be faintly seen. The enthusiasm of the rebirth made Jiraiya quite novel. Konoha, what happened while he was away? In these days of traveling abroad, he has heard some rumors about Konoha Kenpachi, but at first he didn't know that Konoha Kenpachi was the kid he met by chance. Until he saw each other's name and deeds on the wall of merit, he was completely shocked. The little devil who used his own material in the previous column has grown to this point. The terrifyingly rapid rise seems a little out of the ordinary. He is good at analysis. Only someone who is good at analysis can write that kind of book that made Yuhi's ears red. After carefully observing the Eight Sword, he found that the connection between the little devil and Konoha, from the indifference at the beginning to the integration now, the reason for everything lies in his own disciple. But the character of Ye Bajian is completely different from the son of prophecy he imagined. Facing his own people, he is a warm wind. Treating the enemy is ruthless. Killed decisively, more like the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Konoha has changed. Even the people he knew had changed. Teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen is sitting at home, fishing and drinking tea peacefully, wandering around Konoha village, looking at the merit wall and the Hokage rock from time to time. And Minato became more assertive, more like a Hokage. What surprised him the most was the change in Konoha village. The genuine smile on his face couldn't be deceived. Konoha, the first ninja village, as long as he stands here. What a confidence. Forget it. I want to have a good chat with him. The Orochimaru thing can be put aside for a while. To change the son of prophecy in the ninja world, I'm still a little unsure if it him. Shaking his head, Jiraiya's figure chased after him. The purpose of his return has slowly changed after seeing the boy. Originally just worried about Konoha. After all, rumors that the village has just been attacked, and even QB, Nine Tails, has appeared. Konoha in his heart, he naturally came back. But when he knew that it was a child that changed everything, he had already developed a strong interest. Immortal Big Toad said that one of his disciples will be the son of prophecy and become the key to changing the world of ninja. The disciple's disciple, that's his disciple too. There's nothing wrong with that. Watch it and ask him what he thinks of the war-ridden ninja world. After all, it is his mission to lead the growth of the son of prophecy. Chasing all the way, Jiraiya's mind appeared one after another disciples' fate. From the very beginning, Uzumaki Nagato, Konan and Yahiko, Minato, up to now, and Yaba sword that just appeared. So far, these are all his disciples. Speaking of which, I also gave him an unpublished version of Intimacy Paradise. I scratched my head. The book was not reviewed because of its The advancing step suddenly stopped, and on the tree in front, the boy holding the knife was leaning there and waiting for him. Has it been discovered again? When he peeked that day, he realized that something was wrong. It is not difficult for him to hide his breath. Since he was a child, he was better at this kind of voyeurism, so he tried and tested. But now, he was found for the second time. Very powerful powerful sense. Front of him, Jiraiya smiled awkwardly. Is something wrong? Skillfully handing over the wine gourd, Bajian asked calmly. The advanced location of Anbu's 200 warriors has been determined, and the tasks have been assigned. After arriving at the designated place, spread out to obtain information, and then choose the target of the attack. So for the time being, he does not need to follow the team all the time. Sensing that he was being followed, he stopped to take a look. This is the second time he and Jiraiya have met. For the first time, he drank his own wine, which was regarded as acquaintance. How old are you? You haven't reached the age of drinking. Pay attention to the 3 forbidden ninjas. Leaning against the tree with the 8 sword, Jiraiya said what he said when we first met. It's inappropriate for you to say that. 91 comes first. 8 sword pouted. If the ninja is banned from 3, I am afraid that this club master has done all 863 when he was in his team. Another unintelligible name. The last time this little devil called himself Huang Shanyu, who was caught in the drug gambling. Now call Mr. 91Z directly. Strange knowledge has increased. This kid. His head to the side, Jiraiya took a sigh of relief from the wine gourd of the 8 sword. I heard that Minato accepted you as a disciple. You also became Naruto's older brother. Of curiosity, Jiraiya asked, if you think I'm the son of prophecy, you're probably going to be disappointed. Can attract Jiraiya's attention as the son of prophecy. Minato had mentioned this to him, and even he felt that he was the son of prophecy. You're looking for the wrong person. I don't have the legendary escape technique that the son of prophecy should have, which surpasses all Keke Genkai and Keke Mora's mouth escape, and there is no sunshine that the son of prophecy should have. So please come back. I still have a mission. Up Zanpakuto, the 8 swords rushed forward. Son of prophecy, Gamamaru's trick to fool people. 8 sword wouldn't believe in prophecies like that. He only believes in his own knight. Che, if you say it's not, then it's not. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and chased after him again. The second code wording. Chapter 118. Welcome to Night Owl. Little devil, don't go too far. Fire country border. On the way to Kurigakure village. The team that has been advancing at a high speed for a day is resting. The ninjas performed their respective duty, and the patrolling probes were dispatched in batches, and then came back to report the situation. 8 sword, the Anbu minister, lay comfortably under the tree, using the llama's soft body as a pillow. No way, he's used to the feeling of lying on Enko and Yugito's lap at home. Use Kurama to deal with it. You can get a little bit of feeling. It's just that Ju, who was obviously used as a pillow, didn't want to, and express his opinion. She, tilting his head, Hachiken stretched out 3 fingers at Kurama. Okay, 3 bottles are 3 bottles. Happily slap Haken. Kurama lay on the ground peacefully. It's just a kid head. How heavy can it be? Besides, it usually plays the most role as a pillow. Compared with 3 bottles of drinks that make the tailed beast fluttering, this kind of thing is nothing at all. Is that really a tail? How is it like a dog? Under another tree, a white-haired man suddenly appeared in the Yishao team. Weird, but a white-haired man who is famous in Konoha. Even after he came, he directly claimed to be joining the Night Owl team, and gave himself a code name called 91 Zixian. Of the legendary Sani, Mount Myoboku Toda Mortal Jiraiya. It is indeed Kyubi, 9 tails, although we don't believe it either. Kakashi next to him said with emotion. Jiraiya can be regarded as his idol, and like Bajian, he is also his disciple, so the relationship is more intimate. Lord Kyubi, 9 tails, has indeed changed a bit. Shisui nodded in agreement. Lord Kyubi, 9 tails. The ear of the exclusive pillow moved lightly. It's a really comfortable name. Squinting, Kurama expressed satisfaction. He also said that he is not the son of prophecy, and only the son of prophecy can harmonize with the tailed beast to such a degree. Jiraiya sneered and put the ration pill in his hand into his mouth. A mortal big toad once mentioned that the son of prophecy can even influence the tailed beast and let the tailed beast put down the hatred in his heart. This is absolutely right. He would Rasengan not. Ha! Jiraiya suddenly had an idea in her heart. Although it is the apprentice of the apprentice, it is not a direct handed down after all. In order to completely imprint the brand of his own disciple on the other party, Jiraiya has a certain idea. Mr. Minato once wanted to teach Kensang Rasengan, but he didn't want to learn it. Itachi shook his head. I learned it. Embarrassedly smiled at Jiraiya. Itachi stretched out his hand and a ball made of chakra was brought out. Light blue light represents the purest chakra. The original Rasengan did not have attribute. Futon, wind style, Rasengan is essentially different from Rasengan. After adding the wind attribute chakra nature transformation, a weakened version of Rasenshuriken will also be formed. Rasengan with no attribute. Muji, A-level ninjutsu. Only ninjas with perseverance and strong chakra masters can use this trick skillfully. But I may be a little stupid, and I can't do the chakra quality change of Jianzhang anytime and anywhere. The skills of mixing fire attributes into Rasengan have not been fully mastered. Saying that, Itachi seemed a little annoyed, and in front of Jiraiya, he slowly merged the fire attribute chakra into Rasengan. When the pale blue Rasengan joined the nature transformation and began to develop towards the fiery flame Rasengan, it disappeared with a bang. Are you stupid? Jiraiya's mouth quit. Mr. Minato also taught me, but I was too lazy to learn, so I copied one. Kakashi lifted his forehead to reveal 3 tomo. Then a Rasengan gesture appeared in his hand. What is this? Do you want to hit people like that? One who does not like to learn. A lazy, direct copy. The other is even more outrageous, saying that he is stupid, and then randomly comes out a ball to transport the fire element into it. What are you doing? It's not like hitting people. Well, since Mr. Jiraiya wants to join Yi Xiao team, Bajian will not disagree. Shisui nodded. But Lord Jiraiya, the members of the Night Owl squad must understand each other's basic combat capabilities so that they can exert the greatest tacit understanding in battle. What are your combat characteristics? Please tell me more. Is it teamwork? At a young age, he already understood the importance of tacit understanding. Jiraiya, who recovered from the shock, felt a little emotional. 1. Orochimaru and Tsunade, he added, also understood this under the guidance of Mr. Sarutobi when he fought against Hanzo of the Salamander in the Second Ninja World War. However, is it fighting power? Jiraiya slapped his chest boldly. He never thought he would actually join a squad. Introduce yourself honestly. At first, he just wanted to mix in the team and see if the boy known as Konoha Kenpachi had some of the things a son of prophecy should have. When he was sitting here, accompanying the members of these squads to eat military food pills, he suddenly found himself as if he had returned to the days when he fought side by side with Orochimaru and Tsunade. Although it is Anbu's team, but this team surprised him. Anbu isn't that the kind of darkness that lives in the sun. Even teacher Sarutobi said that his character is not suitable for entering Anbu. But you can see the funny guy in the distance who is clearly exercising while eating, and the ninjas around him talking and laughing. It's not just Konoha that has changed. Is this really Anbu? At this moment, he had an idea that he wanted to blend in. Well, just be a temporary team. Let's see what he's going to do. Standing up and looking at Shisui, Jiraiya coughed. Tilda ahem. That's a good question. The Toad Immortal is just my name to deceive the world. In fact, I am a well-known white-haired boy from one of the famous Sani, the Toad Messenger, the handsome guy who can make crying children shut up instantly. Jiraiya-sama. Chin. He glanced at the calm ninjas around. Jiraiya felt a little embarrassed. Didn't talk to you. I really don't know how to respect seniors. Sighing, Jiraiya looked serious. If you're good at it. Ninjutsu taijutsu is decent, but the strongest. It's Sage Art. HMPH. Didn't hear of Jiao say it. Sage Art. That kind of natural energy that Bajian said. It very strong. Shisui nodded, not too surprised. Toad Fairy can't be outrageous with Sage Art. I'm good at demonic illusion and telekinesis and have Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi's words have recently been picked up again. After entering the battle state, he will attack with the 8 sword to create opportunities for me and Itachi. Guy is a physique specialist. After speaking, Shisui, Itachi, Guy, and Kakashi, along with Hachiken who squinted for a while, walked by, several hands together. Jiraiya's hand was also pulled up. There was also a certain furry palm mixed in. Several passionate voices came, which made the hero's blood surge slightly. Welcome to Yi Xiao. Third 7. Code word Ing. Thank all the readers who tip. Reward. No reward. Only a lot of update to maintain the quality. Thank you for your support. Chapter 119 True Pieces Fought. Take a short break. The team moved forward again. The direction is still the land of water. The purpose of the 8 swords is clear. He was going to Kurigakure village to see the state of Yagura. Kurigakure village in the original book is a bit rough. When will it be implemented? When will it end? Only an approximate time period. However, there is a signal that at this moment, Kurigakure village is still implementing the blood fog policy. That's Itachi's aid. Itachi joined Akatsuki. It was already after the genocide, and at that time his first partner was Biwajuzo, who had done similar things with the 8 sword. One day in the future, facing the sober Yagura, he wanted to put the 3 tails in. When moving the toilet, people also slashed the tailed beast bomb. It's a pity that the beheading sword is not the Zanpakuto of the 8 swords after all. It is very fragile and it was directly blown off. The broken decapitation broadsword also bisected Biwajuzo. That is to say, after Itachi's partner, Kisame Hoshigaki, the real man, has not joined Akatsuki at this moment, and Obito has not found the other party to reveal his identity. Based on this signal, it's pretty clear that the village of Kurigakure is still under Obito's time. Look at Yagura's status. If he's still in demonic illusion 597, it means Obito is still alive, if not controlled, for 2 reasons. First, he did kill Obito himself. Second, I seriously injured Obito, and demonic illusion was forced to disarm, but this is unlikely. After all, Bajian doesn't know what demonic illusion controlled Yagura, and in the original work, Minato injured Obito, and Yagura's demonic illusion was not disarmed either. After all, demonic illusion of EPUB 9 tails was also relieved because of Obito's injury, and it does not rule out that the injury was too heavy and lost control. In short, it is not the elder of the village of Kurigakure who is in control of the village at the moment, and Tsurumi is not in the position. It didn't arrive at the time when Aoyu Byakugan saw that Pale was controlled, but it should have been a few years away. Bai Jingqing has 1 Byakugan. Seeing it with your own eyes will give you more confidence. And whether demonic illusion is lifted or not, it won't affect his plan. Jian sang. The destination is approaching. Kurigakure village is located deep in the mountain. The territory is often covered by thick fog, and it is completely isolated from other ninja villages on the island. Along the way, the specially trained Anbu elites sneak into the Kurigakure village without knowing it. Itachi carefully observed the surroundings and came to report. What the hell are you doing, AEFE? Jiraiya next to him frowned and asked, if it's just an ordinary task, how can it go deep into this position? The village of Kurigakure, known as the village of blood fog, is very moving. In this environment for a long time, the villagers of Kurigakure village suffered a lot, and they were also the most tolerant of missing nin. These are what Jiraiya knew about the village of Kurigakure. According to my information, both the upper management of Kurigakure village and the 4th generation Mizukage Yagura are under control. Bajianyu is not astonishing and endlessly dying. One sentence directly stunned Jiraiya. It also made the members of the Night Owl team bewildered. If you think about it carefully, you will know that no one who has truly inherited the will of the shadow will implement the blood fog policy on his own village. Bajian said calmly, there are many ways to compete, such as Konoha's merit wall, where graduates fight each other. How cruel is it to be a shadow? The reason is obvious. The blood fog policy is by no means the right way to cultivate excellent ninjas. Being able to become a shadow is definitely not a brain dead. So, our task is to inform the people of Kurigakure about this, then liberate the village. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. As expected of the son of prophecy, people who see suffering and suffering can think of saving each other. Said he wasn't. The kindness to the ninja world is obvious. Still wearing it. A child with a fateful choice. I read you right, son of prophecy. Putting his arm on Haken's shoulder, Jiraiya said admiringly, what do you have to do with the son of prophecy and my Ye Bajian? Bajian gave him a strange look, and then revealed his real plan. What we have to do is to master the right to control the village of Kurigakure in our own hand. Turn Kurigakure village into an affiliated village under Konoha's command. Of course, the meaning of this affiliation will not be announced to the ninja world in a short time. After Konoha has completely digested Kurigakure village, he is considering unification. The current high-level Kurigakure village is extremely vulnerable. We just need to move fast enough, and then find a shadowy enough to hold the scene and push it to the position of the 5th generation Mizukage, and let her agree to our condition. The mission for the village of Kurigakure is complete. Hachiken finished speaking in one breath. Jiraiya was done, not simply to rescue the villagers and ninjas of Kurigakure village, but to seize the power that was already under the control of Kurigakure village. Is this his true ambition? His mouth. Jiraiya wanted to say something, but Bajian didn't give him a chance. Please think about the reason why the ninja world has been in the midst of war. There is no absolute authority. There is never unity. Control the village of Kurigakure at the least cost. Liberate the blood fog policy, and when the time is right, unite with the village of Kurigakure to put pressure on other ninja villages to achieve real peace. Do you think something is wrong? Straight into Jiraiya's eyes, Hachiken said calmly, it has nothing to do with power or fame. This is ultimately his purpose. End the war completely and put the ninja world back on track. However, I always feel a little awkward. I still feel that if people understand each other. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. The other party said his ambition and purpose without any hidden tuck. The ultimate goal is the same as the son of prophecy in the prophecy. End the chaos. But isn't the method a bit rude? I was just about to guide the 8 swords by saying the words of mutual understanding I got from Yahiko in the first place. Haven't you killed anyone? Shisui, who was next to him, suddenly came over and smiled, and asked a question directly. It's not nonsense. Jiraiya, who couldn't figure it out, was stunned for a while, so he didn't kill much in the second ninja war, and it was certain that he would fight the enemy as a ninja. You ask the parents of the person you killed, do you understand what you are doing? A very simple and rude question, which directly silenced Jiraiya. Killing is to protect the home, but the people who were killed were also seeking a better life for their families behind them. Hate start here. Even the second ninja war, Konoha took the initiative to invade the country of rain. Nagato's parents were also killed by Konoha's ninjas. I won't think about what you explain, just look at it with your eye. The day when peace comes. Discuss the issue of peace with Shisui at the very beginning. Maybe mutual understanding can really lead to peace. But Bajian, deny that view. True peace is fought. Ready for action. Order. 200 Anbu ninjas slowly sneaked into this blood fog village, taking advantage of the night and thick fog. The killing begins. Fourth more. Code wording. Chapter 120, Killing in the Dark. Kurigakure village. Since Saping adopted that brutal way of graduation, the village has lost that aura. Especially after nightfall, the atmosphere full of death was terrifyingly depressing. Woot woot. Several figures passed by in the dark, heading straight for the Mizukage building in the center of Kurigakure village. The well-trained assassination troop showed their due combat effectiveness at this moment, and as the elite of the elite, Night Owl team is the fastest. The target is low. A cold light flashed in the dark night. Puff, guarding next to the Mizukage building, didn't even see the enemy, and fell down with a thud. In the dark night, Shisui waved his hand behind him. In an instant, several figures rushed into the Mizukage building. It's time to taste the blood. Figure flickered, and the 8 swords holding Zanpakuto took the lead and aimed at the Kurigakure village guard in front of him and chopped it down, then went straight to the Mizukage office. As Minister Anbu, he has only one goal: kill the 4th generation Mizukage Yagura. As for the other members, it's good to clean up the track with Yagura and then threatening him as a puppet Mizukage. No, Yagura was young when he became the Mizukage and was able to take over the job of the 3rd generation Mizukage with his own hand, which already speak to his abilities and loyalty to the village of Kurigakure. The most important thing is that since the blood fog policy was implemented, the village of Kurigakure continued to rule brutally according to his ideas until the coup in the village of Kurigakure lasted for many years. From this point of view, Yagura still has the most basic dominance and support. That kind of person is not easily forced to succeed, and it is also difficult to really control it. Shisui as Kotoamatsukami, the pupil technique that has been cooled once in more than 10 years. The 8 swords will not be used on Yagura so easily, and since you can solve this problem more quickly in your own way, why waste Shisui's pupil technique? After all, his eyes are only Mangekyo, not eternal Mangekyo. Every time he uses his vision, it will go down. Relatively speaking, he wants to throw this opportunity to Terumi Maimore. Kicked open the door of Mizukage's office, and Yagura saw Yagura sitting on a chair inside. 3 Tails Jinchuriki Column 4. Jinchuriki Column Power. The person who can perfectly control the power of the tailed beast. But when you meet each other's eye, he can see clearly from the confusion inside. Yagura remains under the control of Obito demonic illusion. Obito is still alive. Now the 8 swords have been completely confirmed. That being the case, his pupils shrank for a while, and his Zanpakuto had already turned up without hesitation. This chapter is free.